Chapter 144. Cassius followed the black mist as it flew through the castle. He saw the array in the iron cage flickering, countless blood slaves howling as they exploded, turning into ghostly black mist, rushing in a certain direction. These blood slaves have all been sacrificed. Their destination is probably the outside world. Thinking of this, Cassius stopped chasing and instead flapped his wings to fly upwards, his massive dragon body crashing through walls and ceilings made of stone, rampaging through the fortress. Quickly, with the continuous collapse of the buildings behind him, Cassius swiftly reached the outside. However, the scene before his eyes had changed drastically from before. There was neither a bright moon nor a starry sky in the outside world at this moment. It was a night without light. The sky overhead was shrouded in heavy shadow, resembling a deep black canopy. The surrounding colors were tainted by the environment, dim as the universe, filled with monotonous black and white, while tall black mountains appeared in the distance. Over the twilight forest, countless clumps of shadowy material gathered together, forming a continuously rotating black mist vortex. Cassius gazed at the black sky and murmured to himself, "This is a projection of the Nether Shadow Realm. No, it's that old bat who breached the barrier between the Shadow Realm and the Prime-Material world." The Nether Shadow Realm, also called the Shadow Plane, was a dim layer connected and coexisting with the Prime-Material world. A realm of darkness and power, sinister in nature, a desolate borderland of the unknown. It was filled with amorphous, mist-like shadow creatures, empty and desolate, devoid of any life. The black mist assembly in the sky was evidently an otherworldly vortex connecting the Shadow Realm and the Prime-Material world, set to summon the unknown shadowy creatures from there. No, I must stop him. At this moment, Cassius finally understood the vampire's dying curse. You will all die. Once the shadow curse from the Nether Shadow Realm invaded, the whole Northwind Castle would turn into a dead city filled with shadow creatures, assimilated by the endless, all-devouring darkness. And he himself might even be transformed into an undying shadow red dragon. Enveloped in a faint light barrier, Cassius forced his way into the vortex, attempting to halt the breaching of the planar barrier by the black mist vortex. Spell nullification barrier. However, it had no effect. The level of this otherworldly vortex was clearly far beyond the 5th tier. Even the usually unfailing spell nullification barrier could not handle such a complex, high-tier space distortion, only smoothing out the most superficial fluctuations. The red dragon opened its mouth, spewing out a scorching flame breath. The blazing flames immediately set those shadow creatures ablaze, producing a series of shrill wails. But its scale was already too vast, thousands of shadows forming a giant vortex nearly 100 meters in diameter in the sky. Even if the red dragon exhausted its dragon flame, it couldn't easily burn it to ashes. Such a degree of magic web fluctuation. Such a scale. What on earth did that old bat summon? A chill rose from the depths of Cassius's heart. The entity coming to the Prime-Material plane through this otherworldly vortex was likely not something he could contend with. Thinking of this, he spared no effort, throwing Fireball Technique, Firewall Spell, Lightning Bolt, and other area damage spells into the vortex recklessly. Flames, lightning, and radiance intertwined and crisscrossed within the vortex, yet they could not stop the black mist from continuously gathering, swelling madly, and obscuring the sky. I can't drag this out any longer, Cassius thought. A terrifying pressure emanated from the vortex, making even Cassius feel a tremor throughout his body. As a naturally powerful red dragon, Cassius rarely felt this kind of instinctive oppression. But now he felt it, and it was strong. Roar, accompanied by a deep roar, a dragon projection wrapped in black mist floated out from the vortex, becoming visibly more solid. The powerful existence in the Nether Shadow Realm, truly descending into the Prime-Material plane, required some time. Its enormous body, over 20 meters long, was covered in lusterless black scales, hued like embers, with wings devoid of wing membranes. Instead, they appear to be made of a spirit-like translucent material. Most terrifying were its eyes, pools of utterly dim gray-white with no pupils or lenses, like the abyssal depths aiming to swallow one's soul. At this moment, those gray-white eyes were fixed on Cassius, accompanied by a hoarse voice. So it's a former kin. A young red dragon? No wonder. I was wondering who could drive my poor contractor to such desperation. However, I should thank you. The giant dragon, or rather the shadow dragon, licked its lips expectantly, black mist-like dragon saliva dripping. Soon, I'll be back in the prime material world again, and this feeling is really nice. Cassius flapped his wings with all his might, barely managing to hover in midair, facing the far larger and more terrifying shadow dragon apparition. Based on your own strength, you can observe the following information. Voice of the Night, Modafel, Basic Ability, Challenge Level 21, 33,000 XP Assessment. Modafel arrived at the Nether Shadow Realm 700 years ago and has resided there since. He enjoys its bleakness and desolation, cursing all light and life venomously, eager to spread its darkness and evil outward. He often transforms into a mage calling himself the Voice of the Night, signing contracts with traps hidden within with humanoids, leading them toward their downfall. Ultimately, he turns villages, even towns, into desolate places filled with shadowy specters, greedily siphoning their strength. Legendary. Cassius's expression changed drastically. A challenge level of 21, undoubtedly a legendary level being. And due to the unique nature of dragons, its actual strength would only be higher than the paper stats indicated. In other words, this was an existence that a whole legendary adventurer squad could barely contend with. Enough to trigger a planar-level disaster. Since Cassius arrived at Erezur Gate, he had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Voice of the Night, Modafel, was a name Cassius had heard of in his previous life, from the 4.0 planar expedition version, rumored to be the final boss of the high-difficulty side dungeon known as Dragon Shadow City in the gloomy region. But Cassius never thought he'd encounter such a formidable enemy now. In his view, the Enzita Great Wilderness was just a barren and remote area, not worth the attention of significant figures. However, his estimation was incorrect. Evidently, this shadow dragon was very interested in spreading darkness and death across the Enzita Great Wilderness, transforming it into a dead land. Duke Brad vanished without a trace after his ascension ritual was destroyed in an explosion in the previous life, likely meeting a cruel fate at the hands of this shadow dragon. I must not let him truly descend into the prime material world. This was Cassius's only thought at this moment. Chapter 145, Chapter 74 Voice of the Night 2. Cassius surveyed his surroundings with a grave expression. The scenery grew increasingly dark, transitioning into the Nether Shadow Realm. The surroundings were deep black and silent, filled with monotonous black and white. The trees' withered branches twisted grotesquely. The sky was shrouded in endless shadows like a black dome, and the distant mountains remained a vague black silhouette. A terrifying thought suddenly arose in the Red Dragon's heart. The space of this entire region was distorted. In other words, this limited area of the Twilight Forest was inescapable. All living beings were trapped here. Cassius gazed at the giant dragon's projection in the air and spoke. Shadow Dragon, you have cursed this forest. You are correct. This is my shadow domain. My unfortunate contractor consumed 1,000 lives to allow me to use this power in the prime material world, creating this insignificant place to facilitate my arrival in the material plane. Look at it. Silent, tranquil, dark, and profound. Free from the noisy riffraff of the prime material world. What a beautiful scenery. Truly captivating. If only we could hear the wails of the undead shadows, it would be even more splendid. Mortafiel squinted his eyes and slowly flapped his wings, his expression relaxed, as if genuinely appreciating the unique beauty of the darkness, even though he had not yet fully transformed and his true form remained in the Nether Shadow Realm. The atmosphere seemed to lack hostility, but this did not ease Cassius's tension in the slightest. He felt terrified. This only indicated the Shadow Dragon's absolute confidence. Voice of the Night, was it you who offered Brad Rackman that so-called ascension? Indeed. Mortal perceptions are always so short-sighted. Even when transformed into so-called vampires, it's no different. But you are different, my former kin. However, I did not deceive him. For beings of such low caliber, ascension was indeed a decent path. He just failed himself, so he had to be converted into my nourishment per the contract. Despicable creature. Mortafiel opened his eyes, his gray-white pupils staring straight at Cassius, as if to devour him. Red Dragon, we have plenty of time to reminisce. But I promised my contractor that I would take your life. I always keep my promises, and this time is no exception. Don't worry, my dear kin. That's just a literal meaning. When I truly descend to the material plane, you will indeed lose your life, but you will continue to exist in a more magnificent form. His words were gentle, like those of a polite scholar, but they sent a chill deep into Cassius's soul. It was the infinite hatred towards the living. I prefer the most tranquil darkness. So do not resist. Do not make noise. Just quietly await my arrival. Okay? Mortafield's phantom grinned, a sinister smile spreading as thick black mist slowly seeped from the corners of his mouth. Shadow Dragon, you're delusional. I will turn you to ashes. The red dragon roared and breathed mighty flames at the transforming, defenseless projection. However, the flames, hot enough to melt rock, passed straight through Mortafield's massive phantom without causing any harm. Has no one ever told you? Never try to attack a shadow. Mortafield's phantom bathed in the flames nonchalantly, chuckling mockingly. Though the flames pierced his form, the projection continued to solidify, entirely unaffected by the blaze. It doesn't work, does it? Cassius's scaled brow furrowed slightly as he muttered to himself. The red dragon had anticipated his proud supreme flame breath to be ineffective. How about this, then? Surrounded by flickering lightning, the red dragon charged into Mortafield's phantom. It was the remnant of the storm. But as expected, Cassius's dragon body passed straight through, with the lightning having no effect, merely continuing to dance around the red dragon. This attack instead made the red dragon's body feel cold, as if falling into an icy cave, sensing his vitality siphoned by the phantom composed of shadows. So this is a shadow creature. Flames, physical attacks, lightning don't work. Then, how about a force field? Magic missile. Orbs containing force field energy struck. These low-grade magic missiles, even usable by mage apprentices, didn't pass through but hit the phantom, causing minor damage. But this was a drop in the ocean, far from stopping the shadow dragon's transformation and descent. The panel refreshed with information. Living shadow. In dim or dark environments, shadow dragons are immune to all damage except for force fields, mind, and radiance. Cassius was horrified by such a trait. This meant once the shadow dragon descended, almost all his techniques would be ineffective. In a dim or dark environment, Cassius looked up at the lightless sky, the obscured moon. He doubted he could create light in this domain of myriad shadows. His only light spell cantrip was a joke in the shadow domain. All living things would weaken here. All spells suppressed. Only the night and shadows would prevail. This was the world of shadows, Mortafield's absolute domain. When he fully descended, wherever shadows existed, there the shadow dragon's body would be. Do not struggle. I will hold a grand funeral for you, to mourn the death of a true dragon and celebrate the birth of a great, immortal shadow red dragon. The shadow dragon raised his head and roared. The sound seemed to come from eternal darkness, mingling the wails of tens of thousands of undead shadows. It echoed the shadow dragon's boundless hatred for light and life and his endless greed. This was the exclusive 9th-tier spell of the shadow dragon, Mortafield's shadow descending spell. His phantom solidified further, and the pitch-black dome in the sky began to descend slowly. Distant shadowy mountains drew nearer, enclosing the area around the red dragon like a cage, shrinking. The countless shadow creatures in the twilight forest wailed and surged like a tide, even displaying the black mist that was once Duke Brad. What a fearsome power! Will I truly be trapped here, awaiting the shadow dragon's descent? Cassius flapped his wings, gazing at the slowly descending black dome. Feeling the growing pressure, his anxiety surged. Chapter 146, Chapter 75 Voice of the Night, Part 3. At this critical moment, a strange light suddenly flickered in Cassius's golden pupils. No, it seems there is another way. Even if it was a living shadow, even if separated by different planes, the shadow dragon could not be immune to psychic attacks. This was the only means by which Cassius could affect it. Thinking of this, Cassius shouted without hesitation, "Despicable shadow dragon! Her Majesty Tiamat is watching all this." Mortafield laughed openly. "The Dragon Queen's darling? Every red dragon claims so. It seems arrogance and conceit are universal traits of red dragons. Even you are no exception." His voice suddenly turned cold. "Put down your pathetic pride of the living. Accept the great transformation and throw yourself into the endless shadows. I will grant you eternal life." Mortafield did not stop the transformation for a moment. The surrounding space emitted a violent rumbling sound. The wailing of the plane space trembled, and the prime material world's instincts fiercely rejected the invasion of the shadows. But under Mortafield's powerful spell, even the rules of space had to temporarily give way. Cassius stared intently at the shadow dragon's phantom, instantly unlocking the psychic barriers in his mind and constructing the horrifying illusion of that five-headed dragon. He did not avoid Mortafield's gray eyes. The golden pupils flashed with intense magical aurora. Whoosh, the illusion pierced through the plane's barrier, traversed the prime material plane, and reached Mortafield's true form located in the nether shadow realm. Tiamat's terrifying illusion. Roar, in Mortafield's eyes, a colossal dragon, nearly 100 meters tall, suddenly appeared. The monster's wings blotted out the sky. Even the shadow dragon could only look up at it in awe. It was a nightmare amalgamation. The thick and short legs of a colored giant dragon supported its monstrous body. The dragon's body writhed with 5 necks and 5 heads, each head corresponding to a different color dragon. Each head's color covered the corresponding neck, embedded in the front of the dragon's torso like bands. Her back and hindquarters gradually merged into 3 stripes of gray, blue, green, and purple, then converged into a murky dark brown tail. Her abdomen and legs transitioned from light green to the color of her upper body. This terrifying image was all too familiar to Mortafield. That was the mother of evil dragons, the 5-colored dragon queen, the enemy of the gods, Tiamat. How is this possible? Mortafield looked up in a daze, muttering to himself. 700 years ago, when he was just an ordinary black dragon, Mortafield built a makeshift altar in his dark swamp nest, offering his precious iron coins to the Dragon Queen. As a member of the 5-colored evil dragons, Mortafield had countless times fantasized about gaining the Dragon Queen's gaze, or even the personal favor of the mother of evil dragons, experiencing supreme pleasure. But the Dragon Queen never responded. At that time, he was just a scrawny black dragon, his status among the 5-colored dragons only slightly higher than that of a white dragon. Ultimately, he could not resist the allure of power and chose to embrace the nether shadow realm, transforming into an undying shadow dragon. At this moment, Mortafield trembled all over. It was unclear whether it was from fear or excitement. The 5-colored, 5-headed dragon coldly gazed down at the earth. Fire, ice, acid, lightning, and poison gas spewed from the mouths of those 5 ferocious heads, wantonly unleashing her fury. No, this cannot be real. Damn it, this is an illusion. Mortafield, after studying spells for 1,000 years and able to cast 9th-tier spells as a legendary spellcaster, even in his unsettled state, still saw through the intricacies within the Dragon Queen's illusion. The multi-layered illusory damage of fire, ice, and acid hitting his body, the power of the 6th-tier spell, was insignificant to his soul, steeped in desolate darkness for 1,000 years. But another worry arose in Mortafield's mind. An ordinary young red dragon, even a true dragon sorcerer, how could he know such a spell? An illusion of this quality depicting a deity. Could he truly be one of Her Majesty, the Dragon Queen's chosen? Mortafield's concern was not without reason. Shadow dragons were infamous among dragonkin, considered public enemies by the dragon race. They abandoned the noble bloodline of giant dragons and chose to embrace darkness, becoming despicable shadow creatures. Moreover, no dragon god emerged among them, and even the 5-colored evil dragons scoffed at them. Gold dragons with a sense of justice would even actively seek out shadow dragons, gathering their kin to eradicate them completely to remove this shame from the dragonkin. And killing one who might be a chosen of the Dragon Queen, inciting the enmity of the 5-colored dragons, was clearly not a good idea for him. Damn red dragon. Mortafield was conflicted. His construction of the summoning spell stalled. He did not want to provoke a deity-level existence, but being deceived by the illusion filled him with a vast humiliation he had not felt in 1,000 years, making him want to tear the red dragon in front of him apart. Are you really one of those chosen? Red dragon. Mortafield's phantom gazed down at the red dragon, squinting slightly, seemingly trying to find a clue in his expression. Cassius noticed Mortafield's hesitation. He knew that at this moment, he had to appear more confident, more arrogant, more like an exalted chosen one of a deity to deceive this millennia-old monster. So Cassius stepped forward, fearlessly meeting Mortafield's phantom gaze, arrogantly saying, "Despicable shadow creature, defiling the noble traditions of dragonkin, you better think carefully. Can you endure the wrath of Her Majesty, Tiamat?" Hearing this, Mortafield's dim gray eyes filled with uncontrollable anger, as if burning with ghostly shadow flames. Damn red dragon. Damn prime material world. This moment of hesitation allowed the repulsive force of the plane to act on the shadow dragon, incompatible with material plane, shattering his attempt to invade the prime material world. This time, he had already harvested thousands of shadow souls. Centuries of planning had not been in vain. He did not need to provoke a potential divine-level enemy further. Thinking of this, Mortefiel stared deeply at the red dragon, his dull gray eyes showing a trace of venom. The plane's barrier has been breached by those thousands of resentful spirits. This place has already been marked by the Nether Shadow Realm. Someday I will return here, and you will not be able to protect all that you possess. Mortefiel said coldly. Several distorted vortices appeared around the phantom of his colossal dragon body as the plane repellent force forcibly expelled his descending projection from the prime material world, dragging it back to that lightless, gloomy place, the Nether Shadow Realm. Chapter 147, Chapter 76, Giant Dragon Sees Power Few. Such a terrifying enemy. After confirming that the shadow dragon had left, the red dragon slowly descended to the ground, licking its wounds. Dragon's breath. Golden life energy particles descended from the sky, rapidly healing the injuries, making the somewhat weakened dragon body visibly recover. Someday I will kill him. Mortefiel. Cassius uttered the name representing the night. The red dragon gazed at the area where the shadow dragon had disappeared, its expression slightly ferocious, and its golden pupils seemed to burn with raging flames. Having been attacked on its own territory, retaliation was unavoidable. In the near future, he would crush the dragon, hiding in the shadows. But now was not the time. His strength was still far from sufficient. The surroundings were already in complete disarray. Traces of the shadow curse still linger here, with broken branches and splattered mud emitting faint black mist. However, the moon finally appeared in the sky, casting gentle and serene moonlight, purifying the pervasive shadow energy around. Cassius could feel that due to Duke Brad's sacrifice of everything, the space here had become extremely fragile, almost on the verge of becoming a boundary between the prime material world and the Nether Shadow Realm. Mortefiel had not lied. This transformation was still ongoing unless the source of the curse, the Shadow Dragon, was eliminated. But, for now, it's finally over. The Shadow Dragon's strength was indeed great, possessing absolute suppression power. That dark mist covering the sky made him realize his own insignificance. Fortunately, he understood the principle of borrowing power to do evil and invoked the name of the five-colored dragon Queen Tiamat, scaring off the Shadow Dragon. However, any power beyond control came at a price, and Tiamat's terrifying illusion was no exception. Maybe it hasn't completely ended yet. Cassius looked up at the sky and suddenly held his breath. The illusion that should have appeared only in Mortefiel's eyes now appeared in front of him. This was the power of deities. Even by merely creating an illusion, uttering a name, or recalling a concept, they could perceive it and descend into the world using it as a medium. Unlike the overwhelming oppression of the Shadow Dragon controlling the night, the Dragon Mother brought him a despair that transcended dimensions. Five heads looked down on him from above. "We meet again, my child." Her gaze was more of a certain greed than kindness. This look made Cassius feel as if his soul had been seen through. He dared not look directly at her anymore, only bowing his head and saying calmly, "Greetings, great mother of evil dragons, queen of the five-colored dragons, Her Majesty Tiamat. I sincerely apologize. Just now, to drive away that shadow dragon, I presumptuously borrowed your mighty name and used your majestic image. This was indeed an overstep." Tiamat chuckled lightly. The white dragon head spoke. It's no big deal." The green dragon head said, "You did well. You established a kingdom for the dragons in Anzita, preserving the former glory of the giant dragons." The black dragon head said, "But greater trials await you in the future, my child." Finally, the red dragon head said, 10 years. I want you to unify Anzita within 10 years, march south to Fadlon, and become my aide in ruling the world. This will be part of the grand blueprint for the entire dragonkin. When I ascend a throne, the tyranny of the gods will end. The rule of the giant dragons will return to the earth. Dragon wings will once again cover the prime material world. And as one of my lieutenants, my child, you will become a duke serving me. You will also gain immense strength and endless wealth." Tiamat's eyes were filled with boundless greed. Perhaps being in a furnace for too long, her words seemed to lure Cassius into hell. Hearing the words grand blueprint, Cassius's heart skipped a beat. He felt something was off, as if the lines were somewhat familiar, wondering if he had heard them somewhere before. But he still lowered his head, pretending to be extremely excited, respectfully saying, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will follow your will." The illusion of Tiamat in the sky suddenly vanished, and Cassius finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly constructed a mental barrier, sealing away the Tiamat's terrifying illusion in his mind. Information refreshed on his panel. You have gained the status Tiamat's greedy gaze. Your intimidating aura will receive an extra bonus, and your proficiencies, intimidation +6. I might actually become a chosen one this time. TSK, wanting to rebel, but can't. After all, Cassius was just a pitiable young red dragon with a challenge level of 17. What else could he do? Under the powerful intimidation of the Dragon Mother, he was forced to play the filial role. After all, having borrowed another's authority, one had to show some respect. Several warning messages refreshed again on the panel. Although Tiamat's words seemed like praise, Cassius was well aware that this mother of evil dragons was definitely not benign. There must be benefits she coveted from him. If he blindly trusted Tiamat's words, he would be doomed to be completely eaten away, leaving not a single crumb. And her rhetoric was all too familiar to Cassius. Pie in the sky. This was a tactic he often used on his subordinates, and now it was being used on him, making Cassius feel somewhat strange. King strife. Dragons usurping the throne. I must quickly enhance my strength, or I'll be unable to cope with such world-class events. Cassius thought to himself. This was one of the side quests in version 2.0 King Strife. The Holy Fadlon Empire, also known as the Sun Empire, was the most expansive and most powerful nation on the central continent. Its emperor had received the blessing of the sun god Imantana and created an army comparable to divine descendants using the divine artifact Wheel of Eternal Radiance. This army was invincible, conquering vast lands for the empire, proclaiming, "Everything under the sun is our territory." But after the old emperor, known as Aragon I or the Sun King, unexpectedly died, his vast empire fell apart. His three sons devoured the remnants of the empire, forming the three legitimate kingdoms of Cassandra, Thrace, and Cilicius. The divine descendant nobles of the Sun Legion also established various small kingdoms. For a time, the empire disintegrated, the kingdoms spread like stars, and this period was known as the Great Collapse of the Holy Fadlon, marking the beginning of King Strife. Tiamat used a cult to control the southwestern kingdom of Cilicius in the Fadlon region, attempting to summon her true form, restore the rule of the giant dragons to the earth, and reassert Tiamat's name in the world. This event was known as Dragons Usurping the Throne. Chapter 148, Chapter 77. Promotion again. This thrilling encounter struck Cassius like a wake-up call, making him eager to increase his own power. Perhaps it was the laziness within the true dragon bloodline, or the confidence brought by continuous victories, but after falling asleep, he had grown somewhat complacent, forgetting that this was a world full of crises. He overconfidently regarded Erezer as his own garden. The red dragon eyed the panel. Not only from the previous war, but Duke Brad also provided him with a massive amount of experience. This time, he did not deliberately suppress it, but chose to harness these abilities first and convert them into strength. As for the remaining 2 levels of experience, he already had a concrete plan in mind. Your True Dragon Sorcerer level has increased to level 9. Your True Dragon Sorcerer level has increased to level 10. You have gained additional metamagic talents. You chose Enhanced Spell and Delayed Spell. Although he had risen 2 levels, the newly gained spell slots were too high, and there were only 4 slots. This was a shortcoming of any sorcerer, including true dragon sorcerers, precise but not plentiful. However, his casting level had now reached level 13, and he could even reach the 7th layer of the magic web, making him a senior spellcaster throughout Erezer. You have gained dragon spells, Agile as a Dragon, Bag of Greed, Undying Offender, and Heaven's Calamity, Dragon Eye. Agile as a Dragon. 5th tier transformation spell. Dragon uses the power of space to make its massive dragon body agile, with the agility attribute continuously increasing as long as the spell lasts, reaching a maximum agility attribute of 30. Bag of Greed. 5th tier shaping magic. This spell creates a bag-shaped force field trailing behind a flying dragon, allowing it to transport a large number of items. The items in the bag of greed become practically weightless, enabling the dragon to fly at its normal maximum speed. Undying Offender. 6th tier protection. Transformation spell. Dragon condenses its vitality, designating a specific scale as its reverse scale. Before the scale is shattered, the dragon can bypass one fatal injury. Upon shattering, the dragon's strength, constitution, and agility all receive significant enhancements. Heaven's Calamity Dragon Eye. 7th tier divination spell. An incorporeal dragon eye appears and floats, moving according to the dragon's will. The dragon can see through this eye and may glimpse past or future scenes. The eye can withstand damage equivalent to that of the dragon's own and can even emit the dragon's breath weapon, though doing so will cause the eye to disappear. So this is a 7th tier spell. Feeling the complex spell information in his mind, Cassius was somewhat exhilarated. These spells were mostly aligned with his desires, truly the private stash of the Dragonkin. Even though he had obtained 7th tier spells, Cassius had not yet fully mastered them. More experimentation was necessary. Next, it was time to take over the Rachman Duchy, reap the rewards of this war, and begin preparations to conquer the entire Anzita Great Wilderness. Within Rachman Castle, Mezalash and Alger, among others, barely escaped the ruins enshrouded by the Shadow Curse and came before the Red Dragon. Behind them were Swashbuckler and a newly freed vampire variant, Yeno Rachman. Master, it was my incompetence that allowed the enemy to control us, forcing you to take action yourself. Alger knelt on the ground, his half-dragon face showing no hint of vengeful satisfaction, only calm. Duke Brad was dead. The last obsession of human Alger had disappeared. What remained was merely the body of the loyal red-scale conqueror from Ashen Nest, half-dragon Alger. Mezulash stepped forward to report. Master, what should we do with these remaining vampires? Among them is even a star fallen. As the leader of the Tieflings, Mezulash naturally despised everything related to vampires, but rationality told him that only the Red Dragon could decide everything. Cassius looked at Swashbuckler. Swashbuckler wore a black robe, picked up from who knows where, his skin pale, canine teeth sharp, and a hint of crimson in his pupils. Swashbuckler had once sipped the blood of the old vampire, becoming a true vampire with terrifying regenerative abilities and could even create his own vampire variants. Seeing the Red Dragon's gaze, Swashbuckler immediately flashed a flattering smile. Boss, I'm very strong. I can't die no matter how hard you hit me. If I can't win, I can even turn to mist and escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Swashbuckler turned into a wisp of mist. He had thought it through. If the leader in front wanted to kill him, he could flee immediately. Cassius silently stared. Swashbuckler popped back to his original form with a puff, scratching his head with an awkward smile. I just wanted to show you my abilities. After a moment of thought, Cassius quickly realized that these undying Nightwalkers were perfectly suited for executing special missions like infiltration, assassination, and scouting. The Red Dragon then said he wanted them to form a special vampire unit, dedicated to executing tasks that could not see the light. As for the name, Wave Core, how about Wave Core? Swashbuckler eagerly suggested. Noticing the Red Dragon's impatient gaze and sensing the tense atmosphere, Swashbuckler again smiled awkwardly. Of course, it's up to you to decide. I just think Wave Core sounds cool, or we can name it Swashbuckler's Fan Support Group. Nocturne. Bringing eternal sleep to our enemies in the dead of night. Cassius spoke with an indisputable tone. Swashbuckler immediately flattered him. Great name, boss. How did you come up with such a brilliant name? Cassius continued. Choose suitable individuals to transform into vampire variants and join Nocturne. As for your blood supply, I will allocate funds specifically. Buying some blood from the infinitely respawning Starfallen shouldn't be too difficult. You must keep these bloodsuckers in check. If I find any normal residents attacked by vampires, as the person in charge, I don't need to spell out your fate, do I? Yes, boss. I, Swashbuckler, will serve you diligently, ensuring that Nocturne becomes the most successful organization in Ashen Nest performance. Upon hearing Cassius' words, especially the mention of fund allocation, Swashbuckler immediately nodded vigorously, agreeing to everything. He had finally ascended the social ladder, transforming from a lowly worker into a department manager. Though he had paid a great price, gaining the nickname Vampire's favorite in forums, this trip to Northwind Castle was worth it. Swashbuckler felt tears of joy well up in his heart, giving him immense satisfaction. At that moment, Cassius had no idea that this nocturne would become infamous in the future. Once already unafraid of death, these players became undead creatures, and under Swashbuckler's leadership, they crazily courted death, heralding their motto of eliminating all witnesses for a perfect infiltration, stirring a bloody storm across the continent. Chapter 149. Chapter 78. The situation in the north. After Duke Brad's death, the Ashen Nest swiftly occupied the entirety of Northwind Castle. Key areas such as the City Hall and the Armory naturally fell into the control of the evil dragon's minions. The Rackman Castle, surrounded by the Shadow Curse, was sealed off by the army and turned into a forbidden zone. Every gate of Northwind Castle was guarded by the Goblin Army, armed with muskets, enforcing martial law. No one dared to escape, for patrols composed of dragon vein goblins and kobolds eagerly awaited to tear apart any fleeing individuals. An oppressive atmosphere permeated Northwind Castle. The 30,000 inhabitants of the city were all anxious about their fates. As Northwind Castle fell, news of the Rackman Duchy's collapse spread throughout Anzeta. Though the northern nobility had anticipated the duchy's fall, its swift demise left them stunned. Infernal Calamity, Cassius led his wicked servants and demonstrated terrifying military prowess, conquering the vast Rackman Duchy in less than a month, erasing this 4-century-old nation from the annals of history. Suddenly, the Northern United Kingdom was in a state of alarm, with everyone fearing for their safety. But soon, bipedal wyverns appeared across Anzeta, dropping leaflets like snowflakes. It was an official proclamation. Duke Brad Rackman, ruler of the Rackman Duchy, signed a contract with an evil entity, converting himself into a vampire. Over his 200-year reign, he slaughtered and enslaved the local populace, creating horrifying atrocities and accumulating a blood debt. Additionally, Brad Rackman repeatedly sent forces to invade the Ashen Nest, even dispatching armies that severely threatened the local safety and disrupted the peace and order of the Anzeta Great Wilderness. Therefore, the Great Red Dragon, King of Ashen, His Majesty Cassius Claudius Nerixius, upheld justice and righteousness for the deceased, killed Brad Rackman, and brought the dark and decaying Rackman Duchy under his enlightened rule, officially declaring the formation of the Great Ashen Kingdom. After this proclamation came a series of bewildering additional clauses. The Nate Duchy, aiding Rackman Duchy's assault on Stormy Ridge, infringe upon the Ashen Kingdom's sovereignty. We believe the Nate family's actions were extremely reckless. They lack the capability to take responsibility for their citizens and territory, and should be subject to oversight and management by the kingdom. The Bosk Duchy, deceived by Duke Brad, participated in the so-called Allied forces, causing significant losses to the kingdom. They must compensate with 25,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the Carter Duchy spread shameful rumors. Their Song of Embers caused extremely negative public opinion against the kingdom. The Fano Duchy colluded with the Rackman family, providing economic support and indirectly causing harm to the kingdom. The northern nobility was in an uproar. This greedy dragon dared to extort the entire northern United Kingdom. He was far more avaricious than those red dragons that only showcase their strength by massacring cities. Once obscure and only existent in bard tales, Flame-winged Dragon Cassius had in just a few years grown into such a colossal being right under their noses, now capable of making the north tremble with a mere flap of his wings. Remember, even Glacier Wing a century ago only destroyed a city and did not occupy a duchy, let alone extort the entire northern United Kingdom. Dragons ruling the land was something only of legends, even tracing back to the first era of the Dragon Giant conflict. Now it was happening right before the northern nobility's eyes. At least in these past few centuries, at least since the establishment of the northern United Kingdom, there had never been such an arrogant dragon on the Anzeta Great Wilderness. In Stratholme Fortress, the nominal capital of the United Kingdom and also the capital of the Boss Duchy, in the Grand Lion Council Hall, hundreds of northern nobility rarely gathered in one place, discussing how to deal with this terrifying dragon. This was the first time since the Lionheart Alliance 30 years ago. Outrageous. This evil dragon is outrageous. Duke Leo Bosk slammed the flyer on the long table with a resounding slap. His face was full of fury, his tall and sturdy body trembled with anger, even his lion's mane-like beard quivered, and his thunderous roar terrified his attendants. We, the Bosk Duchy, will never accept such humiliating terms. Who does he think he is? Just a fire-breathing lizard. We Scania people have slaughtered dozens of such overestimating lizards to establish ourselves in Anzita. Not far from him, Grand Duke Oliver Norton of the Norton Principality also rose angrily, slamming the table. Yes, we must reclaim the Rackman Duchy's land. Kill this overestimating red dragon, or we won't be able to quell the public outrage. Grand Duke Oliver gritted his teeth. His hatred for Cassius was already deep-seated. The Ashen Empire's notices to other countries mainly involved extorting some money or transit rights. But the demand on the Norton Principality was so-called international trusteeship, with an outrageously absurd reason. Grand Duke Oliver does not have the capability to govern the Norton Principality and requires the assistance of the more civilized and orderly Ashen Empire. An absolute mockery. This was a blatant insult. An empire ruled by a monster shamelessly issued such a despicable notice, causing Grand Duke Oliver to lose sleep for days. In fury, he dismissed all envoys originally destined for the Ashen Nest. But that red dragon can cast 8th-tier spells. The entire North has only a few spellcasters of this level. He's catastrophic for the army. A hoarse, weary voice sounded. Greyhawk Schroeder also attended this meeting. At this moment, his eyes were dim, full of fatigue and helplessness, and a deep-seated hatred for the red dragon. The lord he served and the country he belonged to had perished. He had no choice but to take refuge here, barely finding shelter with Grand Duke Leo. Maybe we can seek external assistance. Yes, there's a rumor from 6 years ago that a twilight blade from the south slew a red dragon. Just not sure if it's true, some nobles said. Hearing this, Grand Duke Leo's anger subsided a bit, and he asked the nearby nobles, Count Tapley, didn't that twilight blade once stay in your domain? Can you get in touch with her? Count Tapley shook his head helplessly. She left hurriedly 5 years ago, leaving no contact information. Grand Duke Leo's tone grew solemn. Maybe we can look to the south and seek help from the Holy Fadlon Federation. I'm afraid that won't work. Count Triss, who often visited the south, said, recently, unprecedented rebellions have erupted in several provinces of Fadlon. His Majesty Aragon has led the Sun Legion in a campaign for months, probably unable to attend to us. Grand Duke Leo roared furiously. Then what should we do? Will we just wait to die, surrender to that red dragon, and watch him flaunt his power before us? The nobles fell into silence, the hall echoing only with Grand Duke Leo's roar. Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke the silence. It was none other than Greyhawk Schroeder. Your Grace, I know of someone who might be able to counter that red dragon, and is willing to help. Chapter 150, Chapter 79. Ruling by the giant dragons, the residents of Northwind Castle would never forget that morning. The infernal calamity Cassius stood on the century-old city wall, his enormous wings shrouding the sunlight. The red dragon looked down upon the 30,000 city citizens gathered there, proclaiming the establishment of the Ashen Kingdom and the demise of the country they and their ancestors had known. Who agrees? Who opposes? The spears of the great goblins glimmered coldly. There was no room for negotiation. It was merely a dispassionate notification. Thus, the era of dragon rule began. At first, people were terrified and anxious, locking their doors, fearing that these monsters would commit heinous acts just like the Song of Embers described, insult and devour their wives and daughters, burn their homes. But things did not develop as many feared, nor as the northern nobility outside Northwind Castle anticipated. The crimes of Duke Brad Rackman were made public, with solid evidence within the bastion. During his 200 years of rule, tens of thousands were tortured to death, and countless disappearances were all his doing. This is complete slander. They want to destroy our history. There was an uproar among the residents. Their immediate reaction was to suspect that this was Ashen Kingdom slander. But as more evidence surfaced, the piles of bones and heaps of corpses beneath Rackman Castle came to light. Even the most stubborn and dragon-hating individuals within the city had to admit that the duke they once revered was indeed evil and tyrannical. Only the northern nobility continued to stubbornly insist that this was fabricated evidence from the Ashen Kingdom, even claiming that the Red Dragon had cruelly murdered these people, despite the Ashen Kingdom having only taken Northwind Castle a few days ago. Panic and dread soon followed. After the Ashen Kingdom took control, the law-abiding tieflings had become the main force of Northwind Castle's city defense, and among the city's residents, many had blood on their hands from tieflings. Judgment indeed arrived, with tieflings arresting all who knew the truth and still helped commit crimes among the nobles, putting them on trial in Parliament Square and beheading dozens. That day, blood stained the square red. But for the ordinary residents who knew nothing, although some still harbored hatred and looked for revenge, the tieflings did not take further action. Contrary to his usual image to the outside world, Mesulash was not an extreme avenger, but a pragmatic individual willing to do anything for the continuation of his race. Thus, during the wartime years exiled to Stormy Ridge, he promoted many hawkish supporters of revenge to maintain the might of his race and ensure the ability to resist externally. But after truly reclaiming Northwind Castle, he chose to align with the previously unpopular doves advocating for peaceful coexistence with humans to balance those hawks. Mesulash stood on the city wall, overlooking Northwind Castle, which had already resumed its functions. The streets were bustling with humans, tieflings, and even great goblins. Although human and tiefling coexistence was far from harmonious, they were no longer mortal enemies, nor engaged in racial massacres. Larissa, you should have realized this long ago. Only war can bring peace. Mesulash murmured to himself as he watched everything. Those blue, lake-like beautiful eyes seemed to appear before him again, filled with innocence and kindness. He often felt regret and guilt, but never remorse, for it had been a rational choice at that time. Only rationality could save his race. Mesulash never let irrelevant emotions control him. He also understood clearly that if he had cruelly massacred humans as the Hawks wished, the Tiefling tribe would have no place in the Ashen Kingdom. The dictatorial Red Dragon would not tolerate any race disrupting his order, even if it was the Tieflings, who were gradually becoming the kingdom's main pillar. Fresh raw meat. Big-size leather pants, special supply for great goblins. Selling former Rackman Duchy standard silver swords. The once war-stricken streets finally regained some liveliness, though far from what it had been. For the tens of thousands of residents in Northwind Castle, regardless of who was ruling above them, be it vampires or red dragons, they had to look forward and continue their lives. They were surprised to find that these dragon vein monsters were not as brutally terrifying as they had imagined, at least not after they divided up the nobles' hidden wealth of wine, meat, and treasures to satisfy their greed. But who could say what the future would hold? Theft is prohibited in the city. Private brawls are forbidden in the city. Murderers within the city shall be put to death. Cassius temporarily resided in the council hall, issuing one succinct dictator's rule after another. Though he could not enforce immediate death upon violation among the original residents as he did with players, he only subtly influenced them to follow subconsciously, and that was enough. Under Cassius's dictatorial laws, even the dragon vein monsters temporarily suppressed their deeply buried cruelty and savagery, refraining from excessive behavior and producing quite a few farcical situations instead. For instance, an ogre named Bighead ate up the tavern stockpile and ran off without paying, only to be caught by the security team and sentenced to 3 years of unpaid labor at the tavern, with no room and board provided during the period. People were even more surprised to find that, due to the rigorous searches by the Ashen Claw's security team and the Nocturne forces, the criminal gangs that operated in the power vacuum and colluded with the nobility vanished. Secret groups like the Nine Fingers Guild and the Devil Gang were eradicated, and public security in Northwind Castle actually improved significantly. The previously arrogant nobles had fallen from grace under the Ashen Kingdom's new system, no longer able to oppress the common people and even face trials. Those once oppressed slaves regained their freedom, and small boys were rescued from basements. Players too rushed into the city, eager to seize opportunities. The Mechanical God Cult Guild players made magically powered steam engines and started building mechanized factories. The Magic Coin Guild used spells to provide services to residents and earn gold coins, bringing spellcasters, once lofty and rare, closer to the people's daily lives. The Royalty Guild even brazenly bought Hall and claimed to accept all commission tasks. Some thought these were merely Ashen Kingdom's attempts to win over people's hearts while secretly planning to contact the outside world to resist the Empire's tyranny. Yet others gradually got used to this life and abandoned past traditions. Chapter 151, Chapter 80, Kingdom Domain Northwind Castle, inside the Council Hall's chamber. How much longer will it take to complete the criminal code? Lord Cassius, if I may speak frankly, this task is too monumental. To compile a comprehensive kingdom code, this isn't something we can complete in just a few months. Oh, why? The structure of the Ashen Kingdom is too complex. We must consider the local productivity, social structure, and even the habits of different races and the use of spells. This is a completely new field for us, and without a large amount of practical investigation, we simply cannot proceed. My lord, let me give you an example. For instance, consuming the bodies of one's kind is undoubtedly a grave insult to human remains, but for ogres, it's an ancient social custom, meaning that, considering the current number of races in the kingdom, we need to create more than 20 different versions, and the number could continue to increase. His voice showed fatigue. But the kingdom's order needs to be regulated by written law, and it's urgent. Of course, we will do our best. 1 month. Within a month, you must submit a simplified framework of the Kingdom Code. The rest of the content can be discussed and gradually filled in over time. My lord, I think this time frame is still. I will provide you with all the textual materials accumulated over a century in Rackman Duchy and a large amount of funding. But there are no buts. If you satisfy me, whether it's wealth, status, or power, none will be beyond reach. Do you understand? Understood. The player's name was Clouds Light and Breeze Mild. His expression at the moment was particularly complex, a mix of joy and sorrow. He was just an ordinary lawyer, under immense work pressure and suffering from hair loss at the age of 30 due to constant overtime. On doctor's advice, he temporarily put aside his work to recuperate in a virtual world, seeking some peace in the world of Erezer's sword and magic. Unlike those professional players who had reached the occupation limit of level 4, Clouds Light and Breeze Mild was just a level 1 ordinary player who had never taken on a combat mission, having only killed a chicken, similar to many ordinary players. Clouds Light and Breeze Mild originally intended to earn some contribution as a sorcerer, but unexpectedly exposed his high professional competence by accident, and was assigned the task of compiling the code in the council hall. However, in light of the dizzying array of rewards, he finally chose to return to his old profession. Clouds Light and Breeze Mild glanced around at the various players, most of them law students, and even intern lawyers. He was considered a senior among them. Everyone, the project timeline is very tight. Party A has ceased to be human. Wait, he's never been human. He's actually a dragon. The deadline is only a month. We might have to work overtime to catch up on the progress. He looked down at the densely scattered Kingdom Code drafts on the floor, and suddenly tears flowed freely. The middle-aged Clouds Light and Breeze Mild vanished, replaced by the sorrow of a balding young man. No. Why am I still working even in another world? Cassius got up and walked out of the chamber, back into the main hall. These players need constant prompting to keep up the pace, lest they slack off. Otherwise, they might delay me until the public beta. Cassius was very familiar with the methods of Party A prompting project progress. He didn't actually expect them to produce the framework of the Ashen Kingdom Code within a month. It would be good enough if they could complete it within 3 months. But by setting the deadline at 1 month, he could push them to race against time. Players always liked compromises. For example, if you want to open a window, everyone would oppose it. But if you propose to tear down the roof, people will be willing to open a window. The compilation of the code was similar. The dictator's rule has limited influence on the native people. It cannot replace real laws. The kingdom needs a genuine code that can transcend ages and races. Cassius thought. The red dragon lay sprawling in the council hall. Its gigantic body made the hall, which could accommodate 1,000 people, seem cramped. He looked at the interface. A new achievement had long appeared. A golden crown appeared in his mind. You have established a country and gained the Advanced Achievement King. Wherever the sunlight reaches, the land belongs to the Empire. Holy Fadlon Emperor, Aragon I. Your trait Dictator's rule upgraded to Kingdom Domain. Charisma +3. Ruling Proficiency +10. Your kingdom is under your control. You can spend a certain amount of time to transform an area under your rule into Kingdom Domain. In the Kingdom Domain, you can actively suppress all spell reaction effects and enhance your spellcasting potency. Note, the original effect of Dictator's rule still exists. As expected of an advanced trait, it's essentially a gigantic anti-magic field, and it boosts one's own spellcasting potency. It even significantly enhances charisma. Cassius looked at the interface, clicking his tongue in wonder. The familiar sensation descended upon him once more, distorting his body and soul, bringing a pure enhancement. His charisma increased by 2 points, totaling a 1.3 times boost twice. This leap in his influencing capability made his external persuasion power reach a terrifying level. Although Cassius's spellcaster level was merely 13, his base value of 28 charisma, which could twist reality, allowed his spell potency to rival that of some legendary sorcerers. So this is what it feels like to be a numbers freak. Not bad at all. The red dragon only focused its will on 1 point. It didn't even cast a spell, and the elements there began to stir, little flames dancing in the air. There was no spell prototype or magic web parameters, only the firmament of will and the presentation of talent. This was the power of deep thinking of sorcerers. Now let's try the new ability. Kingdom Domain. Cassius slowly closed his eyes, focusing his will on the golden crown in his mind. The surrounding space underwent a marvelous change. An invisible force field slowly expanded, and within the field, all spell energy bowed down to the red dragon. One could say he was the absolute ruler within this domain. Kingdom Domain. The red dragon opened his eyes, and golden energy surged in his eyes. He could feel the elemental currents around him and control them. He could cause them to intensify or fall silent. Within this domain, all spell energy was like his subjects, his retainers. A very powerful ability. If I'm in the Kingdom Domain, facing that shadow dragon again, I certainly wouldn't be powerless. Suddenly, there was a sound from Cassius's dimensional bag. The arcane priory medal was flashing with magical aura. Looks like it's time for the second arcane priory. The red dragon cast a shape-shifting spell. The fragments of aurora floated around him, and his enormous dragon body vanished. A black-haired, golden-eyed human noble appeared in the council hall. However, quite a lot has happened between these two meetings. Cassius's face revealed a smile. Chapter 152, Chapter 81, Schroeder's Speech Boss Duchy, Stratholme Fortress. Cassius lightly pushed open a hidden door in the wall and entered the hall. This time, the members of the Arcane Priory had not yet arrived in full, but the venue was already abuzz with discussions. Most members' faces were shrouded in a cloud, that of fear for the uncertain future. The majority of the Enzita branch members were northern nobility, accustomed to a life of extravagance and debauchery. But now, the shadow of the red dragon loomed over the north, with each duchy teetering on the brink of collapse. They also feared the flames of war spreading to their own homes, threatening to strip them of their noble status. Upon seeing Cassius arrive, a tall noblewoman promptly greeted him. "Good day, Mr. Remnant Flame." "Good day, Lady Tulip. You are as beautiful and enchanting as ever," Cassius responded politely. It wasn't just this noblewoman. Many others approached him, looking to converse, some even going out of their way to curry favor. At the last Arcane Priory meeting, his generosity had caught many's attention. Speculations about his identity were rife, with the most reasonable and widely accepted one being, Remnant Flame was an illegitimate noble child from the southern Fadlon Empire, here to establish a foothold for his family in Enzita. Yet at this moment, the beautiful noblewoman's eyes contained a hint of worry. Cassius knowingly asked Lady Tulip, "Is there something troubling you?" Tulip sighed, answering, "It's not just me. Everyone here laments the fall of the Rackman Principality. That evil dragon is too terrifying, too brutal. It is said he ruthlessly trampled on the sacred traditions of the North and cruelly murdered many nobles. It is said that on that day, blood stained the Parliament Square. Indeed, it is truly horrific." Cassius nodded slightly, following her words. Another member echoed, "The evil dragon's tyrannical rule will surely be overthrown, and knights of justice will rise." He actually placed the noble northern aristocrats on equal footing with those peasants, those gray beasts. It's simply incomprehensible. This is a complete destruction of northern order. Yes, this evil dragon will definitely face retribution. Our Triss family has already recruited adventurers to eliminate that evil dragon. If war comes, the Fano Duchy will fight to the death. We will never let our land fall into monsters' hands. Cassius listened to these impassioned declarations, secretly noting their words, as well as the families and countries they represented. Just for beheading a few dozen people, such a fuss. These northern nobility have quite the intense reaction. But no matter, we'll take this step by step. You will all adapt eventually. Cassius made a silent vow in his heart. The noblewoman had no inkling that her offhand remark would bring catastrophe to her family in the near future. Amid the gaze of the crowd, Olivia, the silver star, appeared in the hall once more. "Good day, Miss Venus." Cassius took the initiative to greet her. She didn't answer, instead using a text transmission spell to deliver a clear female voice audible only to Cassius. "I asked my grandfather, and he said gold dragons don't like this magic poor place of Anzita. Aside from an adult female gold dragon, only a young male gold dragon resides here temporarily. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Angel, son of the ancient gold dragon Castro, right?" Olivia glanced at him, her expression smug as if she had uncovered a secret. Cassius first froze, then was somewhat dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this cunning silver dragon to help complete his disguise, saving him the trouble of gathering materials to fabricate an identity. So he neither confirmed nor denied, responding with the same text transmission spell. "Miss Venus, prying into members' identities is against the Arcane Priory's rules. As the head of the Anzita branch, are you intending to break the rules? Clearly you first. I didn't purposefully seek it out, just heard it through the grapevine. There's a fundamental difference between the two." Pretentious gold dragon. The hall was still lavishly decorated, with a massive round table. The members of the Arcane Priory sat down one by one. "Since everyone is here." Olivia was about to proceed with the usual segments of the Arcane Priory meeting when someone interrupted her, speaking first. She frowned slightly but remained polite, nodding slightly to indicate the person could continue speaking. "The dictator's rule has limited influence on the native people. It cannot replace real laws. The kingdom needs a genuine code that can transcend ages and races." Cassius thought. The red dragon lay sprawling in the council hall. Its gigantic body made the hall, which could accommodate 1,000 people, seem cramped. He looked at the interface. A new achievement had long appeared. A golden crown appeared in his mind. "You have established a country and gained the Advanced Achievement King. Wherever the sunlight reaches, the land belongs to the Empire. Holy Fadlon Emperor, Aragon I. Your trait Dictator's Rule upgraded to Kingdom Domain. Charisma +3. Ruling Proficiency +10. Your kingdom is under your control. You can spend a certain amount of time to transform an area under your rule into Kingdom Domain. In the Kingdom Domain, you can actively suppress all spell reaction effects and enhance your spellcasting potency. Note, the original effect of Dictator's Rule still exists. As expected of an advanced trait, it's essentially a gigantic anti-magic field, and it boosts one's own spellcasting potency. It even significantly enhances charisma." Cassius looked at the interface, clicking his tongue in wonder. The familiar sensation descended upon him once more, distorting his body and soul, bringing a pure enhancement. His charisma increased by 2 points, totaling a 1.3 times boost twice. This leap in his influencing capability made his external persuasion power reach a terrifying level. Although Cassius's spellcaster level was merely 13, his base value of 28 charisma, which could twist reality, allowed his spell potency to rival that of some legendary sorcerers. So this is what it feels like to be a numbers freak. Not bad at all. The red dragon only focused its will on one point. It didn't even cast a spell, and the elements there began to stir, little flames dancing in the air. There was no spell prototype or magic web parameters, only the firmament of will and the presentation of talent. This was the power of deep thinking of sorcerers. Now let's try the new ability. Kingdom Domain. Cassius slowly closed his eyes, focusing his will on the golden crown in his mind. The surrounding space underwent a marvelous change. An invisible force field slowly expanded, and within the field, all spell energy bowed down to the red dragon. One could say he was the absolute ruler within this domain. Kingdom Domain. The red dragon opened his eyes, and golden energy surged in his eyes. He could feel the elemental currents around him and control them. He could cause them to intensify or fall silent. Within this domain, all spell energy was like his subjects, his retainers. A very powerful ability. If I'm in the Kingdom Domain, facing that shadow dragon again, I certainly wouldn't be powerless. Suddenly, there was a sound from Cassius's dimensional bag. The Arcane Priory medal was flashing with magical aura. Looks like it's time for the second Arcane Priory. The red dragon cast a shape-shifting spell. The fragments of aurora floated around him, and his enormous dragon body vanished. A black-haired, golden-eyed human noble appeared in the council hall. However, quite a lot has happened between these two meetings. Cassius's face revealed a smile. Chapter 152, Chapter 81, Schroeder's Speech Boss Duchy, Stratholme Fortress. Cassius lightly pushed open a hidden door in the wall and entered the hall. This time, the members of the Arcane Priory had not yet arrived in full, but the venue was already abuzz with discussions. Most members' faces were shrouded in a cloud, that of fear for the uncertain future. The majority of the Enzita branch members were northern nobility, accustomed to a life of extravagance and debauchery. But now, the shadow of the Red Dragon loomed over the north, with each duchy teetering on the brink of collapse. They also feared the flames of war spreading to their own homes, threatening to strip them of their noble status. Upon seeing Cassius arrive, a tall noblewoman promptly greeted him. "Good day, Mr. Remnant Flame." "Good day, Lady Tulip. You are as beautiful and enchanting as ever," Cassius responded politely. It wasn't just this noblewoman. Many others approached him, looking to converse, some even going out of their way to curry favor. At the last Arcane Priory meeting, his generosity had caught many's attention. Speculations about his identity were rife, with the most reasonable and widely accepted one being Remnant Flame was an illegitimate noble child from the southern Fadlon Empire, here to establish a foothold for his family in Enzita. Yet at this moment, the beautiful noblewoman's eyes contained a hint of worry. Cassius knowingly asked Lady Tulip, "Is there something troubling you?" Tulip sighed, answering, "It's not just me. Everyone here laments the fall of the Rackman Principality. That evil dragon is too terrifying, too brutal. It is said he ruthlessly trampled on the sacred traditions of the North and cruelly murdered many nobles. It is said that on that day, blood stained the Parliament Square. Indeed, it is truly horrific." Cassius nodded slightly, following her words. Another member echoed, "The evil dragon's tyrannical rule will surely be overthrown, and knights of justice will rise." He actually placed the noble northern aristocrats on equal footing with those peasants, those gray beasts. It's simply incomprehensible. This is a complete destruction of northern order. Yes, this evil dragon will definitely face retribution. Our Triss family has already recruited adventurers to eliminate that evil dragon. If war comes, the Fano Duchy will fight to the death. We will never let our land fall into monsters' hands. Cassius listened to these impassioned declarations, secretly noting their words, as well as the families and countries they represented. Just for beheading a few dozen people, such a fuss. These northern nobility have quite the intense reaction. But no matter, we'll take this step by step. You will all adapt eventually. Cassius made a silent vow in his heart. The noblewoman had no inkling that her offhand remark would bring catastrophe to her family in the near future. Amid the gaze of the crowd, Olivia, the Silver Star, appeared in the hall once more. "Good day, Miss Venus." Cassius took the initiative to greet her. She didn't answer, instead using a text transmission spell to deliver a clear female voice audible only to Cassius. "I asked my grandfather, and he said gold dragons don't like this magic poor place of Enzita. Aside from an adult female gold dragon, only a young male gold dragon resides here temporarily. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Angel, son of the ancient gold dragon Castro, right?" Olivia glanced at him, her expression smug as if she had uncovered a secret. Cassius first froze, then was somewhat dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this cunning silver dragon to help complete his disguise, saving him the trouble of gathering materials to fabricate an identity. So he neither confirmed nor denied, responding with the same text transmission spell. "Miss Venus, prying into members' identities is against the Arcane Priory's rules. As the head of the Enzita branch, are you intending to break the rules?" "Clearly you first. I didn't purposefully seek it out, just heard it through the grapevine. There's a fundamental difference between the two." Pretentious gold dragon. The hall was still lavishly decorated, with a massive round table. The members of the Arcane Priory sat down one by one. Since everyone is here, Olivia was about to proceed with the usual segments of the Arcane Priory meeting when someone interrupted her, speaking first. She frowned slightly but remained polite, nodding slightly to indicate the person could continue speaking. "Forgive my rudeness, Lady Venus. I do not intend to disrupt the meeting's progression, but I believe there are more urgent matters that need discussing, in line with Lord Trafalgar's principle, united against evil when necessary." The speaker was Greyhawk Schroeder. His face was etched with the lines of fatigue and worry, appearing 20 years older than before. At this moment, Schroeder looked grave, covered in a shadow, his voice filled with pain. Since things have come to this, I won't hide my identity any longer. I was once a court mage of the Rachman Principality, as well as a noble of high lineage in the north. But now, I am merely a homeless wanderer. Upon hearing his words, no matter what thoughts the attendees harbored, they all intentionally displayed sympathetic and regretful expressions. Schroeder's voice gradually became hoarse. I once witnessed that red dragon destroy our allied forces, annihilate our cities, while I stood powerless. Now this red dragon has destroyed the country I served, brutally oppressing my people, mercilessly slaughtering the principality's nobles. The members present were all deeply saddened by these words, some even shedding tears for this tragic fate. Olivia, hearing his words, frowned slightly. She softly said, "But according to my investigation, the Duke you served, Brad, was indeed a vampire, and the Ashen Kingdom hasn't committed any massacres of civilians yet." What you said is somewhat. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Schroeder's passionate words. "Lady Venus, you are simply too kind, too naive. By the gods, that is a red dragon, the embodiment of evil and brutality. How can you be so unreasonable as to believe the lies of a red dragon? Of a vampire? Utter slander. He is the true vampire, greedily draining the northern kingdom. And who knows what atrocities this evil dragon may commit in the future. Today he slaughters nobles. Tomorrow he may devour entire cities, even the entire northern human population." Olivia wanted to retort that she had acquired her information through spell image, not through Ashen Kingdom's propaganda. But Schroeder, intentionally or not, ignored her doubts, his impassioned words flowing uninterrupted, leaving her no chance to defend herself. At this moment, Schroeder's speech reached its climax. He stood up, looking around with a tragically solemn gaze. "Ladies and gentlemen, the 400-year-old Rachman Principality is gone, and next is the Norton Principality. Then, who will be next? If we do not resist, the next to be slaughtered by the evil dragon could be you." Chapter 153, Chapter 82, Righteous Cooperation. Schroeder's speech finally ended, and the crowd erupted in outrage, slamming their tables in unison. That evil dragon must pay the price. The tyranny of the Ashen Kingdom will come to an end. The justice and order of the North shall not be undermined. One day, his dragon head will be chopped off and put on display as a trophy. Schroeder surveyed the room. Seeing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently stirred up, he spoke in a low voice. "Now, I have found a special method to trap that red dragon, but I am lacking in strength and need your assistance." Instantly, the hall fell silent. The very people who had spoken so eloquently before now seemed to have been cast in a group silent spell, all falling silent in unison. After all, saying it was one thing, but actually doing it was another. That giant dragon had single-handedly destroyed 30,000 of the Allied forces. Though everyone talked about slaying the dragon, no one was foolish enough to risk their own life. Schroeder perceived the crowd's silence, but his face did not show any sign of disappointment. These low-level spellcasters were not his target for this recruitment anyway. His gaze shifted to Madame Venus. Her beautiful blue-gray eyes showed displeasure, with no intention of responding. Schroeder, who excelled at reading people, had long noticed that although Madame Venus possessed strong spellcasting abilities, she was obviously inexperienced and somewhat indecisive. Her interpersonal skills could even be described as naive. This was also why Schroeder dared interrupt her speech earlier. If it had been a more assertive senior spellcaster, he would never have dared. However, since Madame Venus had just questioned him and he hadn't saved her face, she was clearly not who Schroeder intended to recruit either. Thinking this, he turned to Mr. Remnant Flame. The black-haired, golden-eyed noble youth, showing a face full of indignation, seemed eager to kill the brutal red dragon. Yes, he was the one. Strong spellcasting ability, backed by influence, and a sincere heart pursuing justice. Wasn't he the perfect pawn Schroeder had been hoping for? In fact, not just Olivia, Schroeder too had noticed the flaws in the shape-shifting spell, and the subsequent exchanges uncovered an unmistakable arrogance, leading him to suspect that Mr. Remnant Flame was highly likely a gold dragon. Championing justice. This was a creed carved into every gold dragon bloodline. These obsessive creatures often spent most of their time in disguise, practicing entrapment justice. Many assassins and bandits lingering in desolate places met with swift ends when their seemingly helpless victims turned out to be disguised gold dragons. Gold dragons wouldn't rest until they defeated and judged or killed the wrongdoers. They demanded nothing less than complete victory over evil. Schroeder was willing to offend senior spellcasters to create an atmosphere of despair brought on by evil, just to lure this suspected gold dragon. As expected, Lord Remnant Flame stood up, slamming the table. Bang! He glanced scornfully around and said in a loud voice, "Is the justice just mentioned by everyone here just a joke? Mr. Greyhawk, I and my backers are willing to provide all possible assistance to help subdue that brutal red dragon. Lord Remnant Flame, thank you for stepping forward and contributing to the justice and order of the North. Mr. Greyhawk, there's no need for more words. Eliminating the evil dragon is simply what I should do, and it is also the unquestionable duty of anyone who carries a heart of justice. I don't even know what to say." Schroeder rushed up, gripping Cassius's hand tightly, showing a look of tearful gratitude. "Such a gullible gold dragon. Once they both are exhausted, I can capture them all at once. Then I will become the hero of the entire North." Schroeder thought to himself, "I will surely do my best to help you." Cassius also thought to himself, a barely noticeable hint of mischief flashing in his golden eyes. Their hands clasped tightly together, pledging to join forces to vanquish the brutal red dragon that plagued the North, no matter the cost. This scene was like the beginning of an epic tale recited by a bard, brimming with a strong sense of heroism. However, the true nature of the scene was the handshake of an evil spellcaster under the command of a vampire and the disguised red dragon itself, vowing together to defeat the red dragon in the name of justice. Seen in this light, it appeared particularly absurd. Thus, the meeting ended with everyone in high spirits. People praised Lord Remnant Flame for his righteousness and wished them success in eliminating the red dragon, bringing peace back to the northern people. Of course, more importantly, was to maintain their noble status. As the meeting ended, people began to leave. Schroeder left a teleportation coordinate, inviting Cassius to a secret place prepared specifically in the Bosk Duchy tomorrow morning to discuss the specifics of their cooperation. Cassius, however, did not rush to leave but stayed waiting in place. As expected, Madame Silver Star Olivia called out to him once again. She hurried over, her blue-gray eyes filled with a trace of concern. "Angel, you cannot trust that human so easily. He is lying. My divination spells tell me he is." Chapter 154, Chapter 82, The Justice Collaboration _2. Of course I know. Cassius replied calmly. Olivia was a bit puzzled. Then why did you agree to him? Cassius looked up at the sky, a trace of determination in his golden pupils. Because a greater evil has shrouded Anzita, I must unite all forces that can be united to eliminate that rampaging red dragon. He looked at Olivia, raising an eyebrow slightly. Don't worry, I won't let any evil go unpunished. Once Greyhawk helps me kill that red dragon, I will eliminate him without hesitation too. I will bring true justice and order to all of Anzita, even all of Erezer. This has always been my goal. You? Olivia was stunned. In her over 70 years of dragon life, she had not had much contact with gold dragons. Most of her companions were silver dragons of the same clan. Compared to gold dragons' obsession, silver dragons usually did not take eradicating evil as their mission. They preferred to live among humanoid creatures and enjoy life, not taking action unless faced with an aggressive enemy. Olivia, although having had encounters against the dragon shaman cult, had never seen a gold dragon as dedicated to eliminating evil as the one before her. It made her feel somewhat strange, but immensely moved. Cassius saw the silver dragon was stunned, the smooth talker trait in full effect. My father, the ancient gold dragon Castro, once told me 50 years ago, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This world grants us metal dragons a strength unmatched by mortals, and we must bear the immense responsibility of eliminating all evil. This is the world's rule. Olivia couldn't help but sigh. Angel, your father was truly a great and wise gold dragon. Cassius gazed into her eyes, speaking heavily. Olivia, I've investigated thoroughly. That red dragon is incredibly strong, beyond your imagination, capable of casting 9th-tier spells. Olivia's beautiful eyes instantly showed a look of astonishment. How is that possible? As a senior spellcaster who had studied spells for over 50 years, few understood the difficulty of casting 9th-tier spells better than her. It was a dream that most mages could never achieve in their entire lives. But a red dragon, not known for spellcasting, and merely in its youth stage, capable of casting 9th-tier spells, was too strange. Nothing is impossible. Cassius's tone grew heavier. So if I don't participate in the next arcane priory, it likely means the operation has already failed. By then, I will leave a message on the battlefield at Northwind Castle, telling you the intelligence I discovered about that red dragon at the cost of my life. By then, I hope you can find it and deliver it to those Knights of Justice. All right. Olivia answered softly after a long silence. Angel, don't always think the worst. His Majesty Bahamut will protect you. I hope I can see you at the next arcane priory. Hope so. Cassius replied indifferently, as if he had long since disregarded his own life and death. He gazed into Olivia's dimly glowing blue-gray eyes, thinking that he had finally fooled the silver dragon, just waiting for her to deliver the goods later. Stratholme Fortress, Avenger's Chamber. This was a secret base specially prepared by Duke Leo of the Boss Duchy for Schroeder and others who had lost their country. Its location was extremely secret. Even the spies of the Ashen Kingdom's serpent folk did not know of its existence. Schroeder and 6 former Rackman court mages gather here, waiting for the arrival of their collaborator. The space distorted and a portal opened. A noble young man, whom Cassius had transformed into, stepped out, looking around and observing the mages. In his eyes, these were all 4th-level mages, not worth his attention. Schroeder hurriedly led the people to greet him, a fawning smile on his face. Lord Remnant Fire, welcome to your arrival. We, these homeless people, have been waiting for this moment for too long. Cassius said calmly, the situation is urgent now. You don't need to say much. As long as the Red Dragon is not eliminated, the northern countries are in constant crisis. His tone paused, a doubtful look appearing on his face. I just want to know, what confidence do you have to contend with that Red Dragon? Just relying on you few court mages? Of course not. Please don't be anxious, Lord Remnant Fire. Schroeder replied with a wry smile. He pulled out an old parchment scroll from the secret chamber's hidden cabinet. Cassius narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately becoming alert. He could sense a dangerous aura from it that was a forbidden secret technique against Dragonkin. Wagner's Dragon Binding Magic Circle 8th tier, spell the Dragon fan Black Mage Wagner developed this spell out of his endless obsession with dragons, to study giant dragons indefinitely. Due to the excessive strength of dragons, this spell required over 20 spellcasters to cast together, or for a legendary spellcaster to cast, using true dragon's blood and scales as the primer. It could bind a dragon whose hierarchy of life had not reached the ancient dragon stage. Wagner, Cassius knew this name, which was also the famous boss of Anzita in a previous life. 100 years ago, he was kidnapped and became a member of the dragon shaman cult, forced to serve the evil dragons and dragon liches until a famished red dragon devoured his wife. Wagner went mad. Cassius furrowed his brow, a hint of rage in his voice. Is this from the Polar Night Demon Tower? You dare to cooperate with that lunatic Wagner? Schroeder clearly did not expect the other party to know of the mysterious mage, and hastily explained. No, we did not know the origin of this scroll. We just wanted to use it against the red dragon. Cassius said coldly. Lord Greyhawk, I imagine you can guess my identity. A powerful pressure emanated, cold sweat dripping from Schroeder's forehead. He trembled as he spoke. Of course, you are a gold dragon, a guardian of justice and order. Cassius snorted coldly, fully displaying the pride of a gold dragon. It's good that you know. Human, I will cooperate with you, but don't think about playing any tricks. Yes, Lord Remnant Fire. Schroeder took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Lord Remnant Fire, our plan is this. You will return to your true form and engage the red dragon in direct combat, luring him to a predetermined location. Then I will activate the array to bind him. Of course, we also need your scales and blood. He stole a glance at Remnant Fire and, seeing no change in his expression, he was reassured. Cassius questioned again. Surely, you few mages aren't enough to cast this 8th tier spell. Schneider answered respectfully. I am gathering spellcasters from all over, but the response has been minimal. It may take several months to prepare. Cassius said bluntly. We do not have that much time. The northern people are constantly in danger. Schroeder said helplessly. But spellcasters are extremely scarce. Cassius interrupted without hesitation. I have dozens of spellcasters under my command who can be summoned immediately. I also have contacts in Northwind Castle who can provide a safe area for setting up the array. So, when can we begin? 1 month. Schroeder answered honestly. Ordinary mages take at least a month to learn to draw part of the array. This array is too high level. It can only be drawn once, and once drawn, it will be completely forgotten. I will serve as the main controller of the array. Very well. I will transport my spellcasters here one by one. I hope you succeed in 1 month. Yes, Lord Remnant Fire. Northwind Castle, headquarters of the Magic Coin Guild. 501, 502. We struck it rich recently. Charlotte, the president of the Magic Coin Guild and now a 4th-level mage, was eagerly counting the gold coins in the guild warehouse. Recently, they had earned a lot of gold coins by taking on tasks in the city. Suddenly, a faction mission refreshed on his panel. Lurking Mage Court Mage Schroeder from the former Rackman Duchy is planning revenge against the king of Ashen, Cassius. Please gather 20 players to disguise as the retainers of Gold Dragon Anhel and infiltrate the Avenger's Chamber in the Boss Duchy. Reward, 15,000 faction contribution per person, a total of 2,500 gold coins. Why is it another traitor mission? Charlotte was about to complain, but when he saw the reward section, his eyes widened. Damn, such high rewards? Their guild had made a living by being traitors, and their business skills were quite polished. This time, they might really strike it rich. Woo, let's take off. Brothers, keep up. Magic coin, follow me to battle. Ignoring the looks of madness from ordinary residents, Charlotte shouted and screamed within the guild headquarters. A month later, Stratholme Fortress. Charlotte stepped forward and reported. Sir Schroeder, my men have memorized the 17th part of the array, and the basic structure of Vagnard's Dragon Binding Magic Circle is complete. Good, very good. Schroeder revealed an expression of unconcealable joy, already imagining the success of his plans. Soon I will kill that red dragon, become the hero of the North, and even the Rackman Duchy will fall into my hands. Schroeder did not know where the Gold Dragon managed to find so many spellcasters. Although their spellcasting abilities were generally low, their speed of learning and understanding far surpassed that of ordinary people. He did not know that players could use experience to learn spells, and Charlotte fretted over this as well, simply attributing it to the exceptional talent of the Golden Dragonkin. Charlotte's face immediately turned into a sycophantic grin. Sir Schroeder, about the spell scroll and gold coin you promised. Schroeder's expression turned dark, but since these mages were still very useful to his plan, he impatiently waved his hand. Of course, go to Taman to retrieve them yourself. Charlotte exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, Sir Schroeder. Sky-Flying Witch, go to Lord Taman and collect 200 gold coins and a 3rd-tier spell scroll. Got it, boss. The Sky-Flying Witch skipped towards the chamber's warehouse to ask the overseer for the reward. Charlotte had originally thought this double-agent task would require a lot of effort to flatter and please, but upon arrival found that they could actually swindle spell scrolls and gold coins from the Northern Kingdom. Now, they no longer wanted to leave, even considering making the Avenger's Chamber the new base for the Magic Coin Guild. Suddenly, a portal of flames opened. A young noble with black hair and golden eyes stepped out. It was the incarnation of Cassius. Lord Greyhawk, the appointed date has arrived. Are you ready? On seeing this, Schroeder hurried to greet him, respectfully saying, Your subordinates have been learning very quickly. I believe we are well prepared. However, Lord Remnant Fire, please wait a moment. I've also gathered a group of righteous spellcasters from across the kingdom to join us in this operation. Rest assured, they are absolutely loyal. They will be the central controllers of the array. Schroeder crushed the text transmission spell crystal in his hand. As spatial ripples formed, 12 gray-robed mages appeared one after another in the chamber. Cassius's gaze swept over them, and he discovered that no less than 4 of them were of the 7th level. In a magical wasteland like Anzita, this already made them high-rank spellcasters. It seemed Schroeder still did not fully trust this gold dragon, and had assigned the most crucial parts of Vagnard's Dragon Binding Magic Circle to his own men. Nevertheless, this was just to Cassius's liking. Gather them all at once so I don't have to waste effort capturing you one by one. How fortuitous, Cassius thought, a playful glint flashing in his golden eyes. His expression unchanged, Cassius just slightly nodded. Court mages from the Northern Kingdom, this looks promising. Greetings, Lord Remnant Fire. The 12 gray-robed mages respectfully saluted Cassius. The Gold Dragon was a revered entity in any part of Erezur, even treated as an honored guest by the Emperor in southern Fadlon, let alone in a remote area like Enzita. The 20 members of the Magic Coin Guild also gathered around. By now, over 40 spellcasters crowded the narrow chamber. This was a considerable force in all of Enzita. Even the Rackman Duchy, in its heyday, never had so many court spellcasters at its service. They were all gathered here with one goal: to slay a dragon. Of course, most of them were undercovers from the Ashen Kingdom, and even Cassius himself had personally arrived, truly outnumbering the actual organization members. Looking around, Cassius declared passionately, "Everyone, the situation is dire now, and the northern countries are on the brink of disaster. I will not waste many words. Whether we can kill that red dragon, success rests on this moment. I believe the evil dragon's reign will end soon, and justice and order will prevail in the north." Clap, clap, clap. The spellcasters rose and applauded as though their great success were already achieved. Charlotte watched Cassius's earnest expression and clapped while commenting in a guild chat. "I admire him. This faction leader acts even better than we do. These mages are pitiful. Everyone but Schroeder is an undercover." After Cassius's brief speech ended, Schroeder approached, asking somewhat anxiously, "Lord Remnant Fire, can you truly provide a completely secure location near Northwind Castle for us to cast our spells?" He still had some doubts in his heart. Northwind Castle was now the center of the Ashen Kingdom, heavily guarded. One wrong move could lead to complete annihilation. Cassius glanced at him, his golden eyes showing a hint of disdain. "What, human, are you questioning a dragon's capability?" An invisible pressure emanated from him. Schroeder became convinced it was indeed a genuine gold dragon, as such inherent arrogance could not be faked. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he quickly answered, "No, Lord Remnant Fire, I did not mean that. I just wanted to confirm that if you can provide a safe place near Northwind Castle, that would be best." He continued, "To be honest, I have also contacted the Boss Duchy and the Norton Principality. The Dukes have specially dispatched the Lionheart Knights and Double-Headed Eagle Warriors to wait near Northwind Castle. Once we kill that giant dragon, they will immediately come to our succor, helping us escape smoothly. After the evil dragon's death, his remaining forces will be of little concern, as the duchies around will dispatch their elite forces to eradicate the dragon's surviving retainers. Then, the North's order will return to its usual peace and stability." Cassius's eyes lit up. "Excellent, you have done well. Rest assured, this time our combined forces will definitely kill the evil dragon." However, Schroeder thought Cassius was excited because of the additional reinforcements, while Cassius was actually pleased to be able to capture even more of the enemy's elite forces at once. Never would Schroeder have imagined that the gold dragon before him was the very target of his plan, his greatest foe, the terrifying red dragon known as the King of Ashen and Infernal Calamity. "Begin your dragon-slaying operation quickly. I'm already impatient." Chapter 157, Chapter 84, Vagnard's Dragon-Binding Magic Circle, Northwind Castle Suburbs. Portals opened one after another, bringing mages to a hidden clearing. This clearing was not far from Northwind Castle, surrounded by tall, dense forest. The area was quite quiet, and the flat ground had nothing but wildflowers and weeds. This was the site Cassius had chosen to build a grand palace in the future, the safe casting place he had provided for Schroeder. In a month's time, he had completely transformed this place into his kingdom domain. Schroeder looked around nervously. He did not sense any danger, but the higher-ranked mage's intuition made him detect a slight anomaly. "Lord Remnant Fire, it seems a bit too quiet here." He gently felt the air with his hand. "The flow of elements here is extremely calm." Cassius calmly explained, "This is a barrier of breath isolation. It prevents prying from the outside. Otherwise, how do you think I managed to create this secret base right under that red dragon's nose? It cost me quite a bit of effort." "Truly ingenious." Schroeder nodded slightly. After all, that red dragon could cast 8th-tier spells. Being cautious was very normal. "Let's start drawing the array," Schroeder ordered. His voice trembled slightly. The Greyhawk mage knew this was his last chance to redeem himself. The 12 Grey Robe mages cast sound isolation spells, just in case. The parchment scroll radiated a dangerous aura, and its complex and abundant magical power poured out. A man's strange wailing echoed, blocked by the spell, but still resonating within the clearing. "Fear it praise the dragon's strength. Its gaping maw can swallow me whole. Its sharp fangs can tear me apart." Its flame can burn me to ashes. I will control it. I will bind it. I will become the dragon. The players guided that magical power, drawing complex and eerie patterns on the ground. These patterns combined to form the powerful 8th tier spell, Vagnard's Dragon Binding Magic Circle. It's finally starting. I will become a dragon-slaying hero. Thinking of the red dragon that had destroyed everything he had, hatred gleamed deeply in Schroeder's eyes. He had dreamt countless times about thrusting his sword into that red dragon's chest, making the dragon wail and die before him, just as the allied forces had once been slaughtered. Schroeder took a deep breath, stepped forward a few paces, and walked to the center of the array. The 12 court spellcasters of the Northern Kingdom took their positions at the central nodes, forming a circle. The 20-something players stood at the outer edge, handling the most basic spell controls. Buzz, as the last controller took their place, the complex patterns lit up immediately. The surging magic flow roared within the array like a massive vortex. Even Cassius could deeply feel the terrifying power. Vagnard's Dragon Binding Magic Circle, being an 8th tier spell, was chaotic and complex. Even with dozens of spellcasters working together, it was extremely draining. Schroeder struggled to maintain primary control over the array, gasping for breath as he pleaded, "Lord Remnant Fire, please transform back to your noble and grand form, and lower yourself to provide a dragon scale and 15 drops of dragon blood for the binding array. As long as you lure that red dragon here, I can ensure it gets trapped." Cassius curiously observed him, his body flickering with subtle magical radiance. No problem. His body rapidly expanded, and a colossal figure soon dominated everyone's sight. The enormous shadow cast by it enveloped those within the array. Schroeder looked up in amazement, but soon that amazement turned into terror. A body nearly 20 meters long, as if the embodiment of strength, covered in crimson scales. Jagged spikes jutted outward, and the backward swept fringe extended to the tail tip. The massive horns atop its head resembled a majestic crown, and its golden, vertical pupils danced with fierce flames. This was no gold dragon at all, but an incredibly terrifying red dragon. Moreover, Schroeder recognized it at once. It was the one that haunted his nightmares countless times, the infernal calamity, the king of Ashen, red dragon Cassius. Schroeder stood trembling, shaking his head repeatedly as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. No, this is absolutely impossible. You're no damn gold dragon. You are that cursed red dragon. Schroeder had lost his sanity, pointing at the players, shouting maniacally. They're all spies too. Damn it. This was all a lie from the start. Over 20 players revealed their true identities as spies, launching attacks on the defenseless court mages. Various spell radiances flew about chaotically. The red dragon did not attack but watched those panicked mages from above with a hint of mockery in its golden eyes. For justice, isn't that right? I never said I was a so-called gold dragon. Schroeder had fully come to his senses by now, realizing he had fallen into a trap. His eyes burned with endless hatred and bitterness directed at Cassius. Red dragon, you ruined everything I had. My family, my status. You even crushed my last hope. I want you dead. At any cost. Schroeder, driven mad as the primary controller, forcibly activated the incomplete Vagnard's Dragon Binding Magic Circle, attempting a final gamble against Cassius with the strong magic targeting dragons. However, Cassius had been prepared. In this month, he had completely transformed the area into his kingdom domain. The red dragon's eyes glowed with golden energy, an ethereal crown crowning him with his will. An invisible aura spread out, and the surrounding elements fell under his control. All magical energy became his subjects. Even the magic web submitted to his will. Kingdom domain, forbidden prohibition. Instantly, the surrounding magical energy fell silent. Vagnard's Dragon Binding Magic Circle dimmed once more. Damn it. It failed. Schroeder, losing the support of that powerful force, felt the dead magic domain-like space around him. His last resort was futile. He collapsed to the ground, his face pale as death, his eyes empty, filled with deep despair. The 12 court mages tried to escape using spatial magic, but the surrounding magic web didn't budge, rendering them no different than ordinary people. The great goblin army surrounded them, capturing the powerless mages. They would be sent to Ramp's new tower of the Great Sage to become unfortunate test subjects. Chapter 158, Chapter 85. Ramp's new ornament, the Dragon Vein Ogre Mage Ramp, had been waiting for a long time, and now he lazily flew over from the city, landing with a thud. It was clear that his flight magic had improved significantly, as he could now control it freely. Ramp greedily eyed the unconscious mages, saliva nearly dripping from his menacing mouth. For him, and indeed for the entire Ashen Kingdom, each mage was a valuable, reusable resource. Yes, resources, the vast spell knowledge in the mages' minds and their incredibly wise brains were extremely useful to Ramp. Ramp approached the red dragon, his face brimming with the joy of a bountiful harvest. He respectfully said, "Congratulations, Master. Your wisdom shames me. You managed to round up these rats hiding in the gutters." Cassius nodded slightly. "These mages are yours to handle. Make good use of their worth. Let them become assets of the Ashen Nest." "Yes, Master." Ramp grinned, unable to hide the grotesque smile on his ugly face. Cassius noticed Ramp's overwhelming excitement and grew curious. Had he eaten those mages? So Cassius casually asked, "Ramp, what did you do with the Bennett we caught earlier and his mage apprentices?" Upon hearing this, Ramp realized the red dragon suspected him of cannibalizing, a suspicion not without precedent. He quickly responded, reporting to Master, "Please rest assured, our Tower of the Great Sage has a complete process in place. There is no chance of secret eating." Ramp opened up, introducing with great enthusiasm. "First, we strip them of their magical items. These will be added to the Ashen Kingdom's inventory, which means your treasury. Next, we subject them to severe torture, while utilizing the Truth spell to extract the spell knowledge and intelligence from the spellcasters' minds. Finally, when they are thoroughly exhausted and at their most vulnerable, we can cast charming spells on them to completely break down their psychological defenses, ensuring total control over them." Cassius, who either usually slept or researched spells, paid little attention to the specifics of the Ashen Kingdom's affairs, leaving them to his trusted subordinates. Hearing this, he gained some understanding of Ramp's operations. Where did they end up? Most of the mage apprentices have become menial laborers within the tower. Their lives, even their thoughts, are under my control. Any signs of trouble can be immediately eradicated, with no unusual situations occurring. As for the senior mage Bennett from Victoria Port, Ramp lowered his head, his tone hesitant but continued speaking. His spellcasting ability was too strong, making it difficult to control him. Even if successful, it posed significant risk, potentially becoming an unstable factor within the kingdom. So I made a unilateral decision to kill him and turn him into a magical item. Master, please forgive me. This item was only just completed, and I haven't had time to report it to you." The Dragon Vein Ogre unveiled a new pendant on his chest. It was a human skull, even featuring a fresh, red, wet brain, preserved by the power of spatial magic. Mithril chains connected it on both sides, hanging from the ogre's thick neck. On Ramp's massive frame, the skull indeed looked like a dainty pendant. Listening to Ramp's guilty words and seeing his bashful expression, even Cassius was momentarily speechless. Bennett's wisdom quality, rare creator, Ramp introduction. The ogre mage Ramp enjoyed a congenial conversation with a noble mage Bennett from Victoria Port, appreciating his wisdom and considering him a close friend. Bennett felt fortunate, thinking he would be freed by his friend, only to meet Ramp's slaughter. Ramp didn't even use his preferred club, fearing damage to the precious brain. Thus, through a series of careful experiments, Ramp permanently hung this friend's wisdom around his neck. When the wind blows through the skull's gaps, if you listen closely, you might still hear Bennett's dying scream, "Ramp, why did you kill me?" Effect: Intelligence +3 proficiencies, Arcane +4, Knowledge +4, Research +3. You can store spells that Bennett learned in life within it as additional spell slots, to be cast at any time, including Force Wall Technique, Monster Immobilization Spell, and Protective Energy Damage. The number of spells it can store is 4, requiring a day to preload them. After reading through the item's details, Cassius looked at Ramp with an increasingly strange expression. This guy definitely had the makings of a deranged boss. Intelligence boost, spell storage. If you ignore its appearance, this is absolutely divine gear for a mage. Cassius sighed inwardly. But this item wasn't much use to him, as his spellcasting didn't rely on intelligence. With this Bennett's wisdom crafted by his own hands equipped, Ramp could achieve an astounding intelligence boost of 20 points. For mortals, this was already pinnacle wisdom, only surpassed by archmages with advanced spells capable of world-altering effects. This was a remarkable leap in capability, and it was no wonder Ramp was so excited. Cassius sensed the guilt, anxiety, and apprehension under Ramp's bloodline pressure. Considering this, Cassius calmly said, "In the future, make sure to report any experiments of this level to me in advance. This is the last time it won't be excused." "Yes, Master." Ramp knelt down in response. "These mages are yours to handle. Extract their value completely. I will complete the task, Master." Finding Cassius not angry and gaining a new batch of mages for experiments, Ramp was exceedingly delighted, especially with the Grey Hawk Schroeder, whose powerful spells like Ice Storm had long been coveted by Ramp since their days at the Arcane Priory. After bidding farewell to Cassius, Ramp hurriedly left with the mages. Even Cassius watched them with a hint of pity, for they were about to face inhuman torment. Ramp's hundreds of simultaneous experiments were no joke. After the loss of its primary controller, the completed Vagnard's Dragon Binding Magic Circle remained in place, temporarily suppressed by the power of the Kingdom Domain, waiting quietly for its next use. The Lionheart Knights of the Bosk House should be arriving soon. "Schroeder, I really must thank you for helping me lure this big, juicy fish," Cassius thought. The Lionheart Knights, the Bosk family's absolute elite force, were a formidable presence in battle. Even Dragon Vein descendants struggled against them. During the Trial Conference, just 7 of them supporting led to considerable trouble for Dolores, placing them high on the danger scale within the Ashen Kingdom. Chapter 159, Chapter 86. Lionheart Knights near Northwind Castle, in a hidden spot in the Zaria Hills. More than 20 members of the Lionheart Knights lay in concealment, quietly waiting. They were clad in heavy armor, with breastplates shaped like the roaring head of a lion, appearing mighty and imposing, and red cloaks bearing the emblem of the Bosk House with 2 crossed swords and a lion. One knight, watching the bipedal wyverns patrolling the sky, asked uneasily, "Captain, we haven't seen the signal from His Grace, Duke Leo. Could they have already failed?" "Keep waiting, Jaden, we have time." The voice was calm and steady. The knight who spoke stood out from the others, with a circle of black lion's mane around his neck and a lion on his breastplate looking more lifelike. He was Frederick Orby, one of the original 7 knight commanders of the Lionheart Knights, known as the Black Lion Knight. Now there were only 6 knight commanders. His childhood friend and brother-like comrade, the White Lion Knight Tarek, had perished in that tragic event, leaving him in deep sorrow. He swore revenge against that red dragon, and so volunteered for this mission against the Ashen Kingdom. "Tarek, the evil dragon will soon be beheaded, and your soul will find peace in God's realm." Frederick stroked the pocket watch in his hand, silently making a vow. It was a gift from Tarek 10 years ago, engraved with the emblem of Hrones, the god of bravery, constantly reminding him to be a brave and fearless warrior. Jaden was still a bit worried, as they had already penetrated deep into enemy territory, with their safety not guaranteed. But this is near Northwind Castle, and the patrols of the Ashen Kingdom are frequent. "I'm afraid that." "Are you afraid we might be annihilated here? So you must always remain vigilant about the surroundings. Rest assured, according to the Duke's orders, if we encounter a life-threatening situation, whether or not the task is completed, we must immediately retreat." Frederick spoke calmly. As an experienced Lionheart Knight, he was fully aware of the perilous and challenging nature of this mission, knowing that their enemy was the infernal calamity that had crushed 30,000 from the Allied forces. But he kept reminding himself to hold firm belief, trusting in his ability to complete the mission successfully, or at the very least, retreat safely. "Yes, Captain." "Wait, look, isn't that the signal from His Grace?" In the distance, golden ripples appeared in midair, clearly the signal arranged by Duke Leo. Only paladins with divine sense could see these subtle radiant energies and react quickly, ensuring their communication went unnoticed by the Ashen Kingdom. Faint dragon roars seemed to drift from afar, already drawing the attention of some Ashenkin. Could they really have succeeded? Frederick's face lit up with excitement. Even the always composed Black Lion Knight was thrilled at this possible reality. The red dragon had been subdued or even killed, and the enormous shadow looming over the northern countries had dissipated. That is the signal of success. Quickly, go to support those heroes. Yes, Captain. Under the effect of the invisibility screen, the Lionheart Knights advanced rapidly along the pre-planned route, camouflaged by both terrain and spells, towards the signal's origin, the dense forest. The journey was surprisingly unimpeded, without the anticipated heavy obstruction from wyverns or the goblin corps. In just a few dozen minutes, the concealed Lionheart Knights quickly entered the designated area. Captain, is this the place? It should be. The signal was sent from here. My perception can't be wrong. Those remnants of holy energy are still lingering in the sky. But why? Is it so quiet here? I don't know either. Let's maintain our guard and continue to approach. In Frederick's estimation, after the Red Dragon was restrained, the Knights of Justice might have engaged in a fierce battle with the Ashen Kingdom's retainers, with swarms of wyverns chasing behind them. Even the rumored man-eating Mage Ramp, slaughtering Warlord Dolores and gold-crazed Demon Genia, leaders of the Ashen Kingdom, might be frantically hunting them down. The other Lionheart Knights thought the same, already gripping their silver swords and shields, repeatedly reciting the Holy Oath magic in their minds. They were ready for a hard battle, even mentally prepared to die heroically and gloriously. But events did not unfold as the Knights expected. The forest felt like an ordinary woodland, so quiet that one could hear the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. Yes, it was too quiet. So quiet it was eerie. No signs of a fierce battle were evident. In the battle-hardened eyes of Frederick, this looked more like a trap, luring them in. But if the signal was real, only Duke Leo and Schroeder would understand its significance. What if it was a genuine call and their mission failed? Then he would be the one who trapped heroes, placing them in jeopardy. This plunged him into inner turmoil. In this seemingly calm and safe atmosphere, beads of cold sweat appeared on Frederick's forehead. When facing unknown dangers, he felt fear. He wished to be as brave and fearless as his childhood friend Tarek, facing death without hesitation. But Frederick knew that even after defeating hundreds and becoming a renowned knight commander of the Lionheart Knights, deep down, he harbored a sense of inferiority. Unlike the radiant Tarek, he had, to some degree, relied on Tarek's goodwill to become the Black Lion Knight. We must retreat. Frederick ultimately chose to trust his intuition. He told his trusted aides, "There's something strange here. We should retreat quickly. Once we reach the previous safe zone, I'll activate the portal I prepared there, and we will all leave immediately. What about those we were supposed to meet? Trust my intuition. We don't have time to worry about that. They might have already perished in the dragon's maw, or released the signal in panic." Yes, Captain. Under the cautious leadership of the Knight Commander, disregarding mission completion, the Lionheart Knights retreated. Enclosed by an invisibility screen crafted by a court mage, distorting the incoming light, they moved stealthily, undetected by patrolling wyverns and goblins. Just as the Lionheart Knights were quickly moving, a massive shadow fell from the sky, engulfing them entirely. The screen had failed. Frederick looked up in bewilderment. Chapter 160. Chapter 87. Fire and shield. Expansive dragon wings unfurled, slowly flapping, blocking the sunlight over the Knights. The enormous dragon's body hovered in the air, its edges seemingly gilded with a golden trim. Just as the rumors described, golden vertical pupils, a robust body, menacing horns, and thick scales. Under the overwhelming presence of the dragon's might, the Lionheart Knights held their breath. This was Infernal Calamity Cassius, the epitome of pride and brutality, the Red Dragon who single-handedly demolished 30,000 allied forces and their target for this mission. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but waver in their hearts. This thing was utterly invincible. How could they ever fantasize about killing such a dreadful monster? That monster in the sky opened his mouth, revealing fangs, wreathed in searing white smoke that could distort the air. "I hear you want to slay a dragon." Sparks danced in those golden vertical pupils. Frederick looked up at the sky, his expression frozen. "Tarek, did you die at the hands of such a monster? Even an excellent knight like you perished in a sea of flames. How can I possibly defeat it?" He instinctively rubbed the pocket watch in his hand, shaking his head and muttering to himself, "Captain, what should we do?" But soon his subordinate's reminder snapped him out of his daze, realizing they were on a battlefield, at a life-or-death juncture. Years of training had made it instinctual. The Black Lion Knight raised his sword of oath, commanding in a loud voice, "Everyone, listen up. Protection link." The Lionheart Knights simultaneously raised their silver swords, which emitted dazzling light. As Holy Oath magic took effect, luminous chains connected them, ultimately linking more than 20 of them together. They all raised their heavy shields, forming an indestructible radiant fortress. They fought and defended as one, covering each other. Damage hitting any member would be distributed among the more than 20 of them. This made the Lionheart Knights a moving fortress on a battlefield, both impenetrable in defense and devastating in attack. Any commander would dread seeing dozens of Lionheart Knights charging at their position. They were known as the Lion's Bastion. Cassius still hovered in the sky, leisurely flapping his wings as he observed the knights below. Is this the tortoise-shell Dolores mentioned? Interesting. The Ashen Kingdom's forces had completely surrounded the area. Cassius had no worries the knights would escape. Instead, he grew curious and wanted to study this special subclass of the Bosk family, the Lionheart Knights. With this in mind, Cassius swung his claws toward the ground. Scratch technique. The barely discernible claw-shaped magical field materialized before the red dragon, and with a casual wave of his claw, this magical power was directed at the Lionheart Knights on the ground. Frederick looked at the gigantic claw marks descending from the sky. His face immediately tensed as he shouted loudly, "Everyone, defensive stance." A light swish was heard as the Lionheart Knights uniformly raised their silver shields, engraved with lion emblems, forming an airtight defense with the shields above their heads. Skryek, as the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping echoed, 3 narrow, penetrating scars appeared on the giant shield. The tremendous force transmitted through the shields to everyone, nearly breaking their formation with a single swipe. "Hold it!" Frederick roared. As the luminous chains flickered alternately, the vast force was distributed among each Lionheart Knight, making their faces contorted and sweat bead on their foreheads. To withstand Cassius's attack and disperse the force, they even pressed shallow pits into the ground. Cassius looked at the still tightly packed shield formation, amazed, and remarked that that's quite a sturdy tortoise shell. No wonder it gave Dolores so much trouble. Though it was just a casual dragon-kin spell, given Cassius's current spell power and his inherent strength, even a random attack could easily handle a typical high-rank warrior. So, can you withstand the flames? Cassius narrowed his eyes, gently opening his jaws. Fiery light surged from deep in his throat. Boom. Immediately, scorching flames poured from the red dragon's mouth, surging toward the Lionheart Knights on the ground. "It's dragon breath," the adjutant loudly reminded. "So hot, so scalding." That was what everyone felt in their hearts. Feeling the blistering heat, the Lionheart Knights immediately thought of the rumor of the infernal calamity incinerating the allied forces with flames. But they didn't know this was just a controlled breath attack by Cassius. Facing these terrifying flames, the Lionheart Knights instinctively wanted to disperse and flee. Sweating profusely, their hands holding swords trembled slightly. Yet years of training made them stand firm without orders. Don't run. Scattering only means quicker death. If you want to live, withstand the pressure. Frederick commanded harshly. The Lionheart Knights maintained their giant shields to fend off the sky. A thin layer of light appeared outside the shields, resisting the continuous fire assault. Lion Spirit Guardian. The Black Lion Knight, Frederick, finally issued a fierce roar. This was the trump card of the Lionheart Knights. They could summon a radiant spirit body, uniting all knights' indomitable wills to attack the enemy. A colossal lion phantom emerged from the tightly packed formation of the Lionheart Knights, vivid and roaring, momentarily holding back the flames, even showing signs of launching a counterattack. "That's it. We are the invincible Lionheart Knights," Frederick shouted, inspiring his comrades just like he remembered Tarek did, hoping to be as invincible and brilliant as the White Lion Knight. Oh, an interesting spell. It's still a biting tortoise. Cassius beheld this lion's spirit body with interest. In his view, the combined might of the Bosk's Lionheart Knights far surpassed Rackman's Northwind Eagle Guards. Their systematic Holy Oath magic abilities were unmatched by those mere Flying Eagle Guards. Such thick defenses. It would be a pity not to test their limits. So let me play with you a bit. A malicious grin appeared on Cassius's face. Frenzied fire elemental energy flowed through his blood vessels into his lungs, eventually erupting. The flames suddenly intensified, and the temperature soared. The lion's spirit body that had barely held on before now wailed, gradually deteriorating into illusion amidst the encircling flames. With a heart-rending wail, the lion was completely consumed by the flames. The lion's spirit body was not only a weapon for offense and defense, but also the embodiment of the Lionheart Knight's willpower. At the moment the spirit body was destroyed, the Lionheart Knights suffered immense mental anguish, their heads splitting with pain. Some even trembled while holding their shields. Cassius had not even used his extremely effective spew yet. He had simply intensified the elemental reaction of his breath using his formidable fire element control. This flame breath cost him virtually nothing. Boom. The breath started as a conical spread, then gradually condensed into a pillar of fire. The flames were first dark red, then orange, then yellow, and finally a blinding white. The silver shields turned red, transmitting terrifying heat. Even the handles behind the shields grew unbearably hot. Damn it. A Lionheart Knight couldn't hold on any longer, dropping his shield. He was immediately turned to charcoal by the surrounding flames. Under the baptism of the white-hot fire pillar, the giant shield composed of dozens of silver shields was shattered beyond repair. Its surface melted into liquid silver, flowing like a stream. Oh, I want to be burned alive. Damn it, it's melting. Fire. Fire everywhere. Wretched cries echoed through the ranks of the Lionheart Knights. Some were burned alive by the searing flames. Some choked to death by the thick smoke. Some were engulfed by the flowing silver, cast into struggling silver statues. Frederick barely maintained the guardian aura around him, struggling to fend off the frenzied fire elements. Worthy of the infamous infernal calamity. Truly a hellish sight. He looked up at the blinding white flames descending from the sky like divine retribution, watching his comrades die in agony, their faces contorted in horror, hearing their anguished cries. The face of this Black Lion Knight exhibited an inexplicable calm, perhaps the last serenity before death. How can we win against such a monster? Even someone like Tarek is dead. If it were Tarek, what would he do? Frederick bowed his head, as if lost in thought. He realized suddenly that he had never been that kind of person. Loyalty, courage, justice, they had never aligned with his gloomy and indifferent nature. Yes, he was not the famed White Lion Knight, not the one who single-handedly defeated hundreds of enemy heroes. Even though he had become one of the Lionheart Knight's commanders, he could never follow in that deceased knight's footsteps. He was merely a poor imitation of Tarek. Why, I'm not dead yet. The red dragon in the sky looked down at the ravaged land, momentarily ceasing its furious flames. Those who last long under dragon flame, I admire you. His powerful voice echoed over the land. Submit to me, serve the Ashen Kingdom, and I will grant you great power and long life. Otherwise, only complete death awaits you. The remaining Lionheart Knights on the ground raised their heads, glaring at the red dragon in the sky. As the most elite of the Basque Duchy, they were mostly nobles who had received the best knightly education from a young age and had sworn sacred oaths of loyalty. They represented not just themselves, but the honor of their entire families. To become retainers of an evil dragon was, to them, not only the erasure of individual identity, but also an eternal disgrace to their families. You delude yourself, evil dragon. Adjutant Jaden, eyes bloodshot, stood with his sword pointed at the red dragon in the sky, firing a guiding light arrow. He knew this attack was futile, but was his last act of defiance as a knight, representing the courage to charge against an invincible enemy. Indeed, the light vanished before it even came close, and a fireball followed, reducing Jaden to charcoal. Impressive courage, but your strength does not match it, Cassius said coldly. Seeing Jaden's death, the knights did not feel fear, but rather became even more enraged. Evil dragon, your tyranny will end. My death is not the end. Rebels will never be scarce. For the Basque Duchy. For Duke Leo. As the most loyal and powerful knights of the Basque House, they deemed being killed by a formidable foe as a badge of honor. Even in this fatal deadlock, they chose to become heroic martyrs, like Don Quixote's charging windmills, attacking the red dragon in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs shot from the red dragon's maw, landing precisely on those knights. The sound of burning bodies echoed. Sparse flames flickered on the wasteland. Wails continued, and the Lionheart Knights perished one by one. Soon, only the last Lionheart Knight remained, Black Lion Knight Frederick. Unlike those noble knights who embodied the honor of their families, Frederick, who grew up in a monastery, had no kin. The only one he considered a brother was Tarek. Just moments ago, Frederick had also tried to launch a fearless charge like his comrades, fulfilling his last duty as a Lionheart Knight. But no matter what, he couldn't force his body to embrace death. His nature was what it was, indifferent to loyalty, honor, and the so-called knightly spirit. Frederick had spent his life following in Tarek's footsteps, but he had never experienced living for himself, even if it meant doing so as a retainer of an evil dragon. I am not Tarek, nor even a so-called Lionheart Knight. I am just myself. A petty man putting self-interest above all else. Frederick mumbled, telling himself this. The red dragon in the sky descended with a roar, raising dust and cracking the ground. Cassius looked down at this lone black lion knight with a playful glint in his golden eyes. He saw the knight's inner turmoil and confusion, finding it amusing. But he said nothing more, nor needed to, simply stating flatly, surrender or die. I surrender. Frederick gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Like a fateful decision, the once black lion knight finally surrendered to the evil dragon, submitting to his former enemy. The pocket watch inscribed with the crest of Herones, the god of bravery, fell to the ground, covered in a thin layer of dust, as if it had never truly belonged to Frederick, not even for a moment. Chapter 162. Chapter 89. Dragonsworn Holy Warrior Northwind Castle, Council Hall. Cassius lay sprawled on the massive iron throne, looking down at Frederick, who was kneeling on the ground. His voice was slightly languid. Frederick, you are one of the 7 great knight commanders of the Lionheart Knights. Why did you choose to betray the Boss Duchy and submit to me? Look at me, Frederick. To survive, to gain greater power, and also to choose my own destiny. After a moment of hesitation, Frederick answered truthfully. He mustered the courage to raise his head and look directly into the red dragon's golden and vertical pupils. Just in that moment of silence, his heart pounded, and his back was already soaked with sweat. Finally, the red dragon's voice sounded again. Very well, you did not lie. Otherwise, I would have burned you to ashes. The Ashen Kingdom needs ambitious people. As for loyalty, this is not an issue for me. Cassius slowly stood up, leaning his head closer and observing him carefully. Based on your own strength, you can observe the following information. Black Lion Knight, Frederick Basic Ability, 10th level Lionheart Knight Challenge Level. 10, 5,900 XP Assessment. The last among the 7 Knight Commanders of the Bosk Duchy's Lionheart Knights. Excellent in sword and shield combat techniques, he became a Knight Commander through outstanding performance in battle. He was indeed one of the 7 great Knight Commanders. Although lacking loyalty, his combat prowess was undeniable. A 10th level Lionheart Knight would still be considered high-level combat strength even in the Ashen Kingdom, only a notch below the top-tier forces like Ramp and Dolores. However, his current state could not be maintained for long. Lionheart Knight was a faction subclass derived from the Oath of the Crown Paladin. The moment he surrendered to the Red Dragon and betrayed the Duke he served, he renounced the loyalty oath of the Lionheart Knight. Words turned into action. Without loyalty, oaths and laws were meaningless. In just a few days, the shattering of the Holy Oath would cause him to lose his strength as a Lionheart Knight and all his Holy Oath magic, turning instead into something akin to Mesulash's Oathbreaker. The conversion of Frederick was imminent, and bestowing the bloodline gift upon such a high-level retainer was very profitable, with very few chances of failure. Moreover, according to Cassius's experiments, combining his bloodline gift with existing occupations could create unique faction subclasses for the Ashen Kingdom, even bestowing these to players to make them die-hard loyalists of the Ashen Kingdom. The Lionheart Knight Order possessed comprehensive capabilities, playing significant roles in both positional and skirmish battles. Dolores had long proposed the need for such an army to shield the line infantry, and even the Red Dragon coveted this for a long time. Cassius exhaled a breath of sulfur-scented air, feeling a bit expectant. Frederick, this is your choice. You will become a retainer of the true dragon. Remember, you will completely sever ties with your past. Are you ready? Yes, Master. Frederick answered without hesitation. After experiencing this battle with a vast disparity in power, he had come to understand one simple truth. Those who resist this red dragon would meet a grim fate. If he wanted to save his own life, he had no other choice. Then let's begin. Cassius squinted slightly, exuding a powerful and nearly tangible dragon's might that temporarily obscured Frederick's external senses. A drop of scalding blood hovered in the air. Bloodline gift. In his plan, this new occupation did not need to be paired with dragon vein creatures, also somewhat considering the player's tendencies. The degree of dragonification was not as exaggerated as that of the Red Scale Conqueror. But even so, the power of dragon blood was not something ordinary beings could endure. One player, after buying the dragon blood elixir, had bad luck, failed the constitution check, and immediately exploded to death. The blood flowed into Frederick's mouth, and the frantic elemental energy coursed through his throat into his body, gradually spreading throughout. Oh. Frederick let out painful groans, his body undergoing drastic changes, with muscles growing stronger, scales appearing on his cheeks and neck, and his eyes turning into golden vertical pupils. Sulfur-smelling white smoke spewed from his pores, and weak sparks even flickered from his mouth and nose. Smoke shrouded Frederick's form, with only his continued wails and a vague silhouette visible. The figure struggled, writhed, and curled in the smoke. Soon, a man with dragon vein traits emerged from the swirling smoke that was now Frederick. If one overlooked the conspicuous scales, his appearance was mostly unchanged, but his essence had undergone a complete transformation. This was the dragon vein, capable of bestowing magical attributes to creatures. Frederick knelt on the ground, struggling to open his eyes, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the red dragon before him and the absolute suppression from the bloodline. The only thought that came to his mind was submission. He finally understood why the red dragon did not care for loyalty. Because the brute, instinctive suppressive force of the bloodline far surpassed the so-called knightly spirit. In an instant, Frederick felt a tinge of regret for binding himself to a stronger existence, but the thought vanished as quickly as it appeared. At this point, everything had lost meaning. He used to be one of the 7 great knight commanders of the Lionheart Knights, known as the Black Lion Knight. But now Frederick had only one identity, that of the Red Dragon's retainer and a traitor who had surrendered to the Ashen Kingdom. He knew he had no escape route now. He could only cling tightly to the Ashen Kingdom. Once his identity was exposed, Duke Leo would hunt him down relentlessly and spare no expense to kill him. Frederick moved his body, still feeling somewhat unaccustomed, and spoke. "Master, thank you for your gift. I can feel this strength is very powerful." "Very good." Cassius observed the dragon vein influence Frederick while browsing through the panel, showing a slightly pleased expression. He could sense Frederick's thoughts and that fleeting moment of regret, but it did not matter. The strong bond of the bloodline gift was enough to eradicate any treacherous intentions, not to mention he was now firmly tied to the war chariot of the Ashen Kingdom. Faction Advanced Sub-Occupation constructed successfully. Occupation Advancement Requirements. Join the Ashen Kingdom faction. Become a retainer of the faction leader, King of Ashen, Cassius. Have at least 3 levels of Holy Warrior occupational level, proficient in military weapons like shields and swords. Possess a certain degree of dragon bloodline. Please name your faction subclass. Cassius glanced at the kneeling, thoughtfully looking Frederick. Named Dragonsworn Holy Warrior. Chapter 163, Chapter 90, Dragon's Pledge. Dragonsworn Holy Warrior was a faction subclass derived from the Paladin, naturally requiring an oath like that of a Paladin to wield Holy Oath magic. Create an oath for the faction subclass. Cassius pondered for a moment, considering the specific conditions of the Ashen Kingdom, and created a new oath based on the Oath of Conquest. Flames danced wildly in the air, forming lines of chaotic text. Dragon's Creed. Paladins who took the Oath of Dragon's Creed would brand the creed onto their upper arms. Extinguish the flame of hope. Defeating the enemy in battle alone was insufficient. Your overwhelming victory must be significant enough to permanently shatter the enemy's will to fight. Swords could only end lives, but fear could end nations. Enforce order with an iron fist. Once you completed the conquest, tolerate no dissent. Those who adhered to the kingdom's order will be favored and become the esteemed ones, while those who opposed it will be punished and turned to ashes as a warning to others. The Dragon Lord above all. Cassius Clavo Nerexius was your sole master of blood, spirit, and even soul. You must unconditionally obey the commands of the Red Dragon until the end of time or face total annihilation. Cassius commanded. Speak your oath. Yes, master. Frederick knelt on one knee, looking up at the words floating midair, suddenly recalling the moment 12 years ago when he swore to become a Lionheart Knight. At that time, the energetic Duke Leo had just accomplished the great feat of forming the Lionheart Alliance, proudly placing his sword on Frederick's shoulder, conferring upon him the supreme glory of the Lionheart Knight. But now things had changed. He had become a retainer of an infamous dragon who made the North tremble in fear, soon to be the claw of the Red Dragon in its conquest of the world. However, Frederick felt only a sense of irony and no complex emotions. After confronting his true self, he realized he was always a self-serving individual, never the knight that Tarek had hoped for. He calmly recited the oath. Extinguish the flame of hope. Enforce order with an iron fist. The Dragon Lord above all. As the words formed from flames embedded themselves in his upper arm, they left behind charred marks glowing with fire. Very good. The red dragon pressed its sharp claw tip against Frederick's arm, piercing the skin before exerting any force. Blood seeped from where the claw touched. The blood caused the oath on Frederick's arm to gleam with fire. It connected with the red dragon's power, forming a bond with the dragon's magic essence, ultimately creating unique holy oath magic. Thus was the effect of the dragon's oath. The faction subclass was completed. Dragon-sworn Holy Warrior. The Dragon-sworn Holy Warriors were a special group of paladins who sought powerful strength, eternal life, or reveled in warfare and conquest, yearning for the baptism of blood and fire. Yet they all shared a common allegiance to the master of the Ashen Kingdom, the Red Dragon Cassius. The Dragon-sworn Holy Warriors abandoned their former sense of justice, adorning their armor with the spoils taken from fallen enemies, and bestowing the cruelest deaths by fire to foes as a dreadful warning to any who dare defy their Dragon Lord's decree. Unlike typical paladin oaths, those who broke their oaths would not become oath-breakers, but would instead burn alive in both body and soul, dying in the most excruciating manner. When the dragon's roar echoed across the land, the dragon-sworn Holy Warriors would march from the horizon, mercilessly delivering the most brutal fates to enemies, sacrificing blood to their Dragon Lord. In addition to the basic abilities of paladins, Dragon-sworn Holy Warriors would gain additional traits. At level 3, they would acquire traits Dragon Oath spells, Guiding Dragon Force, Majesty of the Dragonkin, and Guiding Dragon Force, Dragon Vein Connection. Majesty of the Dragonkin. You could use your Guiding Dragon Force to exhibit a terrifying majesty. If the enemy failed to resist, they would experience a minute of dread tremors. Dragon Vein Connection. You could use your Guiding Dragon Force to create Dragon Vein Shackles, linking with other Dragon-sworn Holy Warriors. You would share all received damage, and whenever damage was inflicted, the Dragon Vein Shackles would emit flame, continuously scorching nearby enemies. At level 6, you would gain the trait from your Holy Oath Dragon Lord's Descent. Dragon Lord's Descent. If 12 or more Dragon-sworn Holy Warriors simultaneously chanted the Dragon Sanctuary Holy Oath, they could summon a fiery phantom of a red dragon that could embody Cassius's will. The phantom's appearance and abilities were replicas of Cassius, determined by the number and strength of the chanting Dragon-sworn Holy Warriors, with a maximum being Cassius's true form. At level 9, you would gain the trait bestowed by your Holy Oath Fiery Spirit Light. Fiery Spirit Light. You would constantly emit a fiery spirit light as long as you were not incapacitated. This light would significantly raise the surrounding temperature, increase flame damage, place enemies in a burn state, and provide an exaltation effect to allies. If a sufficient number of Dragon-sworn Holy Warriors emitted fiery spirit light simultaneously, it could even trigger a volcanic eruption. After reviewing the information about Dragon-sworn Holy Warriors, Cassius exhaled a breath laced with the scent of sulfur. Very impressive faction subclass. It also seems somewhat familiar. Cassius pondered for a moment, then commanded Frederick to use his newly obtained abilities. Yes, master. Frederick obediently complied, releasing that power. Guiding Dragon Force, Majesty of the Dragonkin. A familiar dragon's might emanated from him, though it was much weaker compared to the red dragons. Continue. Guiding Dragon Force, Dragon Vein Connection. A scarlet spiritual chain coiled around him, radiating intense heat but lacking other targets for connection. Cassius watched the display of these abilities, narrowing his eyes, his golden slitted pupils shimmering with a strange light. As expected, this is an extension of my power. After the creation of this faction subclass, Cassius felt his power had gained a certain extension, able to transmit through bloodline connections to these Dragon-sworn Holy Warriors. Each time Frederick used the Dragon Sanctuary Holy Oath spells, Cassius could feel the presence of this power. It was not a theft of his own power, but an extension and manifestation of the Red Dragon's potent magic essence. This form somewhat resembles divine arts, Cassius thought. Yet deities still seemed too distant. He was presently more thrilled by the birth of another powerful faction subclass, a new significant aid for the Ashen Kingdom. Frederick, I command you to construct the Hall of Dragon Oath in Northwind Castle and quickly train more Dragonsworn holy warriors. Yes, master. Frederick knelt on one knee, gladly accepting the order. Chapter 164. Chapter 91. The situation just like that. The 20 Lionheart Knights dispatched by the Boss Duchy were completely annihilated. Even the Black Lion Knight Frederick, one of the 7 Great Knight Commanders, became a traitor and a minion of the Red Dragon. The fate of the 100 double-headed eagle warriors sent by the Principality of Norton was even more tragic. Cassius didn't even bother to take action personally. He merely issued a casual camp mission, deploying a few red-scale conquerors, who decimated these so-called elites that weren't even considered professionals, letting those exuberant wyverns ruthlessly burn them into charred remains. Cassius lay sprawled in the Grand Hall, gazing at the Anzita map before him, especially fixated on the small nation adjacent to the Ashen Kingdom. In the face of the Ashen Kingdom, which integrated Stormy Ridge and the former Rachman Duchy territories, boasting expansive territory far surpassing most of the northern duchies, the Principality of Norton seemed like an insect that could be crushed at any time. Delena stood gracefully beside him, the pureblood serpent folk adorned in formal attire, always wearing a radiant smile. The Boss Duchy is one thing, but as for this Principality of Norton, where do they muster the audacity to provoke me repeatedly? Cassius's tone conveyed puzzlement. Delena mused that since Cassius had forced the Principality of Norton to surrender the so-called international trusteeship, they would naturally fight to the death, but she maintained her professional smile and patiently explained. The Principality of Norton has a narrow territory and weak strength, essentially more like a vassal state of the Boss Duchy, even mockingly called the Marquisate of Norton or Barbarian tribe by other northern nobles. They aren't Scania people, the nobles of the north, but the original inhabitants of the north, also known as the Val Barbarians. 700 years ago, the Grand Duke of the Boss Duchy, the Lionheart King Albric, conquered this place. To facilitate management, he confined the surrendering tribes here, establishing it as a nation, and renamed the chieftain clans to Norton. However, over the past 400 years, with the intentional assimilation by the Scania people, the language and customs of the Principality of Norton have become nearly indistinguishable from the northern countries. Even the surname Norton has long been accepted by the northern nobility. Cassius suddenly understood. So, it's a well-kept dog of the Boss Duchy. Delena immediately praised. Your Highness Cassius, your summary is truly insightful. So, how do you plan to deal with the Boss Duchy and the Principality of Norton? Though Delena was temporarily in charge of the Ashen Kingdom's diplomacy, she knew very well that final decision still lay with the Red Dragon. She wouldn't risk her future or life for temporary power. Cassius tried hard to recall memories of his past life. The Boss Duchy was immense, covering tens of thousands of square kilometers with 28 cities. The current Ashen Kingdom, ruling the former Rachman Duchy, was already struggling to assimilate its legacy and couldn't manage such a vast region. Moreover, the Holy Fadlon Empire, after this great rebellion, would have a few years of resurgence. Declaring formal war on the Boss Duchy now would undoubtedly trigger a full-scale war across Anzita, inevitably drawing the intervention of legendary-level forces from the Holy Fadlon Federation. Meanwhile, Cassius currently had only 1,000 players under his command, and these beta players would temporarily disappear over the next 4 years. The time point Cassius envisioned for unifying the North was 5 years later. Yes, 5 years later. By then, the great collapse of Holy Fadlon would begin, with various southern factions vying for the enormous imperial remains, leaving no room to look north. Cassius's strength was expected to rise to the legendary level, ensuring solid hard power. And 30,000 formal players would surge into Erezur, with Cassius confident to recruit at least 10,000 of them to serve him. This plan, after numerous internal discussions within the Ashen Kingdom, was close to perfect. That would be the convergence of time, place, and people. Cassius would then declare war on Boss Duchy and the northern countries, unifying the entire north with an overwhelming force, becoming the Lord of Anzita, and bringing the Northern Wind and Cloud versions players under his rule. Immediately after, the Ashen Kingdom, or rather, the Empire, could march south and participate in the King's strife as disruptors, becoming the greediest vulture preying on the remains of the Holy Fadlon Empire. This was his plan for the Boss Duchy. As for the Principality of Norton, they were weak, adjacent to the Ashen Kingdom, and as a vassal of the Boss Duchy, they were perfect for becoming a cautionary example to deter the northern countries and secure a stable development space for the Ashen Kingdom. At the same time, such a level of local war would serve to give the Boss Duchy a warning to reduce their covert actions. With these thoughts, Cassius emphatically said, "We will annex them at the fastest speed, leaving no time for the northern countries to react. I will kill the Principality of Norton's chicken to show those attention-seeking monkeys." Hearing this, Delena's face was already filled with excitement. Although she didn't know the story behind the phrase "kill the chicken to warn the monkeys," she easily understood the implication in Cassius's words. What a wonderful feeling, deciding the fate of other nations. Those human lords she once had to please were now only fit to kneel at her feet and beg for mercy. "Yes, master. I will make sure they understand the consequences of provoking you." Delena knelt on the ground, a smile of anticipation in her eyes, licking her dry lips with her forked tongue. It had been months since the conquest of the Rachman Duchy, and now the Ashen Kingdom could barely function, but the Dragon Vein clans had long been suppressed. Although their lives had become much more affluent after looting the nobles' wealth, compared to a stable and prosperous life, these inherently wicked beings still enjoyed the baptism of blood and fire more. For this red dragon-ruled nation, war was not a burden, but an outlet. Stratholme Fortress, Boss Duchy. As the capital of Bosk and the nominal capital of the entire north, it was always bustling and lively. In the city center, Aubric Square, named in honor of the first Duke Bosk, merchants, singers, bards, noble scions, and various other people gathered. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd. Wyverns swooped from the heights unreachable by arrows, scattering leaflets from the Ashen Kingdom. People had grown used to this sight, and a few leaflets were even rushed to Duke Leo's residence. But this time, the content was not the usual dull propaganda, but a war report. It was astonishing, sparking widespread discussion. Did someone really go to assassinate that red dragon? By the gods, they are truly righteous and brave, but unfortunately, they failed. I should use them as inspiration to write a deeply moving epic poem. Heavens, our 20 Lionheart Knights were utterly wiped out. That's a full 20 men. Is there going to be a war? I don't want to fight those monsters. The people in the square, whether shocked, regretful, or worried, all showed great concern for this matter. Chapter 165, Chapter 92 Reactions from all sides. The latest bulletin from the Ashen Kingdom. The assassination attempt in a red dragon by the Knight of Justice ended in total defeat. Lionheart Knights ambushed. The newsboy called out in the streets, selling the bulletins he had picked up, his voice echoing. Bulletins from the Ashen Kingdom seemed to use some advanced technology. The paper was delicate, the ink clear, greatly favored by the residents. Even without considering the content, they had many uses. Moreover, there were many eye-catching messages. Those wandering around the streets had long discovered the business opportunity in these free bulletins and began selling them widely. Initially, such acts of indirectly aiding the Ashen Kingdom's propaganda were not allowed by the duchy, and those caught were easily arrested. But as the number of bulletins distributed increased and the benefits grew, patrols could only turn a blind eye. "I want to buy one." A melodious female voice came, though it was filled with urgency. The newsboy looked up, seeing the person clad in a robe, her face hidden by a hood, yet unable to conceal her tall stature and smooth, fair skin. He guessed it might be a noblewoman or a young lady sneaking out and quickly smiled fawningly. "Madam, 5 copper coins." "All right. Have a good day." The newsboy handed over the bulletin, took the copper coins, and smiled uncontrollably, thinking how easy it was to deceive these naive noblewomen. In a secluded alley, the noblewoman who bought the bulletin removed her hood, revealing her delicate and beautiful face. She was Olivia, the Silver Star, the manifestation of the Silver Dragon. She browsed through the lines of text on the bulletin, her expression grave, softly reading aloud. "Court mage of the Rachman Duchy, these despicable people from the northern United Kingdom. They set a vicious trap, attempting to ambush the great King of Ashen. But the might of the dragon ended everything." As she read this, Olivia frowned, her blue-gray eyes full of worry. The report mentioned the assassination attempt on the Red Dragon and its failure, but it didn't narrate the specific process or include the news she was most concerned with, that of the Gold Dragonkin. In other words, his life or death was uncertain. Olivia looked up at the sky and couldn't help but murmur, "Angel, are you still alive?" She initially disliked this gold dragon, disliked his secrecy and cunning. But since their last conversation, Olivia had an unusual feeling. The gold dragon's righteous words and final entrustment had left a deep impression on her heart. She felt for the first time the charm of the gold dragon's sense of justice and idealism. Perhaps it was due to the silver dragon's inherent kindness or concern for akin, or perhaps other complicated feelings. She now eagerly wanted to find the gold dragon's whereabouts. I hope the next time the arcane priory can see you. Angel, I don't want to fulfill your troublesome entrustment. Olivia lowered her eyes, put her hood back on, and disappeared into the alley with a ripple in space. The Bosk ducal mansion. My lord, this is the latest intelligence from the Ashen Kingdom. You may leave. Duke Leo Bosk took the bulletin handed by his attendant, reading it carefully. Contrary to the image he usually presented to the public as a mighty and irritable lion, Leo in private was quite composed, something evident from his series of experiences. 30 years ago, this duke, known as the new Lionheart King, defeated the northern nobility's allied forces, holding a famous Lionheart alliance. He unified the nearby territories, re-establishing the dominance of the Bosk Duchy within the entire northern United Kingdom after more than 300 years, reclaiming the honorary title of Northern Monarch, though he seldom referred to himself as such. At this moment, Duke Leo's brow was tightly furrowed, his expression extremely grave. His lion's mane-like beard seemed to tangle. They indeed did not succeed. A pity, I shouldn't have sent the Lionheart Knights to assist. Cassius Claubo Nerexius. Duke Leo articulated the name that had repeatedly thwarted him. Since the Lionheart Alliance, Bosk Duchy's development had been smooth and increasingly powerful, and Duke Leo hadn't faced such a setback in a long time. In this operation, he didn't expect to kill the Red Dragon truly. He just hoped to probe. It would have been even better if they could restrain it in any way. However, the dispatched Lionheart Knights sent for reinforcement ended up completely wiped out. Fortunately, he had sent Black Lion Knight Frederick, whose loyalty was questionable, and Duke Leo had long wanted to replace him. He turned to look at Count Trishka not far away. Trishka, any response from Holy Fadlon? Count Trishka spread his hands helplessly. This rebellion is unprecedented in scale. All Imperial forces are deployed for suppression. They are only willing to send border guards from the north. As for the divine descendants of the Sun Legion, not a single one can be dispatched. Duke Leo's tone was heavy. This is utterly useless. Only legendary-level power can confront the Red Dragon. Count Trishka reminded him gently. My lord, aren't you forgetting something? I know what you're going to say. The Polar Night Demon Tower. Dragon fan mage Wagner, right? Duke Leo shook his head. He's a complete madman. To buy that scroll, I've exhausted every means. Normal humans can't cooperate with this damned lunatic. Count Trishka spoke softly. My lord, we don't need to cooperate with him. We only need to make him and the Red Dragon fight to the death. That way, our benefits would be maximized. Duke Leo stroked his somewhat messy beard, deep in thought. Suddenly, the urgent sound of the door opening interrupted his thoughts. A knight rushed in anxious. My lord, bad news, the Principality of Norton has fallen. What? How is this possible? Staring in disbelief, Duke Leo slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Even the usually composed him was utterly shocked. Cracks appeared on the table. This recent emergent country, the Ashen Kingdom, which was established just months ago, had, without any prior warning or notice, directly invaded and conquered the Principality of Norton. How is this possible? Are the intelligence agencies of the Bosk Duchy utterly useless and deserving of the guillotine? Duke Leo rarely showed genuine fury. The knight's voice trembled. They moved too fast. From marching to conquering, it took only a single day. Chapter 166, Chapter 93, captured the day before. Principality of Norton, near the Falling Leaf Path. Hurry up, the master is watching you. This is the will of the great Red Dragon. For the Ashen Kingdom. Dolores led hundreds of great goblin and bugbear troops, advancing rapidly along a special path. Their mission was to attack the capital of the Principality of Norton, Kenya City, as quickly as possible. Although it was called a principality, the territory of Norton wasn't even as large as some of the more powerful counties. The entire region had only 3 cities, and 3/4 of its population resided in Kenya City, a city built with the assistance of the Bosk Duchy. The name meant place of rise in the Scania language, reflecting the hopes of the Principality of Norton. The city had nearly 20,000 residents. Once it was captured, the entire Principality of Norton would essentially fall. The strategy of the Ashen Kingdom was to use blitzkrieg to quickly attack the capital and capture it directly. To that end, they brought along 10 cannons, heavy siege weapons crafted over time by the players at Storm Arsenal. Fortunately, the Dragon Vein Goblins were strong enough to carry the cannons, allowing them to march quickly without being encumbered. The bugbear guarding Dolores was a bit puzzled. "Sir, are these broken iron pipes really useful? They don't seem better than the big club in my hand." "Ignorant fool. You'll see soon enough. These are the true symbols of blood and fire." Dolores grinned and laughed excitedly. Having experienced many large-scale wars and seen the effectiveness of firearms, this war-savvy goblin had become a thorough reformist and even befriended Iron Madman, the president of the Mechanical God Cult. The city's garrison hadn't gone through such wars. They were completely unaware of the impending danger and had not yet spotted the well-hidden Ashen Kingdom forces in their blind spots. The well-trained goblin soldiers set up the cannon positions and calibrated them quickly, finishing the preparations. The goblin skirmishers stood ready to advance. Dolores wiped his bloodfire battle axe, tearing off a piece of flesh stuck to it, and then shouted loudly, "Fire the cannons!" The goblins obeyed the command and loaded the shells into the cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons roared, sending thunderous echoes across the earth. The bugbear from earlier covered his ears in fear, collapsing to the ground, muttering continuously, What powerful iron pipes! Coward, you will no longer be my personal guard." Dolores glanced at him with disdain, his tone full of contempt. A bugbear afraid of cannon fire wasn't fit to be the guard of the great general of the Ashen Kingdom. "Huh, that's right. Blast them away." Dolores laughed heartily, savoring the delightful smell of gunpowder in the air, his laughter undiminished by the loud cannon fire. Most of Norton's troops were already deployed with the Allied forces. Now, fewer than 1,000 defenders were on the city walls. The defenders on the walls had never seen such a display before. The simultaneous cannon blasts and explosions lit up the sky. They only saw shadowy figures streaking through the air before their vision was filled with the light of the explosions. Many of the soldiers on the walls were killed by the explosions, and most of the survivors were left in a state of panic, not realizing that war had already begun. Oh, gods, is this divine retribution? What on earth is this? Oh, where is the enemy? Under centuries of assimilation and taming by the Boss Duchy, these once valiant barbarians had lost the courage and fearlessness of their ancestors. Artillery rained down on the walls, and under the barrage, the centuries-old battlements collapsed, creating a gap several meters wide. That was enough. Charge. Dolores lifted his bloodfire battle axe in one hand and shouted fiercely, "Follow me to capture the city. Crush them." He led the charge at the front, leaping through the gap with a single bound, and with a wide swing of his great axe, he sliced the dozen defenders blocking the way in half. "Monster. Help. Dear gods, it's the envious war maniac Dolores. It's the Ashen Kingdom's army." Hearing the foul nickname infuriated Dolores further. He leapt tens of meters, catching up to the speaker, and smashed the insolent human into a meat patty with the flat of his axe. "I am Dolores, the strongest general under the great red dragon, and your eternal nightmare." Dolores swung his axe, roaring in a rage. The goblin sword and shield troops followed closely, slaughtering the defenders on the walls, venting their long-repressed killing desires. "Damn, these monsters. I can't kill them at all. Are those scales?" Under the blitz attack from the Ashen Kingdom, the defenders on the walls crumbled, fleeing in disarray. The goblin skirmishers behind them raised their spears and, following their sergeant's order to fire at will, began shooting at the exposed heads on the walls, causing many defenders to fall. Soon, nearly 1,000 defenders were all wiped out. By now, this battle could no longer be called a fight. It was simply a one-sided massacre. And it only took an hour. To put it simply, killing 1,000 pigs might take more than an hour, but the Ashen Kingdom's army wiped out the defenders in the same amount of time. Dolores himself became a killing machine, personally taking down at least 100 people. There's trouble over the wall. What's happening outside? There seems to be an enemy. I think I heard thunder. Damn it, what's going on? The city's residents were still unaware of what had happened, remaining in anxious confusion. They didn't know the city had already fallen. But they soon understood. A loud dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Roar, The dreadful flaming apparition of the red dragon appeared over the city. Its golden eyes looked down upon the earth, and its wings seemed like a sea of flames, ready to burn the entire city. By the gods, what kind of monster is this? I know what it is now. Is that the legendary infernal calamity? The people were shaken by the dragon's phantom in the sky, falling into terrified chaos. Greetings, residents of Kenya. The airborne monster slowly spoke, its voice deep and authoritative, exuding a sense of overwhelming pressure. I am here to inform you. From now on, there is no more so-called Principality of Norton, only the Ashen Kingdom. Everyone, welcome to the Ashen Kingdom. Chapter 167, Chapter 94. Grand Duke Oliver, Kenya City, within the ducal residence. Duke Oliver Norton's entire body shook with his trembling voice. As a descendant of the Val barbarians, the Norton family was said to bear the bloodline of giants. Grand Duke Oliver himself was exceptional, standing over 2 meters tall, with a beard that was a pale white. But at this moment, wrapped in his luxurious robes, his corpulent body showed none of the barbarian vigor. What do we do? The Ashen Kingdom has broken through. It's over, completely over. He never imagined that the Ashen Kingdom would strike here like a bolt of lightning. The Principality of Norton had long been under the protection of the Boss Duchy, with the Lionheart Knights often stationed within its borders. Few were the nations that dared attack. It was, after all, forbidden to harm a dog without considering its master. No one wanted to provoke Bosk, the mighty colossus of the north, which is why Oliver had dared to provoke so many times. Now, with the Lionheart Knights redeployed and most of Norton's local forces drawn into the Trio Conference, during this time of the weakest defenses, the Ashen Kin, led by Dolores, took them by surprise, directly conquering Kenya City. Duke Oliver looked at his adjutant beside him, grabbing his shoulders like a drowning man clutching at straws, shaking him violently. Quick, Gardel, go find Duke Leo. The Bosk Duchy must have a way. Hurry, go now. But Gardel only looked despairing, not moving a muscle. Seeing this, Duke Oliver flew into a rage, pushing him violently to the ground and cursing furiously. Damn it, don't you understand human speech? Go contact Duke Leo for me. No. Immediately. Collapsing on the ground, Gardel's voice was heavy with resignation. Lord Oliver, it's too late. They've already broken in, and Bosk's reinforcements can't sprout wings and fly over to save us. A steward-like figure within the Principality of Norton, Gardel had maintained a pessimistic view of the future ever since the defeat at the Trio Conference. He had fervently advised Duke Oliver not to get involved in this mess, but Oliver, relying on the backing of the Boss Duchy, still sent over 100 elite warriors. Oliver grew even more furious, grabbing Gardel by the collar and lifting him up, spitting with rage. Then what do we do? Wait here to die? Gardel cautiously suggested, perhaps, maybe we can surrender. Oliver threw him to the ground, laughing angrily. Maybe you can surrender, but do I have that chance? Don't forget the Rackham family is already extinct, and most of the nobles in the Rackman Duchy have been slaughtered. Do you think, as the Duke of Norton and ruler of this principality, that I have a chance to surrender? He unfastened the axe at his waist, gripping it tightly, advancing step by step. His towering figure nearly obscured Gardel, and his tone grew increasingly menacing. Gardel sensed danger as he lay on the ground. Yet he did not panic. Instead, a semblance of calm took over. Suddenly, his face twisted into a mocking smile. Who knows, maybe you still have a chance. After all, a dog of the Boss Duchy or a dog of the Ashen Kingdom, either way you're still a dog. Swish. Duke Oliver chopped Gardel's head off, blood splattering his face. Humph, despicable rebel. He snorted coldly, his visage growing even more grotesque. Duke Oliver knew all too well that he had angered the Red Dragon multiple times, and with the Red Dragon's vindictive nature, there was no way it would let him live. He would likely be dragged to the executioner's block, facing so-called judgment, becoming the laughingstock of all. This was absolutely intolerable to Oliver. Duke Oliver looked at his trusted aides, his expression icy as he addressed them. This is the fate that awaits those who dare to think of surrendering. Do you understand? The Frost Giant bloodline seemed to be taking effect as he held Gardel's head aloft, panting heavily. His bloodied face took on a bluish hue, and with his towering stature over 2 meters, he indeed resembled a fierce and brutal frost giant. Out of fear or respect, the trusted aides nodded in agreement, not daring to make a sound. "So, what will you do next?" After a long silence, the guard captain finally gathered the courage to ask. The chaos outside grew louder with howls, cries, even gunshots echoing throughout the city. Clearly, the Ashen Kingdom's army had entered the city and begun killing the resisting enemies. They wouldn't hold out much longer. Damn it, how could they break through so fast? Useless bastards. Duke Oliver tossed Gardle's unseeing head aside, contemplating with a grim face that seemed shrouded in a thick gloom. Suddenly, he recalled a story about the Norton family, passed down through generations since the time the Norton family were still Val barbarian chieftains. It had been 400 years. People had even regarded it as legend, including his father. But with the Red Dragon's retainers approaching, perhaps this was the last straw to clutch. With this thought, Oliver ordered, "Let's go to the family tomb." "Yes, my lord." Oliver and his trusted aides moved through a secret passage behind the ducal residence, arriving at the Norton family tomb. This cemetery was lavishly adorned, with flowers symbolizing the repose of the deceased planted throughout. Engraved on the tombstones were intricate inscriptions bearing the names of the Norton family ancestors and their epitaphs. There were many sizable underground mausoleums within the graveyard, providing a resting place for each duke. Hundreds of years of assimilation had made the Norton family's burial customs almost identical to those of the northern nobility. "This is the place. You may stand guard outside. Await my return." "Yes, my lord." The trusted aides obeyed, guarding the entrance. Grand Duke Oliver approached the largest mausoleum and walked straight in. Etched upon it was the name of the Norton ancestor, the first to be given the Norton surname, Calhoun Norton. According to the secret codex, it should be like this. Following the procedures outlined in the family's secret codex, he used a dagger to cut his finger, letting his blood drip into the groove in front of the sarcophagus. The blood, a peculiar blend of red and white, immediately merged into it, producing a subtle icy ripple. Boom. With a deep rumble, a concealed stone door slowly opened. Behind the sarcophagus, a deep secret passage appeared. So it's true. It's all true. Duke Oliver's eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly stepped into the secret passage. The passage seemed to be designed just for him. Despite his height of over 2 meters, he walked through it effortlessly. Chapter 168. Chapter 95. Eternal Frosthorn. On the stone walls flanking the hidden passage, there were not carvings of the northern nobility's design, but rather some murals. These were drawn with some unknown red pigment, using the simplest lines to portray scenes brimming with primal vitality and intense strength. In these pictures, one could see frost giants wielding weapons, a horn, humans, a blizzard. According to later investigations by court scholars, these murals were a way for the Val barbarians to record history, and Oliver, being a descendant of the Val barbarians, knew this well. Clearly, the murals within the tomb also used this primitive form to record some true story. Frost giants. A horn. Blizzards. "This is," Duke Oliver murmured to himself, as if the story seemed familiar to him. He continued walking along the hidden passage, eventually arriving at the end, a secluded burial chamber. Inside, there were no luxurious burial items, only a large horn placed there. The horn appeared to be made from a leg bone, its slightly yellowed surface glistening, etched with bold and grand runes, reminiscent of an artifact from an ancient wild era. From the gaps of these runes, a chill emanated that invoked a feeling of an ice-cold abyss. It seemed less like a horn and more like a dormant glacier. Seeing the horn, Duke Oliver was initially stunned, soon followed by sheer delight. He finally understood. The generational story was indeed real. The eternal Frosthorn. Duke Oliver murmured, pronouncing the name. The Norton family claimed their ancestor was a frost giant. Back then, there wasn't a Norton surname yet, and this frost giant bore the tribal name Everfrost. Gay Everfrost. This frost giant couldn't endure the desolate environment of the glacial plateau and sought powerful strength. Seizing an opportunity when his tribesmen were out hunting, he killed the guard of the Holy Land and stole the relic capable of controlling frost and snow, the eternal Frosthorn. He blew the horn, and an endless blizzard severed the path behind him, allowing him to escape his pursuers and reach the warmer south. In the area of Stormy Ridge in the south, the naturally large and strong frost giant became the mightiest warrior, conquering the entire barbarian tribe by force and founding the Var tribe, thus passing down the bloodline of the frost giants to the present day. But it was said that when the horn was blown again, frost giants from the far north Great Glacier would hear the ancestors' call, chase down the rebels' descendants, and at all costs, retrieve the relic by heading south. Damn Red Dragon, since you won't let me live peacefully, then bear the wrath of the frost giants. I'll drag you all to the grave with me. Grand Duke Oliver stared at the massive horn, a sinister smile spreading across his face. These frost giants, known as the Everfrost tribe, came from the Var Glacier at the northernmost tip of Anzita, a place called the Icebound Forbidden Land. Every now and then, they would raid the south with accompanying blizzards. However, the interval wasn't fixed. It might be years, decades, or even centuries. 60 years had passed since the last frost giants raided the south in the Frost Calamity. That calamity caused tremendous losses to the northern countries, with several cities destroyed and tens of thousands killed or injured, ultimately rendering Stormy Ridge a forbidden zone for humans. In other words, Duke Oliver held the key to another frost calamity. As long as he blew the horn, he could unleash a catastrophe that would engulf the entire north. But reflecting on blowing the horn, knowing his own life would be at peril, Duke Oliver's face again showed hesitation. He valued his life greatly and wouldn't risk it unless driven to the brink. And this time, Duke Oliver seemed to see a turn in events. Perhaps I can use the Eternal Frost Horn to threaten the Ashen Kingdom, to maintain the Principality of Norton's status. I might even gain more benefits, enhancing my position. First, let's take it in hand. With this thought, he attempted to touch the surface of the bone horn, but failed to notice the bleeding wound on his hand. Virum. A heavy humming sound rang out. The horn was blown directly. This was indeed the bloodline relic of the frost giants. The sound, like a battle cry from ancient times, mingled with the howl of a snowstorm, echoed across the Anzita Great Wilderness. At that moment, the runes flashed with blinding cold light, resonated with the frost giants' bloodline, and transmitted the immense frost power from the progenitor of frost giants to his body, filling Duke Oliver with inexhaustible strength. Through those cold lights, he seemed to see wars between giants and dragons of ancient times. Those towering frost giants blowing the horn, summoning endless wind and snow, turning the red dragons in the sky into ice sculptures. To Oliver, this was both an ancient history and a prophecy of the future. With such power, he might truly stand against the giant dragons. This power. It's unbelievable. Duke Oliver opened his fingers, a chilling stream mixed with snow fragments flowing from between them. When he clenched his fist again, an ice cone had formed before him. A glaring cold light appeared in Oliver's pupils, and runes flickered ceaselessly across his body. His body suddenly swelled to over 4 meters tall, and his skin turned glacial blue. At this moment, he was like the master of frosty calamities, even able to control glaciers and summon blizzards out of thin air. This sudden boon filled him with unparalleled confidence, making him understand how his ancestor had conquered the entire barbarian tribe. I can't fathom why the ancestor hid this secret. It's so wonderful. Oliver suddenly burst into wild laughter. With his laughter, howling wind and snow surrounded him, growing increasingly intense. From now on, I need no support at all. Neither the Ashen Kingdom, nor the Boss Duchy. The entire North and all of Anzita will tremble under this power. Here will be my empire. I am the blizzard. I am the scourge. The ice cone pierced the ground, creating a deep fissure in the earth. Duke Oliver, now almost indistinguishable from a true frost giant, rode the ice storm and flew out with a sudden leap. This is... Oliver's trusted aides were all stunned, rooted in place, unsure of how to react. But they were soon turned into ice sculptures in the howling wind and snow. These mortal lives are like ants to me now. Fleeting. Oliver coldly glanced at the ice sculptures, with not the slightest bit of remorse for his once loyal subordinates, nodding with satisfaction instead. Chapter 169. Chapter 96. Blizzard. Those who resist to the end shall die. Dolores hoisted the Bloodfire battle-axe and let out a furious roar. The trusted aides of the ducal mansion were no match for the goblins' army's assault. Every swing of Dolores's battle-axe carved a blood-red arc through the air, severing multiple bodies at once, blood spraying everywhere. Archers in the distance aimed to kill the monstrous foe, but the spears wielded by the goblin skirmishers produced a clattering noise, emitting wisps of green smoke. Bang, 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 bang. Like the Grim Reaper marking names on a list, every shot from the spears felled an archer. Thanks to refined firearms, the Dragon Vein blessings, and the Crucible of War, These goblin skirmishers had become lethal avatars on small battlefields, able to swiftly and easily annihilate human troops 100 soldiers. Dolores wiped the blood off his face, exhaled white mist, and sneered. Let's go capture that ridiculous Duke. Let him see what hell looks like. After months of peace, he was eager for warfare, volunteering for this lightning siege even before the Red Dragon assigned anyone. Previously, Dolores's goblins' army was invincible, breaching multiple cities in succession, filling him with confidence. This time turned out as he expected. The goblin skirmishers, equipped with the latest model dragonfire long spears, crushed the opposition, swiftly ending the battle. But just as they broke through the city defense army, a long horn sound resonated from within the city. The sound was strange, making him feel cold all over and a bit suspicious. But what is that sound? Forget it. Catch the Duke first, Dolores thought. A fierce wind suddenly blew. A few snowflakes touched Dolores's face, making him shiver involuntarily. This dragon-veined goblin, who disliked the cold, scratched his head and shivered again, a puzzled expression on his ugly face. Did I misremember? It's not winter yet. How can it be snowing? Even in the land of eternal winter, it was unusual to have such early snowfall, especially in a relatively warmer city. Who? The gale intensified, cold air spreading all around, mixed with large hailstones, forming a small snowstorm in midair. Dolores finally became alarmed, gripping his battle axe tightly as he realized that this sudden snowstorm was not a natural phenomenon. Dolores immediately retreated, leaving the area, and didn't forget to shout, "Stay alert. This is no ordinary snowstorm. That's a spell." The goblins hurried to retreat, but the snowstorm, like a living entity, pursued them, howling continuously. Damn it, it really is a spell. Damn it, how does this small town have such high-level spells? Those serpent folk in the intelligence department deserve a bullet. Dolores watched the approaching snowstorm, spat, and cursed. The Principality of Norton was rated the lowest in Ashen Kingdom's internal gradation, with hardly any competent troops. Merely a dog under Bosk. Who would have thought such high-level spells would appear? In the middle of the snowstorm, a giant figure, light blue-skinned and ferocious, appeared. Floating in midair, with a large horn tied to his back, his body glowed with icy blue magic tattoos. Holding an ice cone, he was like the master of the snowstorm. That was Grand Duke Oliver. He laughed wildly, his pupils emanating endless cold, radiating dazzling ice blue light. Tremble, minions of the W-Worm. Let me show you true power. I am the blizzard. With his laughter, the snowstorm around him intensified, its range further expanding. The goblins who failed to escape were frozen solid within moments in that extreme cold, turned into ice statues still in their lifelike poses. Look, is that his grace? Oh my God, what is this? So cold. I'm losing consciousness. The blizzard ravaged the city, and many residents couldn't escape this terrible scourge. Grand Duke Oliver showed no regard for the lives of the city's inhabitants, unleashing the power of the eternal Frosthorn recklessly, turning 100 meters around him into a white world, with snowy roads lined with various ice sculptures. What on earth is this thing? That is definitely no low-level spell. While fleeing in panic, Dolores cursed vehemently. Even he wouldn't last long within this icy domain. Boom. The dragon-veined goblin saw the approaching snowstorm, and without hesitation, he threw down his battle axe and jumped over 20 meters, barely escaping the snowstorm's reach. The dragon-vein's power granted him agility, allowing a quicker retreat. Minions of the W-M stopped struggling. You cannot fight the blizzard. Controlling the blizzard, Grand Duke Oliver showed no intention of letting up. He chased Dolores to the city's outskirts, bent on completely destroying this so-called envious war maniac, making the hateful Red Dragon lose a key lieutenant. This can't go on. Having reached the city's edge, Dolores looked back at the approaching snowstorm, gritting his teeth with determination as he crushed the crimson crystal stone in his hand. Dolores frantically called for help from the shattered crystal stone. Master, save me. This was the communication crystal stone, flaming dragon crystal, that only Ashen Kingdom's tribal leaders possessed, allowing direct contact with the Red Dragon in critical moments. Though the dragon-veined goblin was fearless in battle, he didn't wish to die inexplicably in this spell. Thus, he swallowed his pride and sought the Red Dragon's aid. Who? The wind and snow roared on. Dolores had not given up entirely. Mustering his last bit of strength, he charged towards Grand Duke Oliver at the storm's center. "I'll tear you apart." But the white domain gradually engulfed him. His massive dragon, vein goblin body trembled. His actions stiffened. His dragon-scaled face gradually became covered in ice, even his eyelids coated with frost. Fueled by the fervent, lively red dragon bloodline inside him, he possessed immense vitality. Still alive, his teeth chattered, and his eyes slowly blinked. "Damn. If I die like this, Ram the stupid ogre will laugh at me. I can't die here." In this life-and-death moment, Dolores thought. Having endured just a few minutes in this extreme cold, he felt his body entirely numb, completely insensate, and his thoughts slowing as a frozen solid. Chapter 170. Chapter 97. Ice and Fire. At this moment, a fire portal abruptly appeared in the snowy white realm. Such an interesting fluctuation. A noble youth with black hair and golden eyes walked out from it. Immediately, his entire body sparkled with tiny flickers of magical aura, suddenly swelling into an enormous red dragon nearly 20 meters long. With the appearance of the red dragon, the high-temperature heat spread around, causing magma to surge from the snow-covered ground. The intense blizzard was blocked. The frost on Dolores' body also slowly receded, turning into flowing water, but he collapsed to the ground with weak breaths. Dragon's breath. Cassius lightly waved his claw, and beams of light descended from the sky, carrying the purest vitality of dragons, healing the frostbite inside the dragon vein goblin and saving his life. "Master, you're here." Dolores, lying on the ground and barely alive, weakly opened his eyes and struggled to speak, his heart filled with the disappointment of being easily defeated and nearly killed. "Forgive my incompetence." Seeing Dolores out of danger, the red dragon no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at Duke Oliver in midair and the swirling snowstorm around him. Such powerful frost powers. But the person harnessing this power is too weak. In Cassius' eyes, the only thing worth noting was the horn behind Duke Oliver. The human with the frost giant bloodline was merely an insignificant vessel. Seeing the red dragon's arrival, Duke Oliver's seething hatred from his frost giant blood toward dragons, combined with his own grudges, created a surge of anger that filled his heart. "Damn red dragon. I'll show you what frost truly is." He directed the wind and snow toward the red dragon. The violent storm, filled with ice shards and an endless chill, ravaged toward the dragon. Agile as a dragon. The surface of Cassius' wings was infused with spatial power, making his flying speed incredibly frightening. His whole body became a blur, easily evading the snowstorm like a phantom. Swish. The red dragon swiftly soared over the ground, flying directly above Duke Oliver, but he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he stopped leisurely. Cassius looked down disdainfully at Duke Oliver. "Decent spell. But can you truly control this power?" "Pathetic bastard." Seeing the contempt in the red dragon's golden slit eyes, Duke Oliver became even more furious. "How dare you?" From a young age, he was indoctrinated by his family to obey the orders of the Boss Duchy and serve them obediently. Though those northern nobility politely addressed him as His Grace on the surface, they secretly mocked him as the so-called loyal dog duke or Lord Barbarian. He never had the power to make his own choices and could only timidly follow under the wings of the Boss Duchy. This led to his twisted personality, arrogant yet inferior, often venting his anger on his subjects. Now, possessing unimaginable power enough to control everything, he was still despised by this red dragon. That contemptuous gaze was all too familiar. One he had endured silently from childhood to now. Duke Oliver's eyes flashed with intense cold light. Runes on his body flickered as he shouted toward the sky. "Worm, I'll kill you." With his roar, ice cones erupted from the ground, stabbing at the red dragon in midair. Cassius still looked at him with disdain. His chest glowed with intense red light, energy building up in his throat, and then he spewed out. Extremely effective flame breath. Far more concentrated than frost power, the gathered fire elements formed a blazing white pillar of fire. It effortlessly tore through wind and snow, shattered ice cones, and evaporated all the surrounding ice and snow. But he didn't use the flames to further attack Oliver. Instead, he closed his mouth leisurely, mocking him. "Is that all? Duke Oliver, in my eyes, you are merely a good dog tied to that horn." Cassius said calmly. He was provoking Duke Oliver, just wanting to see what this guy with the frost giant bloodline could do under the horn's blessing. This guy's use of eternal frost power was too superficial. He couldn't even gather elements at a single point, just wasting power like a frenzied dog. Therefore, in Cassius' eyes, Duke Oliver was no threat at all, but rather an experimental opportunity to experiment with the horn's capability. Perhaps by coincidence or intent, the Red Dragon's words were exactly what Duke Oliver wanted to hear, completely igniting his rage. "You're asking for death. I'll make you sleep forever." Oliver roared recklessly. He took the horn from his back and blew it. Extreme cold air poured out from the horn, creating a never-ending, intense snowstorm in the sky. The horn's sound echoed through the clouds. An even more violent snowstorm appeared in the sky. The chill made even the Red Dragon feel threatened, his body as if plunged into an ice cave. Cassius spewed fierce flames. The flames formed a wall blocking the invasion of cold air, and he watched Oliver blowing the horn, a spark lighting up in his eyes. This fluctuation has reached the legendary level. Unexpected gain. Who knew this horn could actually allow a mortal to use legendary level power? However, his time is running out. In Cassius' eyes, Oliver now looked like a bomb ready to explode anytime, his body filled with uncontrollable power. "Come attack me. Let me see your power." The Red Dragon still sneered, slowly flapping his wings amidst the storm, hovering midair through spatial power, with flames dancing in the air with his wing beats. Oliver, almost losing his mind, extended his palm, from which extreme cold poured out like a rushing river. "No, not enough. Need more power. To kill that Red Dragon." Oliver continued to greedily draw the power from the horn. The eternal frost power resonated with his bloodline. The ice-blue runes on his body glowed brighter and more blinding. The power poured out as cold air. Boom. The tidal wave of cold air washed over the Red Dragon's body, but the huge dragon body vanished out of thin air. The mist-cold air formed several meter-high, grim ice cones on the ground. It turned out that was just an incarnation of flames. With Oliver's spell skills, he couldn't even discern the simplest flame incarnation, pouring all his power into the illusion. The real Red Dragon had long used the terrifying speed brought by Agile as a dragon to silently appear behind him. Experiment finished. Your life should end as well. Truly pathetic fellow. Cassius casually swiped his claw. He only used the most basic dragon's trickery. The reason was simple. Duke Oliver now had legendary-level energy output, but no corresponding defensive means or control ability. If not blocked by the snowstorm and unable to get close, even Dolores could easily chop Oliver into mincemeat. Scratch technique. A claw-shaped magical field appeared behind Oliver, easily slashing through his fragile, untrained body. As the Red Dragon tore through Duke Oliver's body, the eternal frost power, barely maintained by his bloodline, finally lost balance and exploded completely. I clearly hit. No cold light seeped from his mouth, nose, and eyes. Duke Oliver's inflated body, from absorbing power, burst open like a balloon. Sharp ice cones erupted from the wounds, rolling white mist spreading over them. Eventually, his entire body turned into irregular extreme cold crystals, like a glacier buried underground for millennia. The horn fell to the ground, lying there quietly. Its runes dimmed, and the snowstorm in the sky gradually ceased. TSK. A guy blinded by power. A hybrid frost giant with a bloodline diluted who knows how many times. Thinking he could fight a dragon single-handedly just because he had a racial relic. Truly clueless. Cassius watched the ice crystal, lamenting. Chapter 171. Chapter 98. The Chronicles of Delena. Although there were minor incidents and unexpected casualties along the way, Kenya City was ultimately conquered by the Ashen Kingdom, marking the end of the Principality of Norton after over 400 years. The members of the Norton family, under the strict house-to-house search conducted by the Nocturne troops, were all captured without exception, and almost all were sent to the dungeons of Northwind Castle. After all, these individuals with a diluted bloodline of frost giants were too conspicuous in their physique. Even their blood had a unique scent. Dragon Vein Goblin leader Dolores, frustrated by the perilous battle, voluntarily asked Cassius for a temporary leave from the military and vowed to become a Dragon Sanctuary Holy Knight. He was now diligently studying in the Hall of Dragon Oath, though it was unclear if he would succeed. In the council hall, Cassius sprawled on the throne, enthusiastically toying with the horn in his hand. To gain such equipment effortlessly was an unexpected delight for him. You have plundered ice from ancient times. You have obtained the legendary equipment, Eternal Frosthorn. Eternal Frosthorn. Quality, legendary. Creator, Kobold Everfrost. Description: in the ancient times, long forgotten, during a war that lasted several generations, Kobold demonstrated terrifying spellcasting talent, summoning ice hundreds of meters tall to freeze an ancient red dragon into an ice block. This made him a brilliant star in the giant empire, establishing his own giant clan and even receiving the surname Everfrost from the frost giant god Solium. When the war ended, both sides were paralyzed. Even in his old age, Kobold was still alive. Knowing that his clan would face threats after his death, he cut off his right leg, engraved runes on the leg bone, and forged it into a horn imbued with the power of Everfrost, which he handed to his son before he died. When the horn is blown, a howling blizzard will sweep forth, sending all enemies of the Everfrost tribe into eternal sleep. I will freeze everything. Not just my enemies, but all that I own. Kolba Everfrost. Effects: requires resonance with the Everfrost frost giant bloodline. Otherwise, the effect is reduced to 1/3 of its original strength. Power of the Everfrost rune. When the horn is blown, the runes will glow an icy blue, and the power of frost and snow will be under your control. A howling blizzard will encircle within a radius of several hundred meters around you, with magically cold hail and snowflakes falling from the sky to freeze your enemies. Kolba's Glacier Prison. 9th level Shaping Magic. A nearly 100-meter-high glacier will rise from the ground, imprisoning any creature you designate. The creature will suffer continuous cold damage until it dies. Extreme Cold Ice Explosion Spell. 8th level Shaping Magic. You will open your palm to release a torrent of extremely cold water, resembling a waterfall, causing targets to become sluggish and suffer cold damage. Advanced Icicle Technique. 7th level Shaping Magic. You will create several sharp icicles to inflict cold and piercing damage on your enemies. As expected of the sacred relic of the Frost Giant clan. A truly powerful legendary equipment. But unfortunately, there are too many limitations, and it doesn't suit my red dragon form. Cassius commented like this. This equipment was essentially crafted to counter red dragons. And as a genuine red dragon, who could even bathe in magma, he couldn't withstand extreme cold climates and wasn't compatible with the power of the Everfrost rune. Moreover, activating this equipment required the bloodline of a frost giant. Though he had captured the descendants of the Norton family, their bloodlines were diluted over many generations and could not fully unleash the power of such a legendary relic. Thankfully, it was in Oliver's hands. If it had fallen into the hands of a frost giant elder, I would have had a tough time. Cassius felt a bit relieved. That power-hungry Duke Oliver probably didn't even utilize half the power of this legendary equipment. Yet it posed a slight threat to him, demonstrating its immense power. A captivating female voice interrupted Cassius's thoughts. Master, I have found the relevant information. The records are in this book from the Rackman Duchy's library, titled The Secrets of the Norton Family. Delena appeared in the hall holding a worn parchment book, looking quite pleased. Cassius, still toying with the bone horn in his hand, showed keen interest. Highlight the key points and read them to me. Yes, Master. This horn is called the Eternal Frosthorn, a sacred relic passed down through the Everfrost frost giant clan near the Var Glacier. It was stolen centuries ago by an ancestor of the Norton family, traitorous frost giant. Delena's expression grew more serious as she turned to the last page, her brow furrowing slightly. When the horn is blown again, the frost giants from the extreme north will stop at nothing to reclaim it and restore the glory of their ancestors. What's wrong? Seeing Delena's grim expression, Cassius felt a bit curious. She spoke heavily, uttering 2 words. Frost Calamity. Delena cautiously lifted her eyes and, seeing that the red dragon did not interrupt, she continued. The Everfrost clan, estimated to have over 300 frost giants, hails from the icebound forbidden land of the Var Glacier at the northernmost end of Anzita. These frost giant clans periodically invade the south along with blizzards. The timing is uncertain, and the northerners refer to such invasions as frost calamities. It has been over 60 years since the last frost calamity. That catastrophe caused heavy losses to all countries in the north, with tens of thousands of casualties. It almost destroyed a duchy. My grandfather witnessed that calamity firsthand. Villages and farms were plundered, the roads littered with the broken bodies of humans and beasts, and some cities turned into snow-covered ruins. At this point, a glint of delight flashed in Cassius's golden eyes. 300 frost giants. Isn't this just the perfect opportunity to collect materials for the eternal frost horn? Cassius looked meaningfully at Delena and said, Delena, understand your position. Our Ashen Kingdom can only be the calamity for all enemies, never a victim of any disaster. Notify the retainers and prepare for battle. I want to collect a large amount of Frost Giant's blood. Delena finally came to her senses, realizing she was no longer a trembling serpent folk under the enemy's iron heel, but a member of the Ashen Kingdom ruled by the Red Dragon. Yes, he was called the Scourge, and the entire north trembled under his wings. Yes, master. Delena half knelt on the ground, her tone tinged with inexplicable excitement. A longhorn sound echoed. Sunlight pierced through thin clouds, a cold wind howled, and the glacier covered in white frost and snow sparkled with a chilling light. This place, known to the world as the Icebound Forbidden Land, was the Var Glacier, the survival ground of the frost giants for millennia. Within the crevices of the glacier, beds made of solid ice could be found, scattered with clothes made of animal skins, bone spears, and rough stone blades, marking the gathering place of the Everfrost tribe. The glacial crevice where the frost giants gathered almost never saw sunlight in winter. As crops couldn't grow, they could only corral the livestock they looted for food and hunt on the tundra and snowy mountains. Hence mammoths and even a few land dragons were kept outside the ice cavern. Is that the horn sound? Solium above, that's the eternal frost horn. The frost giant, wearing a bullhorn helmet, raised his double-bladed axe, feeling the resonance in his blood, and roared excitedly. He was tall and strong, standing over 8 meters high, with glacier-blue skin marked with scars. His whitish beard resembled a pool of frost and snow, and he wore strands of frost and ice pillars on his body. He was the current chieftain of the Everfrost tribe, Kassa Everfrost the Bonebreaker. Kassa was the mightiest and strongest warrior in the tribe, in his prime at just over 80 years old, who had once barehandedly snapped the neck of an adult white dragon, earning him the title Bonebreaker. All frost giant warriors held him in high esteem. But Kassa had a trouble, which was not finding the tribe's relic, the Eternal Frosthorn. The loss of the Eternal Frosthorn happened over 600 years ago, when the shameful traitor known as the Betrayer stole the relic, used its power to reach the south, and eventually allied with the humans. In natural conditions, the average lifespan of a frost giant was just over 230 years. Over the past 600 years, 9 chieftains had perished, and apart from continuous small-scale raids, the Everfrost tribe had launched 13 major invasions into the south, known as the Frost Calamities, yet they never found the relic representing their ancestors' supreme glory. Now, within the Everfrost tribe, there were 532 adult frost giants. These vigorous frost giants were consuming the Great Glacier quickly, and Kassa had originally planned to mobilize the entire tribe for an incursion in 10 years. Unexpectedly, the Eternal Frost Horn had sounded. This matter is too significant. We should ask Elder Nur. Kassa walked to the deepest part of the ice cavern, finding a special frost giant in the most deep and cold place. Even the usually reckless Kassa restrained his excitement at this moment, tentatively asking, Elder Nur, is it time? Yes. We will reclaim the relic and restore the honor of our ancestors. The voice was hoarse and low, but firm. This frost giant, known as Elder Nur, was hunched and aged, with light blue skin etched with strange runes. Upon closer inspection, one would find these runes were almost identical to those on the Eternal Frosthorn. He was the shaman of the Everfrost tribe, Nur Everfrost of the Wooden Staff. It was said he was 374 years old, had seen the reigns of 5 chieftains, and personally participated in 6 invasions of the south. He was the most revered frost giant in the tribe, and was said to communicate with the long-silent frost giant god, Solium. Nur, supporting himself with the wooden staff, wobbled as he stood up, eyes closed, one hand outstretched as if feeling the cold in the air. I can feel the power of the Eternal Frost Horn guiding me. That is the call of the ancestors, Great Kolba calling us. Kassa was ecstatic, his hand holding the double-bladed axe trembling. The tribe's centuries-old wish was about to be fulfilled by him. He would become the most successful chieftain in 1,000 years. Excellent, Elder Nur. I will gather all the tribe's people and launch a war against the humans in the south, reclaiming our relic. This time, I will certainly wash away the disgrace and restore the honor of the ancestor Kolba. Nurse softly agreed. Yes, the tribe's people have already waited too long. But the aged frost giant, who had seen much of life, closed his eyes again, as if seeing something shocking, his body trembling slightly. I also see a scourge. Destined scourge. Scourge? Casa was puzzled. Nerf furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, and then slowly replied, Yes, a scourge. I don't know what this omen represents. It might be a group of humans, it might be a dragon, or something else entirely. Casa laughed heartily, casually shouldering his double-bladed axe, confidently said, Elder Nur, you're worrying too much. For us, no scourge could exist. Let's be real. We frost giants are called the frost calamity by the southerners. Even dragons would have their necks snapped by my own hands. There was a flash of confident gleam in his eyes. We bring disaster to others. No one dares to provoke us. Hope so. Nur remained non-committal, only wobbling out with the help of a frost giant attendant. Casa, since you've made up your mind, informed the tribe. The southern humans have enjoyed peace for too long. Another holy conquest is about to begin, and this is still your first time. Yes, Elder Nur. Compared to the calmness of Nur, who had experienced several campaigns, Casa was extremely excited, hardly able to contain his joy. A successful large-scale raid by the frost giants could result in looted goods that lasted decades, a valuable opportunity for the frost giants growing on barren glaciers, and a symbol of the achievements of successive chieftains. Reclaim the eternal Frosthorn. Kill all the southern humans. Rob them all. Standing at the glacier's summit, Casa raised his double-bladed axe with one arm and shouted loudly. Hundreds of frost giants below raised their diverse weapons, unleashing excited roars and growls. Of course, the frost giants yearned to restore their ancestors' honor, but they seemed more interested in killing and robbing the rich southerners than these intangible things. Pillaging was inherent in the frost giants' nature. Unlike their benevolent cousins, the cloud giants and storm giants, to the frost giants born in ice and snow, strength was everything. I will lead the tribe to reclaim the eternal frost horn and retrieve all we once had. Anything standing in our way will be crushed. Casa Everfrost the Bonebreaker overlooked the boiling tribe below, tightened his grip on the double-bladed axe, and made a silent vow. Chapter 172. Chapter 99. Casa Everfrost, who, a long horn sound echoed. Sunlight pierced through thin clouds, a cold wind howled, and the glacier covered in white frost and snow sparkled with a chilling light. This place, known to the world as the Icebound Forbidden Land, was the Var Glacier, the survival ground of the frost giants for millennia. Within the crevices of the glacier, beds made of solid ice could be found, scattered with clothes made of animal skins, bone spears, and rough stone blades, marking the gathering place of the Everfrost tribe. The glacial crevice where the frost giants gathered almost never saw sunlight in winter. As crops could not grow, they could only corral the livestock they looted for food and hunt on the tundra and snowy mountains. Hence, mammoths and even a few land dragons were kept outside the ice cavern. Is that the horn sounds solium above? That is the eternal frost horn. The frost giant, wearing a bull horn helmet, raised his double-bladed axe, feeling the resonance in his blood, and roared excitedly. He was tall and strong, standing over 8 meters high, with glacier-blue skin marked with scars. His whitish beard resembled a pool of frost and snow, and he wore strands of frost and ice pillars on his body. He was the current chieftain of the Everfrost tribe, Casa Everfrost the Bonebreaker. Casa was the mightiest and strongest warrior in the tribe, in his prime at just over 80 years old. He had once bare-handedly snapped the neck of an adult white dragon, earning him the title Bonebreaker. All frost giant warriors held him in high esteem. But Casa had a trouble, which was not finding the tribe's relic, the Eternal Frosthorn. The loss of the Eternal Frosthorn happened over 600 years ago, when the shameful traitor known as the Betrayer stole the relic, used its power to reach the south, and eventually allied with the humans. In natural conditions, the average lifespan of a frost giant was just over 230 years. Over the past 600 years, 9 chieftains had perished. Apart from continuous small-scale raids, the Everfrost tribe had launched 13 major invasions into the south, known as the Frost Calamities, yet they never found the relic representing their ancestors' supreme glory. Now, within the Everfrost tribe, there were 532 adult frost giants. These vigorous frost giants were consuming the Great Glacier quickly, and Casa had originally planned to mobilize the entire tribe for an incursion in 10 years. Unexpectedly, the eternal frost horn had sounded. This matter is too significant. We should ask Elder Nur. Casa walked to the deepest part of the ice cavern, finding a special frost giant in the most deep and cold place. Even the usually reckless Casa restrained his excitement at this moment, tentatively asking, "Elder Nur, is it time, yes? We will reclaim the relic and restore the honor of our ancestors." The voice was hoarse and low, but firm. This frost giant, known as Elder Nur, was hunched and aged, with light blue skin etched with strange runes. Upon closer inspection, one would find these runes were almost identical to those on the eternal Frosthorn. He was the shaman of the Everfrost tribe, Nur Everfrost of the Wooden Staff. It was said he was 374 years old, had seen the reigns of 5 chieftains, and personally participated in 6 invasions of the south. He was the most revered frost giant in the tribe, and was said to communicate with the long-silent frost giant god, Solium. Nur, supporting himself with the wooden staff, wobbled as he stood up, eyes closed, one hand outstretched as if feeling the cold in the air. I can feel it. The power of the eternal frost horn, guiding me. That is the call of the ancestors. Great Kolba calling us. Casa was ecstatic, his hand holding the double-bladed axe trembling. The tribe's centuries-old wish was about to be fulfilled by him. He would become the most successful chieftain in 1,000 years. Excellent. Elder Nur, I will gather all the tribe's people and launch a war against the humans in the south, reclaiming our relic. This time, I will certainly wash away the disgrace and restore the honor of the ancestor Kolba. Nur softly agreed. Yes, the tribe's people have already waited too long. But the aged frost giant, who had seen much of life, closed his eyes again, as if seeing something shocking. His body trembled slightly. I also see a scourge. Destined scourge. Scourge Casa was puzzled. Nur furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, and then slowly replied, "Yes, a scourge. I do not know what this omen represents. It might be a group of humans, it might be a dragon, or something else entirely." Casa laughed heartily, casually shouldering his double-bladed axe, and confidently said, "Elder Nur, you are worrying too much. For us, no scourge could exist. Let's be real. We frost giants are called the Frost Calamity by the Southerners. Even dragons would have their necks snapped by my own hands." There was a flash of confident gleam in his eyes. "We bring disaster to others. No one dares to provoke us." "Hope so." Nur remained non-committal, only wobbling out with the help of a frost giant attendant. "Casa, since you've made up your mind, inform the tribe. The southern humans have enjoyed peace for too long. Another holy conquest is about to begin, and this is still your first time." "Yes, Elder Nur." Compared to the calmness of Nur, who had experienced several campaigns, Casa was extremely excited, hardly able to contain his joy. A successful large-scale raid by the frost giants could result in looted goods that lasted decades, a valuable opportunity for the frost giants growing on barren glaciers, and a symbol of the achievements of successive chieftains. Reclaim the eternal frost horn, kill all the southern humans. Rob them all. Standing at the glacier's summit, Casa raised his double-bladed axe with one arm and shouted loudly. Hundreds of frost giants below raised their diverse weapons, unleashing excited roars and growls. Of course, the frost giants yearned to restore their ancestors' honor, but they seemed more interested in killing and robbing the rich southerners than these intangible things. Pillaging was inherent in the frost giants' nature. Unlike their benevolent cousins, the cloud giants and storm giants, to the frost giants born in ice and snow, strength was everything. I will lead the tribe to reclaim the eternal frost horn and retrieve all we once had. Anything standing in our way will be crushed. Casa Everfrost the Bonebreaker overlooked the boiling tribe below, tightened his grip on the double-bladed axe, and made a silent vow. Chapter 173, Chapter 100, The Duke and the Player. A week later. Stratholme Fortress, Duke Bosk's mansion. Duke Leo Bosk kept stroking his beard, his face full of anxiety. It had been a long time since he had lost his composure like this. The bad news of late was too much, making even the usually calm Duke find it hard to accept. The Principality of Norton had been swiftly annihilated by the Ashen Kingdom in a single day, without even sending out a distress signal. And in the northern part of the kingdom, with the sounding of the strange horn, the legendary Frost Calamity started to stir once more. Signs of Frost Giant's advancement had appeared near the Var Glacier. Your Grace, the adjutant rushed in hurriedly, bringing the latest intelligence. Our scouts in the north have discovered signs of Frost Giant's rapid advance. On roads long sealed, there are remnants of beasts, massive footprints, and the ground is covered in snow. Duke Leo's face immediately darkened, masked by a heavy shadow. Just as recorded. It is indeed the Frost Calamity. Duke Leo turned to the adjutant, asking anxiously, "What about their marching direction? Where will those Frost Giants appear?" The adjutant hurriedly responded truthfully. "Stormy Ridge. According to our current intelligence, they will head south from the vicinity of Stormy Ridge, passing through Trial Valley, entering the northern region." However, he added, "but the area around Stormy Ridge is Ashen Kingdom's territory. Though their patrol and defense focus has shifted to the former Rackman Duchy, it is still controlled by the Red Dragon's retainers. The information we have is extremely scarce, all obtained at the risk of our scouts' lives." The adjutant presented a map, respectfully offering it up. The parchment map was scarred with marks and blemishes, red paint marking areas where signs of Frost Giant's march had been discovered. Duke Leo carefully examined the map, his expression shifting between joy and puzzlement. He paced back and forth in the hall. "That's not right. This is different from the recorded Frost Calamities." According to records, during the Frost Calamities 60 and 170 years ago, the Frost Giants surged into the northern region from different directions, rapidly destroying everything in their path and looting everything around. Often, just a few dozen Frost Giants were enough to obliterate a city. According to domestic scholars' analysis, their main goal should be plundering resources while weakening our forces, hence why these Frost Giants would unleash their destructive power recklessly. But this time, they seem to have a specific target. And that target, which requires them to concentrate their power, should be the current Ashen Kingdom. Continuing to scrutinize the map, Duke Leo's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Upon hearing this, the adjutant immediately showed a look of delight. "My lord, doesn't that mean we've hit the jackpot? This Ashen Kingdom is fending off the Frost Calamity from the north, with the Frost Giants and the giant dragons tangled up amongst themselves, too preoccupied to look south. We can take this opportunity to launch an attack on the Ashen Kingdom, right?" Duke Leo finished the thought. The adjutant quickly bowed, flattering. "You are wise, my lord. That is exactly what I was thinking." Duke Leo's expression slightly softened, finally revealing a hint of relaxation. "Let me correct you on one term. It's not take this opportunity, but bide our time. We still don't know the upper limit of the Red Dragon's strength in the Ashen Kingdom, and the Northern Frost Giants have only appeared 60 years ago according to records. The outcome of their clash is still uncertain. So we must wait. Wait for an opportunity that clearly reveals the situation. If the Frost Giants have the upper hand, about to annihilate the Ashen Kingdom, then we can aid the Ashen Kingdom in resisting the Frost Giants, exhausting their remaining strength to fend off the calamity for us. Once the Frost Giants retreat, we can slowly settle accounts with the Ashen Kingdom. If the Ashen Kingdom prevails, during the lax period after their battle with the Frost Giants, we can launch a surprise attack." The adjutant showed an expression of sudden realization and quickly echoed, "My lord, your wisdom is far beyond my reach." Duke Leo did not continue to respond, but thoughtfully looked at the map. "What a rare opportunity. Luck is a part of strength, too. The initiative is back in my hands. How will you respond?" "Cassius Claubonorixius." He once again pronounced that long, cumbersome name that had made him restless for days, but now his tone held a touch of expectation. "Ashen Kingdom, Northwind Castle. Isn't that Mantu? Out on patrol again. You're working hard." The passing townsfolk called out warmly, though their voices carried deep reverence. "Serving the Ashen citizens is my duty," Mantu declared righteously. He still wore the sheriff's uniform, patrolling the streets of the southwest urban district he was responsible for. But due to the dictator's rule, there were hardly any players daring to break the law in the city. Manta now considered the original residents as his primary targets. For instance, the notorious Black Beer Gang in the southwest urban district was single-handedly wiped out by Mantu on his own, earning him over 7,000 faction contributions from that mission. Since then, the southwest urban district had become eerily quiet, with few special cases occurring, leaving Manta quite bored. Why is it so peaceful? Can't there be a major case for me? Is there no hidden gang in Northwind Castle for me to make a fortune? Manta thought as he rode on the dragon's back. Hey, isn't that Mantu? How come you're all dressed up? A snarky voice interrupted Mantu's thoughts. Mantu immediately exploited his authority, not even looking at the person before sternly shouting, Citizen, watch your language. Do not attempt to provoke the sheriff. Unexpectedly, the speaker did not restrain himself, but instead grew more arrogant. Why are you, a little level 2 sheriff, putting on airs? I'm now the head of Nocturne, ranked 2 levels above you in the Ashen system. Let me tell you, I can directly reach the big dragon boss. Who do you think you are? Come on, call me officer. The speaker was none other than Swashbuckler. At this moment, he was flaunting himself, his tail practically sky-high. And upon hearing the name Nocturne, the surrounding residents all scattered, adamantly closing their doors and windows, afraid of getting involved with this important figure. After all, the Nocturne troop in the Ashen Kingdom was notorious, rumored to have assassinated countless would-be rebels. Chapter 174, Chapter 101 Main Quest. Frost Calamity, seeing that the newcomer was Swashbuckler, Manta didn't bother with any formalities, and immediately began to mock him without mercy. After all, during the mission at Rackman Castle, Swashbuckler's cowardly behavior of abandoning his benefactor and fleeing had deeply etched itself into his mind, leaving an indelible mark. Yo, isn't this our chief eunuch from the Eastern Factory, Swashbuckler? Or should I call you the vampire's favorite? Why are you always hiding in the shadows? Come out and get some sun. These few words undoubtedly hit Swashbuckler's sore spot, delivering a heavy strike that made him boil with anger. Especially the phrase vampire's favorite, which directly broke his defenses. After all, that post about the old vampire and the rogue beast's unspeakable 30 seconds still maintained high popularity on the forums, where curious onlookers often checked in, pushing the thread's count to over 10,000 comments, making it a landmark within the forum. Swashbuckler sneered. Humph, I think you're just jealous of my higher position and strength. My vampire template is at least a mini-boss level. I bet even the 3 of you together couldn't beat me. Want to try outside the city? Let's bet 300 gold coins, rogue beast. Today it's either you die or I live. Manta patted his wyvern on the side of its neck, and Noodle immediately understood, glaring at Swashbuckler with bared teeth and a low growl. Swashbuckler was so frightened that he stepped back a few steps and hastily said, Don't come over here. I'm telling you, fighting in the city is illegal. It'll blow your brains out. I'm usually swamped with tasks. I'm not here to chat idly. Singo has something serious to discuss with you. Manta finally patted the dragon's neck, calming it down. What's going on? You'll find out when you get there, at the Red Scale guardhouse. All right, don't try to trick me, or I'll definitely bust your head. Ha, who beats whom is still up in the air. Hiss. Damn, don't let your stinky lizard bite me. I said I'm sorry, okay? Northwest District of Northwind Castle, at the Red Scale guardhouse. This was a rather large building located at the edge of the city, newly built after the Ashen Kingdom took over Northwind Castle. It was still under construction, with powerful ogre workers bustling inside, but its basic framework was already complete. The building stood over 20 meters high, making it seem quite imposing for this era. It used the most advanced structure, with statues of knights riding wyverns at the entrance, and the doors bore the emblem unique to the Ashen Kingdom, a golden vertical pupil surrounded by flames. At the very top of the building was an exceptionally flat and open platform, painted with neat marker symbols, where many wyverns were perched. This was the Red Scale Guardhouse, headquarters of the Red Scale Conqueror, where wyvern knights returning from patrol would rest, waiting for the next mission assignment. Manta had originally been a member of the patrol team, but disliked the arduous patrol tasks and found the rewards lackluster, so he returned to the city to comfortably serve as sheriff. Only Singo remained in the patrol team, now promoted to squad leader, becoming the highest-ranking Red Scale Conqueror under Alger. Manta parked his wyvern at the entrance and entered the hall with Swashbuckler, who had been hiding in the shadows. Yo, Exion Dog, long time no see. You're too slow. In the distance, Singo appeared quite excited. Singo patted Mantu's shoulder and said eagerly, Mantu, stop slacking off in the city. There's only 1 month left of the beta test. This is our golden opportunity to leapfrog ahead. When the game officially launches, we'll be far ahead of the rest. Manta seemed confused. What tasks could be left at this point? Isn't the beta version in its final phase? Other than the crazies from the mechanical god cult still climbing their tech tree, which I can't make heads or tails of, most players are probably doing daily quests. Recently, Mantu's videos hadn't stirred much excitement, mainly consisting of patrol diaries within the city. The last popular video was exploring Rackman Castle, particularly the 30 seconds between Swashbuckler and the old vampire, which earned him thousands of comments, also making Swashbuckler hold a grudge. Singo gave Mantu a disdainful glance. Small-minded people, incapable of understanding grand ambitions. Same goes for those people, their understanding of the game is pitiful. Then tell me, what's there to do? As Singo summoned a panel, he replied, I've always told you to join the Red Scale Patrol team. It's not just about the rewards. It's also about obtaining the latest information. If not for me, you wouldn't know about this final month's main quest in advance. Mantu's eyes widened. You found another main quest? What main quest? An elegant female voice came from behind. It was Summer Night Autumn Rain, with Natural War Maniac following closely. They had both responded to Singo's call, putting aside their tasks to come here. Singo said, calmly see for yourselves. I triggered it during my patrol at Stormy Ridge. A transparent open information screen appeared before them. Main quest, Frost Calamity. Every few decades, the frost giants from the icebound forbidden land of Var Glacier blow their horns and start a rapid march from their icy home, accompanied by howling blizzards. Wherever they go, towns and villages turn into snow-covered ruins, and the unlucky souls on their path are left as plundered corpses. This horrifying scene is known as the Frost Calamity by the natives of the north. Now the Frost Calamity is rising again, but this time the frost giants have a clearer target, the Ashen Kingdom. They intend to plunder everything here and reclaim their ancestors' glory. Anyone standing in their way will be crushed mercilessly. Heroes, use your swords and shields to withstand the blizzard and stop this frost calamity. Frost Giant's Summer Night Autumn Rain furrowed her eyebrows slightly, seeming to recall something unpleasant, and after a moment's thought, she asked, are they similar to the hill giants we fought before? Natural War Maniac rubbed his bald head and chuckled, that'd be great. Even the hill giant was a treasure. Its toenails could be turned into potions. Summer Night Autumn Rain, that was exactly why she didn't want to remember it. Singo answered calmly, that's right. I used my position to specially review related books. These monsters belong to the giant category, but the frost giants are of a much higher sequential rank than hill giants. Moreover, they most likely possess frost-related spell abilities. Mantu stroked his chin, that could be tricky. Our red dragon bloodline doesn't have high resistance to cold. Singo nodded, that's why for this mission we must prepare thoroughly in advance. Chapter 175, Chapter 102, The Skirmish of Genia north of Stormy Ridge in the Casnail Hills. A troop of more than 1,000 kobolds was slowly progressing along the hills, looking like a swarm of ants from afar. They were the transport team of the Ashen Kingdom. Hurry up, get that gold moved. This is a direct order from Lord Ramp. Snap. Genia wielded a leather whip, sharply cracking it against the ground as he commanded the kobolds at the entrance of the mine. As retainers left on Stormy Ridge, the kobolds were still responsible for the mining and transport work. Day and night, they diligently hauled gold out of the mines, working with surprising tenacity. The reason was that those with excellent performance would be granted the Dragon Vein Elixir, transforming them into the legendary winged kobolds, Ord. With the deepening effect of the Dragon Vein blessing, Genia could now even transform Dragon Vein kobolds himself, bestowing the bloodline gift. Currently, Genia's appearance increasingly resembled an actual dragon. Although he still stood on two legs, his body stretched over 4 meters long from head to tail. His head resembled that of a drake, and a row of bone spikes ran down his back. However, the gold tooth in his mouth looked quite diminutive due to his inflated size. Seeing a kobold stumble and fall, Genia roared in anger. Roar. Move faster, you brats. Don't you want to grow wings? Now even Genia's roar sounded less like a dog's bark and more like an infant dragon's roar. The fallen kobold struggled to get up and picked up the scattered gold ore, grumbling under his breath. TCH, just because he got lucky, acting all high and mighty. He's just an Ord. One day I'll also. This kobold was named Black Tooth, named after his yellowish black teeth. Kobolds love this kind of naming convention. Though grumbling, Blacktooth still picked up the ore in his basket, shook himself off, and hurriedly tried to catch up with the troop. Wait for me, but the troop had already moved far ahead, and Blacktooth couldn't catch up right away. A chilling gust of wind suddenly swept in from behind, making the cold-fearing kobold shiver. Hiss. Great red dragon above. It's so cold at this time of year the cold intensified, spreading from behind him, slowing Blacktooth's movements and covering his scales with a thin layer of frost. Just as Blacktooth was about to call for help, a massive shadow enveloped him. He slowly lifted his head. An expression of extreme terror appeared on his ugly face. This is a frost giant, over 6 meters tall, wearing a bullhorn helmet and clad in rough armor made of beast hide and bones, was looming over him, wielding a battle axe. The frost giant grinned menacingly. Ugly little creature. Crushing you underfoot will feel satisfying. Blacktooth quickly tried to run, but the cold had already stiffened his movements. He looked up in terror as the fur-wrapped foot got larger in his vision. Splat! The sound of flesh and bones being crushed was heard, and Blacktooth was squashed into a meat patty. The frost giant nonchalantly scraped his foot along the ground, looking impatient. Why are there so many of these little creatures along the way? They have nothing worth looting. Behind him stood 40 more frost giants. They were scouts from the Everfrost tribe, sent by clan leader Kassa to gather information around Stormy Ridge. Taman, don't forget the clan leader's task. Don't waste time on these insignificant weaklings. This frost giant's voice was deep. He was the leader of the scouting party. This frost giant was different, being taller by half a head compared to his companions. He wore a suit made of scales and held a long bone pickaxe in his hand, with a long thong pendant hanging on his chest. The frost giants made their clothes from beast hide and bones, carved items from bones and fangs, and repurposed the armor and weapons of smaller enemies, for instance, sewing multiple shields together for armor or attaching sword blades to wooden shafts to make spears. Most of the frost giants' equipment was this kind of jumbled assortment. But for them, the best trophies came from dragon-slaying battles. The great frost giant leaders wore armor made of dragon scales and wielded weapons made of dragon bones. This frost giant leader was no exception. His name was Baya Everfrost, Kassa's brother and captain of the frost giant hunting party. He had also participated in the battle to kill a white dragon. The frost giant named Taman pointed forward and said, "Captain Baya, these kobolds are not insignificant. Look ahead, that's clearly a formation. We can pry their mouths open to gather information about the vicinity. After all, it's been decades since we frost giants last marched south en masse." Baya responded coldly, "You make a good point. Then crush them." The cold wind howled, and the ground rumbled. Several frost giants charged forward on dragon tundras, appearing like moving mountains, crushing hundreds of kobolds beneath them. Baya led the charge with a cold face, killing more than 10 kobolds with a single swing of his pickaxe. Those dog-headed creatures, barely reaching his knees at their tallest, were laughably helpless in his presence. Enemy attack. Heavens, what is that? Damn, it's the frost giants. The frost giants are attacking. Frost calamity is here. The kobolds let out wails and cries like distressed dogs, fleeing in all directions. The dragon blood coursing through their veins made them fierce and brave, but only against human militias. Against the overwhelming strength of the frost giants, all resistance was futile. In the dire situation, Genya flapped his wings and took to the sky. He was visibly panicked, but still instinctively tried to stabilize the situation. "Brats, hold the line. These are just some dumb humans. You must endure until the kingdom's reinforcements arrive." Baya was drawn by this familiar voice. He looked up into the sky, squinting his eyes with a gleam of excitement in his icy blue pupils. "Is this a drake?" The frost giant licked his lips. Baya didn't recognize it as a kobold, but mistook it for a malformed drake and was thrilled by the discovery. Didn't expect such an unexpected prize. This dragon blood must taste excellent, likely different from that of a white dragon. It will become my finest trophy. Baya leaped off his dragon tundra, picked up a rock from the ground, and hurled it into the sky. Whoosh! The rock traced an arc in the air, but Genya, reacting swiftly, dodged it. However, he had no time to prepare for what came next. Baya gripped his bone pickaxe tightly, leaped over 10 meters high, and yanked the winged kobold down from the sky with the pickaxe's head. "Dragon, I will strip your hide." The frost giant roared excitedly, clutching Genya's wing with his right hand. Genya also realized the critical situation and quickly opened his mouth. Fireball spell Jinyo was not a trivial figure in the Ashen Kingdom. As a Kobold magician for many years, he had already been able to fully harness the magic in his bloodline, even able to easily cast a third-tier spell like the Fireball spell. A blazing fireball spewed from Jinya's mouth, directly hitting the unprepared Frost Giant's face. With the sizzling sound of flesh and skin being scorched, half of the Frost Giant's face was burned black, horrific wounds appearing on his skin. In the agony, he loosened his grip, allowing Jinya, hooked by the bone pickaxe, to break free. So hot. Baya first covered his face, then roared to the sky, his face full of burn marks brimming with battle intent. The Frost Giant saw the scars on his body and the trophies he stripped from the enemies as symbols of strength and value. Jinya's attack not only did not scare him, but it also excited Baya's fighting spirit. "Dragon, I will kill you. Come down and fight me." He recklessly threw stones into the sky, hoping to strike Jinya down. Jinya dodged in midair, grumbling, "What a damned lunatic." He spat out another fireball toward the ground, but this time the Frost Giant was prepared and blocked it with a bone shield. "Crawl, your flames are weak and feeble. Come, fight me in close combat." The Frost Giant leaped high again, trying to repeat the trick, hooking Jinya from the air down to the ground for a battle. But this time, Jinya was also prepared. He deftly flapped his wings, dodging the bone pickaxe while reaching the Frost Giant's back. Burning hands, the winged kobold extended his claws, a cone of flame spouting from the center of his palm, burning the Frost Giant's unprotected back, leaving a large charred area. The Frost Giant dropped to the ground in pain, rolling several times to relieve the force, but quickly got up again. "Your attack is nothing but a scratch." The tenacious and valiant Frost Giant still roared on the ground, brewing his next attack. For them, fighting was an everyday affair. Frost Giants often wrestled with the giant beasts on the ice fields. Such injuries were nothing to them. While Genius seized this precious breath of air, he looked toward the chaotic battlefield. The cold wind became increasingly fierce as the Frost Giants effortlessly crushed the kobolds, even capturing a few cowardly ones alive. In the face of the absolute size and strength of the Frost Giants, this was not even considered an equal battle, merely a one-sided game. When those Frost Giants surround me, it won't be easy for me to escape either. With only over 1,000 pups here, given the current situation, the best option is to abandon them and hurry to inform the master about the Frost Giant's southward invasion. Jinya had been leading the kobolds in the mine for several months, having little contact with the Ashen Kingdom during this period. He did not know the changes in the outside world, but he knew the terror of the Frost Giants. These guys averaged 6 meters tall and were born as fierce and tough warriors. Their battles could even cause avalanches on the white summit peaks. Even the dozens of Frost Giants present here were enough to completely destroy a city, far beyond what these kobolds could contend with. Thinking of this, Jinya roared and flapped his wings to ascend into the sky. He did not want to continue entangling with Baya. "Stupid giant. I am not a dragon, just a kobold under the command of the great red dragon. The strength you are so proud of is nothing in front of my master. Remember, when my master descends, all you Frost Giants will turn to ashes." After finishing his harsh words, Genius spread his wings and left the battlefield, soaring over the hills. This is the advantage of being able to fly. Can't beat him, but can I outrun him? The Frost Giants on the ground could only rage impotently, throwing giant stones, but Genia had already flown so high that even the formidable strength of the Frost Giants could not reach him. Baya touched the wound on his face, his expression fierce. He is not a dragon, just a mere kobold. The Frost Giant warrior gnashed his teeth. He was not even this angry when he was first injured. If these scars were caused by a red dragon, it would undoubtedly be a symbol of honor. But being caused by a weak kobold would only make Baya a laughingstock among his tribe. Huff huff, I must kill it. And the dragon behind it. Baya stared intently at the small black in the distance, filled with hatred, the scars on his face particularly prominent. As he spoke, he casually stomped, crushing another fleeing kobold into a pulp without even giving it a chance to wail. The wilderness was already littered with corpses, disfigured kobold bodies everywhere, the howling wind often covering them with a thin layer of frost. The Frost Giants, on the other hand, were unscathed, swiftly clearing the battlefield. They would only take the large chunks of gold, completely ignoring the kobold's small gear and trinkets. Similar scenes unfolded all over the stormy ridge. The goblin strongholds were trampled by the giants, kobold mines were crushed, and the half-orc hunting grounds were destroyed. These frost giants moved quickly in several small teams, plundering and destroying everything in their path. Because the Ashen Kingdom had shifted its defense focus to the south, the Stormy Ridge in the north had almost no regular army. There were only disregarded monster kin with no resistance against the powerful frost giants, making their invasion of the Stormy Ridge a crushing defeat. In fact, Cassius had deliberately left an opening, letting the frost giants eliminate these rapidly reproducing monsters to control the monster population in the Stormy Ridge. Kobolds and goblins had become uncountable without human control. If left to reproduce freely, they could likely overrun the entire Stormy Ridge. The goblin chieftain Dolores had once said, "These creatures reproduce like beasts. I don't even consider them my kin." The upper echelons of the Ashen Kingdom had already planned to classify kobolds and goblins within the kingdom based on the concentration of dragon blood. They would be delineated into Dragonvein and ordinary species. The Dragonvein individuals would become Ashen citizens, while the ordinary ones would remain monsters, with a planned strategy for their control and cleansing. Most of the ordinary monsters, given their high reproductive rate, would become disposable resources for the kingdom's development, such as miners, porters, or frontline cannon fodder. Originally, the elite forces of the Ashen Nest, like bipedal wyverns and chimeras, were mainly concentrated around a rock fortress, unaffected by the frost giants' invasion. At the moment, having already received the kingdom's message, they were on high alert in front of the rock fortress. Chapter 177, The Battle of Dragon Valley. In front of Rock Fortress. The dragon-blooded monsters stood ready, letting out low growls. The bipedal wyverns flew in dense formations in the sky, wings overlapping wings, like thick, dark clouds, blocking the sunlight. The wildland dragons roared loudly, stomping on the ground with reckless abandon. 3 chimeras stood at the edge of the cliff, their 3 heads roaring in unison. The Dragonvein goblins and lizard folk stationed at the fortress stood silently, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Though the most elite troops had long been dispatched to the south, the retainers remaining in Dragon Valley were still the core strength of the former Ashen Nest. Many of them were veterans of the Trial War who had not yet followed the Red Dragon to the south. During Cassius's absence, Dolores's trusted subordinate, the great goblin Derol, had become the temporary overseer of Dragon Valley. He had attained the position Dolores had long coveted, but sadly, the center of the Ashen Kingdom had already shifted to Northwind Castle, making Dragon Valley now more of a frontier stronghold and primary troop source. A cold wind howled, surging into the valley. Derol sneezed, his expression growing more solemn. Just as Lord Dolores had said, they would come with the cold wind. Frost giants. The great goblin stood at the highest point of Rock Fortress, gazing into the distance, where he saw many enormous figures appear on the horizon. It was the main force of frost giants. Hundreds of frost giants, either riding large tundra dragons or running on the ground, charged towards the valley, accompanied by clouds of steam. The rapid march of the giants caused the ground to tremble violently. As the temporary overseer of Dragon Valley, Derol was young and inexperienced. He did not provide any unnecessary pre-battle motivation. He merely raised the spear engraved with the Ashen emblem, mimicking Dolores's remembered stance, and shouted loudly for the Ashen Kingdom. "Fight for the great red dragon." The monsters below erupted in thunderous cheers and jubilation, their excitement lingering. Roar, roar. Having survived that battle, their reverence for the red dragon was nearly divine, especially since the Ashen Kingdom had also filled their bellies. These frost giants were indeed powerful, but the dragon-blooded retainers only felt an exhilarating thrill facing such a formidable enemy. After all, they were the minions of the evil dragons. In the midst of the frost giant formation, Bias swung his dragonbone pickaxe, letting out a battle roar. "Take down this fortress. Let them witness the frost calamity." The frost giants charged forward with the cold wind. However, they first fell into the traps dug by the kobolds, who were indeed master trapmakers. Several frost giants, caught unawares, stumbled into specially crafted deep pits and were pierced by sharp spears. Even a giant tundra dragon was tripped by steel cables, toppling with a heavy wail, crushing its rider and 2 frost giants beneath its weight. Boom, boom, boom. At Derol's command to open fire, the artillery on Rock Fortress roared, echoing through the valley. Shells rained down on the frost giants, with shrapnel flying and dust scattering, killing several unlucky giants on the spot. Baya was somewhat taken aback by the quick casualties, but continued to shout angrily, "These small tricks are useless against us. Charge up and crush them." Despite losing several members, the frost giants showed no signs of retreat. Hiss. Accompanied by noisy screeches, the clouds in the sky descended. Hundreds of bipedal wyverns dived chaotically, spitting scorching flames, biting with sharp teeth, or striking with barbed, poisonous tails. The frost giants, after the initial losses, immediately counterattacked. They were natural enemies of the dragon-like creatures and had great experience hunting these flying lizards. The frost giants hurled massive stones into the sky, knocking down the erratically flying wyverns, then grabbed and wrestled them to the ground in vicious combat. These frost giants were larger and stronger than the wyverns, often ripping the wyverns to shreds once they were dragged to the ground. Annoying bugs. Baya leapt up high again, hooking another wyvern with his dragon bone pickaxe. The frost giant warrior used his weight advantage to drag it to the ground, pinning it beneath his massive body. Then, with a single hand, he tore its slender neck apart. Rip. Blood and flesh splattered across Baya's scarred face, making him grin with satisfaction as he prepared to charge at another target. However, right after the wyverns initiated their attack, Dragon Valley's ground forces immediately followed suit, seizing the opportunity of the giants and wyverns entangled in combat to launch their assault. "Advance!" Dirol shouted the command. Feeling exceptionally excited, his hand holding the saber trembled slightly. He had once been a member of the Line Infantry Legion, following Dolores and participating in that volley drill and the trio battle. Now it was finally his turn to command the Legion. The Goblin Infantry Brigade marched in unison to the beat of the half-goat people's drums. The frost giants occasionally hurled stones, crushing a few goblins, but the rear troops quickly filled the gaps. When the Goblin Corps reached within 50 paces of the frost giants, close enough to smell the stench on the giants and feel their breath, Dirol finally gave another command, just like Dolores had done before. His heart pounded, whether from excitement or nervousness. Ready! The goblins, following their training, raised their rifles, creating a series of clattering sounds. Fire! The goblins squeezed their triggers. Bang! The rifles roared, with blue smoke rising slowly from the muzzles, the scent of gunpowder filling the air. Not far from the formation, several frost giants first leaned forward, then collapsed to the ground with a loud crash, raising clouds of dust. These giant targets were much easier to hit than ordinary ones, often being pierced by several blooming bullets that deformed and expanded upon contact, burrowing into the frost giants' bodies and wreaking havoc, easily ending their lives. Oh, it hurts. The frost giants even struggled on the ground, their faces twisted in agony, holding a combat stance, unable to comprehend how they had died so easily. Baya was also shocked by the effect of the volley, dropping the mangled wyvern in his hand. Staring at the distant infantry legion, he wore an extremely grim expression. Damn it! How can these little things so easily kill our warriors? He knew that the Everfrost tribe had just over 500 adult frost giants in total, and each warrior was a valuable asset. If he caused too much loss, he would be held accountable, even though he was the clan leader's brother. Chapter 178, Chapter 103, Baya's Evacuation. Slaughter these little creatures, avenge our clan. Seeing the great goblins loading their ammunition, Baya finally reacted, waving his dragonbone pickaxe, preparing to charge the line infantry's formation. Seeing their leader being so brave, the frost giants quickly followed, swinging their weapons and charging fiercely. However, the front row great goblins fell back to the rear, and the rear great goblins advanced to the front, performing another volley. This was the volley firing method designed by the Iron Madman for these goblin infantry brigades. Due to the increased firing rate of the muskets, the 3 rows of soldiers could essentially maintain a continuous onslaught of firepower. At the same time, several chimeras swept across the sky, spitting lines of flames on the path of the frost giant charge, covering the infantry formation. For a moment, the frost giants could not get close and were forced to endure the attack passively. Ready, fire. Bang. With another deafening gunshot, several more frost giants fell. Thanks to the dragon scale armor, Baya was unharmed except for a few stray bullets in his arm. The frost giants looked around. The most valiant warriors who charged with him had mostly fallen, and the remaining ones were cautious, no longer daring to advance. Damn it. Baya's eyes were bloodshot with rage, the veins on his burn-scarred forehead throbbing. How dare you oppose the great frost giant warriors? I will smear your blood on myself." It could only be said that he lived up to being a frost giant warrior who had once hunted dragons. Baya roared, relying on his entire body's dragon scale armor, holding a leather shield in one hand and a dragon bone pickaxe in the other, charging through the barrage and tearing the goblin army's formation apart. The dragon bone pickaxe swung, easily piercing through the front row great goblins' bodies, its white bone surface stained with blood. This unparalleled frost giant warrior rampaged through the formation. In just a few breaths, the goblin infantry brigade lost dozens of soldiers. "Stupid giant! How dare you challenge the Ashen Kingdom?" Dirol shouted, riding a land dragon beast and charging forward, catching the frenzied frost giant off guard and knocking him to the ground. But Baya, an experienced frost giant warrior, rolled on the ground and found an opportunity to slip under the land dragon beast, using his sharp dragon bone pickaxe to disembowel it. Dear. The thick skin of the land dragon split open, and rich fat and mixed internal organs spilled uncontrollably. Roar. The land dragon beast let out a heavy wail and slowly toppled, causing the ground to tremble, and Dirol fell to the ground as well. "Chimera Lord, save me." Seeing the frost giant approaching, Dirol hurriedly called for reinforcements. The Chimera was the oldest existence in Dragon Valley and the entire kingdom. Although its retainers often called it a beast, even the goblin chieftain Dolores had to show respect to it, let alone Dirol. Seeing that the one calling for help was Dirol, who had flattered him many times, the Chimera finally swooped down from the sky, pouncing on the frost giant's back, grabbing hold with its claws, and the dragon head spewed out flames. Boom. The fierce flames scorched the frost giant's already severely burned back, making it even more scorched. At this moment, Baya no longer looked like a frost giant, but more like an obsidian subspecies of a stone giant. However, the Chimera did not expect such a reaction from its reckless attack. Oh! Baya screamed in pain, but maintained a heightened battle sense. He grabbed the Chimera's forelimb with one hand, yanking it off his back. Boom! The ground trembled again. The huge body of the Chimera was thrown to the ground, rolling several times before struggling to get up. Come, Chimera, your fur will be my new cloak. However, the frost giant gave it no chance to breathe, leaping and pouncing on the Chimera, using his powerful arms to lock its lion head's neck. Roar. But the Chimera had more than one head. Its dragon head fiercely bit the giant's arm, spewing hot flames again, but the frost giant held on tightly. The ground was dusty and constantly shaking. The giant and the triple-headed Chimera, equally gigantic, wrestled and fought each other. The other two female chimeras wanted to help, but, without the dragon blood's blessing, they couldn't compete in this battle due to their size and strength. As for Baya, in terms of strength and combat skills, he held absolute dominance, progressively pushing the Chimera into a corner. The Chimera's only effective counter was its flame. Baya took advantage of the Chimera's exhaustion, grabbed its dragon head from behind, tightly wrapping his arm around it, intending to strangle it and break its neck, just like his brother Bone Breaker. "Ha, I've got you." The Chimera struggled desperately against the frost giant's strangle, scratching with its claws, ramming with its goat head, and biting with its lion head to no avail. Steady your aim. Fortunately, their actions were at a stalemate, giving Dirol a chance to find his target. Holding his breath, he aimed his spear at the frost giant's body and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet drilled into the frost giant's body, causing him to howl in pain and slightly loosen his grip, allowing the tightly locked Chimera to break free. Howl! The Chimera breathed heavily, flapping its wings and quickly soaring into the sky, not wanting to engage in a death match with this fearless frost giant any longer. The frost giant slowly got up from the ground, provocatively watching the fleeing Chimera, hammered his chest, and let out a battle cry. "Coward, continue to fight with me." He walked back to the frost giant's formation from the front lines, and no one dared to provoke this mad frost giant warrior during this time. At this moment, however, a horn sounded from afar. Whoa! The sound was like a howling cold wind, but much heavier. Baya instantly recognized the familiar sound, the military signal of the Everfrost tribe. It was the clan leader Casa Everfrost summoning all units to return. He looked at the fortress as solid as a rock, at the courageous fallen frost giant warriors all around, his face darkened. Damn, lost so many warriors for nothing here. Taman stepped forward to dissuade him. Captain, clan leader Casa said, "When the horn sounds, we must gather immediately. Besides, His tone paused. Our clansmen have shed too much blood outside this barren valley with little gain. Baya's face changed dramatically. He squinted at Taman, finally sighed, and said, "Retreat. Let's go find Casa." Chapter 179, Chapter 104, Casa's Ambition. Stormy Ridge, temporary camp of the Frost Giants. This place used to be a verdant forest, but the Frost Giants had chopped down all the trees, and the howling cold wind brought heavy snow. Rough tents made of dragon beast bones and fur were set up on the snow, with the spoils of war piled beside them: food, fur, armor, and weapons taken from nearby areas. The Frost Giant sacrificers of the tribe prayed to the deity, casting ancient spells to create frozen lands, which not only made the environment comfortable for the Frost Giants, but also prevented enemy incursions. The Frost Giants used these frozen lands as bases to raid and plunder all nearby communities. Casa stood on top of the slope with his double-bladed axe, overlooking the wounded Baya. Baya bowed his head, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Clan leader, we encountered a tough enemy." He hesitated for a moment before choosing to speak the truth. 26 warriors were heroically killed in battle. Baya looked ferocious as he said this and quickly added, "But rest assured, I will avenge them and flatten that fortress. Just give me 50 more warriors, and I guarantee—" Casa frowned, angrily looking at Baya as he rudely interrupted. 26 clansmen? You lost these many for a mere fortress? Remember, 60 years ago, your father destroyed all of Nitri City and plundered centuries of treasures, with only 11 casualties. Baya whispered in defense. That was no ordinary fortress. There was a real dragon behind them. Casa coldly interrupted him again, not giving him any chance to defend himself. The most important quality of a seasoned captain is patience, which you clearly lack. You'll give your position to Taman. I don't want to see such rash behavior from you again. Yes, clan leader. Baya wanted to argue, but swallowed his words when he saw the unwavering look in Casa's eyes. Casa gave a signal, and the overjoyed Taman took a step forward, with a clan leader marking his forehead with 2 red streaks, the emblem of a Frost Giant leader for identifying them during war. Casa returned to the tent, where a huge cowhide map was spread out, filled with crude markings. Several Frost Giant sacrificers sat around, mostly vigorous in their prime, while the old and frail Elder Nerd chose to stay behind at the Var Glacier with the elderly and weak. Will, can you sense the exact location of the Eternal Frost Horn now? The young Frost Giant sacrificer nodded slightly. Clan leader, we can't pinpoint it exactly, but we can estimate a general area. He pointed to the ancient map and marked out an area south of the Stormy Ridge with his staff. However, according to the former clan leader's map, there is only one human city within this range, Northwind Castle. Good, very good. Capture that city, reclaim the Eternal Frost Horn, and we shall restore the glory of the ancestors in our hands. Upon hearing the positive response from the sacrificer, Casa's eyes lit up. But he quickly thought of something and frowned, asking another question. Based on your knowledge, is there a dragon on this Stormy Ridge? The Everfrost tribe, blocked by the towering Korka Mountains to the south, required a great deal of time and effort for each journey, leaving them clueless about recent southern affairs, still relying on ancestral information. The sacrificer answered truthfully. There's no such record. However, clan leader, pardon me for saying this, our information is 60 years outdated. For these weak mortals, 60 years is many generations, and the situation in the north may have drastically changed from before. Is that so? Casa rubbed his chin, squinting his eyes. But soon his gaze filled with ambition again. Regardless of how those tiny humans change, they are destined to be destroyed by our great giant race. And a dragon that was unheard of 60 years ago, likely still in its youth. It was nothing, only adding to my illustrious achievements with another dragon-slaying feat. Once we reclaim the Eternal Frost Horn, I will turn the entire north into a frozen land, leading the Frost Giants to rule the ancestral territories once more. Under the mighty power of Everfrost, all resistance is utterly futile. Northwind Castle, Council Hall. Cassius sat on the throne, reviewing the latest reports from his subordinates. They've reached Rock Fortress? That was fast. Delena responded seriously. The Frost Giants' rapid marches in the north are well known. They often form small squads of several giants, accompanied by the cold wind, performing quick raids, moving faster than any human troops in the North's history. Currently, both Bartow City and Skur Town have suffered small-scale frost giant attacks, but thankfully with minimal damage. Rock Fortress faced the main force of the frost giants, but still held. According to intelligence from the Red Scale Patrol team, it seems they've given up on raiding Stormy Ridge, intending to gather their forces and march southwards, likely aiming for the Eternal Frosthorn. Based on research from the Tower of the Great Sage, Lord Ramp suspects that the Horn's rune power can resonate with the frost giant bloodline, providing a locator-like effect, but this magical effect is too high-level to be nullified temporarily. Cassius got up from the throne, shaking his body and slowly spreading his wings. No need to nullify it. Their march south fits my plan nicely. I don't like running around putting out fires and losing the initiative. However, this charade should come to an end. Inform all the kingdom's troops to block the frost giants north of Triel's throat, lest they cause too much disruption in the South's normal production. The age of the giant empire is long over, and these scavengers of ancestral heritage should go back to their graves. Delena hesitated for a moment, and then continued. Master, there's one more thing. The Bosk Duchy has sent an envoy, claiming to assist the Ashen Kingdom against the Frost Calamity. What do you think? Cassius showed a bit of interest. Oh, is that so? Quickly invite this kind-hearted envoy in. I want to see what medicine the old lion has in his gourd. The golden pupils of the red dragon glittered with a hint of playful light. Chapter 180-107. A special diplomatic mission. The Bosk Duchy did not merely send an envoy. They dispatched an entire high-status diplomatic mission, which included historians, bards, and court mages. Leading the group was Count Trishka, who was skilled in diplomacy and had frequently represented the Holy Fadlon Federation. His title was merely honorary without any actual fiefs. It was both a testament to his outstanding diplomatic achievements and a symbol of the Bosk Duchy's emphasis on foreign diplomacy. Escorted into the hall by the guards, the handsome Count Trishka wore a luxurious ceremonial suit and bowed deeply, exuding a pleasant and courteous manner that showcased centuries of northern nobility etiquette. Greetings, esteemed King of Ashen. I bring you greetings from Duke Leo. Cassius still lay sprawled on the steel throne, looking down upon the envoy without immediately responding. The air in the room suddenly became still. The guards inside the hall clutched their spears tightly. Despite appearing calm and composed, the slight tremble of Trishka's hands and his inability to meet Cassius's gaze betrayed his inner tension. The other members of the diplomatic mission were in no better condition. Despite their mental preparation, the aged historian Moore, at over 50, turned pale and broke into a cold sweat upon facing the 20-meter-long giant dragon, almost fainting, and barely managed to stay upright with the help of an attendant. Yelena, the famous female bard known as the Flower of Stratholme, who could perform flawlessly at gatherings of thousands, was now so frightened that her beautiful face was drained of color, and she inadvertently let out a scream. Cassius found it somewhat amusing. The red dragon narrowed his eyes and finally spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. Envoys from Bosk, I would very much like to extend my greetings to you out of courtesy, he said slowly. But your duke has just recently organized an assassination attempt against me. How should I be convinced that you are not another group of assassins with ill intentions? This statement immediately made the hearts of the diplomatic mission jump to their throats, pounding heavily. Faced with such a dangerous question, Trishka's forehead broke into a cold sweat, but this scenario was within their anticipations. He adhered to the prepared response, striving to maintain a calm tone, and answered. Esteemed King of Ashen, our Bosk Duchy did not participate in that action, and were not even aware of it. It was solely the decision of the Principality of Norton, and you should know very well that they have already received their due punishment. As for those Lionheart Knights, they have long been expelled from Bosk's ranks, acting on their own. We had no authority over them. Enough. Before Trishka could finish, Cassius interrupted him. Envoy from Bosk, you do not need to feign ignorance before me. Everyone here understands very well what has happened, and I'm also aware of your duke's little schemes. The red dragon's mouth curled into a sinister smile, with the scales around his eye sockets raising slightly, sending chills down the spines of the members of the diplomatic mission. However, this time I do welcome you becoming so-called observers, because only when you truly see the disparity in strength will you refrain from causing trouble behind my back. He exhaled a breath imbued with the scent of sulfur. After all, flies can be easily crushed, but it is quite annoying to let them buzz incessantly around one's ears. Hearing Cassius's remark, Trishka felt a wave of indignation but dared not show it. After hesitating for a moment, he mustered the courage to speak unyieldingly. Lord Cassius, I acknowledge your immense strength, incomparable even if thousands like me were to gather. But he slowly raised his head, fighting his instinctive fear, and met the red dragon's golden eyes with trembling determination. Are you not being somewhat arrogant? As soon as these words left his mouth, the other members of the diplomatic mission were stricken with fear, terrified that the red dragon would erupt in fury and turn them all to ashes with a single breath. Contrary to their expectations, Cassius did not become enraged. Instead, he gazed at Trishka's eyes with a keen interest. Why do you say so? Hearing the red dragon's question, Trishka feigned calmness and continued, to be frank, Enzita is ultimately a remote region, a desert in terms of wealth, culture, and strength. Over the past decade or so, I have traveled to the Empire of Fadlon in the south and the Free Trade Federation in the west. I have seen lands flowing with honey and milk, the Emperor's vast treasures, and sun warriors akin to demigods. Such prosperity is beyond the imagination of northerners. Hearing this, Cassius finally understood the envoy's ulterior motive, to divert danger southward, exploiting the red dragon's inherent greed to lead this formidable force elsewhere. It's a clever idea. But with my current strength, heading south would likely result in conflict with numerous important figures. Cassius thought to himself. The red dragon narrowed his eyes but did not respond, saying instead in a detached tone, I'm tired of the Bosque people's flowery words. I will arrange for you to witness this battle from Trishka's gullet. Record everything carefully and report back to your duke. So he will refrain from petty tricks. With that, Cassius summoned his goblin guards to escort the diplomatic mission out of the council hall. Moore, Yelena, and the others could no longer bear the overwhelming pressure within the hall. Hearing Cassius's command, they felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They let out long sighs of relief, glad they no longer had to worry about becoming a red dragon's meal due to his capriciousness. Count Trishka, however, remained deep in thought. The members of the diplomatic mission had already reached the outside of the hall. Old Scholar Moore took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow and couldn't help but complain, Trishka, you were too reckless this time. Had we angered that red dragon, we all would have perished here. Yelena, her arms crossed, added with lingering fear, that scene was terrifying, like an executioner's guillotine ready to drop at any moment. Yes, thank the gods we survived unscathed this time. Trishka, however, frowned and stared worriedly at the tightly shut metal doors behind him. If he were so easily provoked, it would only mean he was an ordinary red dragon, prone to uncontrollable rage, pillaging, and greed. While such unchecked recklessness may flourish temporarily, such entities are ultimately short-lived and will eventually be eliminated by the important figures who maintain order. Yet he did not. I believe he is not a typical scholarly red dragon of cruel brutality, but a more cunning and terrifying existence. Perhaps he truly has the potential to completely unsettle the ruling of the North. Chapter 181, 108 chapter, alternating hot and cold stormy ridge, north of the Trial Throat. This region, once ravaged by fiery flames, was now met with endless cold winds. In the name of Solium, you are the ancestor of all frost giants, grant our enemies eternal slumber. The blizzard is your roaring breath, transform into the cold and fight alongside us. Let the enemies fall into eternal shivers. The frost giant sacrificers chanted ancient incantations in unison, and the mysterious runes covering their bodies lit up. Eternal frost descends in the sky. Clusters of frigid mist surged and roiled, spreading and sweeping across the once serene land to create a terrifying blizzard. This was the power of eternal frost passed down through generations of the frost giant tribe, even without the aid of relics. If they possessed the eternal frost horn, the blizzard would become even more dreadful, possibly engulfing the entire stormy ridge. The blizzard advanced rapidly southward, with hundreds of frost giants marching swiftly within it, wind howls mingling with war cries and rugged chants. We are the biting frost, the roiling ice mist, the fierce cold wind, the icy resentful spirits, the eternal howl. Humans tremble before us. Even giant dragons bow to the cold wind. We come from ancient times, following the glory of the past, letting the white storm sweep across the land once more. We are the endless frost calamity. The clan leader of the Everfrost tribe, frost giant warrior Casa Everfrost, donned menacing armor crafted from white dragon scales and smeared his face with war-symbolizing black paint. Mounted on the mightiest dragon Tundra, he raised a heavy double-bladed axe with one arm. For the Everfrost tribe. Reclaim the relic, rekindle the ancestral glory. Sunlight was nearly obscured, the wasteland roughly painted frost-white by their advance, and in the snow-blurred horizon, the giant's army moved south like a towering ice wall. This catastrophic scene made the earth tremble and all beings in the wasteland shiver. The howling wind proclaimed to the beings of Anzita, frost calamity had descended. Outside the Trial throat, the Ashen Kingdom's army stood prepared. Ogre-heavy armor soldiers clutched their giant shields tightly. Goblin infantry held spears in formation, and bipedal wyverns flapped their wings densely at low altitude. The dragon tundras, serving as war fortresses, snorted heavily. Damn it! These blasted things again. Staring at the invading blizzard, a dragon-veined goblin, who feared the cold, spat in disdain, seemingly recalling some unpleasant past. This was the first time the Ashen Kingdom's army had encountered such formidable foes. Compared to the frost giant army arriving with cold winds, the human forces in the Trial Conference seemed insignificant. Yet this also fueled their fervor to face strong adversaries. That was the battle lust granted by their flowing red dragon bloodline. Ramp gazed at the approaching blizzard, a grave expression on his face. Such a quality spell. The casting method isn't arcane. It seems more like divine art, almost at the 9th tier level. Quite a troublesome opponent. The ogre archmage assessed. But confronted with this terrifying sight, Ramp showed no fear and adjusted his gold-framed glasses calmly, analyzing meticulously. Dolores, waiting impatiently on the side, said to him, "Ramp, do you have the means to deal with this so-called frost calamity? Just glaring at it won't calm the blizzard." Ramp glanced sideways at him, his tone still indifferent and slightly sarcastic. "Pointless hurrying doesn't solve anything. Captain Dolores, are you scared, after almost being killed by a human with a hint of frost giant blood?" Dolores gritted his teeth in anger, exhaling smoke. That incident had brought him much shame, and Ramp's untimely reminder intensified his fury. "Ramp, I warn you. Do not disrupt military morale. I merely respond truthfully." Ramp curled his mouth, a sinister smile appearing on his ugly face. "I don't have the sole ability to resolve a spell of this caliber, but we have our trump card, our master." The transformed Cassius stood silently atop the mountain, overlooking the advancing frost giants and the accompanying terrifying blizzard heading southward. "You think you're the only ones who can influence the weather?" "Frost giants," Cassius murmured. He revealed the ring on his finger, the Eye of the Storm King, which he had grown increasingly adept at wielding, now glowing with a breathtaking light. It was a spell reaching the 8th tier of the magic web, weather control. With intense mana fluctuations, the climate within a span of several kilometers underwent dramatic changes. Temperatures rose significantly, ground moisture rapidly evaporated, the air turned hot and moist, and vast clouds of steam ascended. This surging warm current collided with a cold wind pushing southward, triggering an imminent fierce reaction. Whoosh, with a rush of sound, a vast band of mist stretching over 1,000 meters formed at the junction. Snowflakes and hail soared, instantly melting into billowing steam, and heavy warm winds thwarted the invasion of the blizzard. The two contrasting forces clashed, countered, and eroded each other, stabilizing the surrounding temperature to normal, creating an area filled with puddles and shrouded in mist. Before the armies clashed, a spell war had already begun. Cassius squinted his eyes, controlling the Eye of the Storm King with his will, combating the northern blizzard. The quality of this spell is indeed high. Weather control can't completely take over. The Everfrost tribe's spellcasters are quite formidable. Seems like it's impossible to wield a natural disaster like in the Trial Conference. Even Cassius was astonished by the resilience of the blizzard, the power of the Everfrost rune being on par with his 8th tier spell. In the snowstorm, the frost giant sacrificers wore grave expressions, encountering such a situation for the first time, feeling somewhat bewildered. In the name of Solium, the power of eternal frost has been obstructed. The frost giants' rapid snow marches usually swept away all before them, rampantly roaming the north. But for the first time, these frost giants met an equal adversary worthy of their attention. In the observation group at the rear of the Ashen Camp, Trishka noticed the changing weather nearby, observing the confrontation between the blizzard and the warm winds in the distance, feeling a sense of incredulity. This level of spell duel, how could it appear in a magical wasteland like Anzita? Neither frost giants nor red dragons should be here, Trishka thought privately. Chapter 182. Chapter 109. Winter's roar staring at the steam cloud in front of him and the gradually receding blizzard, Casa did not halt his charge. He still rode his tundra dray, charging forward without hesitation. Even though the absence of the blizzard's cover and the surrounding heated air made him somewhat uncomfortable, Casa had absolute confidence in his own strength. He was confident that with his dual-bladed axe, he could slice any enemy before him in two. After all, he was Bonebreaker Casa Everfrost. Warriors of the Everfrost tribe, charge with me, fight for the glory of our ancestors. Seeing their leader so relentless, the Frost Giant warriors immediately became excited, brandishing their weapons and following him in the charge. On the vast wasteland, hundreds of Frost Giants swept forward, raising rolling dust clouds and causing the earth to tremble. Meanwhile, in the Ashen Kingdom's ranks, Dolores, filled with unvented rage, shouted loudly, "Fire! Fire! Blast these ignorant giants to death! Let them taste our cannon fire!" The new cannons developed by the mechanical cult were neatly lined up, each cannon manned by a number of well-trained goblin soldiers, and each cannon emplacement had a technical player from the mechanical cult as a guide, although the Iron Madman was not among them. Boom, boom, boom. The intense cannon fire roared, its deafening thunder shaking the air. Raindrops of cannonballs poured down the path of the Frost Giant's charge, blasting out one blackened crater after another. The unfortunate Frost Giants hit by the cannonballs were blown into a bloody mess. However, the Frost Giant's formation was not dense, and the wasteland was too vast, so the bombardment did not cause much damage, not even delaying the advance of these brave and fearless Frost Giant warriors. It should be known that the first Frost Giants following the chieftain into battle were absolute elite warriors. The timid had no qualification to participate. The wyverns dived from the sky, dropping magic incendiary vials tied to their claws, spewing out scorching flames that turned the battlefield into a sea of fire. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with smoke and firelight. Warriors, follow my steps. The great Solium is watching over us. Casa, braving the cannon fire and flames, continued to charge forward without hesitation. A cannonball landed above Casa's head, but he casually swung his dual-bladed axe, throwing it out of his hand. Swish! The heavy dual-bladed axe spun in the air, slicing through the air and becoming almost a blur, cutting the about-to-explode cannonball in half. The smooth sections were sealed with frost, and the halved cannonball clanked to the ground. But this was not the end. The battle axe continued to fly wildly in the air, its silhouette flashing like an iron curtain, turning the explosive cannonballs into cold iron blocks. Ding! The dual-bladed axe then precisely spun back into the hands of the Frost Giant, who gripped it firmly. Casa laughed heartily. Did you see? These toys are worthless, nothing to fear at all. The enemy knows their strength is insufficient to fight us, so they resort to these petty tricks. The Frost Giants, witnessing this scene, immediately let out a triumphant cheer, and any fear they had of the cannon fire dissipated completely. He was like the battle flag of the Frost Giants, leading the warriors and inspiring their bravery and fearlessness. It should be known that the frost-covered dual-bladed axe was not an ordinary weapon. Legend had it that the weapon of Solium, the god of the Frost Giants, was a snow-white dual-bladed axe. Wielded, it would turn the entire world into a white winter. The one in Casa's hand was a replica of the Solium battle axe, an ancient creation passed down through generations of chieftains in the Everfrost tribe as the raging winters howl. Dolores also noticed this scene, frowning as he watched Casa. Although he considered himself skilled with a battle axe, he could not achieve such mastery. What a formidable foe! Line infantry, prepare to advance. The goblin chieftain gave the order. The player's strength seemed to rise quickly, but that was just an exception. Elite players like Singo, Mantu, and Charlotte, who had reached the 4th level and touched the upper limit, were very few, with only a little over 100 among all the beta testers. Most players were stuck at level 2 and couldn't progress any further, which was the norm. In this hardcore game, the monsters available for leveling up, like savage boars and hill giants, were nearly impossible for regular players to defeat. They could only silently complete daily tasks and be the workers of Erezer. This war with the Frost Calamity was on an even more exaggerated level. According to the player panel, the average challenge level of an adult Frost Giant reached level 8, which was almost equivalent to a mini-boss. And there were 300 such Frost Giants in this war. Even the elite troops of the Ashen Kingdom required dozens of average casualties to kill one Frost Giant. Therefore, this quest was only issued to the elite players who had reached level 4. As for the others, they should just stay in the city and work behind the scenes, contributing their strength. Letting them enter such a battlefield was purely sending them to their doom. The gameplay experience would be terrible. However, there were still noobs who followed the steps of the professional players into this chaotic battlefield. Damn, how come there are so many question mark level bosses? The number of elite monsters is too high. These don't seem to be bosses, just the mobs in this instance. Huh? You'd call these mobs? Before the words were even finished, there was a plop sound. The player who questioned with his soul was smashed into minced meat by a frost giant with a club, turning to black screen at light speed before he even had a chance to react. Such weak little things. The frost giant scratched his head in confusion and continued running forward. But soon he was pounced on by a dozen or so bipedal wyverns from the sky. After struggling to tear apart 4 of them, he was finally pierced through by a poisonous tail stinger, and his heartbeat stopped, losing his life. Let these foolish giants from the primitive era witness the power of magic technology. Steel Torrent summoned upgraded armor. The Watcher model armor was now larger, reaching a standing height of 6 meters, almost like a mobile suit. The armor's left arm held an energy force field shield to block the rocks thrown by the giants, while the right hand's magic ballista kept firing arcane missiles, suppressing several frost giants at the front with powerful firepower. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Give me your heart. A player named Tadakai, a mechanic mage, activated the 3-dimensional maneuver gear modified by transformation spell runes, quickly firing anchor hooks, flying directly to the back of a frost giant's neck and slashing it with a knife. Swoosh! The skin on the back of the neck was sliced open, blood flowing out. However, this frost giant did not die instantly as Tadakai had imagined. Instead, it subconsciously slapped its neck, squashing him into meat paste. Weird little thing. The frost giant looked at the human-shaped bloodstain on its hand, mumbling in confusion. This frost giant was much larger than his kin, standing at 11 meters tall. In his tribe, he was known as Big Guy Kuba. His close combat ability was second only to the clan leader, Kasa, so it was no wonder Tadakai targeted this supersized giant. Huh, did you come to the wrong set? Let me teach him a lesson. Steel Torrent laughed loudly from the cockpit. He piloted his armor, shooting several arcane missiles from the right arm, hitting the head of the frost giant multiple times. Annoying iron lump. I'm going to smash you. The thick-skinned Kuba charged forward despite the missile bombardment. The frost giant raised his massive bone rod high. Damn. Looking up at the gigantic figure about to envelop him, Steel Torrent felt a sense of impending danger. He raised his left arm and activated the highest level of the force field shield. Bang. Crash. With a crisp sound, the force field shield shattered like fragile glass under a single blow from the bone rod. Steel Torrent's armor was deeply dented by the blow, and with an explosion, it turned into a heap of scrap metal. The pilot himself had long been smashed into mince, merging with his beloved armor. The guild leader got one shot again. What kind of damage is this? Even heavy spenders like Steel Torrent got one shot. Which tank can withstand that thing? The ground battle was intense, but the aerial battle was much easier as they only needed to dodge the giant's throws. Singo and Mantu, riding on the backs of wyverns, swooped across the battlefield from above. Manta looked at the fierce battle below, especially noticing the instant-killed Steel Torrent, and couldn't help but click his tongue. What's with this frost giant's toughness? It took dozens of arcane missiles and one-shot him with a single hit. Singo nodded. The difficulty of this war quest is too high. Even us 4th-level players struggle to make a difference. Let's find some small fry to deal with and stay away from those bosses. He pointed at Kasa on the ground. Especially that one. The battle between Kasa and Dolores was still raging fiercely. Within tens of meters around them, no living creature remained, and the ground was ruined by the aftershocks of their fight. Each clash of their battle axes produced powerful ripples. The player Big Blade from the Royalty Guild, a red-scale conqueror, wanted to try his luck. He aimed at Kasa, preparing to shoot an arrow. However, before he could release the bowstring, the frost giant chieftain on the ground sensed it all with his beast-like instincts. Seizing the moment when Dolores paused, he hurled a rock into the sky. Weakling, who gave you the guts to interfere in this battle? The rock, like a cannonball, shot straight up into the sky, piercing through Big Blade and his dragon, causing them both to fall to the ground. Manta couldn't help but swallow, muttering, "You're right." In their view, the information of the Bonebreaker Casa was marked with question marks, indicating extreme danger. If their clearance was high enough, they might see challenge level 16 above the frost giant head. Singo observed the battlefield and finally noticed a lone frost giant far from the central battlefield, with an ordinary challenge level of 8. That's the one, Mandu. Same old tactic. One of us controls and feigns attack, while the other deals damage. All right, just don't steal my kill later. You have to beat it first. At the edge of the battlefield, two bipedal wyverns swooped down rapidly from the sky. Chapter 185, Chapter 111, Raging Winter Falls, Part 1, Frost Calamity Descends. Long live the Ashen Kingdom. The battle grew ever more chaotic, with the armies of the Ashen Kingdom and the Frost Giants locked in fierce combat. It was like a continuation of that ancient war between dragons and giants from tens of thousands of years ago. The Ashen Kin, who bore the Red Dragon bloodline, and the Frost Giants, who perpetuated the giant bloodline, fought savagely, unleashing the brutal power deep within their veins. It is time to end this. Cassius stood atop the mountain, overlooking the brutal battle below. This human noble, often overlooked by the giants, was enveloped by a shimmering, fragmented magical aura. His figure rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into a colossal form 20 meters long, a red dragon. Cassius did not rush into the fray. The surging and chaotic power of sorcery roiled within him, and dozens of spells prepared long ago activated instantly under the influence of metamagic. Heaven's Calamity Dragon Eye, agile as a dragon, energy scales, undying offender, protective energy damage, enhanced attributes, advanced shield spell. Accompanied by powerful magical fluctuations, dazzling spell radiance interwove on the surface of the red dragon, erupting with astonishing strength. This was the spellcasting ability of a true dragon sorcerer, and coupled with the red dragon's own ample magical equipment, it rendered his entire body's spell strength to an exaggerated level. Roar, a long dragon's roar echoed from the mountaintop. Both the Ashen Kin and the Frost Giants looked up in unison. Yet their emotions varied. Some were thrilled and elated, as if witnessing the descent of a deity, while others were anxious and terrified. Even the usually reckless Bias stood dumbfounded. How could Anzita have such a thing? This has only been 60 years. The Frost Giant Sacrificer prayed continuously. Solium above, is this really a dragon from the Third Era? The red dragon hovered atop the mountain, slowly flapping its wings. Between its crown-like, swept-back horns hung an ethereal golden vertical pupil, seemingly capable of seeing through everything, striking fear into the hearts of any intelligent being. The massive and muscular body was covered with golden-red scales, surrounded by energy shards like fragments of stars, and even adorned with a layer of electrical light. Various strange and dazzling energies entwined around his body. With each flap of his wings, the air crackled with lightning and thundered with flames, as if he controlled the very weather, followed by billowing clouds of steam. Arrogant frost giants. Not only will you lose the glory of your ancestors, but you will also forfeit everything of your future. After making his final declaration, Cassius soared across the sky. Contrary to the common perception of red dragons as strong but unwieldy, this red dragon possessed both immense strength and terrifying speed. Whoosh! The air was abruptly torn apart, emitting a piercing screech. The massive 20-meter-long body transformed into a colossal afterimage that dived downward, slicing through the sky like a crimson scalpel. Before the frost giants could recover from their shock, the red dragon crashed into their ranks. Cassius rampaged through, as if there were no one in his way. Any giant about to come into contact with his body was instantly consumed by thunder and flames. His form often turned into surging thunder and fire, resembling a moving catastrophe. The frost giants threw spears, axes, and even poisoned arrows with all their might. These methods, particularly effective in hunting white dragons, were futile against Cassius, almost all intercepted by his layers of spells. During the red dragon's incursion, almost every breath was accompanied by the death of several frost giant warriors. Such one-sided slaughter was unimaginable for the frost giants, who were used to crushing their enemies. Clang, another crisp clash. Dolores's Bloodfire battle axe shattered directly. He could barely defend against Cass's axe strikes, nearly getting his head chopped off. But instead of being dejected, he laughed triumphantly. "Ah, you foolish brute, I told you that our master wouldn't leave any of you alive. Even if you somehow managed to kill me, your frost giants will still face extermination. Casa gripped his raging winter's howl tightly, looking towards the distant battlefield and at the red dragon, which seemed like a god of death among the frost giant ranks. Unexpectedly, instead of showing fear, anxiety, or despair, the face of the frost giant was filled with a surging fighting spirit. He grinned menacingly, lifting the raging winter's howl and even licking the blood trickling from his mouth. So the time has finally come. Do you know, besides Bonebreaker, I have another nickname? Dolores, particularly wary of Cass's unusual behavior, couldn't resist asking, "What?" "Son of Winter." The frost giant rubbed the raging winter's howl in his hand, forcefully peeling off the blood-stained metal shell, revealing its purest essence, a battle axe formed entirely from ice crystals, brimming with unimaginable magical power. Solium, the frost giant's and winter god, had vanished along with Anon after the fall of the giant empire. But before falling into deep slumber, the protective Solium divided a minuscule portion of his divine power into hundreds of parts, bestowing them on his surviving descendants. What Casa held was one of these, a weapon containing pure eternal frost power. A gleam appeared in his eyes, radiating a bone-chilling cold, surrounded by a layer of divine cold aura. Casa gripped the raging winter's howl, appearing as a demigod incarnate. The blood for the frost giants was cold, but their fighting spirit burned hot. He roared towards the sky. "Red Dragon, your flashy sorcery won't scare the mighty frost giant warriors. In the name of Solium, the winter god and father of the frost giants, I will grant you eternal death. Your strong body will be frozen into ice and then shattered into pieces. Your skull will become the most eye-catching trophy in my Hall of Honor." With his roar, the cold wind danced. A fierce blizzard once again swept in, lifting him into the air. Several other frost giant sacrificers hastily chanted ancient spells, bestowing him with various powerful blessing spells, making the howling cold wind even more intense. The cold wind howled in the air, carrying the urgency of an ancient call from the wild. The sound seemed anxious. "Did you hear that? Father God knows your name. Your days are numbered, Red Dragon." Casa triumphantly made a gesture of listening, laughing heartily, and flew skyward amid the blizzard. As a genuine frost giant, possibly even a chosen one of the winter god, his mastery over the cold far surpassed that of a half-baked practitioner like Oliver. The blizzard swirling around him concealed hidden dangers, containing many ice cones filled with high concentrations of eternal frost power. Even if Cassius took a direct hit, it would certainly not be a pleasant experience. Chapter 186, Chapter 112, Raging Winter's Fall, Part 2. Cassius watched the frost giant flying toward him with fierce momentum, his heart filled with joy. This was a great opportunity for him to come into contact with divine-level power. Deities were strictly limited in the prime material world, but powerful gods could always exert influence on the mortal realm through various means. But a tribal deity like Solium, who had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was different. The only retaliation he needed to worry about came from the gradually declining giant race, which did not even include the benevolent cloud giants and storm giants. In his previous life, he had heard of a frost giant rising abruptly in Anzita, showcasing unimaginable frost power, seemingly related to a deity. However, most players had left Anzita at that time and paid little attention to the subsequent situation. Therefore, he could now confirm that the frost giant before him was indeed Casa. Cassius had been waiting for an opportunity for Casa to reveal his trump card. The red dragon let out a roar, suddenly flapping its wings to create distance. Is it just the power left behind by a guy buried in a grave? Is this the source of your courage? Under the influence of Agile as a dragon, his wing membranes were covered with the power of a spell, distorting space at the moment of flapping, instantly throwing Casa dozens of meters away. As the battle progressed, the effects of the spell continued to strengthen. The red dragon's agility attribute had reached a terrifying 24 points, comparable to the legendary wanderers of divine dragons. But even more terrifying was this speed appearing in a giant dragon. The frost giant maneuvered through the blizzard, but it couldn't even be called flying, merely lifting. This speed was difficult for even a clumsy ordinary red dragon to catch up with, let alone Cassius. Thinking of this, Casa could only roar towards the sky, hoping to arouse the red dragon's anger. Fight me head-on. Is the red dragon also a coward relying on spells? What about your race's proud close combat? Cassius's speed was enough to circle the frost giant several times, still leaving him out of reach. However, out of caution, he always maintained an appropriate distance from the frost giant and launched timely attacks. Son of Winter, you're a joke in the sky. This is not the domain of you clumsy giants. Since you want a direct confrontation, Cassius taunted. The red dragon rolled in midair and then faced the frost giant directly, indeed responding to Cass's call for a direct confrontation. However, what Cassa awaited was not the anticipated melee combat that would allow him to slay the dragon. A bright light appeared in Cassius's chest, his core veins fully powered, continuously pumping elemental fire energy into him. He grinned, revealing a ferocious smile, hot energy accumulating in his throat. With his strength enhancement, it had been a long time since he unleashed his full power breath. Then, as you wish. With the red dragon's words, the colossal energy poured out. Boom. A scorching white pillar of fire erupted from his mouth, instantly evaporating the surrounding air, as if tearing open a blazing rift in the sky. The terrifying pillar of fire tore through the blizzard, heading straight for the frost giant head. Cassa crossed the rigorous winter's battle cry in front of him as a shield. The seemingly fragile ice crystal double-bladed axe, which appeared to shatter at a touch, now acted like a black hole devouring flames, absorbing all the colossal supreme flame breath energy, leaving only a few barely noticeable water droplets. Red Dragon, your fire is powerful, but it cannot melt the ice of the Father God. Cassa swung his battle axe, sending out 3 meters long ice blades. These ice blades contained a trace of the Winter God's power. Any creature struck by them would gradually slow down and ultimately fall into an eternal cold slumber. However, at this moment, Cassius, whose agility attribute had further increased, merely spread his wings slightly, allowing his massive body to navigate the narrow space less than 10 meters wide, dodging the attack. Frost Giant, you're too slow. Cassius taunted. And this was his genuine thought. As the power of time and space entwined more tightly, Cass's actions appeared in slow motion to him. During this time, he had been deliberately guiding the Frost Giant, always keeping a distance, but never completely shaking him off. The Red Dragon's agility attribute was about to reach 30 points, which also meant the spell duration was almost over. The process is going smoothly. It's time to end this, Cassius thought. Unbeknownst to Cassa, he continued roaring exuberantly. Red Dragon, such spells cannot last long. You want to toy with me? You'll pay for your arrogance. The Frost Giant swung rigorous Winter's howl. The range of cold air suddenly expanded, enveloping the Red Dragon. The power of the Winter God caused everything to settle, and slowing down one's movements was no exception. He gripped his battle axe tightly, his expression excited and fervent, just waiting for the Red Dragon's spell to expire and for him to rush forward, using Solium's divine power to chop him down. But Cassa didn't notice the trace of excitement that flashed in his opponent's eyes. Cassius suddenly slowed his actions, no longer distancing himself from the Frost Giant, but slowly turning to face him. Cassa felt an ominous premonition in his heart. In this dire situation, this cunning Red Dragon must have a reliance. He had fallen into a trap. Indeed, that was the case. Winter is about to come to an end, Cassius said. This was the area he had long designated, the Frost Giant's burial ground. Kingdom Domain, forbidden and invisible aura spread out, controlling the surrounding elements. All magic energy became like his subjects. Even the magic web fell under his control. Suddenly, the surging magic energy around fell silent. It should be known that divine power also has a magical essence. Cassius had long realized that the power of this kingdom domain had a peculiar repulsion to divine power. He relied on this ability to erase the mental imprint Tiamat left on him through illusions. Since it was effective against the mother of evil dragons, it was even more certain to work against a trace of divine power left by Solium from tens of thousands of years ago. With Cassa's incredulous gaze, the ice crystal battle axe began to melt like ordinary ice. The cold wind circling the Frost Giant dissipated instantly. He fell clumsily from nearly 100 meters in the air, rolling several times before barely cushioning the fall, relying on his strong constitution to endure. The Frost Giant looked up shakily, gazing at the divine-like Red Dragon. He reached for the battle axe, only to find that the ice crystals symbolizing divine power were already in the Red Dragon's claws, controlled by him. It's over, all over. Cassa bowed his head, murmuring in despair. Chapter 187, 113. Raging Winter Falls 3, Casa Everfrost closed his eyes. He could even feel the brightness before him through his eyelids. It was the light of fire. Extremely effective flame breath, the flames poured down like a torrential flood, engulfing Casa and turning the once bare-handed, dragon-slaying mighty frost giant warrior to ashes. Only the remnants of his white dragon scale armor were left, barely recognizable to any who knew his former appearance. In the kingdom domain, all spell abilities of Cassius were greatly enhanced. That breath just now was comparable to a legendary spell, instantly reducing the physically mighty frost giant, capable of battling elder white dragons to dust. This domain, it's almost like my divine realm. Cassius gently flapped his wings, sighing. He gazed at the ice crystal in his hand, within which contained a trace of divine power. Though it was very thin, the supreme essence of the cold law it held was unmistakable. It was a pity, really. This power was incompatible with Cassius, even entirely repulsive. If he were to recklessly attempt to use it, the consequences could be irreversible. Cassius carefully placed the ice crystal into his dimensional bag. The panel refreshed with several new messages. You have slain the son of winter, Casa, gaining 18,000 XP. Casa was meant to lead his tribe to greatness, to gather faith and awaken their father god, but he was slain by you. You have received the enmity of a deity and acquired the negative status. Frost Giant's foe, such a petty deity, Cassius remarked. He had no intention of provoking a deity lightly, but the Everfrost tribe's expansion and the Ashen Kingdom's order were fundamentally at odds. Since conflict was inevitable, he might as well offend this Frost Giant deity thoroughly, ensuring his faith dwindled ever more, consigning him to eternal slumber, never to awaken. Cassius's expression turned sinister. But first, let's focus on gaining more strength. With enough power, what could even a deity's avatar do? You choose to advance True Dragon Sorcerer to level 11. You may select an additional metamagic feat. You have gained the metamagic feat, Distant Spell. With a surge of sorcery, a magician can significantly increase the range and scope of their spells. As a dragon sorcerer, Cassius's ranged spell effects were even more formidable. What came next was the spell drawing phase that Cassius most dreaded. You have gained additional spells: Burning Stone Haze, Aerial Maneuver Technique. Burning Stone Haze, 7th tier spell, Shaping Energy. Like a mobile volcano, blistering embers surround you and then shoot outwards, blasting the enemy with hundreds of tiny, scalding volcanic rocks and releasing dense volcanic ash, causing blindness and suffocation. Aerial Maneuver Technique, 4th tier spell, Transformation. This spell grants perfect aerial maneuverability, allowing the caster to perform sudden stops, sharp turns, rolls, and other high mobility actions while in flight. Cassius let out a deep breath. One potent 7th tier shaping spell and one 4th tier transformation spell with unexpected combat applications. Though not a fundamental upgrade, they both significantly enhanced his capabilities. For instance, Burning Stone Haze could be combined with weather control to create the effect of a massive volcanic eruption, and Aerial Maneuver Technique, when paired with Agile as a dragon, could even achieve acute angle turns. Since Casa is dead, it's time to clean up the aftermath properly. A sinister smile appeared on Cassius's dragon face. He cast the spell Bag of Greed to collect Cass's ashes and remaining gear, flaunting them proudly behind himself. North of the Trio Range, the Frost Giants and the retainers of the Ashen Kingdom simultaneously stopped fighting. This wasn't due to a love for peace, but rather out of trust in their respective leaders. Once one of them returned, this war would end completely, with no further miracles. Baya anxiously gazed at the sky, muttering, "He'll come back, Casa." He was chosen by Lord Solium. It's impossible that, before Baya could finish his sentence, everyone instantly felt a scorching heat approaching. The sound of wings flapping grew closer, and the massive red dragon became increasingly visible. Hanging beneath him was a tattered white dragon scale armor, and by some unknown means, it also carried ashes. Suddenly, the Ashen Kingdom's forces erupted in cheers. Oh, the Master burned him to ashes. Indeed, this is the Master's might. Fight for the great red dragon. What did I say? The King of Ashen could not lose. In stark contrast, the Frost Giant sank into sorrow and despair. Impossible, impossible. He was the chosen of Lord Solium. Baya's face turned wooden, and he kept shaking his head, mumbling. Cassius's golden eyes swept over the battlefield from above as he arrogantly proclaimed, "Frost Giants, Your leader has been reduced to ashes by me. Now I give you two choices. Become the servile slaves of the Ashen Kingdom, or death. The frost giants had varied expressions. Some gritted their teeth, unyielding, their eyes filled with hatred for their enemy, while others seemed shaken to their core. These frost giants were inherently neutral evil. In their view, strength was everything. Kassa had subdued them with his immense power, and this red dragon before them had burned Kassa alive. Suddenly, Baya raised the dragonbone pickaxe, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, "This red dragon is deceiving us. Kassa is the chosen of Lord Solium. He's not dead yet. This red dragon is at the end of its strength. Warriors of the Everfrost tribe, charge with me." Without hesitation, Baya rushed forward, his fearless stance strongly reminiscent of the late Kassa, stirring many frost giants. Over 30 frost giant warriors responded to the call. These frost giants were mostly Kassa's hunting party comrades, considered elite and followed by his lead, charging towards the red dragon like knights tilting at windmills. "Thank you for your sacrifice. It allows me to practice." The red dragon watched the reactions of the frost giants with interest, blistering embers surrounding him. Burning stone haze. Hundreds of tiny, scalding volcanic rocks were hurled at the charging frost giants, followed by a mass of volcanic ash, engulfing all 30 frost giants. The sounds of coughing, wails, and roars filled the air. These frost giants, once dubbed Scourge, now struggled helplessly in the torrent, powerless. Chapter 188. Chapter 114 Battle of Glacier's Demise 1. By Solium above. They didn't even get close. Just, how can we possibly defeat such an enemy? As the wasteland turned into a purgatory overflowing with magma, the remaining 100 frost giants all looked terrified, fearing to be spotted by this terrible red dragon. The ogre heavy armor soldiers surrounded them, enclosing the frost giants completely. 3 or 4 ogres struggled to tightly bind the frost giants with ropes as thick as a human wrist, eventually transporting them to the south. These frost giants will become useful expendables of the Empire. They are not allowed to have offspring, not allowed to have faith, and will be kept in dark dungeons during idle times. We will use them to build city walls, fortify defenses, reduce to the victims of hard labor and whipping, and their blood will all become my property. Cassius's eyes sparkled. Towards these beings who called themselves the Frost Calamity and caused countless bloodsheds, Cassius felt no compassion. He didn't even feel morally guilty for striking them down. He was solely focused on squeezing out all their value. "Yes, as you will." Ramp spoke with exhilaration. He, too, had little sympathy for these close kin, more so excited as a mage to study this eternal frost power. Dolores reported on the side, "Master, I have inquired thoroughly about the situation at the Var Glacier. Those giants were quite easy to make talk. Apart from the 300 frost giant warriors invading the south, there are about 100 elderly and weak ones, as well as dozens of warriors stationed there. During their leave, it's the high priest of the Everfrost tribe, the oldest elder, near Everfrost, who handles the various matters." "The high priest, huh? I see," Cassius said calmly. If he wanted to destroy the Everfrost tribe, he had to eliminate this so-called sacrificial priest, shattering their faith. Since they had already provoked Solium, arousing the enmity of that slumbering deity, why not go further and slaughter what's left of this deity's believers in Enzita, transforming the entire tribe into the Empire's slaves, leaving him with no faith to speak of? After the fall of the giant empire, the traces of giants walking upon the earth grew increasingly rare. The storm giants and cloud giants mostly left the prime-material plane, serving other lawful deities, heavenly creatures, or even benevolent metal dragons, while robber races like the frost giants vanished through successive wars, eventually driven to the northern edge of the world. Give me their location, I will bring them a disaster they will never forget. "As you will." Var Glacier. Inside the massive, crude ice fortress of the frost giants. "It's over. Everything will be over. My prophecy wasn't wrong. The destined scourge is coming. He's about to destroy everything, enslave my tribe." Nur put down the ice orb of true knowledge in his hand, trembling as he stood. The warriors on both sides hurried to assist but were pushed away by the aged sacrificer. He mumbled to himself as if in a sudden frenzy. No, maybe there is still a chance. "Quickly, call all the young warriors of the tribe here." The few frost giant warriors were puzzled by Nur's panic but obeyed his command, summoning the young warriors. Dozens of frost giant warriors gathered beneath the great glacier. "What's wrong with Elder Nur? Why summon us?" Chieftain Casa hasn't returned yet. It's only been a few days. The sacred southern expedition is still ongoing. The young and exuberant frost giant warriors were confused, whispering among themselves until the frail and weathered elder Nur appeared. Casa's campaign is over. They encountered the destined scourge, and the entire army was annihilated. His words were low and hoarse, yet particularly clear. These words set off a storm among the frost giants, unable to suppress their excitement. Although they were left at Var Glacier as totem warriors defending the Holy Land, they yearned for southern raids, believing Casa would make southern humans tremble with fear. But in merely a few days, 300 frost giant warriors, all annihilated? This was not just inconceivable. It outright defied the Everfrost tribe's centuries-old norms. Elder Nur, your spell must have gone awry. Gone awry? You're insane. Casa could wrestle dragons barehanded. With his strength, it's impossible for a bunch of humans to defeat him. Elder Nur, we are the Frost Calamity. The elderly frost giant sacrificer sighed helplessly, sorrow apparent in his eyes. He, too, once believed the destined scourge of the prophecy referred to themselves, that the frost giants would sweep away everything in the north like a calamity, rebuilding their nation through brutality. But now it seemed they were merely victims of the calamity. Nur's right hand trembled as he used his wooden staff to draw a small circle on the ice surface. A cold wind blew in immediately. A terrifying red dragon appeared in the reflection, with dozens of frost giants struggling in lava beneath it. The frost giants scrambled to extend their hands, in a pitiful state, their flesh about to be melted by the blazing magma, revealing stark white bones. Nur stopped appropriately, his tone immensely oppressive. Do you see clearly? The frost giants fell silent at once. If not for seeing this brutal magic effect firsthand, they would never have guessed that Chieftain Cass's army could be cornered and fall to such a fate. We are the Everfrost tribe's last line of defense, everyone. Evacuate all the women and children. This is our fight. Eldera, a young frost giant, wanted to speak but was silenced by Nur's cold gaze. The young frost giant's expressions were repressed, filled with countless questions they could not voice, only obediently following orders, darting about the glacier. Only Cass's young son, Keeman Everfrost, was brought over under Nur's command. This frost giant was just 30 years old, still in his youthful stage, barely 4 meters tall, a mere child before Nur. But Keeman was not innocent. His eyes were already filled with hatred, the frost giant's usual sentiment towards the loss of loved ones. I will kill that dragon to avenge my father. Elder Nur, let me join this battle. I am Cass's son. I am not afraid of death. Nur caressed his head, speaking softly. I too am near death, but you are different. You bear the blood of the chosen one. You are our last hope. Child, escape, go south, go to the Ansitica Mountains, continue our tribe, let the name Everfrost strike fear again in the future. The aged frost giant sacrificer's hands trembled as he placed a transformation ring, glowing with aurora, onto Keeman's finger. Chapter 189, Chapter 115 Battle of Glacier's Demise. 2. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, the cold wind whimpering. The glacier, covered in frost and snow, shimmered with a piercing light. This was the Var Glacier, known as the icebound forbidden land to the world, the area where the frost giants had survived for millennia, guarding it generation after generation for the Everfrost tribe. The frost giants built crude fortresses on the Var Glacier, carving out the icy mountains. They were cruel, destructive plunderers who tamed the massive dragon tundras, 100-legged beasts, and frostbugs. In the peak moments of the Everfrost tribe thousands of years ago, they even tamed a white dragon, using these genuine evil dragons to guard their fortifications. But today, the Everfrost tribe was about to face its most terrifying disaster. All the young warriors of the tribe picked up their weapons, standing ready. Some frost giant warriors even trembled with nervousness, the expectations of countless ancestors weighing on their shoulders. This would be the battle of life and death to decide the survival of their tribe. It will succeed. Chieftain Casa has already fought it. That red dragon couldn't possibly be unharmed. That red dragon must be severely injured. We have nearly 100 frost giant warriors here. The young frost giants encouraged each other. Having seen that magic image, they understood the peril of this battle, but still hoped for a miracle to occur. Nur stood at the highest point of the glacier, his eyes slightly squinted, a tranquil expression on his face, feeling the rush of the wind, almost as if he were about to fall into a deep sleep. Suddenly, The frost giant sacrificer opened his eyes, a sharp gleam emerging from his cloudy blue pupils. The time has come. He is coming. Nearby, the young and robust frost giant warrior, who was serving him, quickly swung a bone rod, beating the war drum, shouting loudly, "Warriors of the Everfrost tribe, be ready. The giant dragon is coming, and we must slay it." Hearing his words, with the thumping of drums, the frost giant warriors collectively looked towards the sky, praying to spot the red dragon's trail in advance. However, they did not know that Cassius never traveled in such inefficient ways. He preferred spells. Look quickly. What is that? The alarmed cries of the frost giants rang out. Waves of ripples emerged in the space before the glacier, gradually distorting, deforming, and folding. The flame portal, incongruous with the surrounding cold air, slowly opened on the vast glacier, causing white mist to rise in swathes nearby. First, a hideous head poked out, followed by a strong body, and finally, a long tail tip. The red dragon had finally descended upon the Var Glacier. The coordinates you provided were very accurate. Cassius surveyed the assembled frost giants around him, armed with a variety of weapons, finally locking his gaze on the elderly frost giant sacrificer. Nurse spoke in a hoarse voice. "You have finally come, destined scourge." "Oh, old frost giant, you know me?" A gleam of interest shone in the golden pupils of the red dragon. Nur tried to keep his tone calm, speaking in a low voice. "Of course I know you. This is the trial given to us by Solium, the great father of the frost giants." He looked towards the red dragon, a determined gleam in his eyes. "This is also an indispensable part of restoring the glory of the frost giants and reviving the splendor of the Everfrost tribe." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in the eyes of the frost giant warriors. As guardians of the Holy Land, most were devout followers of Solium. Their gaze toward the red dragon was filled with hatred and battle spirit. Upon hearing the red dragon referred to as a deity's trial, they felt even more invigorated. Cassius's gaze abruptly turned cold. "Did your so-called deity tell you that the Everfrost tribe is about to be annihilated?" The red dragon spread his wings, soaring nearly 100 meters high. Ko, the leader of the frost giant warriors, also raised his weapon, shouting loudly, "Fight! This reptile won't scare the warriors of Everfrost. Lord Solium is watching us. The survival of the Everfrost tribe throughout millennia comes down to this moment." The long horns sounded. The frost giants constantly hurled spears, stones, and even ice cones at the red dragon in the sky. Elite archers also drew their nearly 5-meter-long beast-bone giant bows, shooting giant arrows as thick as a bull, aiming straight for the red dragon's heart. For millennia, the frost giants living on the Var Glacier had hunted countless white dragons in this manner. However, these attacks had no effect on Cassius. Layers of shields, glowing with spell radiance, easily deflected the attacks. Cassius looked down at them condescendingly, mocking ruthlessly. "Is this your resistance?" Such a joke. The red dragon spewed out a torrent of flames from his mouth. Wherever his breath reached, it turned into purgatory. Ice and snow rapidly melted under the high temperature, and rolling white fog enveloped the glacier. Frost giant hunters blew bone whistles. A sharp sound arose. The glacier rumbled, shaking off fragments of ice shards. A massive beast, resembling a centipede, burst out from beneath the ice and snow amidst the steaming fog, its body covered in frost, while purgatory flames surged within. Wing-like fins spread out behind its head, and serrated fangs wiggled along its giant maw. Cassius glanced at it, his expression unchanged. Hundred-legged beast. It was the hundred-legged beast, one of the most terrifying hunters in the polar regions. Their bodies housed magic organs generating heat like a furnace to withstand the cold, possessing dual resistance to both ice and fire. Frost giant hunters searched for their eggs in the frigid wastelands, taming them from larvae to adult, using them to guard their icy fortresses. And now they were finally put to use. The ground shook violently, like an earthquake. Several huge cracks appeared on the ice surface. As many as 1,100-legged beasts broke through the ice, attacking the red dragon, rising like giant pillars in a spectacular scene. "So, this is your last resort. Just a dozen bugs?" Cassius's tone was indifferent as he suddenly flapped his wings. The air crackled continuously with a fierce sound as blinding lightning surrounded him, striking the reckless hundred-legged beasts charging at him. That was the remnant of the storm. The red dragon swung his sharp claws. Instantly, a flashing claw-shaped force field appeared midair not far away, slicing several hundred-legged beasts in half with a single strike. In an instant, most of the hundred-legged beasts, which the frost giants had painstakingly nurtured with immense resources, were decimated. The remaining ones, too, hurriedly tunneled back into the glacier, not daring to show themselves recklessly again. The frost giants continued their assault, but Cassius's speed was just too fast. Flying in the air, most stones, spears, and even arrows missed their mark. Even those that did hit couldn't penetrate the layers of defense. This remained a highly unequal battle. They were helpless on the ground, while the red dragon could breathe fire, scorching the frost giants, making them wail in agony. Elder Nur, what should we do? Solium, why would Lord Solium impose such a trial on us? Seeing the frost giant warriors helpless against the red dragon, Ko's expression was anxious as he sought advice from the sheltered Elder Nur. Do not worry, you all hold him off. The elderly frost giant sacrificer gritted his teeth, his voice trembling, as if making a firm decision. I will make him experience the power of raging winter, even if it costs my life. At this moment, he seemed not like a 300-year-old frost giant elder nearing the end of his life, but like a middle-aged sacrificer from centuries ago, ambitious and hopeful to lead his tribe to revival. He muttered words under his breath, as if in prayer. O exalted father of the frost giant Solium, I will unleash your boundless power and bring raging winter upon the enemies of our tribe, and this is the best sacrifice for your blood offering. A red dragon. The cold wind howled as if cheering for him. The old frost giant decisively crushed the ice crystal in his hand. He closed his eyes tightly. The runes covering his skin flickered continuously, and the wooden staff in his hand swiftly grew white ice crystals. A bone-chilling power radiated from him to the surroundings. In the sky, Cassius also felt this familiar ripple and looked toward its source. Eternal frost power? So that winter war axe wasn't the only one. The rest are waiting for me here. Cassius immediately swung his wings and changed direction, diving directly toward the old sacrificer preparing his spell. Agile as a dragon, aerial maneuver technique instantly enhanced him. This gave the red dragon a terrifying boost in speed, making his figure almost invisible, appearing as a red blur to the frost giants. Ko hastily and anxiously shouted, "Stop him! At all costs!" The frost giant warriors leaped from the ice cliff, charging straight at the speeding red dragon, clearly ready to lay down their lives. However, they couldn't halt him in the slightest. The enormous body of the red dragon, already at high speed, collided without hesitation, carrying terrifying kinetic energy. The nearly 8-meter-tall body of the frost giant was flung away, blood splattering and turning into a shredded mess in the air. An impassioned frost giant hunter threw a beast-capturing net meant for catching giant beasts, but was ripped apart by the scratch technique. With 3 claw marks appearing in the air, the net didn't even have a chance to touch the red dragon. Several more frost giant warriors perished in succession. Finally, Ko himself took the front line, raising his shield to block, banging it with a bone rod, letting out a powerful roar. Red dragon, you can kill me, but you'll never destroy the Everfrost tribe. Lord Solium is watching me. The scorching flame instantly penetrated the shield and effortlessly killed Ko behind it. So, this is faith? These frost giants must not be left alive, not a single one of them. Watching these frost giant warriors rushing to their deaths, Cassius's scaly brows knit together as he thought secretly. However, their deaths were not in vain. The elderly frost giant sacrificer finally opened his eyes, his murky blue pupils emitting a heart-stopping, cold light. A white domain enveloped the frost giants, giving Cassius a peculiar sense of sluggishness. The extreme cold meant stillness, not only putting life into eternal sleep, but even bringing time and space to a standstill. Due to the eruption of this eternal frost power, even time itself tended towards stagnation. Slowly, he raised the ice-crusted staff. Solium's domain of frost blades. Blade-like ice crystals filled the surroundings, each one exuding a freezing aura, expanding rapidly from him, soon filling the space within several meters and causing everything within hundreds of meters to move incredibly slow. Nur trembled all over, intending to freeze both himself and the red dragon. However, he overlooked one thing. This red dragon was a magician. The protective magic covering Cassius's body couldn't fully resist the time-freezing ice blades, but could temporarily fend off the pervasive cold, giving him enough time to cast an instantaneous spell. This is the correct use of eternal frost power. Resisting head-on won't work, but avoiding the sharp edge is possible, thanks to dragon spells. An egg-shaped magical field immediately enveloped the red dragon. He struggled to break through the frosty space, teleporting himself into a temporary other-dimensional space created by the Egg of Sanctuary. No. Nur tried to wave his staff to stop it, but he too was in the extremely cold domain, unable to move, only able to watch the red dragon disappear. His thoughts also became increasingly sluggish. It's over. Truly, the extinction of the tribe. This was Nur's last thought. The ice crystals in his hand continued to spread, rapidly filling the entire space, turning it into a world of complete ice. As time passed, the elderly frost giant sacrificer was sealed in a huge ice crystal, his face frozen in despair and regret, poised to wave his staff as if he would come to life in the next second, but motionless as if paused. Affected by the cold, the frost giants finally began to move slowly again. They were in chaos, their eyes filled with panic as they looked at the old sacrificer. What in Solium's name happened? Elder Nur is dead. Damn it, where did that red dragon go? Not good, he seems to be coming back. As spatial ripples emerged, a portal appeared in the void, and the red dragon's head emerged once more. This Egg of Sanctuary truly lives up to its name. The other dimensional space feels just like a dragon egg, so cramped it's suffocating. But this spell is terrifying, almost sealed off space itself. Even after stopping the spell, the nearby space is still so hard to break, like it's frozen. Cassius, his heart skimming with relief, looked solemnly at the old sacrificer trapped in the ice crystal. Solium's followers. No frost giant here shall remain, not one. He thought again. The ones left to guard the Holy Land were mostly loyal followers of Solium, the targets Cassius needed to eliminate completely. Yes, he would bring these giants total destruction, not leaving a single one alive. The red dragon flapped his wings, rising high into the sky, his fierce gaze fixated on the remaining frost giants below. He hovered in the air, looking down at the surviving frost giants with a sinister grin on his face. It's been so long, I haven't used this spell yet. You should feel honored as my first batch of experimenters. Then, Storm of Vengeance. A stirring surge of spell energy rose, and the eye of the Storm King on the red dragon's chest suddenly gleamed brightly. The frost giants had not given up yet. Apart from his own divine power, Nur had one last trick up his sleeve, a technique meant for taking down all enemies alongside them. Solium's incarnation of winter. Those frost giants, faces full of despair, showed a glimmer of resolve in their eyes. Our enemies can kill our bodies, but they cannot kill winter. My father Solium will bring eternal slumber to our enemies on the glacier stained with the blue blood of frost giants. More than 30 frost giant warriors, adorned with Everfrost runes, broke off some ice cones from the glacier and, without hesitation, stabbed them into their chests. They chanted an ancient and lengthy hymn, or rather, a curse, harboring the deepest hatred for the enemies who destroyed their tribe. As the dark blue blood seeped through cracks into the ground, the glacier, bathed in brilliance, rumbled and quaked violently once again. Everfrost's foe, a roar echoed through the clouds. A 30-plus meter tall giant composed of blade-like ice crystals rose from the glacier, standing imposingly on the vast icy expanse. Its features bore a faint resemblance to Kassa, who had fallen under the red dragon, but the smooth facets of the ice reflected the varied expressions of the frost giant warriors. The giant held an ice crystal double-bladed axe, its face filled with the rage of winter, embodying the last will of the Everfrost tribe. Facing the charging ice crystal giant, Cassius merely fluttered his wings in the air and continued casting his spell. Faith is truly a terrifying thing. It can turn a group of dying frost giants into this monstrosity. But I wonder if you can withstand my spell. As Cassius spoke these words, the clear, cloudless sky suddenly resounded with thunder, shaking the entire Var Glacier. As the eye of the Storm King on his chest gleamed with dazzling light, an unimaginable spell fluctuation arose. The magic webs surged like a turbulent ocean, waves crashing violently. Countless complex magic structures embedded themselves together, interlocking and influencing each other, ultimately forming this intricate ninth-tier spell, the Storm of Vengeance. Yet Cassius's greed did not end there. He not only wanted to kill the ice crystal giant before him, but also to obliterate all traces of the frost giant's existence in this icy field, erasing their civilization entirely. Thus, the Red Dragon sorcerer drew upon a wilder and more chaotic sorcery power. The ferocious tide of magic gushed without restraint, amplifying the spell's range and power twofold. Metamagic. Distant spell metamagic. Enhanced spell. Once this process began, it was like opening Pandora's box, never to be closed again. Cassius could no longer control the spell's progression, allowing it to pour forth uncontrollably, barely able to protect himself amidst it, remembering this was a ninth-tier spell. The present storm of vengeance was potent enough to destroy a nation, a spell of nation-destroying magnitude. Cassius watched the distant ice crystal giant, grinning menacingly. To force me to use this power indeed befits your standing. Frost giants, let me see if your final strength can withstand my scourge. Overhead, a swirling storm of thundering clouds began to form, centered on the red dragon and spreading over several kilometers around. The dark clouds billowed turbulently, filled with flashes of lightning and howling winds. Only Cassius at the center stood like a lonely island amidst the storm, barely maintaining stability in the wild surge of magic. The terrifying storm clouds spread and proliferated almost madly, like a monstrous, devouring beast about to swallow everything on the glacier. Blocking out the sunlight, it turned the polar summer into a nightfall-like darkness. Everfrost's foe, I will kill you. I will flay your skin and crush your flesh. The giant roared up to the heavens. It lacked much reason, driven by the instinct of revenge alone, a product of the last hatred of these frost giants combined with a shred of Solium's divinity. If the ancient giant deity were at the peak of his power, with hundreds of devoted frost giants sacrificing together under his gaze, it possibly could have been called a god scourge. But now it was only fit to be called a monster. In Enzita, a region with sparse magical energy, under the sacrifices of dozens of frost giants and the influence of a barely perceptible sliver of divine power, this Solium's incarnation of winter had barely reached the legendary level of life. The 30-plus-meter-tall ice crystal giant swung its great axe, its enormous footsteps shaking the ground as it charged towards the red dragon with clear intent. Boom, boom, boom. Under the covering clouds, thundering roars echoed like war drums through the sky. The powerful thunder wave, potent enough to kill a mortal with its sheer force, repeatedly struck the ice crystal giant's body, causing countless cracks to appear and tiny ice shards to crumble off its solid form. Futile struggle. The giant roared again, though its voice had grown slightly weaker. Next, a rain of strong acid fell from the storm clouds. The eerie green magical acid drops pitted the giant's icy body like ravenous insects, boring deep holes into its smooth surface and sending up plumes of steam and mist. Despair. You are insignificant before the raging winter. The giant's voice weakened further, but its stance did not falter as it raised its double-bladed axe high, nearly touching the stormy clouds, ready to strike down in fury. Crack. In the next moment, 6 raging bolts of lightning, each as thick as a bowl, converged like divine retribution, striking the giant's axe head-on. The blinding light illuminated the area for hundreds of meters around the giant, its entire icy form reflecting the thunder's glow. The ice crystal double-bladed axe was vaporized by the lightning, taking the giant's right arm with it. The massive 10-plus-meter-long arm crashed to the ground, shattering into ice chunks with a tremendous noise. No, you can't kill me. I am the incarnation of winter. The giant roared once more, but its voice had grown even weaker. Unyielding still, despite losing its right arm and half of its shoulder, it picked up an ice cone from the ground with its left arm and charged the red dragon with it as a weapon. Hail poured down from the storm clouds, pelting the giant continuously. Though these similar attacks caused it little harm, they riddled its body with numerous pits, transforming what had been a nearly flawless ice crystal giant into something more twisted. The giant continued to charge forward. Even with a broken arm, it still used its remaining hand to snap off an ice cone as a weapon, attacking the red dragon relentlessly. Cassius just flapped his wings, hovering in place. What a peculiar thing. I wonder how long it can last. He didn't think about leaving the center of the storm. On one hand, the storm of vengeance was no longer within his control. Even entering it himself would be incredibly dangerous. On the other, he had immense confidence in the power of this masterpiece he had crafted with his own hands. He didn't believe the giant could stand before him alive. The storm of vengeance had already surged for more than 10 rounds. The fierce winds and icy rain ravaged the area beneath the thunderclouds. The giant's figure grew more slender, several sizes smaller than at the start, as if stripped layer by layer, revealing its fragile structure within. Its movements became increasingly sluggish, struggling within the storm, yet remained undaunted, charging toward Cassius. Everfrost, foe, I will never spare you. The voice, like a boat tossing in a stormy sea, grew weaker, yet it remained steadfast, a testament to the unyielding will of the Everfrost Holy Land's guardians before their death. However, with the surge of spells, the storm of vengeance did not cease. Instead, it grew increasingly violent. White, blue, and purple lightning continuously tore through the black sky, their immense strength descending upon the ice field, ruthlessly destroying everything on the ground. Black mist churned, thunderclouds billowed, and from the dense darkness shone an irresistible radiance, illuminating the snow and ice. It was the most terrifying thunder. But the giant on the ground seemed oblivious, now only a few hundred meters from the red dragon, brandishing a sharp ice cone as it charged. Boom. Thunder rumbled again, earth-shattering. Dozens of blinding flashes of lightning struck simultaneously, forming a giant claw in the sky that tore through the dark clouds. This furious power gathered and finally struck the unsuspecting ice crystal giant's head. No blinding, endless lightning enveloped the massive body, illuminating the surroundings like daylight, with white smoke rising in billows. Across the vast Var Glacier, nearly all living beings could hear the piercing wail and the crackling of lightning. When the lightning subsided and the white smoke dissipated, the ice crystal giant was seen shattered, nearly at the end of this strange form of life. Its head was half gone, looking grotesque. Its massive left arm was broken, fallen to the ground. Its hip was also half split, its right leg missing from the hip down, and its left calf was split in two, with only the left thigh still movable. Maintaining this form had already exhausted all its strength. The ice crystal giant's entire body was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment, turning into scattered ice pieces. Yet that half-mouth still twitched slightly. Everfrost, foe. The barely human-like ice crystal giant, using its only left thigh to scrape the ground, its torso writhing, presented a grotesque posture on the ground, like a crawling worm. Though exceedingly slow, it did indeed move toward the red dragon. The red dragon watched silently, observing the giant crawling closer. Each meter forward ground its body further against the ground, leaving behind fragments of ice. As it crawled, its path was strewn with ice shards. The giant on the ground barely touched the red dragon's claw with its left shoulder, laboriously lifting its head, its half-mouth twitching slightly. You, Everfrost. Before it could finish saying foe, a cracking sound interrupted. The ice crystal giant could no longer hold together its cracked form, shattering completely. This body, even though heavily damaged, nearly 20 meters long, turned into a small ice mountain, standing silently on the ice surface of Var Glacier. Cassius casually picked up an ice crystal, holding it in his claws, feeling the instinctively loathed coldness. A magical creature driven purely by hatred, devoid of wisdom, yet it could reach a legendary level of life. Such a strange thing, let's have Ramp study it thoroughly when we get back. Maybe this thing could become a sharp axe in my hands. Cassius glanced around, quietly admiring the scourge he had created. Though the ice crystal giant was dead, the terrifying storm of vengeance continued unabated. With the surge of spells, it would keep expanding until the natural laws balanced it, quelling this destructive force. Endless gales and icy rain scoured everything under the thunderclouds. Countless lightning bolts crashed down, shattering ice mountains one after another. The frost giant's snow fortresses were split by lightning, collapsing with a roar, their 1,000-year-old holy land buried under shattered ice. The records and deeds of former giants would sink into the earth, forever frozen in 100-meter-deep ice. The frost giants' hunting grounds were eroded by acid rain, becoming unrecognizable, their coarse horns, bone spears, and shields turned into the land's nutrients. Even the ice valleys, where the frost giants depended on for survival, were buried under collapsing glaciers with each thunderous roar. All traces of the frost giants' lives, crafted fur, leftover bones, and even children's ice sculptures, would be sealed in ice, known to none. The Everfrost tribe, lingering since ancient wars nearly 10,000 years ago, growing weaker over time, was finally destroyed by a red dragon. Kobold Everfrost's tribe rose because they killed a red dragon, and ended because they provoked one, a small divine joke spanning millennia. The Scourge of Frost is over. Because I brought disaster to the Scourge of Frost. Cassius glanced around, finding humor in the devastation, thinking it almost a paradox. He slightly raised his head as new information refreshed on his panel. You have slain the incarnation of winter from Solium, challenge level 20, gaining 25,000 XP. You have annihilated the racial faction, the Everfrost tribe special achievement obtained, Destroyer of Frost Giants achievement. Destroyer of Frost Giants. Frost Giants are the easiest things to kill. Without the annoying spells of Storm Giants or Cloud Giants, you can easily slaughter them in close combat, even a trashy white dragon. The only downside is their meat tastes like ice chunks, fresh out of a frozen cave, truly unpalatable. Ancient Red Dragon, Cabalia Hall's acquired trait. Frost Giant Slayer Strength +2 proficiencies. Intimidation +3. As the destroyer of the Frost Giant tribe, your renown is enough to make them tremble, and your damage to the race, Frost Giants, becomes more significant, with an inherent intimidation effect. Meanwhile, your experience destroying Everfrost has made you stronger, your confidence altering reality, granting you some resistance to cold. Chapter 193. Chapter 119 Battle of Glacier's Demise in Blessed Amonata. That's simply a scourge. In the Ashen Kingdom's temporary camp, Count Trishka was dumbfounded. The Everfrost tribe was just annihilated. From now on, there will be no more frost calamity. Trishka couldn't help but mutter to himself. He gazed at the distant half of Var Glacier, covered by sun-blocking clouds, listening to the roaring thunder. Even his voice, usually steady, trembled. Boom. Another thunderclap resounded. Though nearly 30 kilometers away, people could still feel the terror of the storm of vengeance. The powerful spell's fluctuations even brushed against their faces. Old Scholar Moore took out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring quietly, This is also a good thing. We originally thought this frost calamity would kill or injure countless people again, but now the Dragon Lord of the Ashen Kingdom has solved even its root cause. Yelena also wiped her pale face, reluctantly agreeing, Yes, the frost calamity is resolved. With the help of that red dragon, our Bosk Duchy didn't even need to expend manpower or resources. Truly a win-win. But Trishka continued to gaze at the sky in silence, a gloomy shadow crossing his face. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. 9th tier spell. At least a 9th tier spell. Possibly higher. He turned to look at Moore, his expression extremely grave, and asked in a deep voice, Moore, do you understand what this means? No, I don't. Moore's forehead started to sweat again. Trishka's tone grew even heavier, and his voice quickened slightly. It means that Red Dragon could easily destroy our cities, even our entire nation. Remember, that's a 9th tier spell. I once personally witnessed a legendary court mage of the Fadlon Kingdom cast a 9th tier spell. Meteors fell from the sky, and within mere breaths, the rebellion of tens of thousands was quelled. The unknown spell cast by this red dragon is even more terrifying. By the end, his voice trembled. Trishka sighed lightly, lowering his eyes, but the image of the storm just moments ago remained vivid, lingering in his mind. Duke Leo had originally sent him to investigate, negotiate the various powers, and secure the greatest interest for the Bosk Duchy in this war. In the best-case scenario, the Ashen Kingdom and the Everfrost tribe would become embroiled in a bitter struggle, reaching a stalemate. Then the Bosk Duchy could, under the guise of ally, weaken the Ashen Kingdom and seize the opportunity to eradicate both powerful factions, maintaining order in the north to the greatest extent. At worst, they could significantly damage the Ashen Kingdom, preventing it from venturing south. But both he and Duke Leo gravely underestimated the Red Dragon's power. They never imagined that this Red Dragon would end the battle within days, eradicating the Everfrost tribe, the frost calamity that plagued the Northern Kingdom for nearly a millennium, and even pursuing them to their ancestral home in Var Glacier, exterminating the Frost Giants. We've lost the initiative. The Ashen Kingdom has become an unmanageable behemoth. We must report this news to His Grace immediately. Our Bosk Duchy can't afford to lose. Unless external forces intervene, we'll have to wait for the north to be devoured by the Red Dragon. Trishka thought to himself. His throat turned sour, wanting to speak but finding himself unable. Military advisors, the war is over. Do any of you have insights to share? A stranger's voice interrupted Trishka's thoughts. Everyone turned their heads to find the tiefling commander of the Ashen Kingdom, Mizulish. This Oathbreaker paladin was a key concern within the Bosk Duchy and highly dangerous. He was widely known for his control undead ability and was labeled the Hand of the Wicked Spirit by Northerners, reputedly sacrificing hundreds of living people daily to turn them into undead. However, Trishka was skeptical of such exaggerated rumors. At least, the hand of the wicked spirit appeared courteous and refined, far from the hateful villain the stories painted, although his pure black eyes did chill anyone who met his gaze. Trishka bowed slightly, responding politely, His Majesty Cassius is awe-inspiring. A total, crushing victory. What more can we, insignificant figures, say? My meager words can only offer congratulations to the Ashen Kingdom for its complete victory. The Frost Calamity, which threatened the North for nearly a millennium, is resolved. The entire Anzita will celebrate, and I, on behalf of His Grace, extend our highest respect. Mizulash smiled and shook his head, saying, You should know what my master wants to hear, isn't this? Trishka's expression froze. A futile smile flashed across his face. I will report the situation here truthfully to His Grace. From now on, we should cease all covert actions against the Ashen Kingdom and accept your reparation treaties, only hoping you maintain basic peace. Listening to Trishka's plea, Mizulash nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he spoke again, his face showing a devilish smile. My respected master thinks similarly. He hopes we can reach a consensus and does not wish to engage in meaningless conflicts. I hope you understand. The Ashen Kingdom does not recklessly plunder or neglect production. For now, at least until we've integrated the remnants of the Rachman Duchy and the Principality of Norton, we have no intention of initiating a full-scale war. The tiefling's tone paused, a threatening meaning glimmering in his black eyes. Of course, if any country wants to try, we wouldn't mind becoming a bit greedier. Trishka exhaled deeply, a forced smile appearing on his pale face, extending his hand. Of course, peace is the consensus of all orderly nations. Our Bosk is no exception. Two hands, of different colors, clasped together. The Frost Calamity paled in comparison to the true scourge. The raging winter, lasting millennia, was of no consequence to him. That day, the terrible storm of vengeance swept across all of Var Glacier, eradicating the frost giant civilization that had endured for thousands of years. The surviving frost giants became slaves of the Empire. He once again demonstrated scourge-like prowess to all of Anzita. With the effortless destruction of the Everfrost tribe, the Frost Calamity was no more, replaced by the more terrifying Dragon Scourge. The entire North shuddered under his wings. Some scholars believe that the Battle of Raging Winter's fall objectively eliminated the millennia-old Frost Calamity troubling the North. While there is some positive significance to this, I maintain that occasional good deeds by the wicked should not earn them the title of hero, as it disrespects countless justice-minded individuals who sacrificed heroically. Though the Frost Calamity brought great disaster to the northern people, the evil dragon's rule shattered the sacred order of the North and ruthlessly destroyed Anzita's justice, inflicting a deeper, broader catastrophe. The Chronicles of Anzita, Battle of Raging Winter's Fall by Duke Luton, Chapter 194, Chapter 120, clearing the battlefield as the war ended and the Frost Giant tribe was annihilated. The Ashen Kingdom's army swiftly cleaned up the battlefield littered with debris, casually scavenging for loot and transporting the Frost Giant slaves back to Northwind Castle. The players, on the other hand, recklessly rummaged through the smoky battlefield, having a great time looting bodies. Wow, great stuff. The Frost Giant's eyeball is mine. Can this finger be used to make giant elixir? Such a big bone rod. How much soup can we make from this? Do you guys think that the giants could be some kind of super tonic? We should cut off a couple to take back. Hey, maybe they'll be useful in a future update. Damn, this thing is heavy. Come help me carry it. My strength attribute is too low. I can't lift it. You're disgusting. Keep that thing away from me. Come on, use your head. When the game opens up, there'll be perverts aplenty wanting this. It'll sell out for sure, and even make an excellent exhibit. The players, like a flock of vultures, plundered the broken battlefield without hesitation, even terrifying the ogres known for their cannibalistic habits. An ogre known as Big Head watched the ravenous players, sneering. A bunch of barbarians. We civilized ogres clean these things up properly when we eat our elders at home. They don't even bother. Big Head tore off a piece of meat from the Frost Giant's arm, looked around to ensure no one was watching, and then stuffed the meat into his mouth, chewing with great satisfaction. Big Head, you're eating humanoid meats again. A familiar voice rang in Big Head's ears. He was so scared that he dropped the meat from his mouth, trembling as he looked around, but he couldn't find Ramp's towering figure. As he breathed a sigh of relief, a magic field shaped like a wooden stick appeared above his head. The boss is getting more unpredictable. Big Head, in pain, threw the meat he had just picked up and rubbed the bump on his head, feeling aggrieved. In the central tent on the battlefield, Ramp felt the spell being triggered, and a contented smile spread across his face. Humph, that's the fate of those who don't follow orders. This was Ramp's self-created second-tier spell, Ramp's Ogre Discipline Magic. It detected when an ogre violated the set rules, alerted Ramp, and automatically created a magic wooden stick to knock the disobedient ogre unconscious. Ramp was quite proud of this. He firmly believed that he would eventually cultivate the ogres into a wise and civilized race. At that time, ogres would become the symbol of wisdom and strength on this continent, second only to red dragons as the most perfect race. Big Head's wail rang out once more. Ramp's face darkened, his arm trembling slightly. Why is it happening again? The familiar voice echoed again. Ramp's face was shrouded in a thick layer of gloom, his ugly face dark as dripping water. The ogre mage picked up the club from the ground, veins bulging on his arms, and stormed out of the tent. Big Head, do you have a death wish? Mantu and Singo landed on the ground, leading their wyvern as they scavenged for loot. They grabbed some frost giant eyeballs and fingers as materials, but had no interest in the gigantic, crude weapons and armor. Mantu complained, I feel like we haven't even gotten started, and these frost giants are already down. We've just been watching the main bosses battle CG. Singo asked, so how many frost giants did you kill? Mantu awkwardly touched his nose. Didn't I successfully restrain one? Noob. Singo harshly assessed before continuing. The officials really didn't balance this right. The main storyline's challenge was set too high, so players didn't get much of a chance to participate. Only high-level professional players like me managed to kill one or two frost giants for some insignificant achievements. Mantu, already used to this blatant showboating, ignored the topic and asked, what should we do next? With just a few days left in the late beta period, my experience has overflowed a lot. Just waiting for the server to open and unlock the level cap so I can level up like crazy. Singo was about to answer when someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Singo. He turned around to see a shiny bald head. It was Natural War Maniac. The seasoned barbarian player was covered in frost giant blood, with a string of frost giant fingers hanging around his neck, smiling broadly. Guys, I just had an awesome fight. I cast Enlarge spell, an acceleration spell, and charged right in, jumped on a frost giant from behind, and put it in a chokehold. His excitement growing, Natural War Maniac enthusiastically struck a pose. With a crack, I choked the frost giant to death. It was a thrilling battle. And there was this one frost giant trying to ambush me from behind, but I turned and slashed it. Manta listened to Natural War Maniac's excited recount, thinking about being pelted and chased by the frost giants, and a shameful sweat broke out. Indeed, people's joys and sorrows do not connect. There you all are. A crisp female voice called out. It was Summer Night Autumn Rain. Unlike the others, she hadn't picked up any weird stuff like frost giant eyeballs or fingers. Instead, she recorded a few Everfrost runes to see if they might trigger something later. I had a decent haul this time. Flame spells are very effective against frost giants. Summer Night Autumn Rain's body was surrounded by the smell of gunpowder, and red scales faintly surfaced on her face, signs that she had just used a spell with her dragon bloodline. Rumor had it she had joined a flame spellcaster player group called the Five Fireball Cult, whose members were all fanatical fireball technique enthusiasts, ready to go crazy hurling fireballs once the server opened. Natural War Maniac rubbed his bald head in annoyance. Autumn Rain's fighting style is getting more violent. While I'm grappling with the frost giant, she nearly roasted me with her flame spell. Summer Night Autumn Rain blushed and defended herself. Well, you didn't get burned to death, did you? The professional squad, once jokingly called the Black Slave Team, was gathered together once again. Mantu was the first to propose. Since it's the end of the beta, and there are only a few days left before the server shuts down, and we're all here, why don't we team up and explore the Kalkan Mountains to see if we can get lucky and find a divine artifact? Singo rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and agreed. Sure. Natural War Maniac wiped his shiny bald head and grinned. No problem. Chapter 195, Chapter 121 Encounter Summer Night Autumn Rain. Having exhausted all her spell slots in the previous battle, chose to return with the main team for a long rest, leaving only the trio to venture into the depths of the Kalka Mountains. This mountainous region, located north of Stormy Ridge, was rarely visited by humans and was filled with countless legendary tales. Stories about giant evil snowmen that sucked out brains, the wailing polar night demon tower, and the ghostly shadows on the snow were widely spread across the northern countries. The cold wind howled past, coating the rocks with white frost and bringing a chill to the valley. Damn, this place is freezing. Mantis shivered, exhaling white puffs of breath from his nostrils. Serves you right for not preparing in advance. Xian Dog took out a blue potion and tossed it casually to Mantu. It was a potion for cold resistance, made from magical herbs that grew underground. Quite a rare potion. Mantu pulled the cork out and gulped it down. It felt like a furnace had been ignited inside him, warming him up immediately. Feels good. Good job, Xian Dog. Mantu, feeling cozy, gave Xian Dog a thumbs up. This is great stuff. The Heavenly Berserker, being a barbarian with a robust constitution, wasn't too bothered by the cold but still drank his prepared potion. Warm steam rose from his body, and 2 white plumes puffed from his nostrils, making him feel invigorated. Another sharp sound pierced the air. Stay alert, that might not just be the wind. Prepare for combat. Xian Dog noticed something amiss and cautioned everyone sharply. The sound wasn't just the wind whistling through the valley. It carried a mournful, wailing tone, similar to the howling of wolves. The cliffs on both sides of the valley flickered with strange, colorful shadows, accompanied by rustling noises. Natural War Maniac quickly turned his head, but the place where the noise came from was empty, showing only dark rocks. Looks like we have incoming enemies, trying to be sneaky. Xian Dog drew his bow, fired an arrow at the rock, and it exploded upon impact, creating a blaze of fire. The creatures hiding behind the rock were startled by the fire and scattered, revealing themselves. The standing creatures were about 2 meters tall, their backs covered in fur and hunched. Their heads resembled those of hyenas, with disheveled, yellow teeth and blood-red triangular eyes. The blood-red eyes stared intently at the people in the valley, growling deeply from their throats, wishing to tear them apart and devour them. These monsters preferred eating intelligent beings alive, letting their prey witness their own consumption, relishing the terrified screams before death. Humans made up a significant part of their diet. Gnolls? Xian Dog immediately recognized these creatures. He had killed many in the mines but felt something was off. Gnolls preferred warm and humid environments, often appearing in warm plains or underground areas, rarely in such cold mountains. Moreover, their appearance differed from regular gnolls. Their skin had red, brown, and black fur, with some spots becoming bald, growing sparse white scales. All 3 players instantly thought of the dragonblood goblins from the Ashen Kingdom. Interesting. Could it be white dragon bloodline? No wonder they can withstand the cold. We should catch a few alive if we can. Xian Dog became intrigued, observing the gnolls with growing excitement. This was a rare special breed, and sending them to the Tower of the Great Sage could fetch a considerable amount of gold and contribution. The battle commenced immediately. Whoa, the dragon vein gnolls howled toward the sky, their cries sounding eerily like sobbing. These creatures leaped off the cliffs toward the group, snarling and drooling foul-smelling saliva. Go, go, go. War Maniac, bro. Mantu, you hold them off. Damn it, Xian Dog. Why don't you go handle these disgusting things yourself? Despite his complaints, Mantu advanced with his silver sword to engage the enemy. The Heavenly Berserker, eager for fight, roared skyward, stomped fiercely to activate his frenzy, and charged at the gnolls with bloodshot eyes. Our battle, yes. The Heavenly Berserker swung his great axe horizontally, decapitating a gnoll and making the others retreat in fear. Mantis seized the opportunity to rush in, performing actions like tides. His sword movements were incredibly swift, effortlessly slashing open the gnolls' chests and spilling their organs. Xian Dog, even more dramatic, drew his hunting longbow and marked the gnolls with a purple hunter's mark. Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air, striking one gnoll's heart and emerging from the other side, its sharp head bloodied. The power of the hunter's mark continued tearing the wound, causing additional damage, ensuring the gnoll's death. Don't kill too quickly. Leave some for capturing alive. After shooting another gnoll dead, Xian Dog reminded the others. Against these 4th-level professional gamers whose true power far surpassed their stats, ordinary gnolls with a touch of white dragon bloodline were no match. becoming mere tools for the gamers to farm experience and loot. But quantity could make up for the lack of quality. Mantu and the Heavenly Berserker fought on the front lines, but the gnolls around them, instead of decreasing, multiplied rapidly, with growing howls echoing from afar. Damn, how many of these dog things are there? It's endless, totally endless. Standing in the valley, Xian Dog grew serious, glancing around as hundreds of hyena-like ugly heads peered from the cliffs. Their numerous blood-red eyes made his scalp tingle. Oh, we might have stumbled into their lair. What? More and more gnolls swarmed, forming a mottled wave of stench threatening to engulf them. Even the largest gnoll took a deep breath and exhaled a chilling breath, a freezing breath, similar to that of a white dragon. Mantu, startled, rolled several times on the ground to barely avoid it. The spot where he had stood was now coated in thick frost. Having earlier underestimated their enemy, Mantu and the Heavenly Berserker launched attacks from opposite sides, placing them far apart. Xian Dog was further away at the valley's end with no chance of providing support. Manta glanced at the diverging paths within the valley and, struck with a sudden idea, shouted, "Let's split up and escape." Got it. So, with Mantu and the Heavenly Berserker going left and right and Xian Dog moving backward, the three of them raced off in different directions. Whoa, the greedy but not so intelligent gnolls hesitated, unsure whom to chase first. They stood there howling for a while before finally splitting into three groups at their leader's command and pursuing in various directions. Chapter 196. Chapter 122. Igloo Girl. The howls of the gnolls behind him continued intermittently, mournful and piercing, causing immense fear. Mantu sped up along the deep path in the valley, shaking off the pursuers behind him, and reached an open area, finally escaping, breathless and alive. Huff, huff. It's really strange. Where did so many gnolls come from? And they're all mutants. Manta looked up and saw a delicate wooden cabin suddenly appear on the mountainside of the snow peak. The roof, made of log rolls, was covered with thick snow, and warm firelight glowed from the window. Where is this? Manta curiously approached. He knew that encountering such a wooden cabin in this uninhabited deep mountain definitely meant something peculiar, but for players, it was impossible not to investigate this kind of place. Never mind. Let's just go in and see. Mantu gritted his teeth, making up his mind. With a light creak, Mantu gently pushed open the wooden door and entered the cabin. The interior was quite cozy, with soft fur sofas, exquisite woven carpets, and the crackling sound of wood burning in the fireplace. On the table were delicacies like milk, bread, fruits, and silver spoons. There were even exquisite ornaments, starkly contrasting with the barren snow mountain outside. How can there be such a place in these mountains? Manta muttered to himself, observing everywhere but finding nothing unusual. A guest from afar, it's impolite to come uninvited. A clear and beautiful female voice rang out. Mantu hurriedly turned around, only to see a girl of about 17 or 18 push open the wooden door and enter the main room. She had her hair tied in a neat ponytail, holding a steaming cup of tea in her slender hands, with a playful smile on her kind face. She placed the hot tea on the table and slyly winked at Mantu. "It's very cold outside. Please have some hot tea to warm your stomach first. By the way, my name is Valina, the daughter of the owner of this cabin." Manta felt somewhat flattered, staring blankly at the girl's beautiful big eyes, nodding repeatedly and drinking the hot tea. Fortunately, his red dragon bloodline made him immune to heat. Thank you. I'm Mantu." He hastily placed the tea on the table, answering, "Your name is quite unique." Valina smiled sweetly at Mantu until his already somewhat red dragon cheeks turned crimson, even producing steam from his skin's surface. After several failed online relationships, Mantu considered himself rock solid, not having felt his heart race in a long time. I'm in love. He didn't expect to be so unsettled by a beautiful NPC in Erezur. Manta thought to himself, Mantu, that's just a virtual character. How can you be mesmerized by fake beauty? It's an NPC. Valina's face intentionally showed a puzzled expression. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? No, I didn't. Mantu stammered awkwardly. Valina burst out laughing. Don't be nervous. Her big eyes still looked directly at Mantu. I'm the one who should be nervous. It's rare for anyone to visit here, and you are the only guest in recent years. I have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. A hint of apology appeared on Valina's delicate face. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I've grown up in this cabin and have never been outside. I can only learn about the outside world through passing travelers. So, could you tell me about the outside world? Just for a while, okay? The girl's earnest tone made Manta feel unable to refuse, and he couldn't help but touch his nose. Oh, of course. Mantu was initially a bit nervous, speaking haltingly, but as he drank the tea, his words flowed more smoothly, and a dazed expression appeared on his face. We call this the Kalka Mountains. South of here is Stormy Ridge, a beautiful place inhabited by ogres, goblins, kobolds, and other residents. Further south is the north, where humans like you have built beautiful cities and worked diligently. Huh? Cities? Yes, cities. A wonderful place with many, many people living there. The firewood in the fireplace burned quietly as Mantu and the girl sat on the soft fur sofa, talking all night long. As they talked, the girl began relying on Mantu, leaning against him with a look full of admiration and longing. The world you described is truly beautiful. Mantu's cheeks burned, not knowing what to do. He stiffly sat there and changed the subject. Valina, why do you always stay here? The girl raised her head, unhesitatingly looking into his eyes. My father is here, and I want to stay with him. Valina, staying here must be very lonely. Manta tenderly stroked the girl's head, and Valina obediently nestled in his arms. Have another sip of tea, Brother Mantu. Drink it all, then you can tell me the next story. The girl murmured softly in his arms. Mantu subconsciously complied, picked up the cup, and wanted to drink the tea in one gulp. Mantu, you've been hit by an illusion technique. Open your eyes and show me. A familiar voice rang out. It was Singo, breaking the rare moment of warmth. Mantu woke up as if from a dream, suddenly alert. He threw the glass cup in his hand to the ground, the remaining tea spilling all over. Crack. Oh. Mantu was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, retreating on all fours. Looking around, he realized this was not a cozy cabin but a cold metallic chamber, even with bloodstains remaining. What he held in his arms was indeed a girl in human form, but it was just part of a monster, stitched onto a twisted, writhing mass of flesh. The massive, twisted body was like a faulty creation made of various pieces of flesh. Sparse white scales covered its body but left large patches of exposed flesh, its head with greasy hair hanging down, making it look disgusting and ugly. On its back were bat-like wing bones, but the wing membrane was tattered and decayed like a corroded piece of cloth. What had been steaming tea on the ground now was an unknown liquid, emitting a mist. Valina seemed unaware of her true form being discovered. The multi-lobed mouth, like a cracked flesh seam, filled with rows of sharp teeth writhing, lips twitching slightly. Big brother, drink it quickly. Then you can continue telling me stories. Chapter 197, Chapter 123. Fleeing the famine, the monster was still wriggling towards Mantu, and the twisted human form stitched on it reached out an arm towards him. Why aren't you talking? I still want to hear a story. Valina is so lonely here by herself. Mantu's expression was filled not only with fear, but also with the heartbreak of another romance gone wrong. It was already bad enough to discover that online love was a fraud in reality, but to be deceived by an illusion in a game world too. Indeed, humans are visual creatures, and Mantu was no exception. Monster, give me back my heartfelt love. Give me back Miss Valina. In a fit of rage and sorrow, Mantu drew his silver sword from his waist and slashed fiercely at the monster. Not far away, Exion Dog also bent his bow and released an arrow that could pierce armor. Clang, clang. With two crisp sounds, sparks flew as both the sword blade and the arrow were deflected by the monster's tough, thick skin and extremely hard scales, causing no damage at all. The flesh continued to wriggle, and a tentacle covered in slime reached out and wrapped around the silver sword, swallowing it whole. Why do you hurt me? Mando, brother, why does everyone do this? The human-shaped mass of flesh wriggled, changing its voice from a soft, sweet female tone to a low growl, and finally into a cacophony of mixed, shrill voices that sent shivers down Mantu's spine. The mass of flesh squirmed and quivered, transforming into various twisted shapes on the spot. Then I'll just keep you here forever. Exion Dog, seeing that their attacks were ineffective, immediately shouted to Mantu. Run. Run fast. This thing isn't something we can defeat. How was I supposed to know? Mantu, on the verge of tears, quickly followed Iron Dog, running away in a panic. Iron Dog said gravely, this so-called cabin and girl were all illusions. Luckily, I bought a potion of true sight in advance, which lets me see through illusions. Otherwise, you would have died here for sure. That cup of tea was definitely problematic. If you had drunk it, you would have become a slave here completely. Mantu looked back at the potion on the ground with lingering fear, then looked around. What he saw were cold metal walls covered in blotchy blood stains, the huge claw marks of unknown creatures, and chaotic, bizarre symbols. A moment later, the long silent monster moved again. What chilling, overlapping voice echoed. The roars seemed to be produced by many organs vibrating together. In it, Mantu could hear a girl's call, a frost wolf's howl, a giant's bellow, and even the anger-filled roar of a white dragon. It made both Mantu and Iron Dog shiver in terror, temporarily paralyzing them with fear. That's dragon's might. This monster is likely of the dragon bloodline. Damn it, dragons in this world have such unique tastes. They must be really starving to go after something like this. The familiar sense of oppression made Iron Dog's alarm bells ring. But Iron Dog quickly snapped out of it, shaking off the abnormal state. He looked up at the monster, which was closing in and waving its tentacles, then glanced at the terrified Mantu. In an instant, he thought of a solution. Roar, another dragon roar echoed. But this time, it was Iron Dog's dragon's roar charge. Facing a roar born from Cassius's strength and possessing a higher essence of dragon's might, the horrifying stitched beast was temporarily stunned, and the flesh tentacles aiming at the two of them momentarily froze in midair. Smack! Iron Dog slapped the terrified Mantu awake. I can't hold it for long. The monster is waking up soon. Run. Mantu, clutching his slapped red face, gritted his teeth and took off, fleeing with Iron Dog. Iron Dog, you damn well had a personal vendetta. Didn't I just wake you up? You were nearly making out with that stitched-together mess. Embarrassing. Mantu's face darkened instantly, so much so that it could drip water. He wondered whether he should kill Iron Dog to ensure he didn't leak the shameful incident that could lead to his social death. If the scene just now was recorded and posted on a forum, he would lose face and likely become the subject of a classic video like Swashbuckler and the Old Vampire's unspeakable 30 seconds, attracting countless viewers. Brother, come back and stay with me. That sweet voice made Mantu's hair stand on end and his scalp tingle. The monster behind them wriggled closer, its entire body of scales trembling. Luckily, its 3-meter-tall body was too large and twisted to move quickly in the narrow passage, with the flesh scraping against the walls. This allowed them to widen the distance and escape through a hidden door, narrowly avoiding Valina's pursuit. Come back. At the last moment of their escape, Valina opened her horrifyingly wide mouth, with blood strands linking her jaws. From deep within her throat, a terrifying icy breath erupted. The freezing air instantly condensed the surrounding mist into ice, and even the door they passed through was covered in a thick layer of frost. Phew. Iron Dog, you should have just let me die in that false paradise. Manta muttered softly as he seemed to savor the previous tenderness, but immediately turned sullen when recalling that creature's true form. What in the world is that thing? It's your dear Miss Valina. Iron Dog taunted in a deliberately saccharine tone. Shut up. Mantu's face turned beet red, looking utterly dejected. Still reeling from his dashed fantasy of companionship with a beautiful girl, he could hardly come to terms with the reality that the beauty was a monster stitched from corpse parts. Iron Dog rolled his eyes at him in disdain. You spineless fool. No wonder you're single. That last breath attack was terrifying. If it hit us, we'd be frozen solid. From what I know, that must be the bloodline of the white dragon from the 5-color dragons. White dragons are known to inhabit the Anzita Great Wilderness. He then observed their surroundings, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. As for this place, it should be the legendary Polar Night Demon Tower. It's at least 100 years old. Supposedly, it contains terrifying beings, with very few survivors ever escaping it. Mantis suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, where's War Maniac Bro? Iron Dog shook his head. No idea. We lost him when we encountered those gnolls. But War Maniac Bro is mentally strong and once crushed a succubus with sheer will in a previous game. He wouldn't make such an elementary mistake like you. Mantu's face turned red with frustration, but he was speechless. Ayakan dog patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Mantu, I advise you to take care of yourself." Chapter 198. Chapter 124. Valina's diary. Look here, Mantu. There's probably a hidden room here. Singo found a concealed door and easily pried off the old lock. Manta complained, "As a warrior, it's impressive enough that you have perception, but you even developed handy skills?" Singo replied righteously, "A skilled professional must be versatile. Isn't that exactly for situations like this? Think about it, if it weren't for my handy skills, we'd be trapped here." TSK. Manta remained disdainful and was skeptical about the previously mysteriously missing gold coin. "Enough, no more talking. Let's move before that monster catches up." Singo opened the concealed door and crawled into the narrow tunnel first, followed closely by Mantu. The tunnel echoed with constant shuffling sounds until they finally reached a pitch-black hidden room. Singo skillfully took out a spare glowing stone to light up the area. The scene before them opened up. To their surprise, the hidden room was not that small. It was more than spacious enough for the two of them. The floor was covered with a thick layer of dust, and cobwebs filled the corners, clearly indicating it had been abandoned for years. The room was quite well furnished, with a bed, blankets, and a desk all present. On the desk were a few quill pens and yellowing sheets of paper. The walls even had innocent-looking doodles, giving it quite a homely feel. Manta looked at the doodles on the wall. Those drawings were rather simple but colorful, depicting a warm family consisting of a man, a woman, and a little girl against the backdrop of a dark tower, some humans in black robes, and terrifying giant dragons. The chaotic strokes indicated the little girl's fear towards those entities. A child's bedroom. It's unimaginable that someone would live in a place like this. Manta sighed. "Mantu, look what I found." Singo opened a drawer in the small desk and seemed to have discovered something incredible. "What is it?" "Let me see." Manta leaned in to look and saw a simple diary. It seemed to have been carefully preserved, though time had left some pages decaying and a few roughly torn out. The cover bore prominent letters, "Valina's diary." Valina's diary. Mantu's expression instantly became complex, as if a terrible suspicion had arisen in his mind, making him silent while he carefully turned the pages. The handwriting inside was clumsy and childish, full of innocence. "January 3rd, Mom told me to start this, my first diary entry. Dad, as usual, told me to stay silent. Otherwise, those bad people from the dragon shaman cult outside would capture me, and the terrifying dragon would devour me in one bite. I have always obeyed. January 4th, I stayed in the room quietly. Dad said I was very obedient. January 5th, still in the room. Today, I found a cute animal. Dad said it was a spider. I invited it to eat black bread with me. January 6th, Mom brought me a book called Beautiful Bird. It told the story of a bird family. I liked it very much. January 7th, I read the book in the room. A cute rat accompanied me. I named it Tet as a reward for keeping me company. I let it gnaw on a page. February 15th, Dad hasn't visited for a long time. This time, when he came to see me, I was very happy. He said he would soon defeat the bad people and rescue Mom and me from this tower. We would be together forever like in the stories. February 16th, Dad told me many things. He said he would take me to see the outside world. I was very happy. February 17th, stayed in the room. February 18th, stayed in the room. Food ran out. I'm so hungry. February 22nd, I ate Tet, but I was very sad. February 23rd, Mom finally came back. She brought food but cried a lot. She said she was chosen to be a sacrifice and might never come back. I hugged her tightly for a long time. February 24th, Dad hasn't been back for a long time. March 17th, Mom celebrated my 12th birthday. I was very happy. I asked her why Dad hadn't come back, but she didn't answer. I saw she was a little sad. July 16th, I really want to see the outside world. I want a friend. December 27th, Mom hasn't been back for 7 days. I'm very scared. December 30th, Dad has been gone for a long time, 10 months if my watch is right. He finally came back today, but he said Mom was dead. I cried. January 20th, Dad said Mom's death was worth it. That was great. I didn't understand what he was saying, but I was very scared. He seemed like a different person. He used to love Mom. January 21st, stayed in the room trembling. September 12th, Dad told me he had defeated the bad people. I asked if we could leave here, but he didn't answer. September 13th, I was taken out of the room, but Dad still wouldn't let me leave the tower. I was very angry. To me, this tower was like the prison described in the books, very restrictive. September 14th, a girl named Mary was brought to the tower. She was about my age and very scared. I hoped we could become friends. September 15th, stayed in the tower, but I secretly came back here. This place made me feel very safe. Here, I could remember my old dad when he still loved me and Mom. September 16th, there were strange noises in the tower, but Dad wouldn't tell me what they were. Mary was also very scared. October 1st, the noise grew louder. I was very scared. September 16th, Dad was really different from before. I missed Mom and cried for a long time. I don't know the date. Dad told me not to resist. His original words were to welcome the noble evolution with joy. I didn't understand what he meant, but he scared me more and more. Dad was completely different from before. He would never treat me like this before, never. I was so scared. Mary said Dad was a bad man. Dad wouldn't let me see Mary. He said she did something wrong and needed to be punished. He said I would see her later. Dad said everything was for my good. If I behaved, I could leave. I thought so too. I would behave. First day, scales grew on me. It hurt a lot. Second day, more scales grew. Third day, spikes grew on my back. It still hurt a lot. But Dad was very happy. He said I was almost successful. Seeing Dad happy made me happy too. Fourth day, I felt like I was becoming a bad person. Dad fed me some meat. He said it was edible, but it felt wrong. My nose became very sensitive, and I seemed to smell. Mary, 11th day, still no changes today. Dad said he was disappointed in me and called me an inferior species, saying I had let him down. I cried a lot. I didn't know what I did wrong. 12th day, Dad said he found a new method. 14th day, Dad replaced my hand with a new one. Though I got used to it, it still hurt a lot. But he told me not to cry, so I held back. I couldn't make Dad angry anymore. 15th day, I felt a bit odd. The following pages were roughly torn out. Manta read it all in one go and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Damn it, beasts. The father in that diary deserves to be executed by dismemberment. And what about the officials? They're not acting like humans at all, stuffing such perverted plots into the story. Mantu was indignant, pounding the table fiercely. His eyes betrayed a rare determination. He was resolute in his decision to eliminate that monster and bring peace to Valina, who remained in a state of extreme pain, neither alive nor dead, her will uncontrollable. I will put you to rest, Valina. He gently closed the diary and carefully placed it back in its original spot, resolving not to touch it again. It was the last trace of Valina's humanity and her most cherished possession. Mantu, you're still thinking too simplistically. Singdo frowned and softly said, we need to be careful. This tower isn't just home to that poor Miss Valina wandering about. There's also her father. This guy can transform people into terrifying monsters. He's not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, War Maniac is missing, which means our team's combat ability is reduced. With our current strength, escaping this place would be lucky, let alone trying to slay monsters for the people. Manta frowned. Then what should we do? Wait here to die. The server is shutting down soon anyway, and we've already maxed out our experience. Losing a bit doesn't matter. Worst case scenario, you give me a rune gunpowder bomb, and I'll trade myself for the tower's boss. Singdo was a bit surprised. How did you know I had a rune gunpowder bomb? Manta chuckled. We all see you hanging around that mechanical god cult factory all the time. Who would have thought the famous pro gamer would suck up to crazy brother like that? Singdo defended. Do you even understand what it means to prioritize gaming skills? Acquiring gear through reasonable means. Got it? I totally get it. Stop bullshitting. That boss is a high-level mage. The two left the secret room while talking and continued to explore the hidden tower. As they entered the passageway, They heard rustling sounds, like gnolls breathing. Sniff, sniff. I smell blood. Where? Got new prey. The master will be pleased. The deep, hoarse voices conversed. Singo immediately pressed Manta down, silently knocking an arrow, slowly drawing the bowstring, and holding his breath, aiming at the corner of the passage. As expected, an ugly gnoll head with saliva dripping from the mouth and sparse white scales appeared. Singo instantly locked onto it, and a purple hunter's mark appeared on the gnoll's forehead. An arrow then broke the air, easily piercing its skull. Howl! The gnoll only managed to let out a howl before collapsing backward. Several more gnolls stood behind it. They felt no fear. Instead, their murky eyes flashed with a frenzied light as they charged at the two, brandishing their claws and emitting foul-smelling breaths. Manta raised his sword, aiming for their weak points in the fur, and stabbed through the neck of the foremost gnoll. Then he kicked the gnoll's corpse down and used the momentum to cut down another gnoll. Within a few breaths, the patrol team of 7 gnolls was annihilated. Huff, huff, it's those gnolls again. Manta kicked a corpse on the ground, panting heavily. Singo rubbed his chin and said, as I thought, the source of these gnolls is here, the Polar Night Demon Tower. However, these creatures' dragonification levels are quite low, far from those transformed monsters. Otherwise, we wouldn't have defeated them so easily. Singo took a few steps forward, noticing the bones scattered along the corridor. He quickly gave a warning. Not good, let's go. There are probably many monsters in this tower. However, the dying gnoll's howls had already caused a resonance, stirring the tower's monsters. Countless sounds of varying pitches and painful wails echoed, and the entire Polar Night Demon Tower seemed to tremble. Manta turned to look behind him. Damn. His voice trembled. Roar, savage dragonified monsters surged like a flood. Gnolls, centaurs, goblins, lizard folk, and even humans, all transformed into twisted half-dragon forms. But these monsters looked far less natural than the dragon vein creatures of the Ashen Kingdom. Sparse white scales covered their bodies. Tumors and warts protruded everywhere. Some even grew extra limbs and heads, and their mouths drooled corrosive saliva. Most of them had frenzied eyes, clearly having lost their sanity long ago. Singo summarized, my guess was right, this place is essentially a laboratory. We were lured here on purpose. The controller behind this Polar Night Demon Tower is probably that mage. Manta listened intently when a half-dragon goblin crawled over from behind, pouncing on Mantu and biting at his neck with sharp teeth. Luckily, Manta wore plate armor, which the goblin couldn't penetrate in time. He took the chance to decapitate it with his sword. But even with its head pierced, the headless, frenzied dragon vein goblin continued to attack wildly, one claw gripping the plate armor and the other clawing Mantu's arm, leaving bloody marks. It took several breaths for it to stop moving. Damn it! This monster is so crazy. Won't let go even after dying. Stop fighting them and run. Singo and Mantu sprinted along the bone-ridden corridor, finally reaching the end, where they faced a massive iron door. Mantu urged, hurry and unlock it, and dog. Don't rush me, you try it if you can. But Singo was also struggling. The door lock wasn't the simplest type, and he wasn't proficient in the thief occupation far from handy level. The dragonified centaurs were almost upon them. Unlike regular centaurs, these creatures, affected by the white dragon bloodline, had lower bodies resembling terrifying lizards instead of horses. Their tails drooped behind them, and the surface of their scales was covered in sticky fluids. Their upper bodies looked like life-drained corpses, gaunt and frail. Suddenly, the iron door swung open. Swish! A battle axe swung through the doorway, cutting a dragonified centaur behind Mantu in half. The severed lizard body twitched and crawled chaotically on the ground, like a headless fly, before finally dying out. Mantu and Singo seized the chance to dart through the iron door, using their bodies to slam it shut. They glanced at the familiar face in front of them and were overjoyed. War maniac, bro. I've been looking for you guys for ages. These monsters are tough to kill. Natural War Maniac grinned, rubbing his smooth head. The trio, separated earlier in a dragonified gnoll chase, finally reunited. Chapter 200. Chapter 125. Soul-devouring pot. The cold wind howled, and sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, casting a blinding glow over the white ice field. The mountains rose and fell in dramatic waves, shrouded in layers of shadow. Within their depths stood a pitch-black high tower, its sharp spires like straight claws reaching toward the sky, as if about to tear through the heavens, evoking a deep sense of dread. This was the Polar Night Demon Tower. At this moment, Mantu and his two companions were at the very bottom of the Demon Tower. The natural war maniac led them into the depths of a secret chamber and activated a mechanism. I fought my way here and found this thing. It was a strange jug. The rim was adorned with a ferocious dragon head, and from the jug came countless wails and moans, as if numerous souls were trapped inside, struggling in agony, accompanied by a deeply concealed laughter. Singdo carefully observed the jug, seemingly trying to discern its secrets. This thing feels familiar. Mantis stepped forward and said this is clearly some kind of magic artifact. It might even be a soul-refining banner or something. You guys stand back. I'll take it and study it. Singdo suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped him. Wait, what did you say? By then, Mantu had already placed his hands on the jug and turned his head to look at Singdo in confusion. There's nothing wrong. Why are you so nervous? But in the next moment, his eyes rolled back, then transformed into eerie vertical pupils filled with a fanatical glow. A spectral figure emerged from the jug and rushed into Mantu's nose and mouth. Soul-devouring pot. This was the infamous 6th-tier necromancy spell. The magic pot served as a vessel for souls. Once someone touched the jug, the souls within would possess the individual, seizing control of their body and trapping their soul within the vessel. The possessed soul could perceive the environment through its own senses, but was unable to move or take any action. Manta looked down, touching his body, his claws caressing every scale and muscle of the half-dragon, an expression of utter enchantment appearing on his face. Ah, what a beautifully exquisite body. Perfect, with no side effects. A flawless fusion of the red dragon's flame and strength. In nearly a century of experimentation, I've never had such a perfect specimen. Thankfully, I left a sliver of my soul here, just in case of these despicable thieves. Singdo asked coldly, You're not him. Who are you? The natural war maniac gripped his battle axe tightly, his arms trembling with bulging veins, ready to enter a frenzy at any moment. They both knew Mantu had likely been possessed by a boss. But at this moment, Mantu was engrossed in his new vessel, oblivious to them, marveling as though he were reciting poetry. What immense strength! If my guess is correct, this body's owner, this red dragon, is an even greater creation. It's utterly fascinating. Only then did he notice the two people in front of him. Although still Mantu's face, the red vertical pupils fixed on the two of them made their hairs stand on end. Two more valuable specimens. Today is truly a bountiful day. The entity occupying Mantu's body slightly bowed politely. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am a wizard, an artist, and a follower of dragons. You may call me by the name I had as a mortal. Vagnard. We should be spending a lot of time together from now on. Vagnard smiled, a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Dragon fan Black Wizard Vagnard, once a mortal capture by the Dragon Shaman cult, had gone completely mad after witnessing his wife being eaten as a sacrifice. He pursued dragon strength at any cost, turned his own daughter into a monster, and kept countless dragonified monsters in the tower, even a genuine white dragon. Unlike the Dragon Shaman cult, which worshipped evil dragons as deities, Vagnard revered only the dragon's power. For this power, he created powerful spells to trap giant dragons, and did not hesitate to experiment recklessly on his beloved daughter, treating her as a lowly specimen. Oh, wait. My dear experiment is questioning me? Did not expect someone with red dragon blood to speak like this. Vagnard brought the jug closer to his ear, attentively listening. Mantu's soul inside was furiously cursing, calling him a beast who experimented on his own daughter. As a player, Mantu, whose body had been taken, felt anger but not fear, knowing he could revive. At worst, he would lose some experience points and start again. You beast. How could you do this to your own daughter? You should be hearing Mantu's curses, Vagnard laughed lightly. You mean my daughter? I loved her dearly. I poured the best of everything into her, but her lowly heritage disappointed me. She refused to accept the great evolution, and I had no choice but to replace her arms, her torso, her legs, with the finest dragonified organs. Look at those scales, that surging dragon blood, those powerful muscles. Is this not far stronger than her fragile original form? She is now my most pleasing work, more perfect than all my previous creations. As he spoke, Vagnard's tone grew more obsessive. Whoosh. Seizing Vagnard's moment of distraction, Singo launched a surprise attack, marking Vagnard's head with a hunter's mark, followed by a swift arrow. But a pitch-black spell force field appeared around Vagnard, effortlessly reducing the arrow to dust. This is your companion's body. If my soul division dissipates, his body will also die. Your companion will be eternally trapped in the magic pot. The natural war maniac roared in fury, charging up with a fierce slash of his battle axe. You don't care about the original host's life? How interesting. Vagnard's eyes gleamed playfully, injected with fear energy, turning them into vacant, deep black holes. Heart-capturing gaze. Black light flickered. The natural war maniac, having met his gaze, fell into a deep sleep, lying on the cold ground. Singo was also struck by the spell before he could react. A needle with an inbuilt trigger jabbed into his neck, abruptly waking him from the induced slumber. It was a device he had specially commissioned from the mechanical god cult, designed to wake him automatically if it detected he had fallen into unconsciousness. Oh, what an interesting little thing. Vagnard grinned, his eyes flashing with scarlet spell radiance again. Domination of humans. His lips moved silently, but the command was issued. Singo instantly felt a powerful spiritual force taking control of him, offering no room for resistance. Even though this was merely a sliver of the Black Wizard's soul, the immense mental strength accumulated over a century was as deep as an abyss, leaving the novice player powerless to fight back. Chapter 201. Chapter 126. The Red Dragon's gaze chains of mind control flew out from Vagnard, binding Singo's soul tightly. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, with an eerie dark red glow replacing the light in his pupils. His movements were as stiff as a marionette's entranced. Vagnard chuckled softly, issuing commands with his will. Come here. Just a simple command, but the overwhelming mental force poured through the chains into Singo's brain. His body moved unconsciously, walking lightly to Vagnard's side. He stroked Singo's scaly arm, marveling. Truly an artistic creation. The perfect blend of scales and muscle. I've only seen this on actual giant dragons. How have I never created such a masterpiece? Move him over here. Vagnard effortlessly gave the command. Singo, like a puppet, followed the order, lifting the unconscious war maniac and bringing him back to Vagnard. Vagnard led them forward, with the soul-devouring pot containing Mantu's soul floating beside them. Heavy iron doors swung open automatically as they approached, bringing them to a platform adorned with dragon scales. Complex gravity spell runes caused the platform to ascend layer by layer. At each level, grotesque monsters felt the tremors and erupted into a cacophony of roars, shaking and crashing against their cages. But Vagnard paid them no mind. To him, they were insignificant failures. Finally, they reached the highest level of the Black Tower, Vagnard's most cherished laboratory, the land of the demon dragon. Everywhere lay broken scales, dismembered limbs, and the floor was almost entirely covered in thick blood. Blood-splattered instruments, shattered syringes, and sharp implements were scattered about. Vagnard took a deep breath, as if savoring the rich scent of blood in the air. Secure him. Singo, under control, strapped the war maniac to a metal table. Vagnard meticulously examined the war maniac's robust frame. His fervent eyes seemed to penetrate scales and skin to see every intricate structure, even the blood vessels coursing with thick blood. Indeed, it is the red dragon's power. The purest dragon blood flows through this humanoid creature. Why do they not experience rejection? I have experimented dozens of times, and even the hardy body of a frost giant could not endure white dragon blood. It would just disintegrate entirely. How could this most volatile, most repellent red dragon bloodline be any different? And these organs, dragon heads perfectly fused with human bodies. Even my greatest creation, Valina, was just a stitched product. They naturally transform. Reluctantly, Vagnard tore his gaze from the war maniac and looked into the distance. His eyes pierced through the cold, thick metal walls, the layers of mountains, and the vast stormy ridge, focusing on the enormous red dragon in its lair, a fervent light glinting in them. Cassius Clavo-Neurixius, a mutant red dragon, who rose abruptly within a decade. You must harbor many secrets. You interest me more and more. In Northwind Castle's council hall, Cassius was experimenting with spells when a heavenly calamity dragon eye floating beside him suddenly reacted. Broken snippets of scenes appeared in his vision. Players battling gnolls, a mysterious and dangerous tower, eerie stitched monsters, finally freezing on a pair of fanatical eyes. This was the unique ability of the heavenly calamity dragon eye past eyesight. This is. Cassius immediately recognized the Mantu he had been watching closely. But those eyes were definitely not a player's, and Mantu's eyes sparkled with layers of high-tier magical aurora. Black Tower, monsters, spells. So it's Vagnard. He even possesses players and dares to blatantly spy on me. What a reckless madman. The red dragon's mouth curved into a cold smile. In his previous life, Vagnard was notorious, especially for turning his own daughter into a monster and conducting numerous inhumane experiments in secret, inciting the collective wrath of players. The players united, ultimately sacrificing countless lives to blow this dragon fan black wizard to pieces. Being targeted by this lunatic was extremely troublesome. And Vagnard, being not only a senior mage but also adept in maneuvering against dragons, was something Cassius did not fear but preferred to avoid entangling with. Once offended, it must be eradicated root and branch. He would not gamble on the consequences of letting a high-rank mage run free. Cassius exhaled a puff of sulfurous smoke and decided to teach him a lesson first, before settling other scores. Since you like to spy, then let you enjoy it. The red dragon raised his head slightly, meeting the gaze from hundreds of miles away. A sinister smile formed on his face, golden pupils gleaming with a breathtaking magical aurora. Since he was already affiliated with a dragon queen, he could afford to be a bit more unrestrained. 6th tier spell, Tiamat's terrifying illusion. The illusion traversed the stormy ridge, pierced through layers of mountains, and instantly appeared before Vagnard in the tower, presenting itself to his eyes. Roar. With a thunderous dragon's roar, a nightmare-like amalgamation appeared before Vagnard. Colossal dragon limbs supported a monstrous dragon body. 5 writhing necks and heads sprouted from it, each corresponding to a color dragon. The 5-headed evil dragon spread its wings, obscuring the sky, and looked down at Vagnard with an unspeakable terror in its gaze. Tiamat, it's Tiamat. 5-colored dragon queen. Evil dragon queen. Tiamat. Vagnard trembled all over, exclaiming in shock. The trembling of his body stemmed not just from fear, but also from excitement and agitation. How magnificent! Vagnard's face flushed red, his speech even slurred. He had pursued the power of dragons for centuries. And the legendary evil dragon queen, progenitor of all colored dragons, Tiamat, was undoubtedly the pinnacle of that power, the illusionary light of his life. Being a mere shard of his soul, he naturally could not discern the illusion's reality. In extreme fear and excitement, he instinctively regarded this Tiamat's terrifying illusion as a true god's descent. Yet, with his intellect, how could he not guess that this was due to peeking at the red dragon? The 5-colored evil dragons in the sky looked down coldly at the earth. Fire, ice, acid, lightning, and poison spewed from the 5 hideous heads, delivering the god of evil dragons punishment. To witness Tiamat's magnificent form and feel this unparalleled power in person, my existence has no regrets. You are indeed special. Red dragon. Vagnard murmured, looking up to the sky. The next moment, the dazzling breaths frenziedly washed over his soul, effortlessly obliterating this wisp of soul fragment completely. Yet the soul fragment, with its dying strength, cast a spell sending a faint stream of information to the main body. Chapter 202. Chapter 127. The Awakened Player. Where the hell am I? Wasn't I subjected to a control spell? Xian Dog suddenly jolted awake. He first checked his body and, finding no injuries, then looked around the surroundings. What he saw was a wrecked experiment site, strewn with chunks of flesh and remains. The floor was covered in thick blood, even submerging his ankles. In front of him was a heavy metallic bed, stained with blood, where Natural War Maniac was firmly fixed. He then looked warily beside him. The body belonging to Mantu was already lying in the pool of blood, silent like a dead corpse. Xian Dog felt a bit puzzled again. The mage who had possessed Mantu had easily dealt with the 3 of them, and was in his own lair without encountering any enemies. How could he have suddenly disappeared? Did that Vagnard vanish? Did the spell terminate, or is there some other reason? A blurred figure seemed to float out of the soul-devouring pot and enter the body. Xian Dog gasped. Mantu? The body belonging to Manta first had fingers that slightly twitched, then opened its eyes. Supporting itself with its arms, it struggled to sit up in the pool of blood. This place is so disgusting. Why is it so sticky? Mantu complained with a look of disdain. However, when he lifted his head, he saw Xian Dog drawing a bowstring with an armor-piercing arrow aimed at his forehead. Damn it, it's me, Mandu. Xian Dog was unmoved, his tone icy. How can I be sure you are Mantu and not something else? You have to pass my test first, or I'll shoot you with one arrow. Manta cursed in frustration. Xian Dog, are you crazy? What kind of NPC has the same charismatic style as me? But the sharp arrowhead pressed against his forehead, making Manta break into a cold sweat. Manta raised his hands in a French salute, on the verge of tears. All right, I'll answer. Xian Dog looked down at him coldly and said, What's Mantu's most viewed video? Swashbuckler and the Old Vampire's Unspeakable 30 Seconds. How many times has Manta failed at online dating? Damn it, 3 times. What's the name of Mantu's mount? Noodle. How many gold coins has Manta stolen from me? 15. When you were asleep? Wait, damn it, Ingdog, you're tricking me. Mantu jumped up in shock, suddenly realizing the so-called test was just Xian Dog's trap. Very good, you passed the test, Mandu. But about those stolen gold coins. Xian Dog spoke slowly, with a cold smile on his face, still holding the drawn bow aimed at Mantu's forehead. I'll work for you to pay it back, all right? Please stop this. Seeing the situation was bad, Manta pleaded earnestly. Xian Dog finally put away his weapon and seriously asked, What was it like in the pot? Do you know what happened just now? Manta thought for a moment and then said, It felt very strange. I could perceive the environment from inside the container, but couldn't move at all. I had to watch helplessly as he used my body to control you. But it was kind of satisfying, like I was personally bullying you. Huh. Xian Dog ignored his personal feelings and continued. What did he say? Why did he disappear? Mantu was suddenly enraged. That guy is a beast. Not only did he use Miss Valina as a test subject, but he also wanted to use us all as his samples. Fortunately, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Xian Dog rubbed his chin, feeling puzzled. Are you saying he just vanished? Didn't he say anything before he left? Manta scratched his head and thought for a moment, then said hesitantly, The perception from inside the pot wasn't very clear, and I was busy talking, but I think I heard him mention our faction leader's name. Cassius. Xian Dog's eyes brightened with excitement. So Wagner is indeed a boss related to the main quest. Tasks related to that red dragon are significant. We might be in luck this time again. Xian Dog, hurry and save War Maniac Bro first. If War Maniac Bro dies, it's all your fault. Only then did Xian Dog remember that Natural War Maniac was still tied to the metallic bed. He quickly walked up and used thief tools to pry open the metal shackles on his hands, then injected a stimulant into Natural War Maniac's neck. Where are we? Wasn't I in a battle? Natural War Maniac opened his eyes and struggled to get up from the metallic bed, looking confused. Instinctively, he reached for his battle axe at his waist but found it empty. Seeing him awake, Mantu hurried over to help. Natural War Maniac looked at Mantu's familiar face, and his face instantly flushed with anger, still immersed in the previous fight. His veins bulged as he swung a fist, roaring in rage. Monster! Get off Mantu! The barbarian, with 18 points of strength, hit Mantu's face with a fist the size of a fist. Bam! A dull thud was heard, and Mantu's face immediately deformed dramatically, his face turning a mix of red, purple, and green. Manta couldn't help but scream in pain. He was seeing stars and almost lost consciousness again. Natural War Maniac wanted to land another punch but was quickly stopped by Xian Dog. Why are you stopping me, Xian Dog? I want to kill that beast. Fight. Thrill. Manta finally regained his senses. Holding his rapidly swelling face, he said quickly in a high-pitched voice, War Maniac Bro, hold on. It's me. It's really me, Mantu. He pointed to his face, crying out. Xian Dog also explained, the boss just possessed Mantu. You were under a spell and fell asleep. Be careful not to kill Mantu by mistake. Huh? Natural War Maniac quickly dropped his fist, touched his shiny bald head, and blushed slightly. Sorry, Mantu. I mistook you for the boss. Are you okay? I'll compensate you with a healing potion back in town later. All right, I'm okay. Manta wanted to cry, but his face was already as swollen as a steamed bun. Xian Dog, somewhat gloating, said, War Maniac, don't worry about Mantu as long as he's not dead. We happened to stumble into a hidden dungeon, so let's explore it properly. Oh, hidden dungeon? There must be some powerful enemies then. Natural War Maniac's eyes were suddenly filled with battle spirit, the excitement unique to professional gamers on his face. He was, after all, a man who had single-handedly fought the Star Leviathan. Mantu was still rubbing his injured face, letting out a miserable wail. My handsome face, Chapter 203, Chapter 128, Five-headed dragon monster Singo took out the flashlight and kept moving forward. Cold iron doors appeared in front of him. From behind some of them came eerie roars, painful howls, and even the sound of claws scraping against steel. There must be quite a few monsters here. Let's pick a quieter one and go in to take a look. All right. The Natural War Maniac found the door with the least movement and cautiously unlocked it before pushing it open. Manta followed closely behind, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This laboratory felt like a forsaken corner of the world, filled with the scent of blood and death. There was hardly any light, only the weak candle flame on Manta flickering, illuminating the small area around them. The cold gleam of the experimental instruments made everyone shudder. Manta raised the torch and whispered, I think I heard breathing. The Natural War Maniac gripped the battle axe tighter and stepped forward, listening closely. Sure enough, he heard faint airflow. He looked into the depths of the dark laboratory, as if something there was rising and falling. Get ready for battle. But it seemed something here had detected their presence. A row of dragon-head torches suddenly ignited, casting a haunting blue light that illuminated the entire laboratory. A colossal figure in the shadows revealed its true form. A nearly 6-meter-long body, with 5 lizard-like grotesque heads stitched onto a body that seemed to be pieced together from different creatures, with even the stitches visible. That skeletal, almost skin-and-bone body was covered with sparse white scales, revealing large patches of wrinkled skin. In front of it were shattered bones and chunks of flesh, blood-stained surgical knives, silver needles, and saws, emitting a foul odor. The monster's limbs were tightly bound to a metal platform, rusted iron shackles making it unable to move or break free. Each of its heads had its eyes closed, and its enormous body rose and fell, clearly in a state of deep sleep. Wow, what the hell is this? Mantu was pale with fright. The physiological disgust brought on by the monster was one thing, but the white scales evoked some unpleasant memories for him. Look at this. Singo stepped forward and discovered a small plaque with inscriptions in front of the metal bed. Number 66. Five-headed dragon monster. This work is dedicated to the great five-colored dragon queen. Indeed, this is a failed creation. The filthy bloodline has not been purified by the noble dragon blood. It lacks intelligence and doesn't even deserve to be called a dragon species. Tiamat, forgive my blasphemy for creating this wretched imitation. Wagner, December 1st, 3rd Era 1387. Manta patted his chest, still feeling frightened. It's another one of that old man's monsters. Luckily, it's still bound up, doesn't seem to have any illusion techniques or anything like that. Singo sneered. Huh. The Natural War Maniac was puzzled, rubbing his bald head. Did you guys encounter any illusory realm before? Why don't I know about it? Before Singo could speak, Mantu dashed forward, covering his mouth with his hand and forcing out a smile. No, nothing happened at all. However, he was too anxious and stepped on a scattered surgical knife, making a crisp clanging sound. A roar. A low, raspy growl rose, not loud but extremely grating, as if resonating with the air. Manta turned pale at once, cold sweat dripping down his face as he turned around. He saw the monster's 10 eyes open simultaneously, the elongated necks writhing uneasily. The skull-like gaunt heads were full of greed, with thick saliva dripping from their mouths. Since its creation, it had been abandoned by Wagner, and had not eaten for who knows how many years. The humans before it were undoubtedly a feast, making it drool with anticipation. Mantu stammered. It's okay, it's trapped here. There's no way it can get out. But before he finished speaking, the shackles began to make creaking noises, with the metal platform shaking violently along with the monster's body. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. The five-headed dragon monster's desire to eat had become uncontrollable. It struggled continuously, its skeletal frame bursting with unimaginable strength, actually breaking those rusty metal shackles. Roar. The five heads shook themselves, and the monster raised its heads, letting out an angry roar. Immediately, five greedy, fiery gazes turned to Mantu and the others, with corrosive spittle dripping to the ground, creating holes in the surface. Singdo glared at the monster, gritting his teeth. Mantu, I should have let War Maniac beat you to death earlier. Mantu, crying without tears, retreated. How was I supposed to know it would wake up so easily? This thing has terrible sleep quality. Get out of the way, let me handle it. The natural war maniac unhesitatingly stood in front, gripping his battle axe and confronting the monster head-on. But without summer night autumn rain and lacking spells to boost them, even he could not single-handedly take on such a terrifying creature. Five-headed dragon monster. Challenge level 8. 3,600 experience points. Damn, this is tricky. Singdo spat, quickly took off the hunting longbow from his back, drew it, and aimed at the five-headed dragon monster. A purple hunter's mark appeared on the monster. The natural war maniac let out a war cry, stomping the ground. His eyes turned red, steam rose from his body, and he entered a frenzied state, charging at the five-headed dragon monster with his battle axe. Roar. The dragon monster roared hoarsely, its eyes gleaming with joy at the food delivered to its doorstep. It didn't expect the small fry to rush forward unafraid of death. Frenzied strike. The natural war maniac leaped high with his battle axe, aiming for one of the dragon monster's necks. Pling. Sparks flew as the axe struck the scales exactly. The berserker's strength, even through the scales, made the dragon monster feel intense pain, its flesh battered. The five-headed dragon monster roared, twisting its massive body. Two of its heads on the side extended, occupying the warrior's view, launching a bite attack from above. If those sharp fangs pierced flesh, even the tough-skinned, thick-skinned natural war maniac would be impaled and killed instantly. Singo, observing from afar, shouted, Mantu, I'm coming, war maniac bro. Mantu seized the moment, charging from the side, stabbing his sword into the exposed skin of the five-headed dragon monster. Actions like tides. He activated the warrior's ability, moving with incredible speed, making his arm nearly a blur as he slashed multiple times, carving bloody wounds on the monster. Roar. It howled in pain, raising its heads to the sky. But the dragon monster had 5 heads, and soon 3 heads targeted Mantu, sending giant claws stomping repeatedly. Despite using actions like tides, Mantu struggled to avoid the relentless attacks, dodging and weaving like a grasshopper, utterly unable to retaliate. Bang. And the natural war maniac received special attention, taking a direct hit from the mighty tail, sent flying several meters. He rolled over a dozen times on the ground before crashing heavily into the wall. Chapter 204. Chapter 129. Battle in the Tower. Natural war maniac had already crawled up from the ground, waving his battle axe, roaring as he charged at the 5-headed dragon monster. Ugly beast. Your war maniac grandpa's here. He hacked away at a menacing head that came at him and slashed at the long neck, but once again, another head slammed him away. Mantu scrambled to roll left, avoiding the monster's bloodthirsty jaws, but still screamed as the splattering goo burned him. This thing's head is definitely stitched on from a bipedal wyvern. I'm way too familiar with this corrosive stuff. Dodging another heavy stomp, he turned to the distant Exan dog and couldn't help but curse. Damn, do something. I'm fighting for my life here with War Maniac, bro. Exan dog stopped slacking off. Exan dog observed the chaotic battle from afar. Mantu and Natural War Maniac were completely suppressed by the 5-headed dragon monster, and he couldn't find the perfect moment to strike. This 5-headed dragon monster had thick skin and scales. Arrows wouldn't cause enough damage unless they hit vital spots. Without spellcasters, dealing with such a monster is really tough. Exan dog waited for a moment, seeing the monster's 5 heads lift up simultaneously, exposing their vulnerable throats. His eyes lit up. He immediately shouted, Mantu now. Give me a dragon's roar. Exan dog had already used up his dragon's roar charges for the day and was in recovery. But as a fellow red scale conqueror, Mantu could also unleash a dragon's roar, though its effect was much weaker without the resonance from a wyvern mount. Damn, you're giving commands now. You think this is Pokemon, or what? Manta grumbled internally, but didn't dare pause. Instinctively, he opened his mouth wide and activated the skill instantly. Roar. With the activation of Dragon's Roar Charge, a thunderous roar erupted from Mantu's throat. That sound was akin to the roar of a red dragon, and the resulting force from Cassius's strength made the five-headed dragon monster feel an immense bloodline pressure, freezing it in place with its head held high. Exion Dog pulled out a gleaming black arrow from his quiver, etched with crack-like patterns. He drew his hunting longbow fully, aiming with just his right eye, and released the string within a single breath. Whoosh! The arrow's head split the air with a piercing whistle. That special arrow suddenly split into three mid-air, dispersing in different directions to pierce the throats of three heads of the dragon monster. The arrows tore through the thinner, unscaled skin of the throats, directly puncturing the filthy blood vessels and embedding deep into the grotesque heads. The hunter's mark glowed faintly, with the spell's power continuously tearing the already severe wounds, thoroughly shredding flesh and bone. Blood sprayed out. Three blood falls appeared in midair. The three grotesque heads of the dragon monster struggled in midair, flailing back and forth before hanging limp. Though this five-headed dragon monster was a stitched-together creature, each head had its own will, but their nerves had long been linked by Vagnard's spell, and pain was shared. With three heads hit by the splitting arrows, the remaining two felt intense pain and immediately let out agonized howls. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. The remaining two heads bit off the dead ones, opened their mouths to a grotesque extent, and with a gulp, swallowed one of their own dead heads whole, even wanting to eat the next one. The monster's consciousness had been replaced by a greedy desire to feed, rendering it irrational enough to consume itself as food. But clearly, this did provide valuable energy. Exion Dog wanted to shoot another arrow while the monster fed, aiming to kill it in one shot, but his hand found an empty quiver. Damn it, he couldn't help but curse aloud. His seemingly ample arrows were exhausted mid-battle. Mantu and Natural War Maniac came charging from the sides, but the monster's thick tail swept them away, sending them both flying. The twin-headed dragon monster swallowed a mouthful of blood with a gulp, then lifted its head, locking its eyes on Ekin Dog afar, a cunning gleam in its murky eyes. It possessed a beast's primal wisdom. The monster slightly opened its mouth, and cold air emerged from its throat. Exion Dog recognized the scene, recalling something, and urgently warned. Its frost breath, the two heads of the monster simultaneously spewed forth frost-white breath, which covered everything in frost, even forming solid ice. Being hit by such a frost breath would likely turn one into an ice sculpture, losing life and wasting the hard-earned dungeon opportunity. Run without hesitation, Exion Dog said. Frost chased him like a spreading road at visible speed. Mantu and Natural War Maniac saw this and quickly got up, following Exion Dog's footsteps out the door. They weren't in good shape either, running out of means, so they could only flee. Roar the dragon monster's two heads raised and roared, clawing at the door, smashing the surrounding walls with its massive body. We have to shake it off, or we'll be frozen and eaten, eventually Mantu shouted anxiously, feeling his back chilling already. The monster's claws and fangs swung in the air, barely missing the desperate Mantis several times. Exion Dog saw the long hallway ahead, noticing a huge hole, over 10 meters high, in a distant wall. Different from the surrounding laboratories, this passage seemed to lead to the tower's core, to Vagnard's largest experiment lab. Exion Dog gritted his teeth and said, "Let's bet." We go straight, and Mantu narrowly dodged the frost breath, shouting hurriedly, "Okay, your call. Don't screw us over. 3, 2, 1 go." At the moment they reached the passage, the three made a sharp turn, avoiding the monster's claws, and slipped into the dark, deep hole. The monster instinctively wanted to pursue, but froze at the entrance. Seeing something frightening, it retreated. It stayed clinging at the entrance, growling threats at the players inside. Roar panting, Manta bent over, still taunting outside. "Ugly thing, come in if you've got the guts." Roar the twin-headed dragon monster outside roared angrily with a furious face, but remained fearful, not daring to step into the passage. Chapter 205, Chapter 130. The bound white dragon Mantu looked at the furious double-headed dragon monster outside the cave entrance and showed a sly smile, not caring if the monster could understand common tongue. "Hee hee, I love seeing you this mad. Yet unable to touch me, weren't you going to eat me?" But Singo ignored the monster directly. He frowned slightly and said to the Natural War Maniac beside him, "War Maniac, do you feel it? That monster, it's afraid in the current situation. We can call it borrowing power to do evil." We are the fox, so where's the tiger behind us? The natural war maniac nodded solemnly and hesitated. You're saying there might be an even more terrifying existence in this tunnel, one that even this dragon monster wouldn't dare to approach. That's definitely not something we can defeat. Singo gazed into the deep tunnel and revealed an extremely excited smile. However, extreme risks often come with extreme rewards. We've come this far. Dare to take the gamble. The natural war maniac rubbed his bald head and laughed. Couldn't ask for more. Mantu. Let's go. Mantu, who was still verbally attacking the double-headed dragon monster, snapped back to reality with an O and followed along. The tunnel was still made of black metal, reflecting a cold glow under the flickering candlelight, impossible for ordinary creatures to break through. Yet the three saw deep claw marks all over the metallic walls, each several meters long, with dense indentations where teeth had bitten in, and even places where entire sections of the wall had been dented several feet deep, leaving craters nearly 5 meters in diameter. The floor was scattered with dried blood and broken white scales. It was hard to imagine what kind of monstrous battle occurred here. Singo walked ahead, turned his head, and spoke in a trembling, excited voice. Guys, if I'm not mistaken, there might be a dragon locked up in here. His Mantu gasped. He said nothing more and ran back to gather the scattered scales, counted them meticulously, then returned joyously, full of glee from the harvest. Why are you all looking at me? These are rare materials fallen off a dragon. If you don't want them, plenty of people will. I'll sell them to that bunch of idiots for magic coins. I'll make a fortune. Singo sighed, face palming lightly. All right, now we need to discuss a strategy. Just based on us little 4-level critters, how do we face a dragon? The air turned silent. Mantu stammered, how about we just head back? After all, since the beta test, players had only one reference point for dragons. Red Dragon Cassius. This familiar leader's performance during the trio conference could only be described as exaggerated. His catastrophic fire tornado easily incinerated an army of tens of thousands. Videos of that war were even posted online, with bullet comments reading budget on fire flooding the screen. And in the recently concluded Battle of Glacier's demise, this red dragon showed overwhelming power again, creating a black storm that covered half of the Var Glacier and almost single-handedly destroyed the Frost Giant tribe. Low-level professionals like them were merely insignificant digits in the face of such beings. However, the natural war maniac laughed heartily. We're already here. Even if it means death, we've got to witness it. Singo turned to look at Mantu and taunted. If you're scared, feel free to head home. Mantu knew this was provocation, but still snorted. Let's go. Whoever doesn't dare is a coward. All right, the three walked deeper inside. The further they went, the more they felt an invisible pressure. That pressure was unavoidable, the very essence of dragon vein magic from deep in their bloodline, causing a shudder from the soul. Dragon. Only a true dragon could exert such a degree of suppression on lower beings. As if feeling the group's approach, a repressed growl echoed down the tunnel. The sound was hoarse, seemingly from deep within the throat, carrying an indescribable chill that sent goosebumps all over. Singo broke into a cold sweat, but still managed to maintain his composure. Keep moving. It should be right ahead. They entered a spacious opening, and the scene before them suddenly expanded. Mantu's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really a dragon." In the broad hall that spanned several hundred meters, a white dragon was coiled in the center. Its entire body was covered in shimmering white scales. Its enormous body, nearly 15 meters long, was exceptionally robust, with a short neck and a thick tail. The dragon's head had smooth contours, featuring a small, sharp beak-like nose, a pronounced jawline, a crown supported by backward curving spines, scaly cheeks, spiky rags, and several teeth sticking out when its mouth was closed. This was a typical white dragon, the weakest of the 5-colored dragons, but still a creature that countless mortals looked up to, capable of bringing disaster to an entire northern town. At this moment, however, the white dragon looked extremely pitiful. It was lying on a complex array and tightly bound by numerous ethereal magic chains, unable to move an inch. Dozens of needle tubes pierced through the gaps in its scales and deeply embedded in various parts of its body, continuously drawing its precious dragon blood into instruments. The immense dragon's body was riddled with scars. Hundreds of scales on its side were torn off, the flesh underneath roughly gouged out, leaving several deep pits bleeding crimson blood. The ground was littered with all kinds of experimental instruments. Knives, needles, bone saws, all clearly tested on this white dragon. But even under such torture, The white dragon retained incredible vitality. Although in a state of slumber, its heart's deep thumping echoed in the hall, and the chilling breath emitted from its long breaths numbed their scalps. Mantu tiptoed closer carefully, spotting a metal plate standing in front of the white dragon. Unlike the others they had seen before, this metal plate had vicious bite marks, mottled bloodstains, and broken cracks. Though patched up, it was still placed there. Number 1. White Dragon Tania. She's so beautiful. I'm enamored with her slumbering form, even more with her frenzied struggle. Without the spell's restraint, those claws and fangs would surely tear me to pieces. She's the most perfect specimen, leading me to the path of great evolution, a white dragon with a trace of ancestral lineage. Vagnard, January 1st, 1346, Third Era. Chapter 206. 131. Vagnard Mantu, learning from last time's lesson, quietly retreated and whispered, "What should we do?" Singdo rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. It seems this white dragon is trapped by Vagnard and used as an experimental subject. The monsters we've seen earlier probably all stem from this white dragon's bloodline. You could even say they're its offspring. The natural war maniac pointed to the transparent container connected by hundreds of pipes and said, "That should be the dragon's true blood." It's important to know that for native dragons, only their dragon's true blood can create dragon vein creatures. It's a precious product that they condense all their magical energy to transport through their unique blood vessels. But Vagnard inserted nearly 100 pipes into the base blood vessels, greedily draining the true blood from this white dragon. Singdo stared intently at the sleeping white dragon, suddenly grinning. He turned to Mantu beside him and said, "Mantu, interested in destroying that old beast's century-old collection, or even releasing this white dragon to cause trouble for that bastard who's using his own daughter for experiments?" Mantu, already excited about it, eagerly replied, "Absolutely. Here you go." Singdo rummaged through his backpack, pulling out a few round metallic balls and handing them to Mantu. Then turned to the natural war maniac and said, "War maniac, bro, smash that blood vat for me." On it. The natural war maniac wielded his battle axe with all his might and struck the transparent container. Bang, bang, bang. The container was fortified with magic runes, far more robust than ordinary glass. But under the barbarian's repeated blows, first, tiny white dots appeared on the container's side, then turned into radiating cracks, which grew larger and larger until the container shattered completely and the magic element-infused dragon blood gushed out. Singdo hurriedly stepped forward and filled several pre-prepared bottles with the dragon blood, then allowed the precious true blood to overflow onto the ground. The natural war maniac continued smashing those hair-raising experimental instruments, using pure strength to turn those meticulously tuned devices into a wreck. The slumbering white dragon was finally awakened by the commotion caused by the players. It opened its eyes and slowly struggled to rise. The magical chains binding it shook violently, and the pipes inserted into its body swayed along. The magic circle beneath it flickered with intense spell radiance, but ultimately, it tied the white dragon down again, forcing it to lie back down. Roar the white dragon's struggle ended in failure once more as it turned its head. Its vertical pupils fixated on the players before it, revealing a long-suppressed frenzy in its eyes. Mantu was startled by those icy eyes and instinctively raised his hand in a mock military salute, reciting hastily, "Don't eat me, brother dragon, no sister. I'm a dragonborn, just here to smash some stuff and annoy that old pervert. We're on the same side." Roar the white dragon didn't respond, only letting out a raging roar. Its enormous body struggled again, its scales almost standing on end. Note, when you respawn, you will revert to your original form and need to consume life again to unlock this form. Mantu's entire body underwent a dramatic transformation. The immense bloodline power wantonly altered his physique. His once upright body shifted to move on all fours. A tail extended from his coccyx. The bones in his back protruded until they pierced through the skin, forming fresh, bloody wing membranes. At this moment, consuming all his vitality and undergoing a bloodline transcendence, he became an actual young dragon. The dragonified Mantu let out an immature roar. "Damn, I'm invincible now." The newly transformed young dragon twisted its body. The overwhelming draconic power allowed him to easily escape from the confused hound demon's grasp. "Rua, I've become a dragon. Die, you old bastard who experimented on your own daughter." The young dragon, Mantu, clumsily flapped his wings, aggressively charging at the black-robed mage with claws bared. Wagner merely lifted his head slightly. As if seeing a priceless treasure, he remained rooted in place, forgetting to dodge. Finally found it. Such a perfect masterpiece. I must have it. He stared vacantly at the charging Mantu, muttering to himself. His tone was filled with extreme obsession and fervor, enough to send chills down one's spine. Chapter 208, Chapter 133, Self-Destruction. Just as Mantu was about to pounce on him, Wagner still did not react. He even started to chuckle. Ha ha, I have finally found the perfect experimental subject. That nearly inhuman face, covered in white scales, emerged from beneath the hood, looking especially horrifying. Wagner gently lifted his hand. A faint red spell radiance flashed in his murky eyes, and that power was transmitted through his fingertips to the target. Mind remote control. The dragonling that Mantu had transformed into was controlled by that powerful telekinesis, coming to a halt in midair. Though it temporarily possessed the red dragon's strength, after all, it was just a young dragon, about the size of a horse. It did not have the power to resist this mighty spell. It could only struggle and twist in the air, continuously spewing flames and filthy curses from its throat. Old beast, when I get out, I'm going to sew your mouth to your butt. I will kill you. Wagner gave no response to this, acting as if he had not heard. He simply stared obsessively at that dragon body. His focus was not on Mantu, but on the body that had perfectly absorbed the dragon bloodline, which intoxicated him immensely. From my awakening up to now, it has been over 100 years, with 36,714 experiments. Never has there been such a perfect product. This is the will of the world. It will grant me the greatest evolution. Wagner's voice trembled, like a zealot witnessing a miracle. His gaze at Mantu grew greedier, as if he wanted to suck out its marrow and devour it alive. Come on, child, resist. Look at this fascinating strength, like a true giant dragon. I will discover your secrets and turn you into nourishment for my great evolution. Mantu noticed Wagner's gaze and felt his hair stand on end. At that moment, he finally understood Swashbuckler's feeling of being targeted by a pure old pervert. Singo reminded from afar. Mantu, do not forget what I gave you. Only then did Mantu remember that he had the ruined gunpowder bomb. Just as Wagner thought victory was in his grasp, standing unguarded in front of him. Such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? Mantu gritted his teeth, fumbled out the ruined gunpowder bomb in midair, and screamed hysterically. Damn it, I cannot take it anymore. I will blow up with you, beast. Rua, activate backup hidden energy. No. Wagner immediately sensed danger, but before he could stop it, Mantu triggered the bomb, causing a direct explosion. A few oddly shaped metal balls were instantly triggered, their engraved runes flashing brilliantly. With a deafening sound, a massive fireball formed in midair. The intense explosion engulfed Mantu, Wagner, the Hound Demon, and others in hot flames. The resulting dust cloud shrouded most of the laboratory. The smoke slowly dispersed. A huge pit had been blown open in the ground. If not for the sufficiently thick floor designed to trap dragons, the explosion might have pierced the tower, causing the ground to collapse to the level below. The young dragon Mantu had transformed into was blown to pieces, lying in the ruins. The Hound Demon behind him was also turned into a heap of charred meat by the powerful bomb. But the black-robed man still stood in place, even standing on air. An orb-shaped shield surrounded him, flashing with magical aura. That was the classic permanent spell combination of a high-rank archmage, trigger spell chained to Orthluck Elastic Sphere, effectively granting them an extra life, making them difficult to harm with ordinary ambush tactics. As expected of a mage boss, it is not so simple. Singdo murmured as he stared at the unharmed mage. But at this moment, Wagner's hideous and ugly face did not show any relief from escaping an ambush. Instead, it twisted in anger, his eyes blood red, veins bulging on his forehead, nearly losing his sanity. Damn it. Why do you resist? I need a living experimental subject. I will find his secrets. No, there is still a chance. He still has companions. As long as I capture them alive, Wagner hurriedly turned his head, intending to cast a spell to seize the two. Only to see the two players holding rune gunpowder bombs that had already been activated and were beeping in their arms. Singo grinned ferociously at Wagner, not forgetting to mock. Does it feel good to be bombed, old beast? We are inviting you to a fireworks show. Wagner extended a finger, releasing a green ray, shouting anxiously. Stop it. That was the sixth-tier spell Disintegrate, capable of disassembling inanimate matter. If the ray touched the rune gunpowder bombs, they would instantly disintegrate into mere fragments. But his spell was a step too late. The moment that green ray was released, the two had already transformed into brilliant fireballs, along with the explosion of the rune gunpowder bombs, turning to ashes and giving Wagner no chance. They even destroyed the surrounding experimental equipment. Damn it all. I will find a more perfect sample. Wagner slumped to the ground, his body trembling under the black robe, as if he had fallen into madness. Roar. At this moment, a roar came from the distance. The white dragon struggled violently, and the chains entwining its body loosened slightly. The successive self-detonations of the three players had destroyed part of the Wagner's dragon binding magic circle on the ground, giving the white dragon a bit of a chance to escape. Imprisoned for 100 years, it could not wait to seize this precious opportunity, struggling with all its strength to shake this dreadful array. Wagner's face was ashen, his expression incomparably hideous, wildly pounding the ground with dull thudding sounds. Tania, even you want to resist me. Why are you all unwilling to sacrifice for my great evolution? Catherine was like this, Valina was like this, those intruders were like this, and even you are the same. After venting wildly, Wagner's expression gradually turned indifferent. He slowly climbed up from the ground, coldly watching the white dragon struggling like a trapped beast. It seems I have to give you a little punishment. The black-robed mage lightly raised his hand, and countless hideous, scaled, and distorted limbs rose from the ground. Howl. The cold wind howled through the Kalka Mountains, snowflakes falling. Snow covered the undulating mountains. In the deepest part of those mountains, inside the black tower known as the Polar Night Demon Tower, a terrifying roar once again resounded, incessantly echoing. If noticed by a passerby, it would undoubtedly give rise to countless terrifying legends. Chapter 209, Chapter 134, checking the gains a few hours later, as tiny particles of light gathered, the three were resurrected together in Northwind Castle. This ancient teleportation circle was heavily guarded, with Mesulash assigning the most elite and reliable tiefling soldiers to its protection. They were well aware of these Starfallen's miraculous abilities, including their resurrection. As long as the players did not break any rules, the soldiers would turn a blind eye. As experienced public servants, Mantu and Singo were already familiar with the soldiers guarding the respawn point. Yo, Kylon, you're on duty today. The tiefling guard called Kylon nodded politely in response. All good, another normal day. No strange Starfallen. Kylon thought to himself. He was relieved to encounter normal players. You never knew what you might see here. Last time, a player walked out of the array in broad daylight completely naked, indifferent to the tiefling's lack of holy light as they paraded their unclothed body. It was an eyesore. Whenever he recalled that scene, his hand holding the spear would tremble slightly. If not for the rules, he would have loved to stab that indecent fellow to death. Yet again, light particles gathered within the circle, forming an unconstrained, shamelessly naked body in midair. It symbolized humanity's primal pursuit of freedom, contorting the tiefling guard's expression into a grimace. The players still had the familiar ID, Wings of Freedom, a figure revered by many beta testers as Holy Light Bro. Due to the special nature of the druid's wild form, Holy Light Bro often charged into the front lines of various battles as a giant bear. Death was a routine matter for him, which led to his one-sided acquaintance with the guards stationed there. He thought to himself that he had heard the NPCs here were highly intelligent. Forming good relationships with them might be beneficial. Thus, the stark-naked Holy Light Bro amicably waved at the guard. Yo, it's you again. Long time no see. Kalen's face immediately darkened, and his expression twisted with gritted teeth. To him, this was a blatant provocation in the literal sense. Restrain, must not stab him to death. But this Starfallen, he truly deserved to die. The tiefling guard thought this as he gripped his spear so tightly his hands trembled, watching Holy Light Bro scratch his head in confusion from a distance. Mantu and the others couldn't wait to return to their temporary base and start tallying their spoils. Due to death penalties, Mantu, who had accumulated less experience, dropped directly to level 3, while Singo and Natural War Maniac barely managed to stay at level 4. But these penalties didn't bother them much. After all, they were professional gamers participating in high-level battles, far superior to most average players who just coasted along. At the moment, Mantu's backpack was already filled with precious white dragon scales. His panel showed the trait Thin Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, with his base attributes significantly boosted, and he even gained the unprecedented dragon shifting ability. He had also received a hidden quest reward. Hidden quest: explore the Polar Night Demon Tower, investigate the truth behind the Polar Night Demon Tower. 1 of 1. This tower, located deep within the Kalkan Mountains, was one of the haunting legends of the North. Many adventurers sought its treasures, but they all became fodder for the tower's monsters, sometimes transformed into half-human, half-dragon creatures that roamed the tower, wailing miserably. Reward: 1000 experience. Passive trait: Black Tower Explorer. Proficient skills: Insight +1, Investigation +1, Perception +1. Mantu was elated, his face full of harvest joy. Whoa, we've hit the jackpot this time. Natural War Maniac rubbed his shiny bald head. It wasn't a wasted death, especially for Mantu, who made a killing. Singo suddenly reminded him. Hasn't it been a while since you updated your video? Update? I almost forgot. I've been so busy gaming. The last update was a month ago. Mantu smacked his forehead and chuckled awkwardly. He could already imagine the barrage of comments like lock Mantu in a small black room and send razor blades from his fans. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What was wrong with that? He was just a creator who wanted to game freely. Singo patted his shoulder and said calmly that this dungeon run was great material. He could show off his new ability. Mantu asked in surprise if he should do it now. Did Singo not want to hog the dungeon resources? Singo said helplessly that he had some self-awareness. This dungeon's difficulty was beyond them. The NPC intelligence in this game was ridiculously high, almost like real life. They got lucky this time, but next time, if that mage was prepared with all his high-level spells, they would be easily taken out. All right, I'll edit it tonight. Mantus scratched his head, speaking nonchalantly. He then realized that the hand patting his shoulder remained there, squeezing harder and causing pain. Singo murmured about the 15 gold coins. Come on, no hitting below the belt. I'll pay you back. After going bankrupt to pay off his debt, tearfully pawning all his dragon scales to Singo, Mantu finally escaped the clutches and stayed up late to edit the video. He uploaded the video at 3 in the morning, giving it a clickbait title. Mysterious Black Tower howls at night. Who's the culprit? Beastly mage transforming his own daughter. Is it a twist of humanity or moral decay? All in Elzagai Diary, Issue 8. Explore the Polar Night Demon Tower. Mantu's previous video had amassed a lot of views, attracting nearly 100,000 curious players on top of his old fans. Though he hadn't updated in a while, the moment he released the video, fans and intrigued newcomers immediately clicked on it. The truly missing person returns. Mantu finally resurrected. It's been a month. Do you know how long I've been waiting? People, calm down. Let me clarify. Mantu isn't dead. He was just locked in a small black room and tortured by me. I just let him out after having my fill, just so you know. The previous guy is such a weirdo. Mantu is dead. Burn paper if necessary. Call his soul for small matters. Dig up his grave for big ones. If you see him again, he must be resurrected. Mantu's mischievous face appeared on the screen once more. Welcome to the long-awaited Elzagai Diary, Issue 8. I'm Mantu. Everyone, long time no see. I've been busy gathering material to give you all better videos, so I haven't updated in a while. Sorry to keep you waiting. Mantu had an awkward smile on his face in the video. I don't believe you. Dog author, take this. Even though it's a bit outdated, I still have to say this. The King of Heaven covers the tiger. Mantu's charisma is 5. The blades have already been sent. Please sign for them. Why did I see you riding a wyvern and slacking off in someone else's video every day? Then Mantu immediately got into character, his tone becoming generous and passionate, somewhat like a storyteller slamming the table. Mysterious Black Tower hears howls in the night. Who is behind the scenes causing trouble? A mage transforms his own daughter. Is it a twist of humanity or a loss of morality? Are you playing awkward? The camera switched to Mantu's first-person perspective. The video was edited by Mantu from his personal experiences, with post-production voiceovers added. It was mainly a casual chat and banter. The content started with their encounter with the Dragonified gnolls. The three-man team displayed their individual skills, cooperating to kill several monsters. However, overwhelmed by the gnolls calling for reinforcements in sheer numbers, they had to flee in a panic, accompanied by Mantu's rising and falling voiceover. Watch closely here. I fought 3 gnolls alone, cut down 2 with 1 sword, and scared off another with my strong presence, saving Xian Dog from danger once again. I stood with my sword, surrounded by dozens of gnolls that dared not approach me. This must be the demeanor of a master for martial arts novels. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming, and my teammates couldn't keep up with my pace. Even with my strength, I had no choice but to make a strategic retreat. The bullet comments were full of roasts. Adding extra stuff secretly, huh? What about Autumn Ray? If she's not there, I'll unfollow. What kind of master stands with a sword and gasps for breath? The scene changed to Mantu meeting the Snow House girl. She kindly offered Mantu a cup of hot tea, but the scene of Mantu being tricked was secretly deleted by someone. The image switched, and the girl revealed her disguise, turning into a terrifying monster. Special post-editing techniques were used here, overlapping the hideous Dragonified monster and the clean girl, switching back and forth between the cold metal chamber and the cozy wooden house. In the end, Mantu and Singo luckily escaped from the monster's clutches, finding a hidden room and discovering Valina's diary. It detailed how Valina went from an innocent girl with beautiful dreams of the future to being transformed step by step, ultimately becoming a fully Dragonified monster. When I turned to the last page of the diary, I was already horrified. We then realized Valina was real, and the monsters were real too. Who would have thought that the so-called daddy in the diary actually transformed his own daughter into a monster? At this point, Mantu's tone also held a suppressed anger. The bullet comments surged into a frenzy. Beast. This guy even laid hands on his own daughter. Worse than an animal. Chilling. Did Valina eat Mary? So painful, my dear Valina. Who wants to team up for this dungeon? I want to chop this boss into pieces. Next, the two encountered a second wave of Dragonified monsters and joined forces with Natural War Maniac. Mantu's itchy hands triggered the soul-devouring pot, getting possessed by Vagnard's soul division, and the 3 were easily wiped out. Is this boss's duplicate that strong? Damn, Archmage. However, the next scene unfolded from Mantu's blurry view within the pot, giving the audience a fresh experience. Mantu also took this chance to share his various guesses, specifically mentioning Cassius. The mysterious disappearance of the Soul Division, the trio awoke and met the imprisoned White Dragon at the top of the tower. Then they battled Vagnard's true form, the scene cutting off abruptly with Mantu's intense explosion. Explode. Blow him up hard. Blow that bastard to pieces. Eventually, Mantu's mischievous face reappeared on the screen. He specifically recorded the rewards for triggering the hidden task, the exclusive trait he obtained, and the much-envied dragon shifting ability. He even showcased his inventory full of White Dragon scales. Although those scales no longer belonged to him, at least he could show off to the audience. Suck. Suck Manta dry. Seeing Manta get loot feels worse than me getting nothing. This flaunting overflowed on the screen, creating a wave of envy in the bullet comments. At the end of the video, Manta said, "That's all for this video. Everyone, do you want to avenge Valina? Want to gain the cool dragon shifting ability? Want to grab lots of White Dragon materials? Want to learn high-level spells? Go to the Polar Night Demon Tower. I left everything there. Playing awkward again. I don't care. I must go and see. When is the official release? I really want to play. No way. Has anyone not played Elzagai yet?" This video once again broke boundaries. Valina's cries of Big Brother were mentioned on many platforms, becoming an object of pity, while Vagnard was nailed to the internet's pillar of shame, despised by millions. This breakthrough further boosted Elzagai's popularity, with over 5 million public test reservations. Players were more pragmatic, focusing on the new dungeon, the Polar Night Demon Tower. Located in the depths of the mountains, the Black Tower. A captured White Dragon, a mysterious mage, and extremely generous rewards. The rewards Mantu received were incredibly generous, Not only a hidden task and rare materials, but also the game-changing dragon shifting ability, causing intense envy. Even large guilds were green with jealousy and had started organizing manpower to raid the dungeon. Rumor had it that the Royalty Guild's tyrant had gathered 100 players, determined to obtain a share of dragon blood. After all, it's a dragon. Even the smallest hatchling is far beyond the reach of an ordinary player. What's more, this ability might have future advancements, possibly even becoming an adult red dragon. And Cassius, being mentioned multiple times by Wagner, sparked intense discussions among story enthusiasts and combat fans. The buzz around this famous faction boss rose again, with debates like Cassius versus Void Whale, who is stronger, appearing on forums. Chapter 211, Chapter 136 Magic Coin inside the Polar Night Demon Tower. The walls were still cold and blood-stained, corridors dark and deep, and 7 humans were sneaking along the walls. They were the members of the Magic Coin Guild, led by Charlotte. They were exploring according to the route in Mantu's video. Charlotte held a map custom-made by Mantu, staring at the simplistic drawings with a grim expression. Is Mantu ripping me off? This thing cost me 15 gold coins. Magic Coin set up the Magic Affairs office in Northwind Castle, showing none of the typical spellcaster arrogance. They used their magical abilities to accept commissions of all kinds, from divination spells to find lost cats for local grannies, to talking with the dead to track down murderers and exterminating local threats, making a sizable fortune in the process. Charlotte, the guild leader, had earned the nickname Big Head, although he was unaware of it. He was known for paying 3 times the market price for magic scrolls, which made vendors hike prices whenever he shopped. His lavish spending habits had become well known. Mantu naturally took advantage of this by selling him a specially drawn map for 15 gold coins, a bargain, and then ran off gleefully to pay his debts. It had taken Mantu only 5 minutes to draw. Vice President Brightmoon looked at the rather abstract map, pondered for a moment, and said, "This should be the death corridor mentioned on the forums." It said that dragonified monsters are released when invaders are detected, and many have met their end here. Charlotte frowned and said, "This dungeon is too difficult. Swarms of dragonified monsters, an overleveled mage boss. It doesn't seem intended for our beta players. Let's try to grab some rewards, and dying once or twice shouldn't matter." The Sky Flying Witch peeked out from the side, brimming with confidence. "Guild leader, trust in the power of teamwork. We will defeat the evil mage." Hearing the Sky Flying Witch, Charlotte felt not reassured but even more uneasy. The Sky Flying Witch had a legendary experience and was famous on the forums, not for her skills but for her incredible luck. Due to the dungeon's high difficulty, Charlotte only brought members at the 4th level, including the Sky Flying Witch. How had she reached the 4th level? During the Trio Conference's war, she triggered a wild magic surge, summoning 3 fireballs that evaporated an army of hundreds on the spot, earning her the title Lucky Dog Warrior. In the Frost Giants War, she again triggered a wild magic surge, instant casting Chain Lightning, which turned 5 Frost Giants to char. This made her the most experienced player in the guild overnight. The experience from that one blast was enough to level her up to 6. Given her impressive achievements, why didn't Charlotte trust her? Simply put, Wild Sorcerer was a pure gambler profession. The effects of wild magic surges were mostly negative, often wiping out teammates. The most viral forum video on this was Wild Sorcerer's Charismatic Moments, where a Wild Sorcerer triggered a surge that cast Fireball under his feet, nearly wrecking a perfectly winnable boss fight and leaving teammates wailing. They say, mages ruin 3 generations, Wild Sorcerers ruin a lifetime. Charlotte hadn't planned on bringing the Sky Flying Witch, but her endless pleas and the guild's lack of immediate combat power had forced him to grit his teeth and include her in a raid. After much thought, he patted her shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Just stay steady and try not to go wild." "Yes, guild leader." The Sky Flying Witch nodded obediently. Beside them, Bright Moon softly reminded, "Guild leader, I've activated Owl's wisdom. I can sense the slightest movements. We need to speed up. The monsters are almost here." Charlotte ordered, "Don't waste time here. Let's go invisible." Windbell. The female player with the ID Windbell took out pre-made invisibility potions and distributed them. She was the Magic Coin's go-to magical pharmacist, practically the guild's logistical deity. How, with a thunderous roar, the iron cage at the end of the corridor slowly opened. Countless dragonified monsters surged out from the darkness, eager to pounce. A mix of gnolls, centaurs, goblins, lizard folk, and even human-modified monsters snorted the air, emitting a sticky, fishy odor. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with madness, their patchy scales and heaving bodies oozing smelly liquid as the scent of blood hung in the air. As incomplete dragon vein creatures, their sense of smell was extraordinarily keen. Detecting the scent, the monsters charged straight toward the wizard players. Oh no, they've spotted us. We have to fight our way through. Charlotte gritted his teeth, waved his magic wand, and searing magical light flashed. Agnesa's fire-breathing technique surged, and linear flames spread from where his wand pointed, engulfing the path and setting many monsters ablaze. Being white dragon descendants, they had little resistance to fire. Fengyan and the others also started casting spells furiously, and a dazzling array of magical lights interweaved. Searing Ray, Ray of Sickness, Dragon's Breath, Blazing Magic Orb, Mayoff Strong Acid Arrow, all these spells poured onto the monsters. Cloud Mist technique obscured their vision, and Greasy Spell made their movements clumsy. The wizard players showed significant prowess in battle, but the number of monsters was simply overwhelming. Even if the frontline monsters were hit by flames or slipped on the Greasy Spell, those in the back climbed over their companions' bodies, surging forward without hesitation like an endless tide. Guild leader, we can't hold on. There are too many monsters. Fengyun whacked a dragonified terror wolf unconscious with a thump from his magic wand, shouting to Charlotte. Charlotte's brows furrowed. They hadn't gained anything from this raid yet, and they had spent so much without even breaking even. Were they going to fail here? Guild leader, let me do this. A robust shout came from the sky-flying witch, who suddenly stood in front of Charlotte. At that moment, she felt like the hero meant to save the entire guild. She stood there, wrapped in surging and chaotic magical waves, which even made the monsters tremble. In reality, she had no idea what spell she would cast next, relying entirely on random luck and spontaneous casting. Chapter 212, Chapter 137, The Insane Dungeon. In an instant, the vast magic power poured out, and the frenzied tide of sorcery altered the surrounding space. Gravity reversal. The space completely reversed with a single point as the center. The monsters rushing forward suddenly stopped in their tracks, then astonishingly began to fall upwards. It was important to note that this Polar Night Demon Tower was nearly 100 meters tall, and even this lowest level was over 10 meters in height. Only the sound of muffled thuds could be heard as those monsters smashed onto the ceiling, splattering blood and flesh everywhere, with the monsters at the top being crushed into a bloody pulp by the weight of the others. As the magic power subsided and disappeared, the monsters that had fallen to the top once again plummeted down. The muffled sound resounded again, accompanied by the screams of the dragonified monsters. Those who had been fortunate enough to have something beneath them now found themselves at the bottom, crushed by the weight of the others. Thus, the 100-odd dragonified monsters standing in front of everyone were wiped out in an instant. Your spell released an untamed magical surge. Points 87 to 88, you released Gravity Reversal. The Skyflying Witch had no idea what the wild surge had done, nor did she understand the so-called Gravity Reversal spell, but she clearly knew they had won this battle. So she just wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face jubilant, patting her chest and letting out a long breath. Phew, it's a good thing I'm skillful. Beside her, Charlotte was dumbfounded by the earth-shattering scene. He remained silent for a long time before slowly uttering 2 words while giving a thumbs up. Awesome. Charlotte showed a complex expression of relief mixed with a wry smile. Why don't you be the guild leader instead? He had spent a year diligently practicing magic with unwavering faith, acquiring magic scrolls from scratch, gradually mastering various low-tier spells, and using a dazzling array of spell combinations against monsters, only to be instantly killed by the lucky dog war god triggering a wild surge. Charlotte suddenly felt like he had worked hard for a year, happily heading home with $10,000, only to find out a relative's child had won a $5 million lottery prize. He was on the verge of breaking down. Guild leader, I have no idea what happened either. I wiped them all out with one move. The Sky-Flying Witch stuck out her tongue, scratching her head embarrassedly, with the innocence of a magical girl, entirely devoid of the crazed demeanor from earlier when she had blocked Charlotte and slaughtered all the monsters on the field. Forget it. Let's keep exploring. It's thanks to the witch. Otherwise, we'd have been wiped out at the entrance. Charlotte sighed softly, his stiff smile failing to mask the deep fatigue within him. Everyone carefully stepped over the monster corpses scattered everywhere, some of which were still trying to launch sneak attacks but were quickly dispatched by Charlotte. Not fully dead, huh? Let me fix that. He shot a precise scorching ray at their heads, even smashing skulls with his magic wand as if venting some kind of anger, causing Feng Yun to break out in a cold sweat at the sight. The members of the Magic Coin Guild checked in at Valina's hut, then headed to the top level of the Polar Night Demon Tower. If we make it to the tower top, it'll be a huge profit. Gotta haul in those quest items, Feng Yun said excitedly. He had not anticipated such a smooth run so far, with the sky flying which triggering a high-level spell and successfully navigating the most dangerous death corridor without any losses. However, just as they set foot in the gravity platform, black claws tore through the space. From the menacing space rift, a black-robed Wagner stepped out. "You pesky rats." His voice was filled with gritted teeth, having rarely felt this kind of annoyance since sinking into madness. After Mantu's group had invaded, what was regarded by most as the Life Forbidden Zone had seen frequent visits from these players. Initially, he was quite delighted and intrigued by these peculiar humans, intending to capture a few as samples. But now, with this being the 13th group, their relentless incursions had left him no time to conduct even a single experiment, completely disrupting all his plans. Moreover, he discovered that those self-proclaimed players, known as Starfallen by the Northerners, seemed capable of infinite resurrection. Upon death, their bodies and equipment would entirely vanish within half an hour, dispersing into scattered light points like being hit by a disintegrate spell, a process Wagner couldn't prevent or trace. Even when he had extracted blood and flesh or severed limbs from players, those substances would mysteriously disappear half an hour after the players' deaths. Even imprisoning their souls couldn't stop them from respawning through their data panels. Feng Yun exclaimed, "What the heck? Why is the boss not following the script? Wasn't he supposed to wait for us in the land of the demon dragon? Why did he come directly to us?" Charlotte gritted his teeth. "Doesn't matter, fight. Kill this bastard." 7 spellcasters unleashed spells in succession, strong acid, flame, and ice cones, bombarding Wagner. But a thin, invisible black membrane covered the surface of his black robe, absorbing the spells like pebbles cast into the sea without causing any reaction. Using such meaningless spells. Are you taunting me? Taunting the great dragon fan Black Wizard? A sinister smile appeared on Wagner's face. Finger of Death, another 6-tier spell. A sphere of pitch-black negative energy shot from his fingertip, striking Charlotte instantly. The shield spell surrounding Charlotte was as fragile as paper before this powerful spell, offering no resistance. The black energy greedily seeped into Charlotte's body, consuming his vitality in an instant, turning him into a visibly emaciated corpse. This was absolute rank suppression. The mage apprentices from the Magic Coin Guild had no chance against an archmage like Wagner. Feng Yun screamed, "Witch, it's your turn." After witnessing Charlotte's gruesome death, the sky-flying witch, her hands trembling, clutched her magic wand and cast the lowest-tier fire arrow spell. As if responding to her call, the turbulent and wild tide of sorcery surged again, stirring up a magical storm. Oh, a magical surge. A playful glint appeared in Wagner's eyes. But in the next moment, with a bang, a potted flower appeared on the ground, and the sky-flying witch vanished. 41 to 42. You become a potted plant until the start of your next turn. While transformed, you are incapacitated and vulnerable to all damage. Not only did her teammates stay silent this time, but even Wagner burst into laughter. Are you trying to taunt me? Chapter 213, Chapter 138 Cassius's summons. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Wagner finally lost his patience and gently raised his hand. Death Cloud spell, the yellow-green poisonous gas billowed forward. The players tried to disperse it with the wind-making spell, but the gas was too deadly. Just a slight touch made their skin rot away. And when the yellow-green poison enveloped them, even players enveloped in protective magic instantly became tattered corpses under the corrosive gas. The potted plant that the sky-flying which had transformed into withered the moment it touched the Death Cloud spell. The Magic Coin Guild was completely annihilated. The difference between mages lay in their spellcasting abilities, and this time it was an absolute difference. Even the simplest magic missile, in the hands of an archmage and a mage apprentice, was worlds apart. In game terms, it was a difference in spellcasting ability. A legendary mage's magic missile could even bring down giant dragons, while a mage apprentice's missile might not even kill a well-trained goblin. The players were utterly defeated, yet Wagner did not leave. Instead, he stood quietly in place with great caution, like a truly rational mage, far from the madness the rumors suggested. Half an hour passed, and he still waited. The broken bodies made slight crackling sounds, first turning into tiny particles of light and then disappearing. Wagner's eyes glowed with a ghostly blue aurora, a solemn expression on his face. My divination spells saw nothing, only a void. This kind of teleportation didn't even cause the slightest spatial ripple, as if they didn't belong to this world. These people calling themselves players must have an unimaginable existence behind them. Wagner's voice was hoarse, his body suddenly trembling. A cold wind inexplicably blew through the tower, making his black robe flutter fiercely. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Once I truly grasp the power of the giant dragon and obtain that kind of frenzied strength, I will root you all out. Then none of you will escape. His eyes were filled with extreme fanaticism, and even his ugly face trembled with excitement. In the council hall of Northwind Castle, the red dragon lay sprawling on the massive steel throne, its body rising and falling with each breath, occasionally exhaling sulphurous hot air. The steel beneath it had become somewhat reddened from the unconscious transmission of internal heat. A common person sitting there might be roasted alive. White smoke permeated the entire council hall, and bubbling lava was about to emerge from beneath, as if purgatory had descended upon the world. However, Cassius activated the kingdom domain, and an invisible force field enveloped the entire hall, calming the violently fluctuating magic web. The restless fire elements instantly subsided, the scorching air gradually cooled, and the hall restored to its original state, leaving only blackened, solidified lava. Phew, almost lost control of my strength again. I can't keep sleeping in this city. Who knows how long it will take for my palace to be completed? Cassius slowly opened his eyes, a look of relief appearing in his golden pupils. He did not want to turn Northwind Castle into a molten purgatory while he slept. After all, it had become the political and economic center of the Ashen Kingdom. Its sudden destruction would significantly weaken the nation, causing substantial harm. The magic mirror beside him flickered with aurora but was suppressed by the domain's power. It was Ramp requesting a connection. Cassius casually lifted the domain in that area, and the ogre's ugly face reappeared in the magic image. Ramp looked respectful, with a hint of seriousness on his face. My esteemed master, what is it? I have issued the investigation task according to your instructions. Over the past few days, the Starfallen have explored the Polar Night Demon Tower multiple times, bringing back ample information for the kingdom, the tower's location, defense details, exploration routes, and even Wagner's specific spells. I have compiled them all, ready to present to you immediately. By the way, your decision to recruit these fearless Starfallen was extremely wise. If we had sent regular adventurers to uncover such forbidden grounds, the bounty could have exceeded 1,000 gold coins. Yet, you sent hundreds to their deaths, costing the kingdom only a trivial faction contribution. In his report, Ramp did not forget to offer some flattery. Hearing this, Cassius's lazy eyes showed a hint of seriousness. Come to the hall and report in person. It's about time we took action. Yes, master. Faced with the Red Dragon's command, Ramp unhesitatingly activated a teleportation spell. Accompanied by spatial ripples, he appeared in the council hall through a dimension door. Cassius had deliberately lifted the kingdom domain, allowing the ogre mage to enter. Half kneeling before the Red Dragon, Ramp couldn't help but exclaim, Master, your power is unimaginably strong. In my humble perception, this space seems as solid as steel. Ordinary spatial magic can't penetrate it. I struggled to even create a palm-sized opening. Cassius didn't respond but carefully appraised Ramp. The ogre mage's physique remained the same, but his dragon vein traits were even more prominent. In the past, he wore a patchwork cloak made of various magical robes. Now Ramp had fused them into a single, almost floor-length crimson robe, glowing with a splendid magical aura, making it look quite advanced. The most eye-catching detail was Ramp's accessories. A necklace of 9 ghastly white skulls hung around his neck, enough to make an ordinary person shudder, causing the corners of the Red Dragon's mouth to twitch slightly, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Did this thing come from the flowing sand river? Cassius thought with slight speechlessness. He opened the panel, displaying names like Schroeder's Wisdom, Raoul's wisdom, Wadra's wisdom on the skulls, most of which were rare or uncommon quality. Connecting this to Ramp's earlier thorough report, Cassius naturally guessed the origins of these skulls. Sure enough, before the Red Dragon could inquire, Ramp began explaining proactively. Master, after interrogating those mages, I found them truly devious and treacherous. I couldn't stand it, so I killed them. Unfortunately, their brains are not clever enough to create such perfect works. Even when combined, they don't offer the significant boost I achieved the first time. Only Schroeder's skull has substantial effectiveness. Ramp's tone even carried a hint of disappointment. After all, such things weren't easy to produce. Chapter 214, Chapter 139 Ramp's report. Cassius said, "Show me the intelligence you have gathered." "Yes, Master." Ramp pulled out a stack of prepared documents from his bosom. According to our knowledge, this so-called Polar Night Demon Tower has multiple defenses and is filled with dragonified monsters, including humans, goblins, centaurs. But there is one monster that requires special attention. The Starfallen have named it Valina. It has the ability to create illusions and the White Dragon's frost breath and seems to be stitched together from the limbs of various creatures. And on the top floor of the tower, there is even imprisoned. His voice faltered momentarily before continuing. A white dragon with special bloodlines. Ramp cautiously lifted his head to secretly observe the red dragon's expression. Seeing his expression unchanged, he felt relieved and continued his report. Cassius was already well aware of this news. The forum could show players' posts, so he had a basic understanding of the situation. According to the Starfallen's intelligence, this dragon fan black wizard is proficient in necromancy and spells. His repertoire includes 7th-tier spells such as Finger of Death, 6th-tier spells such as Disintegrate, Heart-Capturing Gaze, Mark of Fear, and 5th-tier spells like Domination of Humans and Death Cloud spell. All are extremely dangerous magic. Of course, it also includes known 8th-tier spells like Vagnard's Dragon Binding Magic Circle, though there is no evidence yet of his ability to cast 9th-tier spells. Ramp's expression became even graver as he flipped to another page of the report. According to the strength standards you provided, the Military Intelligence Analysis Department of the Ashen Kingdom rates him at around level 15, a kingdom-level powerhouse, a bona fide high-rank archmage. Finally, Ramp respectfully presented the report to Cassius. This is all the intelligence we have at the moment. Vagnard has already set up a constant death cloud spell and protective magic similar to an arcane lock at the entrance to the Polar Night Demon Tower, completely sealing off the passage to the tower. No ordinary being can get through. Moreover, he should now be aware of the kingdom's involvement, making him much more vigilant. It will be extremely difficult for the Starfallen to extract any more information. I am very satisfied. You've done well, Cassius said flatly. The red dragon looked at Ramp, a sudden hint of savagery in his voice. Ramp, would you like to obtain another Archmage's head? The dragon vein ogre, mage's expression immediately turned fanatic. Normally, he maintained extreme rationality because of his identity as a mage and his position as the kingdom's prime minister, always poised and composed. But at this moment, that unique, fiery battle spirit of the red dragon surged through his veins. This was a kingdom-level archmage, a guest of honor for any force in the south. Master, I would love nothing more. I can't wait to tear that lunatic who dared to insult the great dragon to shreds with you. Ramp responded excitedly, half kneeling on the ground. The red dragon slowly stood up, shaking its body and stretching its wings. Then go and make your preparations. Vagnard's spell list is already here. As a mage, you should know what to do. Yes, Master. Soon, a large, muscular human appeared in the hall, standing nearly 2 meters tall, holding a large magic wand, with a full beard on his face. He looked less like a clever and wise mage and more like a highway robber. This was Ramp's human form, still distinctive, but at least enough to be barely considered human compared to before. Cassius was silent for a moment before asking, "Is this the shape-shifting spell you spent months modifying?" The human transformed Ramp scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Master, I also think this form is a bit too small and fragile. But wasn't the goal to disguise more like a human? This is the best I could manage. If you think it's inappropriate, I can try to be a bit stronger." Cassius sighed inwardly, wondering if that is what he meant. But considering the ogre's unique sense of aesthetics, which found female hill giants more beautiful than the elf queen, he decided to let it slide. The red dragon raised its head slightly, its entire body pulsating with elemental energy. A blinding light flashed in its golden-slit pupils, and then a pair of floating, ethereal eyes appeared before him, containing boundless elemental power and occasionally showing visions of the past and future. That was the Heaven's Calamity Dragon Eye. The dragon sorcerer could use this dragon's eye to release breaths, and the red dragon gathered all its strength to store an extremely effective flame breath within it. Ramp, infiltrate the tower and at all costs, hold Wagner. This dragon's eye will follow you and provide the effect of a divination spell, and I will strike at the most critical moment. Cassius did not want to risk himself lightly. After all, the tower still contained Wagner's dragon binding magic circle, an 8th-tier spell that could affect him. But he also would not allow this so-called dragon fan black wizard to jump around under his nose. If he was not mistaken, that divided soul had already conveyed the message before it died, which meant Wagner definitely knew of his existence. Below, Ramp was full of excitement, snorting puffs of thick smoke from his nose as he knelt again. "Master, I will bring back Wagner's head." Cassius said indifferently, "Don't celebrate too early. That is a genuine archmage. Be extremely cautious and prepare thoroughly." Yes. In Cassius's eyes, Ramp's occupational level was level 11. Nearly half of the Ashen Kingdom's spell resources served him, enabling the naturally gifted ogre to progress rapidly and already learn 6th-tier spells. Moreover, coupled with high-level magic equipment, especially Bennett's wisdom and the Dragon Vein Ogre's own abilities, his challenge level had surged to an astounding level 13, comparable to a young red dragon. As an elder-level presence of the Ashen Kingdom and a trusted retainer of the Red Dragon, Cassius had great faith in him, which was why Ramp was chosen for this mission. In truth, even with thorough preparation and knowledge, Ramp would struggle to single-handedly defeat such a bona fide archmage, especially in the latter's stronghold, the Polar Night Demon Tower. This is where the Red Dragon's subsequent support would come in. This time Cassius had deployed his elite forces, determined to win. Regarding that tower's top floor, the so-called White Dragon with a trace of ancestral dragon bloodline, he was very much interested. Chapter 215, Chapter 140 Battle inside the tower swish. A space rift appeared inside the Polar Night Tower, precisely entering what was known as the Death Corridor. Ramp, already prepared, watched the poisonous death clouds that had lingered in the corridor for a long time without dispersing and grinned. The small skeleton pendant on his chest emitted a spell radiance. It was just a 2nd-tier spell, but it was perfectly suited for this. Dissipate smoke could cause natural or magical smoke to quickly disperse within a casting area. A gentle breeze swept past, and the dangerous, lethal death clouds quickly dissipated entirely. Ramp's view cleared up immediately. The heavy iron cage at the end of the passage slowly opened, and countless monsters grabbed the cold bars with their claws, shaking them eagerly, desperate to be released and tear the plump enemy not far away to shreds. However, Ramp simply raised his magic wand lightly, and a yellow-gray radiance representing stone flickered. Stone walls fell with a rumbling sound, the ground trembled, and a thick wall of rock suddenly rose, blocking all the monsters on one side of the passage. Those frenzied, dragonified monsters were still relentless, swarming forward, pressing against the wall and attempting to climb over using their companions' bodies as stepping stones, trying to leverage their numbers to crush this stone wall. But Ramp wouldn't give them the chance. He raised his wand again. Greasy spell, a large amount of sticky grease appeared on the ground, soaking the bodies of many dragonified monsters. It caused them to lose friction among themselves. The creatures standing on others slipped and fell, causing chaos at the base of the stone wall as monsters tumbled and crowded together. But the situation wasn't over yet. Ramp's fleshy face broke into a menacing grin. "Mindless beasts. And you think you can eat me?" His wand flashed with scorching flame radiance, bursting forth with powerful elemental energy. It was a 4th-tier spell. Firewall spell. A blazing wall of fire suddenly rose, pressed tightly against the rock wall, and its scorching flames engulfed hundreds of dragonified monsters completely. A woo! The monsters immediately burst into flames, their grease-covered bodies fueling the already ferocious blaze. Even those who escaped the firewall found their oil-soaked bodies still ablaze, producing sizzling sounds and emitting heart-wrenching howls from deep within their throats as they writhed and struggled in the flames. Ramp, seizing the timing perfectly, ceased casting spells with ease. The stone wall slowly descended, and the ground in the passage was now strewn with charred corpses. Ramp inhaled the scent of roasted meat that filled the air. A greedy expression came over his face as he licked his lips drooling slightly. But ultimately, the ogre mage, who had held a high position for many years, resisted his primal urges. He wiped his mouth and said venomously, "Damn it, if it weren't for the master's task, you'd all be nothing but bones. Such a waste of food." Ramp hurried down the passage, grumbling under his breath. The heavy metal door in front of him was firmly locked with an arcane lock, shrouded in a black membrane of light. Yet Ramp, ever prepared, confidently tapped the door with his luminescent magic wand. Knocking technique. With a light bang, the membrane shattered into countless tiny fragments and disappeared. The metal door also opened with a roar. Ramp stepped inside. At that moment, a blurry image appeared in the heaven's calamity dragon eye floating beside him. A man cloaked in black robes appeared in the vision, walking slowly toward Ramp. It was the future image predicted by the dragon eye. So, it's finally happening. The so-called dragon fan black wizard. A look of eager anticipation spread across Ramp's brutish face as sweat seeped from the hand gripping his wand, ready to cast spells at any moment. Sure enough, black menacing claws tore through space, and a space rift appeared in front of Ramp. Wagner, dressed in black robes, stepped out from within. "You are different from those annoying flies of the past. You are strong and do not have that inexplicable sense of drifting." His raspy voice echoed in the corridor, like a lingering ghost. Wagner suddenly lifted his head, deeply gazing at Ramp, a chilling smile gradually appearing on his face. "You will make an excellent test subject, won't you?" Ramp wasn't a weak human. Cannibalism was a daily habit for him, and his enemy experiments were countless. Therefore, as an ogre mage in human form, he felt no fear. In fact, he felt a kindred spirit. He sneered and raised his wand. "Hey, let's see if you have the skill. I think your head would make a fine addition to my collection." Wagner did not get angry, merely continued to gaze at Ramp, his eyes filling with hollow negative energy. Instantly, his eyes turned into a black corridor lined with teeth. His gaze was like a deep abyss, drawing people into an endless void. Heart-capturing gaze. Not only had the Heaven's Calamity Dragon Eye given a premonition, but Ramp had also prepared his spells long ago. He created a mirror-like area of dim light in front of his eyes, moving with his sight but not obstructing his vision. It was a second-tier spell designed specifically to defend against gaze attacks. Gaze screen. Wagner's heart-capturing gaze was repelled by the mirrored surface, reflecting back into his eyes. It was blocked by the black membrane of light surrounding him, but caused his body to stiffen momentarily. Even his own sixth-tier spell was not easily bearable. And it was in that fleeting moment Ramp couldn't wait any longer. He waved his wand with all his might, his eyes seemingly ablaze, launching scorching fireballs at Wagner with each motion. Ramp knew very well that Wagner had the trigger spell and Orthluk Elastic Sphere, effectively giving him extra lives. But his goal was to break Wagner's resurrection armor, creating a better chance for Cassius to strike afterward. However, Wagner's stiffness lasted only a moment before his eyes regained clarity. With a slight movement, an invisible force field surrounded him, encircling him within half a meter. The terrifying fireballs did not even touch his body, but were annihilated as they approached. That was the anti-magic field. "A guy covered in armor. I see you are not a maniac, but a coward." Ramp sneered sarcastically, summoning another scorching fireball and hurling it. After years of training, his fireball technique had become a specialized spell, and with the elemental affinity of his red dragon bloodline, its power even rivaled some fifth-tier level-shaping spells. With Wagner's experience, how could he not see that Ramp had studied his spell list in advance? In a mage's battle, this was a significant difference. When mages of the same level knew each other's spell lists, the battle could even become one-sided. Wagner's face showed an amused smile. I see. Though you're not one of those beings, you are with them. You are also one of those hiding behind the scenes. Foolish creature. Do you think seeing a tiny tip of the iceberg qualifies you to be my enemy?" Wagner took a step forward, teleporting to Ramp's front in an instant, bypassing the mirror-like barrier and gently tapping the metal on his chest. A powerful spiritual force instantly enveloped Ramp. Domination of humans. But under that force, Ramp's expression remained unchanged. He showed no reaction, even swinging his magic wand to cast a fireball technique. Faced with the incoming fireball, Wagner summoned a black energy shield, once again extinguishing the fireball completely. The voice of Wagner from behind the black veil first sounded somewhat surprised, then it became excited. I understand now. Ha ha ha, you are human. So, you aren't human after all. Ramp's disguise was merely a ploy to waste Vagnard's spell slots, knowing that domination of humans was frequently used by him. Seeing his true identity exposed, the ogre mage roared angrily, instantly tearing apart his disguise and revealing his grotesque true form. Suddenly, the corridor darkened, and the massive shadow nearly covered Vagnard. A 6-meter-tall dragon vein ogre stood in the dim tunnel, its massive and solid body covered with dragon scales. Sharp bone spurs protruded from its knees, elbows, and back. Even tiny bone-white horns had sprouted from its forehead, and the snout of its ugly face jutted forward unnaturally. After being bound for so long, I can finally unleash it. Let me kill you. Ramp looked down at Vagnard condescendingly, spewing out 2 plumes of thick, sulphurous smoke from his nostrils. The magic wand in his hand glowed with intertwined scorching and emerald yellow flames, smashing down towards Vagnard's head. That was magic-infused weapon and emerald flame sword. For some reason, Vagnard gazed dumbfoundedly at Ramp, not making any effort to dodge. The magical flame spell struck him on the head harshly. Trigger spell linked with Orthluck Elastic Sphere, and a glowing spherical force field appeared instantaneously, repelling Ramp's magic wand and shielding Vagnard within. Ramp was bounced back by the counterforce, his massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. But Vagnard remained fixated on him, as if he were admiring a fine piece of art, muttering under his breath, "I finally found it. I found the perfect creation." He then trembled all over, covered his face, and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, it's not some intangible, elusive thing. It is indeed a perfect creation. You must not be one of those so-called players, right? The dragon vein ogre Ramp, seeing the greed and desire in Vagnard's eyes instead of fear, felt an indescribable, nameless fury surge within him. Ramp gritted his teeth and said, "Turns out you're just a madman." But Vagnard was inside the force field orb. Without a spell like Disintegrate, it was difficult to break through. Even Ramp couldn't do anything to him for the moment. After a while, Vagnard finally made another move. He casually dispelled the Orthluck Elastic Sphere around him, and surprisingly, he staggered directly towards Ramp. Ramp couldn't help but glance at the nearby catastrophic dragon eye, only to see himself immobilized by a spell. He hurriedly waved his magic wand, attempting to use a counterspell in advance, but Vagnard gave him no chance, releasing a purple spell beam with a slight hand motion. Hold monster. The spell's intensity was extremely high, and as the beam hit Ramp, it spread across his entire body, forming a flashing light membrane. The dragon vein ogre's massive frame froze in place, maintaining the posture of attempting to cast a spell. Vagnard strolled forward slowly, laughing wildly, his mouth nearly splitting to his ears. He hovered beside the ogre, whispering softly, "My precious experimental subject, do you think I only had spells to control humans? I've conducted thousands of dragonification experiments. As the dragon fan black wizard, I'm best at controlling monsters like you." Crack, crack. A faint cracking sound emerged. Oh. A tinge of surprise flashed across Vagnard's face. The light membrane around Ramp shattered suddenly, and the skull on his body automatically released, Dispel Magic, upon detecting that his body was under control. Free from the binding, the dragon vein ogre roared, spewing out several scorching fireballs. The erratic fireballs came from various directions, aiming to incinerate the nearby, unprepared Vagnard into charcoal. At the same time, the ogre's magic wand struck forward, targeting Vagnard's head. Facing this sudden, overwhelming assault, Vagnard disappeared from the spot unhurriedly, leaving behind a silver-white mist. From a distance, he grinned at Ramp, lifting his hand lightly. Draconic binding, countless chains, shaped like giant dragon limbs, rose from the ground. That was a 7th-tier spell. Dispel Magic and Spell Nullification Barrier were useless against it. Unexpectedly, Ramp's magic wand, as if premeditated, redirected towards Vagnard, and his necklace, Bennett's Wisdom, emitted a faint purple spell beam. Hold monster, but this time it was Ramp who cast the spell. And just as the beam was unleashed, Ramp was restrained by draconic binding, bound tightly in place, unable to move. The chain-like appendages, resembling giant dragon limbs, writhed greedily over his massive body, seemingly absorbing the dragon vein ogre's dragon blood to sustain themselves. However, Ramp's Hold Monster spell also struck Vagnard, freezing him in place. But at the last moment before he was immobilized, The black wizard's eyes still showed a disdainful, provocative look, as if saying, "What can you do to me?" One needed to know that Hold Monster required sustained spell concentration. As long as Ramp couldn't maintain his focus on the spell, its effect would soon diminish. But Draconic Binding, being a spell specially crafted by Wagner to target dragon vein monsters, behaved like a living organism, continuously draining dragon blood from the target to sustain itself. From this dragon fan black wizard's perspective, this mutual exchange of blood clearly placed him at a significant advantage, smug old Wagner thought. In this brief moment, the light membrane of the immobilization spell on Wagner, which required no concentration to maintain, was already showing cracks and was about to break, freeing him from the spell's control. But Wagner did not know that, just before being bound, Ramp's face had also shown a dark smile of a plan coming to fruition. He still had Catastrophic Dragon Eye. Wagner had only thought that the floating eye was a divination spell cast by Ramp, which he could handle when binding the ogre. But he never imagined that the true owner of the Catastrophic Dragon Eye was Cassius, far away, observing everything through the eye. And Cassius had been waiting for this moment. Instantly, blazing light erupted from the pair of invisible eyes hovering in the air, releasing the immense elemental power stored within. Boom, a pillar of blazing white fire surged out, rushing towards Wagner's momentarily immobilized head. Enhanced flame breath. At the same time, a giant claw covered in red scales tore through the space, creating a nearly 10-meter-long spatial rift with flaming edges. Cassius's massive, menacing dragon head emerged from it. Roar! At the moment when the pillar of fire was about to strike Wagner's head, the light film of the binding spell on his body finally shattered, but the breath was already too close to dodge. Several protective spells were triggered simultaneously, layers of black mist enveloping his body, but still unable to stop the extreme heat of the light flame. The pillar of fire pierced through the paper-thin spell shield instantly, like a hot knife through butter. Although Wagner tried to tilt his head, the pillar of fire still engulfed his hooded head, along with his neck and most of his shoulder in an instant. However, this was not the end. Cassius was not the kind of boss from a story who would neglect to finish the job. Facing such an archmage who had been lurking for 100 years, he had to seize the opportunity to exterminate him completely, leaving no room for escape. The massive red dragon eagerly opened its huge, bloody mouth, with a glow emanating from its chest. In the depths of its throat, terrifying white-hot flames, like a miniature sun, illuminated the entire dark tower as if it were broad daylight. Then it poured out the accumulated, torrential energy. Supreme flame breath, a thicker, more brilliant pillar of fire spouted out, engulfing Wagner's torso entirely. Two pillars of fire crossed, continuously scouring the broken body. Even at this extent, Cassius was still not at ease, continually spewing flames as if he wanted to burn everything to ashes. The flesh that had undergone multiple dragon blood modifications quickly carbonized under this extreme unnatural heat, eventually turning into a brownish salt pillar that scattered on the ground like an ordinary grain of desert sand. Phew, could it really be over? Wagner. Only then did the red dragon slowly close its jaws. Due to the recent overload of energy output, its scales became scalding hot, and smoke with traces of sulfur odor emanated from between its teeth. Still, its eyes remained fixed on the pile of salt, not daring to relax. He would not gamble that this century-old archmage had no final trump card. He could only pay attention to every detail to prevent any unexpected situations. Absolutely must not let him escape. After a brief thought, Cassius flapped his wings and landed in front of the pile of salt, stomping on it savagely multiple times. Boom. The ground shook, dust flew up, resembling the act of grinding bones to ashes. Meanwhile, the red dragon did not forget to abruptly swing its claws, using the scratch technique to create a powerful claw-shaped magical force field, severing the hideous limb chains and rescuing Ramp, who was trapped in the dragon vein binding. The dragon vein ogre broke free, and, seeing the scene before him filled with fire and ash, became excited. He clumsily knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Master, that so-called dragon fan black wizard is indeed not worth mentioning before your great power." The red dragon remained unmoved, speaking solemnly. "Ramp, don't be too happy yet. Watch these salt grains carefully. I think things are not so simple." Ramp quickly regained composure and hurriedly responded with cupped hands. "Yes, master." The tower fell silent. The heaven's calamity dragon eye showed chaotic images. As expected, In the eerily silent environment, a bizarre laughter echoed. At first, the laughter was as subtle as the sound of wind blowing through the sand, like a ghostly whisper, but then it grew louder until it turned into a maniacal laugh. Cassius suddenly looked up. They saw fine sand made of melted flesh floating in the air, eventually forming a twisted, ghostly face, which was Wagner. The ghostly face opened its mouth to an eerie degree, revealing a chilling smile. "I know you, Cassius Clavo Nerixius, Tiamat's child. You really came. You will be the most wonderful material for my grand evolution." Cassius was not flustered by this, merely looking on indifferently, murmuring, "A method of soul transfer?" Wagner indeed had a backup plan. Standing beside him, Ramp roared in anger, summoning a blazing fireball to scatter the fine sand once again. But Cassius merely shook his head. "Don't bother, Ramp. His original soul should have escaped already. That face is just an illusion controlled by spiritual power." Ramp knelt before the red dragon again, sweating profusely. "It is my fault. My neglect allowed him to escape. If I could find a recorded 6-tier spell, Soul Cage, I could definitely kill Wagner completely." His tone was sullen and seemed full of resentment. The red dragon did not respond, casually picking up some salt grains with a mage's hand. "It indeed has a strong dragon blood smell. Even after being melted, I can still sense the magical essence within. This should be his original body, not some random flesh golem." He pondered for a moment, then asked seemingly unintentionally, "Ramp, what kind of body do you think he would seize?" Cassius's tone paused, then he let out a cold laugh. "And this most perfect experimental product personally arriving. Do you think someone like Wagner would willingly abandon all his experimental results and escape easily?" Ramp barely needed to think before understanding Cassius's meaning. "He is a total madman. He would endure deadly spells with his own body for the so-called art pieces, so your personal arrival, with his blasphemous and crazed mind, he definitely wouldn't escape easily. He probably plans to trap us. In his body. He once said that his most perfect work is the so-called Valina, or rather, the monster transformed from his own daughter, Valina. A body with familial ties is the most suitable for a wandering soul to seize. It is said that old specters who have lost their nature often do this." Cassius nodded slightly, firmly saying, "Find him and destroy everything." "Yes, master." In a corner on the first floor of the Polar Night Demon Tower, at the location of the snowy cabin, here it was cold and deep, the walls stained with blood, yet there were traces of cleaning. Piles of neatly arranged bones were scattered in the corner, old habit of Valina's. Trapped in a secret chamber since childhood, she always kept things tidy and waited obediently for her family to return. This place was an illusion constructed from Valina's last semblance of hope, but it had been transformed into a deadly trap by Wagner. Any uninvited guests who entered would fall into the hands of the monstrous Valina, who would subject them to inhuman experiments, with the luckier ones ending up as food for the monster. At this moment, a familiar guest had entered. It was none other than Wagner's wandering soul. Inside the snow house illusion, the girl was still tidying up the room. She carefully picked up the broken teacup on the floor, muttering softly, "These guests are so rude, breaking the cup and then leaving, giving me a huge mess to clean up." The fire in the fireplace remained warm. But this was just the beautified result of the illusory realm. The real scene was terrifying. A writhing monster was extending its ghastly limbs, picking up the shattered bone fragments and placing them in the corner of the wall. Valina sat on a wooden chair, flipping through a yellowing book with utter boredom. Resting her chin in her hand, the girl couldn't help but complain softly, "When can I finally leave, Daddy? You promised me." She had been here so long that she couldn't even remember how long it had been. In the remnants of her memory, after being rescued from the secret chamber, she was brought to this wooden house, living a monotonous life day after day, year after year. The book said that when a person lives for many years, they will gradually age. But the girl found that her appearance seemed forever frozen at 18, without even the slightest change. And Valina also felt that her memory was incomplete. She had always been suspicious, but didn't dare to think deeply. It was as if an invisible shackle bound her thoughts, preventing her from pondering those things. Some things. Since she couldn't figure them out, it was better not to think about them. Continuing to entertain guests in the snow house and listening to their stories every day was like indirectly experiencing the outside world. That's what Valina always told herself. Suddenly, a raspy and all too familiar male voice interrupted her musings. Valina, my dear little girl, look who has come back. Hearing the familiar voice, Valina's action stopped immediately. She turned around in disbelief. Daddy, you really came back. The girl leaped up from the wooden chair, eagerly throwing herself into the man's arms, her big, watery eyes even glistening with tears. Wagner gently stroked Valina's head, lowering his voice as he softly said, Yes, Daddy finished the matters outside and rushed back to see you. Valina, as if afraid the man would escape, tightly hugged him. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said in a low voice, Daddy, you lied to me. You haven't been back for a long time. You told me to treat the guests well, but they all bully me, hate me, and even insult me. They don't want to play with me. The girl looked up, choking back sobs as she asked, They all say that I am a monster. Daddy, am I really a monster? Wagner kept the gentle smile on his face, shaking his head as he said, No, you are not a monster. You are the most precious treasure I hold in my lap, nobler than any of them. But, he reached out to wipe the tears from Valina's eyes. Valina, remember, you will always be my daughter. Don't think about those sad things. Do you know why I came back this time? Valina confusedly shook her head. Wagner took the girl's slender hand, bending down and whispering in her ear, I'm here to fulfill my promise to take you to see the outside world. Daddy is never a liar. Valina was instantly overjoyed. She had never thought that this man, so cold in her memories, this father who had cruelly abandoned her here for who knew how many years, would say such things. The girl smiled with satisfaction, wiping away the remaining tears on her face, and nodded vigorously. Yes. The man took the girl's hand, leading her to push open the door of the illusory realm. The remnants of Valina's consciousness only felt a blinding light flash by, making her involuntarily close her eyes. So bright. Is this the outside world? It seems a bit different from what I imagined. There was no so-called new world, still the dark and deep demon tower, cold metal cages. The twisted monsters stitched together from different body parts struggled constantly, flesh writhing on its body, its sparsely scaled skin rising bizarrely as if something was trying to break out. In the end, Wagner's human form emerged from the Stitcher beast, his skin smooth and white like a newborn, yet faintly showing traces of scales. His waist was still connected by flesh to the stitched-together body, replacing the faceless girl who had once been there, becoming part of this horrific monster, and also the final controller of this monster's chaotic consciousness. Yet from the depths of that ghastly mass of flesh came a faint, desperate, choking female voice. Daddy, you lied to me. You lied to me again. The voice grew weaker, finally disappearing completely, drowned in the sticky friction of blood and flesh. Valina. A tear fell from Wagner's eye, but his expression was filled with overwhelming ecstasy, his mouth almost splitting to his ears, already sinking into complete madness, this body attached to the Stitcher beast trembling constantly. I once told you I will never fail again. Daddy did it all for you. I will bring you together. We will complete this evolution. We will become greater than the dragon god. At the other end of the tower, the red dragon's fringed ears twitched slightly. Due to the sharp senses of giant dragons, Wagner's crazed laughter also reached his ears. So it's the so-called snow house. It's already too late. He seized Valina's body. Valina's snow house had no definite location, connected by a portal to another space. Even Cassius couldn't find its exact position, only waiting for Wagner to reveal himself. Ramp felt the increasingly eerie aura within the tower, speaking in a grave tone. Master, should we follow? No, if I'm not mistaken, he's probably heading to the top floor of the tower. Heaven's calamity dragon, I had already vanished after releasing its breath. Cassius closed his eyes, relying on the vast power of the surge of spells to create another 7-tier spell slot. We opened his eyes again. Those golden pupils were already gleaming with astonishing spell radiance. Immediately, an invisible dragon's eye appeared, floating beside him. Heaven's calamity, dragon eye. He used the ability of foresight. Those profound dragon's eyes broke through the constraints of time, directly seeing future visions. At the topmost floor of the tower, the twisted Stitcher beast was writhing, approaching the trapped white dragon. The white dragon seemed to see something extremely terrifying, letting out an agitated, fearful growl, trembling all over. Its massive body struggled with all its might, but unfortunately, It was ensnared by the unyielding magic chains. All struggles were futile, unable to move at all. Cassius's expression grew grim. Wagner wants to devour that white dragon. We must stop him. Chapter 219, Chapter 144, Rescuing the White Dragon. Ramp said, Master, according to the information provided by those Starfallen, if we want to reach the top floor, we should start from the gravity device. Cassius shook his head and said, There's no time. I want to break through this tower. Before he could finish speaking, Cassius suddenly flapped his wings and flew straight up. With agile as a dragon enhancing him, his wing movements left afterimages, and his speed became terrifyingly fast. The red dragon raised its head high, and a pillar of extremely high-temperature fire shot out from its gaping maw, instantly melting the several feet thick metal floor and easily creating a several meters wide hole. Scalding molten iron dripped continuously from its edges, but Cassius didn't care at all. In just a moment, the pillar of fire even penetrated the ceiling of the next floor, aiming for higher places. Braving the fiery pits, Cassius transformed directly into blazing fire, passing through the holes created by the fire pillar, penetrating several floors in succession. Any monster or device in his path was instantly turned to ashes by the flames or pulverized by his massive, accelerated body, unable to stop him for even a moment. One dragonified monster failed to dodge and was crushed into meat paste by his body. The 28-story Polar Night Demon Tower was like a toy in Cassius's eyes now. Ramp was dumbfounded by this but couldn't keep up, only managing to maintain protective magic while casting flight magic, climbing layer by layer. By the time he reached the 12th floor, he was already panting heavily. Meanwhile, Cassius had already arrived at the top floor. All of this took only a few tens of seconds. Boom. A blazing white pillar of fire pierced through the metal floor. Immediately afterward, the fire pillar transformed into dancing flames, finally solidifying into a massive red dragon. Heaven's calamity dragon, I could only glimpse a corner of the future. When Cassius reached the top floor, the originally faded future was disrupted, the image becoming temporarily blurred and starting to recalculate. The white dragon imprisoned on the top floor was awakened by the commotion, struggling to open its eyes. Cassius scrutinized the white dragon in front of him. She had a scaled face, spiked wattles, and some teeth protruding when her mouth was closed. With a crown of backward curving spikes on her head, she was a typical white dragon. With the red dragon's current appreciation for all species, she could even be considered a young and beautiful white dragon. From her relatively pure white scales and not yet fully proportioned body, it was clear she was still in her youth, around 100 years old. But what surprised Cassius was her size. She had already reached 15 meters, common for red dragons but extraordinary for white dragons, a size only ancient or elderly white dragons attained. The white dragon, often considered the shame of the five-color dragons, already had the great honor of being compared to a red dragon of the same stage. TSK. So this is the bloodline of the ancestral dragon? Cassius marveled in his heart. Facing this much stronger kin, the white dragon Tania hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and let out a pleading whimper. White dragons living in the mountains sometimes conflicted with nearby red dragons, but white dragons were wise enough to avoid stronger red dragons. Red dragons often saw white dragons as unworthy opponents and were happy to let them slip out of sight and mind, understanding the red dragon's status. Roar. Can't you speak? Draconic. Cassius was puzzled. Although white dragons were mocked as white beasts, they had the intelligence of at least a 7- or 8-year-old child by their youth. Was her brain damaged by Wagner? He didn't know that mastering Draconic for everyday communication was challenging for white dragons under normal circumstances. Some white dragons couldn't fully grasp it until they were elderly. This white dragon, imprisoned in the tower from her youth with no external communication, was no exception. Roar. Tania nodded, letting out a light roar. It seemed she couldn't speak but could at least understand. Since normal communication was possible, the remaining matters would be easier to handle. The red dragon spread his wings and stepped up to her. Do you know Wagner? At the mention of this familiar name, Tania's dragon face immediately turned ferocious, her scales standing up, even baring her fangs instinctively, a mix of extreme fear and hatred. Although white dragons weren't pillars of wisdom, they had excellent memories, especially of events they directly witnessed or experienced. They remembered any slight or failure, and were known for their malicious vendettas against offending creatures or groups. The white dragon in front of him was no exception. The red dragon casually displayed the previous images from Heaven's Calamity Dragon Eye to scare her a bit. This is what I saw, your future. A hopeless future. In the images, the white dragon was reduced to the monster's sustenance, being mercilessly devoured. Tania's eyes filled with terror, her wings shrinking, her whole body trembling, because she could feel it was real, soon happened to her. Cassius looked down at the white dragon's beast-like vertical pupils. From them, he saw a longing for freedom, an endless fear of the mage, an immense hatred, which was enough. But the future is not set in stone, white dragon. Submit to me, and I will save you and kill Vagnard. Tania's eyes first showed confusion, then hesitation, and finally, a low hum came from her throat. Roar. Due to the dragon binding array, she couldn't move too freely, only turning her head slightly to expose her vulnerable neck, indicating complete submission. Though white dragons were hardly the epitome of dignity among the true dragons, this one contained ancestral bloodline pride. Even confined in the tower for nearly a century, she hadn't fully submitted to the torturous human, continuously struggling in vain. But now, faced with the threat of death and the choice to submit to a nobler red dragon, submission became a necessary means of survival. Good. You've made the right choice. Cassius smiled slightly. The red dragon waved his claws, and a flickering claw-shaped spell force field appeared, starting to destroy the surrounding environment of the spell. Vagnard's dragon binding array had been studied for months by spellcasters across the kingdom. Though they hadn't fully understood its principles, disrupting its order was far simpler than restoring it. A month ago, Ramp, along with court mages who defected to the Ashen Kingdom, had already discussed methods to destroy the array's spell nodes. Cassius was well aware of this. Huff, huff, master, I'm late. Ramp panted as he struggled out of the hole. Seeing the scene before him, he immediately understood what was happening and hurriedly rushed forward to wave his magic wand. He summoned scorching fireballs to destroy the dragon scales and dragon blood serving as their array's nodes, striving to dismantle the array's structure. Chapter 220, Chapter 145. Arriving at the tower top as the constructs were destroyed one by one, the magic web around them fell into extreme disorder. The 8th tier spell's order was disrupted, releasing energy that continuously impacted the surrounding environment. The dragon's phantom limbs waved in the void, sinister dragon heads emerged from the walls, and even dragon blood gushed from the ground, throwing the surroundings into chaos. But ultimately, with sorrowful dragon roars, they managed to break the array together. The chains tightly wrapped around the white dragon suddenly disappeared. The white dragon's body, bound for a century, was freed for the first time. Tania flapped her wings, feeling the long-lost freedom in her body, and let out a heartfelt, joyous long howl. Oh, next, the liberated white dragon bowed her head to Cassius. As one of the 5-colored evil dragons, the white dragon naturally did not have the trait of gratitude, but more of respect and submission to a powerful kindred. Even though the white dragon was liberated, Cassius's heart did not relax at all. When he entered the top floor, he felt a strong spell power imprisoning the space, dimensional lock, which forbade all teleportation spells. The red dragon had no intention of leaving immediately. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when the enemy knew nothing about him to catch him off guard and completely eliminate that dragon fan black wizard. Otherwise, allowing an archmage to lurk in the shadows, collecting all information, and preparing fully would become an even more troublesome problem. Indeed, the nearby suspended Heaven's Calamity Dragon Eye once again presented a scene. A twisted Stitcher beast appeared on the top floor, bearing the face of Vagnard. Get ready. Vagnard, he is coming. Cassius calmly reminded. The nearby Ramp and Tania immediately became alert. Sure enough, the dimensional lock slightly loosened. First, a white dragon limb stretched out from the void. Then, an unknown monster's head followed, and behind it, a human torso. Finally, the terrifying monster tore through space and appeared before them. The monster was massive, nearly 5 meters tall, its torso made of various bizarre creatures stitched together, with the main material being the white dragon. But eerily, they were all in places they shouldn't be. The white dragon's wings appeared on its legs, human hands randomly stitched on the surface of the skin, and a sinister dragon head protruded from where the chest should have been. In this twisted form, the monster had an otherworldly horror. Vagnard's upper body emerged from the top of the monster, retaining his previous appearance, with flesh connected at the waist, but his entire body covered in white scales. Oh. Seeing such an eerie sight in the parts of her kin's body, Tania took a few steps back, instinctively hiding behind Cassius, letting out trembling low growls. At this moment, the white dragon's fear of Wagner even surpassed her hatred. After experiencing a century of torment, she felt such a lethal aura from this human for the first time. "My sleeping beauty, you actually broke free?" Surprise flashed in Wagner's eyes, but then turned into a cold sneer. "But it doesn't matter, you cannot escape the fate of being devoured by me." He turned to Cassius, showing a strange smile. "As for you, Cassius Claubo Nuricus, we finally meet officially. You are really impolite, intruding into my territory, destroying my original body, and taking my experiment. But your body will be the best compensation for me. I want to taste what Tiamat's pet is like." Wagner's laughter echoed inside the tower, deafening, bringing a terrifying feeling of helplessness. Ordinary mortals could even be scared to death by these eerie sound waves. Cassius did not answer but silently and quickly used his metamagic abilities to cast several protective spells in succession. Undying Offender, Protective Energy Damage, Energy Scales. Several shields, like countless stars, appeared on his body, combined with the effect of gilded scales, boosting his protective capability to a fearsome extent. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate his heavy shields, let alone touch those inherently resistant scales. And the meticulously designed Agile as a dragon reached its peak at this moment, granting Cassius a terrifying speed of up to 30 points. Roar! With an angry roar, the red dragon folded his wings, flying at an incredible speed that was hard to observe with the naked eye. He turned into a red afterimage, causing violent sonic booms in the tower. Carrying dazzling lightning, the red dragon seized the opportunity, darting like an arrow toward the monster's torso while spitting scorching flames from his mouth. The Stitcher Beast's surface was instantly covered with a black energy shield, which was easily penetrated by the lightning and flames. Several white dragon claws, wings, and tails attacked the red dragon, each part carrying eerie black energy that could devour dragon blood and turn it into its own, simultaneously eroding the dragon's spirit. But with aerial maneuver technique, Cassius only needed to flap his wings and sharply turn, leaving only an afterimage in place, letting those limbs miss their target. The red dragon over the monster's head poured out a scorching pillar of fire, intending to obliterate Wagner's body in one go. Extremely effective flame breath, however. As a mage who had studied dragons for a century, Wagner was not unprepared. His twisted limbs waved in the air. An invisible ring with strong spell fluctuations enveloped his body. Breath concealment aura. The spell's power strangely allowed his body to dodge aside suddenly, evading the terrifying breath, leaving only a string of scorched marks on his skin. It was a spell specifically targeting dragons, granting a reflective dodge ability against breath attacks. But it was not over yet. Wagner's remaining human body gently stroked the dragon's head in front of him, the whole body emitting a fine magical aura. Advanced Dragon Avoidance. Dragon Avoidance is a well-known 7th-tier spell, preventing the target from being sensed by dragons. But after a century of research, Wagner went a step further and developed a spell specifically against dragons, preventing all their senses. With these spells, he hunted white dragons on the ice field, turning these genuine 5-color dragons into his experiments and materials. Cassius felt the space in front of him empty immediately. Wagner disappeared without a trace. The red dragon's keen vision, sense of smell, and even instinct could no longer sense his presence. He could only rely on Heaven's Calamity Dragon Eye to determine the position of the imminent attack. Chapter 221. Chapter 146. Dragon Fans Lock. Cassius squinted his eyes, linking his consciousness to the dragon's eye. Instantly, he saw the white dragon's head protrude from the void, spewing out frost breath. To the left. He breathed flames in that direction in advance, then swung his claws, creating a flickering claw-shaped force field. As the white dragon's head emerged, it was scorched black by the flames, immediately followed by 3 deep scratches from the scratch technique, causing blood to splatter. The red dragon then flapped its wings, pouncing forward like a ghost, attempting to seize the opponent's body. However, the monster vanished into the void again, leaving him grasping at air. Wagner's detached voice echoed within the tower. "Red Dragon, do you know why I call myself the Dragon Fan Black Wizard?" However, Cassius did not respond meaninglessly. He was concentrating all his energy into his lungs, preparing for a full-force breath to kill Wagner the next time he showed himself. Seeing no response, Wagner was not annoyed. He continued talking to himself. The unpredictable voice made it difficult for Cassius to pinpoint his location. "I once succumbed to fate, no longer wanting to resist, merely maintaining a semblance of safety under the giant dragon's shadow. Huh, what a joke. But the red dragon we served suddenly went mad. It breathed fire, killing every one of the dragon shaman cult's ritual, and swallowed Catherine whole before my eyes. I barely escaped with spell. After escaping, I frantically collected ancient secrets and even ventured to relics from thousands of years ago. Finally, I discovered what is called the Dragon Fan's Lock from a tome from the previous epic. Cassius's expression suddenly tensed. Dragon Fan's Lock. That was rumored to be the device that ended the giant dragon's rule. Over 10,000 years ago, before the giants' rule and the elves' war, dragons ruled all lesser races at will. Elves particularly resented the dragon's oppression and sought ways to free themselves from their yoke. After years of secret research in the frigid north and debates over cost and risk, the elves crafted the Dragon Fan's Lock, the permanent masterpiece of elven high magic and one of the most powerful spells. The Dragon Fan's Lock drove all dragons into a frenzy, causing havoc within their territories, slaughtering their offspring and servants, leaving only destruction in their wake, which was a major factor in the end of the giant dragon's rule. This dragon fan erupted once every few decades or centuries, seemingly linked to the power of the regicide star in the sky. You dare to use such forbidden power? Aren't you afraid of the dragon god's wrath? The red dragon gritted his teeth immediately. Because the situation had become uncontrollable, Dragon Fan's Lock, a deity-level spell, would bring disaster if even a bit contaminated. He finally understood why Wagner had become so deranged. Researching such forbidden power and retaining any sanity was already considered lucky. However, Wagner's voice continued. You're afraid, Cassius. Starting and ending everything with the red dragon isn't a bad idea. Dragons, greedy and lazy creatures with innate immense strength, fangs and claws that easily tear apart mortals, flames that can destroy cities effortlessly, and even possess unfathomable spellcasting ability. Being Tiamat's favored one, you are even more so, Red Dragon. I have watched you since you were a wormling. I witnessed you grow into this colossal being in just 10 years. Some of your methods are beyond my understanding. But why? The voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, becoming fervent. Why do you get to change my fate at will? Why should I willingly become your slave just because I was captured by the dragon shaman cult? They all say I'm mad, but I know I'm not. I spent a century of effort, even sacrificing my own daughter to match up with you, or even surpass you and become greater than the dragon gods. In the end, Wagner's voice turned into maniacal laughter, overlapping with the dragon's roar and countless agonized wails. The powerful mana fluctuation made the ground tremble. Within the 30 levels of the Polar Night Demon Tower, monster roars echoed, their bodies filled with dragon veins, blood, and grisly limbs transported up by an invisible force field, eventually merging into the void monster's body. With a booming sound, the tower's spire abruptly bloomed like a flower, revealing an endless dark night sky. This was Wagner's 9th-tier spell, Regicide Star Phantom. In the night sky appeared a red comet like a malicious eye, the illusion of the regicide star. It seemed to sense Wagner's call, becoming more solid and faintly flickered with red light, seemingly looking down on the giant dragons on Earth with contempt. Wagner had only invoked 1/10,000th of the Dragon Fan's Lock's power, yet it gave Cassius immense pressure. At this moment, the tower's top looked like an altar. Under the moonlight, the monster finally revealed his true form. He was no longer his former self, but a combination of more dragonified monster limbs, a twisted creature with 5 white dragon heads atop, hundreds of limbs extending, 6 pairs of wings flanking, supporting the massive body, and 12 long tails like outreaching vines. And Wagner's human head was embedded in the chest, giving an eerie sense of harmony. It turned out the 5-headed dragon monster was just a fail material. This was his final experiment, himself. This twisted creature was modeled after Tiamat, consuming a century, countless lives, including 5 genuine white dragons, and the power of the entire Polar Night Demon Tower to create. What a pity with that white dragon, I could have had 6 heads, surpassing Tiamat. But it's fine. Now I have you. All dragon and human heads spoke in unison, the layered voices echoing again. 6 pairs of eyes fixated on Cassius, filled with endless fervor as if veiled by a faint red mist. Come, immerse yourself in the dragon fan with me. Reason quickly vanished, leaving only a desire to destroy everything else. Roar, the dragon heads roared madly in unison. Cassius tried to avoid looking at the glittering, increasingly solid red star in the night sky. But the frenzy power that spanned tens of millennia still influenced his mind, making him more reckless and irritable. He exerted all his strength to build a mental barrier, maintaining his sanity. The spell is not yet complete. Once that phantom fully materializes, I will also fall into the dragon fan. I must kill Vagnard completely before the spell is completed. And during this time, I must not be harmed. From his inherited memory, he knew that under the influence of Dragon Fan, if a dragon was injured in battle, it would fall into a frenzy, madly attacking until either it or its enemy was dead. Thinking of this, Cassius flapped his wings and soared high into the sky, gazing down at the colossal monster occupying most of the tower top. Chapter 222, Chapter 147. The end of the battle. Look, what's that? Holy crap. The members of the Royal Guild, who were hurrying on their way, all looked up. In the pitch-black night sky, red stars flickered. The Polar Night Demon Tower, their destination, was shaking violently. The top of the tower burst open and transformed into a broad platform. The familiar red dragon flapped its wings, ascending into the sky to confront the enormously twisted monster that occupied most of the tower top. Roar! A gigantic roar echoed from the top of the tower, resounding through the sky. It made the mountains tremble and the ground quake. The birds and beasts, startled from their sleep, fled in panic, leaving the onlookers on the ground feeling lost and bewildered. Is this a CGI cutscene in the storyline? Is the official event showing us a boss fight? Holy shit, this is massive. So after all our preparations, are we still going to enter the dungeon? Everyone, let's just stop here and watch. We might have arrived too late. This battle is definitely beyond our capabilities. The leader of the Royal Guild, Tyrant, looked up at the roaring red dragon and the monstrous creature that waved countless limbs on the ground, muttering to himself. Cassius hovered high in the sky, spreading his wings as the eye of the Storm King on his chest emitted a blinding light. 8th tier spell, Weather Control. As he slowly flapped his wings, rolling clouds surged like tides, gradually shrouding the night sky and barely concealing the regicide star phantom in the sky. But a faint red glow still seeped through the clouds. Cassius knew his spell would not last long. Once that phantom solidified, even 1,000 layers of clouds couldn't block the higher dimensional light of the regicide star phantom. He had to kill Vagnard immediately. Fortunately, the being before him had already lost its sanity, reduced to a monster driven purely by instinct. Boom. Endless lightning brewed within, and several bolts, as thick as bowls, struck down from the clouds, piercing the night like glaring spears to fiercely hit the twisted monster, blackening its body and severing several protruding claws. The monster wailed in agony, stretching its neck to bite frenziedly towards the sky and continuously spew out frost breath. But these attacks were effortlessly dodged by the red dragon. He moved like a red shadow, weaving through the clouds amidst the lightning. Cassius focused intently, channeling all his energy to his lungs through his internal blood vessels, preparing to unleash a fatal breath. A faint glow emanated from the scales on his chest, hinting at the flames within. However, just as he concentrated on his breath, a sudden attack came. Roar. A white dragon's head abruptly jutted out from the clouds, snapping at Cassius. Its vertical pupils were filled with frenzy. It was Tania. This white dragon was clearly uncontrollably trapped in Dragon Fan, in a berserk state where friend and foe couldn't be discerned, driven solely by the purest desire for destruction. Damn it. In his energy-gathering state, Cassius couldn't dodge and had to brace against the attack. Cassius hadn't anticipated Tania's frenzy. A regular bite wouldn't have fazed him. But once wounded, even Cassius couldn't guarantee he wouldn't lose his sanity and become a berserk monster. He instinctively activated Gilded Scales, making his entire body scales as hard as mithril in an instant. Master, I'm here to help you. It was Ramp, who had been maintaining invisibility since the beginning. As he was not fully a dragon, the regicide star had less effect on him. At this moment, he raised his magic wand, aiming at the red dragon. White Dragon's initial bite hit the hardened Gilded Scales, causing its mouth to recoil from the invisible shield. Roar. Several sharp teeth flew out with blood, scattering through the air. Cassius finally gathered all his energy, with flames flickering in his chest. At this critical moment, he could no longer care about the safety of his new retainer. He summoned several bolts of lightning, striking the mindless white dragon and knocking it out of the sky. Boom. Roar. The white dragon fell to the ground, belly up with trembling limbs, charred until it resembled a black dragon, but still breathing, though temporarily immobile. The monster, meanwhile, moved its dozens of menacing limbs towards the red dragon, all 5 heads roaring in unison. The red dragon utilized the magician's metamagic ability, casting a 6th-tier spell instantaneously. He concentrated all his vitality, selecting a specific scale on his chest as his reverse scale, making it glow softly. Undying Reverse Scale. He aimed to use this ability to ensure his invulnerability and deliver the final blow to the monster. Cassius spread his wings and dived from the sky like an arrow. Under the effect of Weak Dragon, his body turned into a red blur again. The monster's claws and breath attacked repeatedly, with thick red mist spreading around. But with the aerial maneuver technique, the red dragon weaved, turned, and stopped abruptly amidst the storm-like assaults, moving like a ghostly charm through the attacks. Finally, Cassius slightly opened his jaws, with a blinding glow gathering deep in his throat. Boom. In an instant, a blazing white pillar of fire shot through several attacking limbs of the monster. He arrived at the monster's chest, where Vagnard's main body was located. As if sensing the red dragon's arrival, Vagnard's frantic eyes showed a hint of a smile, his right eye emitting a strange red beam. This was his final resort, an 8th-tier triggered spell he left for himself before falling into Dragon Fan. Calamity Ray. This ray, infused with a fragment of the Regicide Star's energy, could completely destroy a dragon's brain. However, Cassius foresaw this attack with the foresight ability of the Heaven's Calamity Dragon Eye. Without hesitation, he let his reverse scale intercept it. As the red beam made contact, the scale quickly shattered, and the film of vitality light enshrouded him, rendering the red dragon almost invincible. Boom. Cassius charged through the beam, fully extending his jaws and unleashing his breath with all his might. This breath released all of Cassius's energy, along with the elemental ores he had taken from the Ashen Kingdom's treasury, nearly constituting the most devastating breath of his life. Due to the extreme temperature, the flame had turned nearly pure white. The blazing white pillar of fire instantly engulfed Vagnard's human head, piercing through the monster's massive body. Ultimately, the breath created a massive charred hole through its chest, penetrating front to back. Roar. The monster thrashed violently, but to no avail. With its core lifeless, the stitched-together heads, limbs, and wings all drooped powerlessly, and the monstrous, twisted body collapsed with a quake-like tremor. With the sound of metal breaking, the Polar Night Demon Tower slowly crumbled, turning into ruins. Cassius looked down from the sky, finally descending onto the monster's corpse, standing on a monstrous dragon head and roaring skyward. Roar. The clouds dispersed, revealing the night sky once more. The Regicide Star Phantom in the night sky lost its magical guidance, gradually becoming illusory and eventually dissipating. All creatures affected by the spell and thrown into Dragon Fan slowly regained their sanity, their eyes gradually clearing. Chapter 223. Chapter 148. Master of Dragons AO. In the distance, amidst the crumbling ruins, there came a weak roar. That was the young white dragon, Tania. She was buried under the collapsed buildings, feeling pain all over her body. Her simple mind was unusually muddled, only remembering seeing a terrifying red star. Then, like falling into a dream, she only had some fragmented images left. The white dragon, charred black all over, but extraordinarily resilient, struggled to push aside the debris and dragged her scarred body out of the ruins. Her head, covered in tiny rocks, emerged as her eyes slowly opened. Her vertical pupils suddenly enlarged, and her jaw slightly dropped. At this moment, Tania saw a sight she would never forget in her entire life. The red dragon was standing on the colossal body of a monstrous beast, as large as mountains. He spread his wide wings and roared with overwhelming authority. The nearly 20-meter-long muscular dragon body was covered with bright, armor-like hard scales. The large, swept-back horns on his head resembled a crown, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. The monster beneath his feet emitted a familiar scent. It was her nemesis for 100 years, Vagnard, who she had wanted to kill countless times. So big, so strong. Tania thought excitedly. Her simple brain couldn't hold too many words, so these were the only ones she could think of. From birth, possessing a special bloodline, she had been the most powerful presence in her tribe. Her nestmates even starved to death because they couldn't snatch food from her mouth, leaving her as the sole hatchling. Even when her mother was killed and she was imprisoned in the Polar Night Demon Tower, Tania always held onto her instinctual pride, never bowing to these humble humans. But now for the first time, the white dragon saw an existence that she could truly look up to. The joy of her enemy being killed, the admiration for strength, and an indescribable emotion filled the young white dragon's heart, making her heart pound and her short tail begin to sway. Is this white dragon awake too? Cassius also noticed the awakened white dragon. The red dragon felt slightly relieved since she was the first genuine true dragon retainer under his command, even though she was a bit of a white beast. But at least she possessed a noble ancestral dragon bloodline. If she had been struck dead by his own lightning, it would have been a real shame. Although she almost got me killed, she is still a true dragon. Thinking of this, Cassius let out a low whistle. A golden beam of vitality descended from the sky, showering the white dragon's scarred body and rapidly healing her wounds. Dragon's breath. However, this white dragon had endured hundreds of years of bloodletting, flesh extraction, and experimentation by Wagner, leaving her body extremely weak. If it was an ordinary white dragon, she would have long met Tiamat by now. This spell could only barely heal her external wounds. Oh. Tania felt the gradually recovering vitality in her body and let out a joyful hum. She pulled her entire body out of the rubble, joyfully approaching Cassius. She bowed down, pressing her head against the ground in submission, exposing her vulnerable neck. Cassius watched the white dragon's wagging tail. Suddenly, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over him, like when he saw the family dog of the child. But he still tried to maintain a dignified posture and said to the white dragon Cassius Clawbone Eryxius, "Your future master, remember this name." Tania lifted her head slightly, nervously uttering the first draconic words she had learned master, very good. Cassius was quite pleased with this. Due to the magical nature of true dragons, their mutual submission was contractual, forming effects similar to the classic 7-tier spell Dragonkin Oath. This proved that the white dragon's submission was genuine and heartfelt. Hearing the response, Tania was overwhelmingly happy. Master, she repeated the somewhat unfamiliar draconic word. The white dragon eagerly approached, licking the red dragon's claws and rubbing her scaly face against his sturdy foreleg, seemingly expressing affection. Her tail kept wagging. Cassius couldn't help but pull back his foreleg, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Could it be this white dragon is in heat? Having no time for these trivial matters, Cassius looked at the interface, which had long since refreshed with many messages. He had been focused on the tense battle from start to finish, without paying attention. Now he could finally browse the refreshed interface messages. Achievement unlocked. Master of Dragons, Master of Dragons. Dragons are usually proud creatures. To become their master, you may need to spend hundreds of years raising one from an egg. Even the weakest white dragon often turns on those who naively and arrogantly think themselves as masters. Unless you possess far stronger power than the dragon, never attempt to make a dragon submit. However, sometimes a stronger dragon becomes the master of other dragons, which often happens among the evil 5-color dragons. Aloysius, Dragon Scholar, unlocked passive trait. Thin ancestral dragon bloodline, you trace back the bloodline of over 10,000 years ago, feeling the remnants of ancient giant dragons. Your body will grow larger, your breath will become more deadly, and your form will approach those ancient and mighty ancestor giant dragons. Your retainers will also share in this great honor, gaining further evolution. Cassius felt powerful seeds of strength enter his body, flowing through the burning blood vessels of dragon blood, eager to grow and be released. He closed his eyes slightly, countless visions of the past appearing in his mind. Those mountain-sized, various-shaped giant dragons roared, spreading their 1,000-meter-wide, sky-covering wings. It was hard to imagine such immense life forms once existed in the world. Farther away, there were endless colorful metallic discs, symbols of the 9-faced dragon god Ao. In the dragon heritage passed down through generations, God Ao chose to focus his will, not only to live in an elemental world, but also to bestow the mortal bloodline with the life and soul of elements themselves. To harbor the terrifying power of the living elements, Ao had to use tremendous strength and resilience to shape the mortal bloodline. Thus, he created the most powerful mortal creatures, dragons. This was also the origin of the original ancestor dragons, some of whom were on par with deities, including the now famous Dragon Queen Tiamat and the Platinum Dragon King Bahamut. Cassius's body trembled slightly, finally feeling the weight of this power. This is the ancestral dragon, so why has it come to this? Today's dragons had thin bloodlines, weakened countless times, yet they remain immensely powerful, holding a significant place in various realms. This made Cassius think of the ancient glory of dragonkin rule. Chapter 224, Chapter 149, Promotion and Magic Withering Such Enviable Power. Cassius couldn't help but marvel. In front of the illusions of those ancestral dragons, even Tiamat's terrifying form seemed to be lacking something. But he speculated that the Dragon Queen probably did not look the same in ancient times. How could the deity of the giant dragons who ruled the world be just an ordinary weak divine power? However, this was just his speculation. Cassius looked at the panel again, which had refreshed with many more lines of information. You have killed the Dragon Fan Black Wizard Vagnard, challenge level 16, and earned 15,000 XP. You have killed the White Dragon Centaur. You have killed the White Dragon Knoll. You have killed the Vagnard's Dragon Mania Spawn, challenge level 19, and earned 22,000 XP. This destruction of the Polar Night Demon Tower awarded him a huge amount of experience, totaling 50,000. Adding the 20,000 experience from killing Solium's incarnation of Winter a while ago, he had enough to level up again with some surplus. Most of this experience was derived from Vagnard and the monsters he transformed into, while those dragonified creatures killed along the way also accumulated a lot of experience. If Cassius were an ordinary player template, without the level cap, this experience would be enough to push him straight to level 15. You have chosen to level up True Dragon Sorcerer to level 12 with innate spell casting of the Dragonkin. Your current casting level is 15. Cassius couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation, sulfur-smelling smoke puffing out of his nostrils. Reaching a casting level of 15 was a new milestone for a true dragon sorcerer. It meant he could now cast 8th tier spells without external assistance. Exploring the 8th layer of the magic web was a level that countless mages couldn't attain even in a lifetime. Gained additional dragon spell, Magic Withering 8th tier enchantment. The dragon shoots an anti-magic ray from one raised claw. The dragon must make a touch attack to hit a target creature. If successful, the ray dispels all effects caused by spells, spell-like abilities, or magical items on the target. Additionally, magical items carried by the target become permanently damaged unless they succeed in a will save. Cassius's breathing became rapid. Anti-magic, removal of magical effects and damaging of magical items. This is the Dragonkin version of Mordenkainen's Disjunction. Mordenkainen's Disjunction was a famous spell in his past life. Once, a daring mage player snuck into a deity's church and disjoined a holy chalice into an ordinary cup, triggering the deity's curse as desired. He was chased and killed by the church's legendary guardians over 100 times, before signing a slave contract to work for 300 years just to survive. And this spell was extremely powerful for Cassius as well. Spell Nullification Barrier only blocked spells of the 5th tier or lower. It had long fallen behind his combat level advancements. His current opponents were Frost Giant Chieftains and Vagnard, beings nearly at the legendary level. They had countless means above the 6th tier, and Magic Withering undoubtedly gave his anti-magic abilities a qualitative leap. If he had Magic Withering before, there wouldn't have been a need to collect intelligence and meticulously plan with ramp. He could have just flat-out dismantled the Polar Night Demon Tower. Gained additional dragon spell, All-Knowing Eye 4th tier Divination, Transmutation. The dragon's eyes flash briefly with bright light, opening its mind to every object nearby. You gain immense vision, allowing you to see everything clearly in the surrounding area and become immune to blindness effects. Furthermore, if you have target vision, you can cast the Will-o'-the-Wisp effect on any invisible creature or object nearby, though doing so ends the All-Knowing Eye immediately. A very interesting spell, a combination of divination and transmutation. Though the spell rank is not high, the effect is obvious. This was Cassius's assessment. Though the Heaven's Calamity Dragon Eye was good, being a 7th tier spell, it could only be cast twice a day, given his casting level. The All-Knowing Eye compensated for this shortfall, proving effective in situations where using a sledgehammer to crack a nut wasn't necessary, conserving his already scarce spell slots. As information refreshed, the vast spell knowledge flowed into Cassius's mind, causing his brain, just recovered from resisting the Dragon Mania, to ache slightly. Although he had already cast 8th and even 9th tier spells using the Eye of the Storm King in the past, that was with external aid. He was more like an indirect, foolproof operator, using the Eye as a medium to cast spells. Now he needed to rely solely on his own will to control the 8th tier spells, a world of difference between the two. It had only been a few months since he first mastered 7th-tier spells. His ascent was simply rocket-like. And as a dragon sorcerer, the number of spells he memorized far exceeded that of ordinary sorcerers. Ordinary sorcerers specialized in a few spells, more like magical artillery, needing only their confidence to influence and cast spells. Mages humorously referred to them as barbarians with magic wands, but this required expertise and understanding to support the spells. Simply put, Cassius's intelligence wasn't quite up to the task. Thankfully, at level 12, he had the opportunity to enhance his attributes every 4 levels. Your occupational level has increased to 12. You can choose to upgrade 2 points of normal attributes, 1 point of special attributes for attributes above 20, or an additional feat choose to increase intelligence to 16. With the influx of invisible power to his mind, Cassius immediately felt clear-headed. His memory, analytical ability, and logical thinking improved substantially. His intelligence finally leaped to close to the level of Ram from 7 years ago, though it sounded a bit strange. His headache eased slightly. Cassius carefully browsed the magic withering in his mind. This 8th-tier dragon spell was similar to the spell Nullification Barrier, but much more complex by an order of magnitude. He expected it to take several months to fully master the spell. After all, red dragons were considered magical creatures, and if he didn't master the spell properly and ended up disjoining himself with an anti-magic ray, it would absolutely become a joke to be widely spread among metal dragons, one that could make Bahamut laugh out loud. Finally, it's over. The red dragon finished digesting the basic spell knowledge, regained his senses, and slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned to find Tania had already licked his forepaw clean, the long claws shining with a luster, the rough tongue almost polishing the surface to a patina. Roar, roar. The white dragon looked up at him innocently, her tongue slightly sticking out, tail wagging, eyes full of eagerness. Cassius. It seemed that wild white dragons indeed lacked manners and needed a thorough makeover. Chapter 225, Chapter 150. Tania's wind-making spell Northwind Castle, inside the council hall. Your Majesty, that is the current situation. Forgive my incompetence. Lord Ramp said he neither had the ability nor the authority to restrain Lady Tania, so he could only confine her here temporarily and wait for your return to make a decision. The Tiefling Guard Captain Damicus stood before the red dragon, head bowed, and reported respectfully. Cassius looked at the white dragon rummaging through the hall and making a complete mess, his face darkening slightly as he began to suspect that this white dragon's ancestral lineage came from some kind of dog called a husky. He had only been away for 2 days experimenting with spells, and no one in Northwind Castle could restrain Tania. Those great goblins and tiefling guards were entirely dismissed by the white dragon. Even Ramp was exasperated by this, and could only use the force wall technique to confine this troublesome creature in the hall. After all, to this white dragon with a thin ancestral bloodline, these little creatures were just tasty meat. Only other dragons could be seen as equals. Fortunately, the constraints of the dictator's rule were in place. Otherwise, she might have curiously eaten some humans for a snack. Tania stopped that at once. Hearing the familiar voice and sensing the anger in Cassius's tone, the white dragon immediately quieted down, obediently sitting on the ground, looking entirely different from her previous tantrum-manifesting self. Is this how you behave when I'm away? Where is your dignity as a dragon? Master. Tania cautiously retracted her wings, lowered her head, and whimpered as if begging for forgiveness. Cassius looked around at the scattered scrolls and shattered bookshelves, his anger rising, and proceeded to pin down the white giant dragon for a furious beating. For defying the rules. For tearing apart the place. Even though she possessed an ancestral dragon bloodline and was older, the gap between a red dragon and a white dragon was too vast. Moreover, Cassius was a variant dragon with a highly traced bloodline, far larger than other red dragons of the same age. Thus, to the white dragon, his strength was crushing. Not only was his body several sizes bigger, but the red dragon's thick limbs and tail were nearly twice as large as this lean white dragon. Whack, whack, whack. The red dragon used its left paw to pin her neck to the ground, while the right paw continuously slapped her, producing loud, crisp sounds. Ave. Tania lay on the ground, unable to move, and could only howl, her tail held high, yet she dared not and could not fight back. Having been confined in the tower for a century, her combat ability was mediocre, but her endurance of pain was maxed out. After howling a few times, Tania found that it wasn't as painful as anticipated and even became somewhat accustomed to it. Her simple, single-threaded mind started to ponder things other than pain. So big, so strong. It's normal to be beaten by such a powerful dragon. Tania slightly turned her head, watching the muscular arm that firmly pinned her down, then closed her eyes, thinking to herself, "It seems a good beating is necessary." White dragons, these beasts, only respond to force, like wild dogs. Just as Cassius was embracing this dog training philosophy to vent his frustration, he suddenly noticed something strange about this female dragon's expression. Contrary to his expectation, her face, which he deemed passable in dragon aesthetics, did not show pain and regret. Instead, it bore some kind of dark satisfaction. Cassius, could this white dragon have awakened some peculiar attribute? The red dragon released his paw, stepped back a few paces, and gazed at the perverted white dragon with shock. Tania still seemed immersed in the one-sided beating, her body pressed to the floor, tail raised, moaning softly without feeling the expected pain. So she opened her eyes in surprise, meeting Cassius's gaze directly. This white dragon had been beaten black and blue. The ground was even littered with broken teeth and scales. Cassius certainly hadn't held back, using 60 to 70% of his strength. Oh. Yet she still wagged her tail ingratiatingly, her eyes even showing a strong sense of anticipation. Cassius's furious lesson caused the ground to tremble slightly. The uninformed residents of Northwind Castle thought an earthquake had occurred, stirring up chaos in the city until a tiefling city guard arrived to barely calm the situation. Oh. Tania lowered her head, gently rubbing her body as if to apologize proactively. Cassius sighed with a grim face, struggling to maintain his sternness as he gave orders, "Clean this mess up. Don't let me find you destroying anything again, understand?" Facing this perverted white dragon, he hardly had a better way to manage her. Was she loyal as a retainer? Beyond doubt, as the dragonkin oath of the magic web never lied, but she was also quite a nuisance. One must know, according to the dragonkin legacy, white dragons scorn interactions with others of their kind, except for the opposite sex. They inclined towards physical pleasures and often mated solely for the joy of it. And this particular white dragon seemed to have found a unique pleasure. Carefully, she opened her jaws a little and breathed out gentle breezes that swept the debris on the ground. Ave. She raised her head proudly, emitting a triumphant hum as if seeking praise. Cassius felt the slight ripples in the magic web within his domain and was immediately astonished. Is this the wind-making spell? This smarty white dragon can even cast spells? It's known that older white dragons share similar intelligence with humans and typically gain the lowest casting level only at adulthood. Before then, they barely manage a cloud mist technique, yet this white dragon could already perform a wind-making spell, a spell that's a lofty second tier. Cassius opened the retainer panel to check. White dragon with extremely thin ancestral lineage, Tania. Challenge level 10. Dragonkin innate casting level 5. This meant she could learn third-tier spells. This level of innate spell casting for an ordinary white dragon was only achievable at old age. Tania, however, had reached it at a youthful stage, indicating extraordinary talent. Even white dragons, known for their shameful intelligence as white beasts, could cast spells. No wonder mages referred to magicians as barbarians with magic wands. Dragonkin's innate spell casting is equivalent to magician levels, with spell release entirely reliant on their deep thinking power, impacting the magic web through sheer confidence. Truly the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Even the so-called extremely thin bloodline brings a qualitative enhancement. Thinking this, Cassius casually summoned a magic mirror to contact Ramp, who was researching in the Mage Tower. Chapter 226. Chapter 151. Steel Palace. As the magical aura flickered, Ramp's ugly face appeared once again on the mirror, filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. "Master, you have arrived just in time. This time we have looted the Polar Knight Demon Tower's inventory and found over 100 spell scrolls among the ruins, including 1 9th-tier spell, 2 8th-tier spells, 3 7th-tier spells, 5 6th-tier spells, and 11 5th-tier spells, most of which are necromancy and enchantment spells. As for the lower-tier spells, they are too numerous to count." Ramp took a piece of parchment handed over by a subordinate, put on gold-framed glasses, and continued reading. The sole 9th-tier spell is the Regicide Star Phantom cast by Wagner before his death, sealed in the tower's underground with various vicious necromancy spells. It took us dozens of casualties to retrieve it. For such a significant item, I dare not make a decision on my own and have resealed it as a forbidden artifact in accordance with your instructions, preparing to send it to your treasury. Additionally, we found hundreds of dragon vein experimental subjects and a vast amount of research data in the tower. I must say, Wagner had a profound understanding of dragon veins. I have worked tirelessly day and night these past few days to summarize portions of this confidential material and seal it into the kingdom's archives. The kingdom's spellcasters are still conducting further research on it, which is expected to take 3 to 5 years to fully digest these research findings. This quarter, the Ashen Kingdom's social order has gradually stabilized, the economy has steadily recovered, and various taxes have reached 52,000. The ogre mage adjusted his glasses and continued excitedly, his words pouring out in a torrent. Moreover, we have already developed. As Cassius listened, he was almost about to yawn. Despite his intelligence reaching 16, being bombarded with so much information at once still made him a bit irritable. As a naturally lazy red dragon, he was more accustomed to being a hands-off ruler, leaving the kingdom's affairs to his subordinates. So he immediately interrupted Ramp. Summarize all of this and present it to me as a written report in a couple of days. Don't waste my time here. Yes, I understand. Seemingly aware of the red dragon's impatience, Ramp quickly shut his mouth and respectfully responded. I didn't summon you here for these trivial matters. Oh. A head poked out from beside the red dragon. Tania was curiously looking at the image in the magic mirror. Seeing the white dragon's head, Ramp's face froze for a moment, immediately understanding the red dragon's intent in summoning him. This white dragon had indeed caused him quite some trouble. As a noble true dragon, even Ramp, the loyal retainer of the red dragon, dared not easily provoke her. But as the kingdom's regent minister, he couldn't stand idly by while she damaged buildings. In the end, he had no choice but to use the force wall technique to confine her. Ramp's mind raced, instantly thinking of several scenarios, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. After weighing his options, Ramp sincerely admitted his mistake. Master, I am truly incompetent, unable to properly accommodate Lady Tania, so I could only confine her with spells. If you find it inappropriate, I can. Cassius frowned, interrupting him once again. I'm not here to hold you accountable. Then what do you mean? Ramp took out a golden silk handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Cassius signaled to Tania beside him, and the white dragon immediately caught on, blowing a smug breath of wind. Tania has innate spell-casting abilities. I hope you can teach her some practical spells, such as the shape-shifting spell and invisibility spell. Also, it would be best if you could teach her the most basic etiquette of the kingdom. Ramp's expression froze. After a long silence, he finally forced a strained smile, his forehead drenched with sweat. Lady Tania is very talented, but for the past decade, the Dragon Vein Ogre Mage had exhausted himself trying to reform the smarty ogres in his tribe. It took a lot of effort to see some improvement. Now he faced an even more stubborn and powerful white dragon, who couldn't be beaten or scolded, making him feel suffocated. I will do my best. Seeing the red dragon's uncompromising gaze, Ramp put on a smile worse than crying. I will gather the kingdom's spellcasters periodically, utilizing the kingdom's entire strength to train Lady Tania, ensuring we live up to your expectations. After a moment of thought, Ramp finally thought of a way to share the responsibility, unhesitatingly passing this troublesome task to all the kingdom's spellcasters. After all, he couldn't suffer alone. Very good. Cassius nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Tania looked at the magical image curiously, not understanding any of this. Cassius seemed to recall something and asked Ramp, By the way, is my palace construction complete? He naturally referred to the steel Dragonwing Palace on the outskirts of town. The red dragon felt the need to hibernate to digest the power of his ancestral dragon bloodline. Hibernating in Northwind Castle was dangerous, as it might inadvertently turn half the city into volcanic magma fields. Ramp replied, We consumed a large amount of faction contribution, dispatched more than 300 Starfallen, and deployed 27 Frost Giant slaves. They worked day and night, and aside from some additional decorations, the palace is essentially complete. But for some reason, the Starfallen have recently been very eager to accept tasks. Cassius thought to himself, naturally, it was because the server was about to close, and these players wanted to make the most of their last chance. Good, I understand. Master, I will go prepare the report now. Ramp respectfully took his leave. Once the red dragon left the screen, he cut off the magical image. Cassius then walked out of the hall and took to the sky, flying towards the outskirts, with the white dragon following closely behind. The brand-new steel dragon-wing palace finally appeared before him. Constructed against a mountain, the palace was incredibly majestic and magnificent. The main hall of the palace stood nearly 30 meters high, housing a massive steel throne. The side halls were similarly grand, resembling broad dragon wings. Relying on the Ashen Kingdom's abundant resources, the immense strength of frost giant slaves, and the diverse methods of the players, such a palace was built in just a few months. Cassius even saw several tower cranes made by the mechanical god cult, momentarily making him think he had returned to his original world. However, for Cassius, the palace was just a facade. His true nest was in a warm cave dug into the mountain, with enough space to accommodate his hibernation. But beside him, Tania waved her wings, revealing fear on her face. She sensed a familiar spell fluctuation, that of Agnard's Dragon Binding Array, a powerful 8th-tier spell that had bound her for 100 years. This undoubtedly stirred deep-seated fear within Tania. The unused array from Greyhawk was quietly placed in the left side hall. Cassius finally revealed his true purpose for this visit. He grabbed the white dragon by the neck, ignoring her struggles, and brought her to the array. The red dragon pressed her head against the array, smiling menacingly. "Cause trouble again, and I'll lock you up for another 100 years. Do you understand?" Tania flailed her wings wildly, letting out a panicked scream. Chapter 227, Chapter 152. Arrangements from all parties inside the steel Dragonwing Palace. Cassius lay sprawled on the throne, exhaling a breath of sulfur-laden heat. By now, the players should be leaving soon. When the game officially opens, it will be 4 years from now. All the facilities that were originally in the Council Hall were moved here intact, especially the incredibly rich collections in the Red Dragon Treasury, which were being continuously transported to the deepest part of the cavern by immensely powerful frost giant slaves under strict surveillance. Even so, it took several days to complete. Those poor slaves were even blindfolded, only able to follow the overseer's instructions to move the treasures. Tens of thousands of gold coins were piled like mountains, adorned with crystal-clear gems and crystals of various colors. Over 100 magic equipment pieces gleamed brightly. Scattered all around were vast amounts of elemental ores, and even the extremely rare 9th-tier spell scrolls were hidden among the treasures. This was the Red Dragon's treasure trove. All the entrances to the cavern had been sealed off with rocks created by spells, and the only accessible point was locked with a high-rank arcane lock. The entrance was further protected by dozens of hidden guardian inscriptions, and outside the main gate were over 100 fully armed great goblin guards, capable of killing any unwelcome guest. The Red Dragon even somewhat hoped for adventurers to come, as it might increase his inventory. Ramp originally wanted to name the structure Dragon King's Treasure Mountain, but for certain reasons, Cassius changed it. As the most greedy of dragons, the Red Dragon was quite proud of this. Sometimes he would take out some gold coins from the treasury to eat, increasing the gold element in his body, and thereby enriching his gilded scales. Tania, a fellow dragon, could never understand this and often questioned her existence as a dragon, wondering how any dragon could be extravagant enough to swallow precious gold coins. At the palace gate, tiefling guards patrolled back and forth. There were even bipedal wyverns perched on the watchtowers outside the palace. Any intruder without permission would be torn to pieces. At this moment, Cassius was reviewing the report presented by Ramp. Having integrated the lands originally belonging to the Rackman and Norton duchies, along with the previously held Stormy Ridge and newly occupied Glacier regions, the total area now covered nearly 200,000 square kilometers. But these areas were mostly sparsely populated. Even counting the Dragon Vein descendants, there were only about 400,000 citizens. Given the medieval level of productivity, the Ashen Kingdom was already struggling to manage this vast territory. Population census, tax collection, and other administrative tasks were proceeding in an orderly manner, but it was estimated to take several more years to fully establish. Ramp had learned a lot of advanced management knowledge from the players, but how to adapt it to local conditions remained a challenge. Due to the vast territories and reliance on war, the Rackman duchies' princes and great nobles owned large heritable lands. They forced the poor to perform labor, forming the so-called serfdom, and established economic and legal systems based on labor-driven manners. This was not unique. Almost all northern countries' duchies adopted this seemingly backward system, at least ensuring their noble private armies fighting power, benefiting from the conflicts. However, this was clearly unsuitable for the current Ashen Kingdom. After all, most of the former nobles had been slaughtered by the enraged tieflings, and even the thousands of serfs on the Rackman family's manor were declared free. The Red Dragon was more inclined to establish a centralized empire. While looking at these tedious data, Cassius could not help but yawn. Fortunately, he did not need to be overly distracted by these matters, only needing to give general directions and act as a figurehead. The real headaches fell to the ruling ministers, whose days would become even tougher during the player's absence. Just at this moment, a tiefling guard reported at the door. "Your Majesty, Lord Mesulash has arrived. Let him in." Yes. The heavy palace doors slowly opened, and Mesulash walked in with steady steps, calmly kneeling before Cassius. "How did the task I assigned you go?" "I have successfully completed the handover with that player. As per your instructions, I found some humans of clear background who had suffered oppression from the Rackman Duchy as the candidates for the Nocturne unit. They will become the kingdom's sharpest daggers in the night." Very well. Cassius had decided to entrust the leadership of the Nocturne to Mesulash. This was partly because the tiefling tribes were already tied to the kingdom's chariot, making betrayal impossible. It was also because Mesulash was always decisive in killing and had the power to control undead, making him not averse to dealing with such shady activities. After all, players were too uncontrollable, especially notorious ones like Swashbuckler. It was better to let him be a mascot. Assassination and raid missions were fine, but the truly secret matters could never be entrusted to them. But Cassius did not know the story behind this successful handover. Swashbuckler had howled and even challenged Mesulash to a duel, ending up beaten black and blue before conceding defeat. The gathered players watched gleefully, clapping and cheering. The task of collecting intelligence on the various duchies should be put on the agenda. After the training is completed, you will dispatch these vampires to the northern countries. As the kingdom's realm expands, we cannot rely solely on the intelligence of those serpent folk. Cassius paused and then continued. 4 years. Within 4 years, I want to see detailed intelligence on all countries. As for the additional funding, I'll write an order for you. You can go to the ruling ministers for it." "Yes, master." Mesulash responded respectfully. His expression was calm, showing neither joy nor dismay, simply following orders. For a tiefling, this assignment undoubtedly expanded his power. Cassius's plans for Nocturne were not limited to external targets. This would give Mesulash leverage over other factions, but also attract suspicion and hostility. But this was insignificant, as the kingdom's power structure was extremely simple, built on extreme individual might. As long as he clung firmly to the Red Dragon's massive pillar-like leg, any trouble could be easily resolved. Mesulash was well aware of this, and often led by example. Recently, the kingdom had been booming with various matters following closely. As soon as Mesulash left, the tiefling guards at the door reported again. "Your Majesty, Lord Frederick from the Hall of Dragon Oath requests an audience. So many things are happening lately that there's no time to rest." Cassius opened his eyes, which had just begun to close, and slowly lifted his head, exhaling a cloud of gray smoke with some impatience. But the Red Dragon still said let him in. Chapter 228, Chapter 153, Grand Clothing Celebration. The square of Northwind Castle was already bustling with activity. The best red wine from Northwind Castle Frost Wool Fur Coat, a luxurious decoration for the northern nobility Rackman Fine Steel Greatsword, the former most beloved weapon of the ruler of Northwind Castle. Now selling with tears in my eyes, only 180 gold coins, looking for teammates to play after the server opens. No Wild Sorcerers. No Wild Sorcerers Guild recruiting. Magic Coin, the fantasy world for all Mage Master enthusiasts. Players gathered as if celebrating a festival, shouting incessantly. They wore garish outfits, or even no clothes at all, and celebrated loudly on the square, striking some indecent poses. Even those residents who were accustomed to the chaos of Starfallen quickly shut their doors and windows, fearing their children would be corrupted by this group of crazies. However, many city folks who smelled business opportunities set up stalls in the square, ready to rip off this group of inexplicably excited players. Mantis sat on the back of a bipedal wyvern, overlooking the singing and dancing players, feeling a mix of emotions. "Sigh, the beta test is finally ending. I feel a bit reluctant." "What are you getting so emotional about?" We'll be back in a month. Singo took a sip of wine and muttered. Mantu retorted, what do you know? I'm reluctant to part with Noodle. I'll be back in a month, but according to the official announcement, 4 years will pass in Erez by then. He stroked the long neck of the wyvern and muttered, Noodle, Noodle, in these 4 years, you must behave and wait for me. Don't go looking for other knights. Such disgraceful behavior is called a minotaur in my hometown, and it's a very serious crime. Oh. The bipedal wyvern let out a cheerful howl, obviously not understanding what he was saying. Singo heard Mantu's words and laughed, nearly spitting out his drink upon seeing Mantu's serious expression. Only then did Mantu notice the finely packaged cocktail in his hand. His eyes widened with disbelief. What? Are you crazy? Have you been possessed too? Why are you making a fuss? Singo glanced disdainfully and continued savoring his drink. Mantu, enumerating like a treasure, said, This is the famous Fire Witch's Kiss from the Sleeping Mermaid Tavern, reputed to be the most expensive drink. Just one bottle costs 20 gold coins and is said to provide the stimulating sensation of being tangled with a succubus, yet it offers no enhancement at all. Someone like you, who only cares about increasing strength, buying something purely for enjoyment. He drew his sword and pointed it at Singo, righteously questioning. Speak. Who are you? Where is the real Exion dog? Singo sneered. Stop acting crazy. This is a rare item personally given to me by Alger to reward my contribution to the Red Scale Conqueror. How about it? Want a sip? Mantu's eyes immediately lit up, his face turning extremely obsequious. Exion dog. No, Father Exant, I'll just have a taste. All right, look at you, so unpromising. Let me call War Maniac and Autumn Rain, and we'll find a tavern to drink until the server closes. Okay, if you don't let me drink, be careful. I'll report you for drunk driving. The two of them landed on the ground, skillfully dismounting the wyvern. Hey, you guys are here. Summer Night, Autumn Rain, and Natural War Maniac had been waiting here for a long time. Even Swashbuckler, who had been beaten black and blue, was there. Mantu was a bit puzzled. Brother Lang, you have insider info. Where did the mechanical god cult people go? I haven't seen any of them. He didn't ask about Swashbuckler's injuries. After all, wasn't it normal for this guy to get beaten? Swashbuckler's face was recovering at a visible speed, making one marvel at the powerful regenerative ability of vampire constitution. A gloating smile appeared on that pallid face. You mean the steel torrent? They're busy with handovers. The mechanical god cult's food processing plants, military manufacturing plants, and other projects are all getting top-level attention from the kingdom. Since last month, they've been busy training the natives in their factories and handing over to various tasks. They aren't allowed to leave until they complete their tasks. They're probably still working overtime, explaining the operation steps of the equipment to the natives. Truly a ruthless bunch. Sweat broke out on Mantu's forehead. He could hardly imagine enduring a month of high-intensity work. It seemed the people of the mechanical god cult were true maniacs deserving of such a grueling job. Moreover, Steel Torrent was found by the prosecutors to have embezzled public funds to create personal armor. Now he's in a huge debt. If he doesn't work harder, he might even lose his guild leader position. Summer Night, Autumn Rain mercilessly added. Mantus sighed and thought to himself, this might be the price of showing off. But thinking about Steel Torrent laughing wildly in his armor, it all felt natural and well-deserved. Hey, look at that event. Why are there so many people? Natural War Maniac, looking at the crowd gathered in the distance, patted his bald head, feeling curious. Not sure, maybe it's some server closure benefits. Let's go have a look. Mantu and the others got interested and immediately went to check it out. Relying on his tall and strong body, Natural War Maniac pushed through the crowd and finally saw that there were several beautiful serpentfolk women. Behind them were hundreds of exquisitely decorated metal boxes. Lord Cassius, in gratitude for your significant contributions to the kingdom, has taken out precious treasures from his treasury to generously reward the brave warriors. You should know Lord Cassius's grace is rare. First come, first served. We only charge a small, insignificant fee in gold coins. The serpent folk's seductive voices made people's minds go numb, but what excited them more were the metal boxes behind them. A panel appeared on the boxes. Special item. Cassius's treasure. Chance to obtain common to rare level magic equipment. No. Each box costs 5 gold coins. What the? Isn't this just a gacha? Is there a guaranteed drop? Today, I'll show you what a Europe King is. Can't hold it. I'm ready for a 10 draw. The players were initially attracted by the beautiful serpent folk. Upon seeing the information on those boxes, they caused an even bigger uproar. Some players, well-versed in gacha games, had hands trembling slightly, their brains struggling to control those sinful hands itching to draw the loot. This gacha mechanism was the root of all evil. Various game companies used this to rake in massive profits, leaving countless players gutted, yet it remained ever popular, with a continuous influx of eager participants. Whether the players lost money or not, the house never did. This was a carefully prepared setup by Cassius for the players. These beta players simply had too much money. If this continued, how would they work hard after the server opened? This was a final harvest, a farewell swipe of the sickle on the players before the server closed. It should be known that rare-level magic equipment required at least 100 gold coins. At this stage, only large guilds or professional gamers could afford it. But a treasure costing only 5 gold coins was different. Players with some savings could afford it, and selling assets might even buy them several. And just like that, there was a chance to obtain those rare pieces of equipment that major guilds coveted. For some gambling-prone players, it was simply irresistible. What if one of them was the lucky one? This was the thought in the minds of countless watching players. Chapter 229. Chapter 154. Cassius Treasure Part 1. Come on. The official welfare event is here. I heard there's a chance to get divine gear. That good. Oh man, I've been hoarding a bunch of gold coins now that the server is about to close. This is my chance to get some good equipment. I'll go too. The news of Cassius's treasure spread like wildfire through the city, from 1 to 10, and then from 10 to 100, finally drawing over 1,000 beta testers. Crowds of people thronged the store, forming dozens of layers inside and out. Little did they know, far away in the palace dozens of miles away, Cassius lay sprawled out, observing the players' reactions through a magic mirror, a sinister smile on his face. The charm of a lottery lies in its simplicity and unpredictability. By purchasing the treasure and waiting for the draw, one hopes that their fate can change overnight in an unpredictable way. TSK. This time-tested tactic of reaping from gullible players really never fails. No matter what, I won't lose out. Oh. Tania tilted her head, letting out a puzzled howl. She didn't understand and thought these humans were idiots. All the equipment Cassius put in the boxes was worth roughly 3,000 gold coins, mostly junk picked from Rackman Kingdom's inventory and some spoils left by poor adventurers. He put these items in boxes priced at 5 gold coins each, allowing him to reap a profit of over 100%. 1,000 fiery gazes were focused on the exquisitely decorated metal boxes, inscribed with the majestic emblem of the red dragon, impervious to all forms of magical peeking. Nocturne Psalm watched the boxes from the crowd, as if seeing piles of gold coins, licking his lips. If I could steal some divine gear, wouldn't I hit the jackpot? But then he saw the bipedal wyverns patrolling the sky, and the tiefling city guard, armed to the teeth, and quickly extinguished his sneaky thoughts. What a pity! Nocturne Psalm, driven by a thief's instinct, subconsciously reached into the pocket of the player next to him. However, he forgot that this was the central area of Northwind Castle, where theft was prohibited. Bang. Damn. Who blew that up? Isn't that my pouch? Good job blowing it up. It's the Black Beast, huh? He thought he was outside. Crazy. The long toll of the bell rang, and the slender Miss Serpent Folk clapped her hands, a dazzling smile on her face. It's starting. Please line up orderly to purchase. I'll take one. I'll go first. Single draw for the miracle. Don't push me. I was here first. The players surged forward, making the shop impossibly crowded. Only the natural war maniac, using his strength and sturdy build, managed to squeeze to the front, pulling out 5 gold coins. Swish. Green light shone from the box's seams. It's out. It's out. The players shouted anxiously. With a crisp sound, a pair of rough boots appeared in front of everyone. Boots of leaping quality, uncommon item description, boots sewn from Pegasus skin, increasing your running speed by 15% and allowing you to jump 3 times farther than usual. Listen, kid. Leaping high is a man's romance. Wolfong Club or Tribe Chief Gout. Well, good stuff. The drop rate is this good. Got lucky on the first try. How generous. I want one too. Let me try. The onlookers were envious, eager to try it themselves. Although the boots were just green gear, for melee occupations they were not inferior to some blue gear, and even green gear far exceeded the value of 5 gold coins. Sir, would you like to buy more? No. The natural war maniac smiled, shaking his polished bald head. As a barbarian, his need for equipment was low, and getting a piece that suited him so well was already a big win. Players began purchasing enthusiastically, and as more equipment appeared, the sound of the clink-clink of magical aura rang out continuously. This was also deliberately set up by Cassius, borrowing tactics from some old-world game companies to give players the ultimate experience when getting items, thus making them addicted to opening boxes. These boxes could even be reused, minimizing costs to the extreme. In just a few minutes, the players had purchased over 100 boxes, showcasing their various methods, washing their faces, praying to gods, and even initiating mystic sacrifices. One more. My turn. Draw the card. Amiibo. Burning with divine power, no matter who you are. Let me get the loot. Faith power. Faith power is burning. I'm willing to trade my brother's 10 years of being single for this pull. I'm willing to sacrifice 10 years of Black Beast's life. However, the luck of this batch of players didn't seem great. Most of what they got was common junk, with only a dozen uncommon items, and no rare equipment at all. Complaints and curses rose in the crowd, as players, pretending to show off rare drops, mocked the low drop rates. The damn developers. I worked hard to save up gold coins, and all I got was a crude iron dagger. You're lucky. I got an adventurer's underwear. Refunds. I sold all my gear for boxes, only to get a duplicate helmet. Who understands my pain? What kind of beat drop rate is this? So, I only got an uncommon wand. What a scam for rare equipment. Oh dog, take my spear. Still showing off here? While we've all lost everything, you're just lucky. Now shove off. Since so few players were getting good gear, those watching hesitated, wondering if they should gamble their hard-earned savings. Cassius silently watched from his palace, thinking to himself, these people are so unlucky. I didn't rig anything, but if this doesn't sell well, I'll be at a huge loss. Should I intervene? No, wait. It seems the next box contains rare equipment. I should just wait and enjoy the show. Oh, it's him. The idea of the next player drew Cassius's attention. It was Charlotte, the president of the Magic Coin Guild, head of the Magic Affairs Office, and famously gullible individual, known as Charlotte the Lifter, meaning his actions could stir up the market, raising prices and creating miracles like a 30% increase in average market price within a day. I'll take 10 boxes. Charlotte's bold move left many poor players speechless. Damn, he's really Charlotte the Lifter. Such big spending. I've never seen a 10 draw before. I get it. It's probably the first time in a month he's buying something at the original price. Chapter 230. Chapter 155. Cassius's Treasure. Part 2. To this rare big client, the snake woman offered a dazzling smile that made one's whole body tingle and said softly, "All right, dear customer." She was about to order the strong ogres to move the chests over when she heard Charlotte's voice. No, I don't want the chests you're giving. Can I choose them myself? Huh? The snake woman showed a puzzled expression, but still politely replied, "No problem." But there really shouldn't be any difference. Big difference. Charlotte adjusted his glasses in a pretentious manner and said confidently, According to the official storyline, since it's Cassius's gift, there's bound to be some good stuff hidden inside. But considering the sneaky nature of the developers, do you think they let you easily pick out the good stuff? What if the people in front have already picked out all the good items? How would they deal with the remaining junk? Charlotte pointed to the chests, his eyes reflecting a confident light. He said loudly, "So these chests are definitely designed to first scam you for a wave of gold coins to recover the cost, and then let you get the goods. But they didn't expect me to go for the jugular." Everyone. Look closely in a moment to see what it means to achieve greatness against all odds. The onlookers, hearing Charlotte's rational argument, began to believe him. Oh my God. As expected of the president of a major guild. He's really got some skills. Makes sense. I'll follow his lead and buy it later. What a big shot. He understands the mechanics. No wonder no one drew anything good before. However, Cassius, watching everything in the royal palace, felt quite amused. You must be overthinking it. I didn't set up any rigged mechanics. You normally buy and get the item. My dear Divine Gear, where are you? Charlotte went to the back of the shop, browsing through the identical-looking chests, pretending to think deeply for a moment, and finally picked out one carefully. Looks like the first blue gear is about to appear. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, Charlotte opened the chest grandly, and a white light shone. Whoosh. Ogre's beast hide clothing quality. None item description. A rough garment made from wurg hide, worn by an ogre for several years, exuding a foul odor that might be useful for driving away annoying neighbors. The numerous expectant glances converged on the fly-covered beast hide, and the crowd instantly fell silent, with even a few scattered boos. How is this possible? Charlotte's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Turning to the skeptical crowd around him, he intentionally coughed a few times and explained, "Even I can't guess right every time. You should know that getting good items is a rare event. Besides, I still have 9 more chests. Just watch and see." He picked and chose again, selecting a chest that looked pleasing to the eye. Once more, the chest was opened. The crowd craned their necks to look. Rackham Noble's whip quality. None a whip found in the basement of an old castle, silently recounting the Rackham family's atrocities against the people. Charlotte's face instantly darkened. Noticing the crowd's schadenfreude-filled gazes, he forced a pale smile. This time it's also an accident. I still have 8 more chests. 8 chests were opened in quick succession. Great Goblin's stinky shoes. Kobold Merchant's green bandana. Lizard Folk's aged bone staff. Orc's underpants. How is this possible? Charlotte stood there in a daze, feeling as if he was about to spit out old blood. He unexpectedly drew 8 pieces of equipment that were nothing but garbage. Even beggars on the streets of Northwind Castle wouldn't want these. And he had spent a total of 50 gold coins. The onlookers were dumbfounded, whispering among themselves, marveling at his awful luck. "You're a genuine African chieftain," someone even bluntly stated, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Being mocked by hundreds of people present, the always vain Charlotte blushed with anger and couldn't help but argue, "What do you know? I'm collecting data, using this method to calculate the official drop rates and find the loopholes. Now I've achieved my goal and will soon get some good items." The crowd listened to his elaborate explanation and were actually fooled by him. But soon someone realized something was off and deliberately shouted loudly, "Then show us some good items to prove it." Yeah. Buy another one and show us." The excited onlookers stirred up the commotion. Charlotte's face turned red, breathing heavily. He clenched his teeth and finally made a decision. Slap. He slammed the table and poured out 50 gold coins from his backpack, slapping them on the table, and shouted, "Bring me 10 more. I've already found the loophole in the draw. Since single draws don't guarantee anything, I'll go for 10 consecutive draws." Wow, that's a lot of money. As expected of him. And so 10 specially selected chests were moved over by the ogres and opened simultaneously at Charlotte's command. The spectacle left many players clicking their tongues in awe. From ancient times till now, countless mage masters. I don't know how many of you became gods, but I'm praying to you. Please let me get some good items. Charlotte groaned silently in his heart. But immediately afterwards, the unimaginable happened. 10 white lights appeared in unison, reflecting off Charlotte's glasses, making his expression lifeless and ghostly pale. Underpants, jackets, headbands, cloaks. These white gears could form a luxurious beggar's outfit. How is this possible? How could there not be a single good item, not even a green gear? His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "My entire year's savings." The gorgeous snake woman approached Charlotte kindly, helping him up and kindly reminding him, "Dear customer, if you still want to buy, we also offer loan services. Considering your significant contribution, the annual interest rate is only 5%. Son of... Charlotte, seated on the ground, was so furious he almost passed out. The onlookers sighed in sympathy, laughed at his misfortune, or were relieved. Lucky I didn't buy any. This thing is a scam. Yeah. What treasure? Looks more like a junkyard. He bought 20 and still got all trash. As expected of Charlotte. This time he risked himself. We will remember your contribution. Cassius watched this scene with some anxiety. Is this event I've prepared for so long going to fall through? He has terrible luck. Even with random selection, he shouldn't draw nothing from 20 chests. He wanted to personally intervene and smack him, telling him to just open them normally to get the items. He had even held back this time, as even scamming players required sustainable development, a long-term strategy. If he scared players away at the first attempt, what had happened to their enthusiasm in the future? So Cassius ensured player satisfaction, even placing a dozen good rare items inside, to attract more players once the game officially launched. At that time, those veteran beta players would brag on forums, I got blue gear for just 5 gold coins back then. And the new players would be envious and eager to try. In this way, a never-ending stream of players would willingly jump into the pit. But Charlotte's awful luck was beyond his expectation, making him question everything. Next, several players tried their luck but were misled by Charlotte, randomly picking from the inventory, and all ended up with white lights. This is a total scam. A lesson paid in blood. Don't buy. The Sky Flying Witch looked at the beautifully decorated chests, feeling tempted. She loved collecting quirky items and brewing them into unsettling potions. Squeezing the gold coins in her hand and hesitating for a moment, she decided to buy one. You have to try everything once, and I'll treat it as a closing event. Even if I don't get anything, I can comfort the president. He's a bit pitiful. She didn't have high hopes, just wanted to join the fun. At the front, the snake woman asked, Dear customer, would you like to choose the chest yourself like they did? Sky Flying Witch giggled and waved her hand. No, I'm just here for fun. Pick one for me. Here, exactly 5 gold coins. Although it was just 5 gold coins, she still felt a bit pained, her eyes lingering reluctantly on the coins. The snake woman laughed gently and took the coins, instructing the ogres to bring a chest over. Thus, the chest originally meant for Charlotte was brought in front of Sky Flying Witch. She casually opened the chest. Clatter. A crisp sound rang out. A dazzling blue light emerged from the gap. A luxurious wand with 7 prismatic crystals embedded in it lay quietly in the chest, emitting a rich magical aura. Wand of wonder quality. Rare item description. This wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can make a target cast a spell. The target can be a creature, an object, or a point in space. The spell effect will be random, including slow spell, stinking cloud spell, and other spell effects such as turn the skin bright blue and shoot a stream of gems. Surprised? Unexpected? This is magic. Endless wonder and change. Archmage Trinade upon studying the Sea of Chaos. Huh? Sky Flying Witch's mouth dropped open in shock. The crowd was silent for a moment before it erupted in excitement. They had expected a joke, not for someone to actually get a good item. Oh my God, she got something. A rare item. It's a rare item. And it's the most valuable wand, worth at least 1,000 gold coins. A European who got lucky. Luck can't change destiny, nor can spending. In the distance, the heartbroken Charlotte was also attracted by the commotion. He looked over, half dead, and saw the rare gear in front of Sky Flying Witch. It seemed to be the chest he was supposed to open. Oh, merciless heavens, why me? Charlotte felt as if he was spitting out old blood, wishing he could lie on the ground and end his life. Sky Flying Witch, feeling the burning gazes from a crowd, seemed rather embarrassed. Quickly spotting Charlotte in the distance, she happily waved at him, wanting to share the good news with the president who had brought her along to level up. President, over here, I got something. Please stop calling me President. Call me Chieftain now, you despicable European. There is now a sad barrier between you and us Africans. Farewell. No, goodbye forever. Charlotte slumped to the ground, feeling utterly drained. He could only slowly close his eyes, already unconscious, almost about to pass away. Chapter 231, Chapter 157, Cassius Treasure, Part 2. The serpent folk woman walked over, smiling. Dear customer, you must be favored by the god of fate. Do you want to try another one? The Sky Flying Witch hesitated, clutching her magic wand nervously. She jiggled her money bag and found she had exactly 5 gold coins left. As a mage player, the consumption of various scrolls and spell materials was astronomical, and she didn't often take on tasks from the Magic Affairs office. As a result, even with the backing of a big guild like the Magic Coin, it was hard for her to save up money. I seem to always have good luck. Maybe I'll really get another rare item. Finally, she bit her lip gently and said, "All right, give me another one." The tenant was about to have the ogre fetch a box, but then the sky-flying witch whispered, "This time, can I choose it myself?" She wanted to restore her guild leader's dignity and prove that Charlotte's method was right. The serpent folk woman patiently replied, "As you wish." The sky-flying witch browsed the shelves, picking and choosing, then shyly smiled and pointed to a chest. "This one." "Yes." Her hands trembled slightly as she handed the gold coins to the serpent folk. As she handed over the money, the sky-flying witch even felt a little regret. After all, getting one item was already incredible luck. Seeking more felt greedy, and the expectant stares from those around her made her uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Charlotte watched everything silently from afar. He skillfully lit a magic cigarette, held it in his mouth, and smiled wryly. "Sigh, why go to such lengths?" Slowly, the metal box was opened. Hundreds of eyes focused on the chest, and everyone held their breaths. Could there be another rare item? No way, someone can't get two in a row. With a clatter, a blinding blue light shone through the opening. Well, the watching players gasped in unison. It was a double hit. A cloak adorned with white feathers lay quietly in the chest. Feathered cloak quality, rare item description. While wearing this cloak, you can speak its command phrase, "Fly like a bird." Doing so will cause the cloak to transform into a pair of bird-like wings on your back. The wings will shed magic feathers during flight until they all fall out, ending the flight. Do you think I'm an angel? No, just an old man who loves traveling. Albert, the traveling mage temporarily residing on Heavenly Mountain. Even the onlookers were stunned. At first, there was silence, then a huge uproar. What the heck? A single draw got a miracle. Are miracles for sale at your place? Let me get a rub. I'm about to try my luck too. They looked at the sky flying, which with not just envy, but also profound respect. This wasn't just good luck. It was like divine favor. In their eyes at that moment, the sky flying, which seemed to be surrounded by halos, with the big golden words Europe King shining above her head. Even Cassius, observing from behind the scenes, was taken aback, as he hadn't placed many good items in those chests. Even the rare equipment had been meticulously selected from his collection as the least valuable. Yet this player had drawn two rare items in a row. How is this possible? Charlotte watched the scene dazed, and the cigarette fell from his mouth. In a flashback in his mind, he saw himself boast confidently, only to draw 20 times in a row without anything good, eventually collapsing and spitting blood. This image played over and over, as if in a black and white film. The sky-flying witch, unaware of what was happening to Charlotte, excitedly approached him, holding the newly acquired cloak. "Guild leader, look. Approved it. You were right after all. Choosing it yourself has a higher chance." Her words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, shattering Charlotte's last defenses and breaking his heart into pieces. Guild leader, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Youths have a knack for instant sleep. Charlotte couldn't hear anyone's words anymore. Everything around him seemed like a silent black and white film, torturing him with the scenes of his 20 failed draws. Single draw, miracle hit. Who says there's no Europe King in this world? Olin, where's the kid who cries every day? Where's the gambler who loses every day? Brothers, charge. Put all your money in. The sky-flying witch's miraculous double hit ignited excitement among the players to open more chests. Many players followed her example, rubbing their hands eagerly for an all-in spree, racing to stuff their gold coins into Cassius' purse in the hopes of being the next lucky one. During this, players who drew equipment appeared one after another, and every time a blue glow emerged, it made the crowd envious and encouraged more people to join in. Amid the guild members' cheers, the tyrant stroked his chin. How about 100 draws at once? But these chests are limited edition. Wait, guild leader, don't act rashly. Let's observe a bit more before making a decision. Even large guilds quietly participated in the draw event, though they didn't invest too much. Initially, the tyrant, the guild leader of royalty, wanted to spend a fortune to buy 100 chests as guild property, but was stopped by the vice guild leader, Feng Yun, who suggested observing others' drop rates before deciding. After observing and calculating through hundreds of draws, Feng Yun concluded that the chests were a big trap. The more you bought, the more you'd lose. It was more profitable to buy equipment from others. After all, those casual players didn't understand the value of high-end gear. Knocking them out with gold coins was a gain and could even recruit them into the guild. In the end, to the disappointment of many, the tyrant only bought 10 chests for fun and got a green gear helmet, breaking even. Cassius noticed the forum had become extremely lively. Epic event. Huge draw on server shutdown. Does anyone really get items in this game? Sky-flying witches miracle. 2 single draws yield miracles. About the rare greatsword I drew casually from a chest. So annoying, as a scenery-seeking casual player, how did I end up with a rare battle axe? I can't even lift it. Players who drew rare equipment boasted on the forums, sparking envy among the unlucky ones. Well, trying to extend your life by drawing cards, huh? European dog eat my spear. I can't stop myself. Content causing severe discomfort, reported. Royalty Guild buying rare equipment at high prices, please contact via office. The unlucky players beat their chests and lamented why they weren't the lucky ones. They comforted themselves that it was just a fluke and resolved to be the next lucky draw and flaunted on the forums outrageously. Indeed, players' desire to compete is endless. Come on, give me your money. In the Grand Royal Palace, Cassius enthusiastically browsed the forum, wearing a sinister grin, his wings trembling slightly. Tiny, cowardly Tania curled up next to him, thinking she had done something to anger the mighty red dragon again. However, the thought of being pinned to the cold palace floor and ravaged filled her with a strange sense of excitement, making her scales stand on end. Roar? Cassius finally noticed Tania's excited expression. He looked at the white dragon as if she were an idiot, his mouth twitching slightly, thinking that this silly dragon might be completely ruined beyond saving. Chapter 232. Chapter 158. The disappearance of the player's Cassius's treasure. Did you all buy it? Mantu eagerly looked at everyone, seemingly trying to find fellow unlucky comrades. He spent all the money he got from selling dragon scales on the treasure chest, drawing 7 times in a row, but ended up with nothing but some adventurer's intimate underwear. Natural War Maniac stroked his bald head and chuckled. I got pretty lucky, pulled something quite useful from a green gear. Summer Night Autumn Rain also beamed. I got a fireball staff, and I only did it once. Mantu was on the verge of tears. Why is everyone so lucky? Am I the only one who's unlucky? But Singdo shook his head. Mantu was overjoyed, his face lit up. He thought he had found a fellow unlucky comrade and eagerly asked, you're unlucky too, right? However, Singdo replied disdainfully, I didn't buy anything at all. Just watching the fun. Isn't this event just the officials trying to milk us players? Probably want to control the gold coin in the closed beta to prevent too much gap when the official server opens. Can't believe someone would be dumb enough to put their savings into this. Really think they're that lucky? They'd be better off spending their money directly. Mantu's smile instantly froze on his face after hearing this. He patted his chest, barely comforting himself. Lucky me, I'm not the most miserable. There are those who did a 20 draw and got a pile of garbage. Charlotte, my dear brother. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and smiled in relief. In the distance, Charlotte lay on the ground as if turned into a black and white photo. Members of the Magic Coin Guild surrounded him, pouring all sorts of magic potions like mental elixir and frenzy potion into him, hoping their dear leader could recover from his tragic ordeal. Charlotte's 20-draw white light had already spread, becoming a hot topic on the forums and a spirit consolation for countless unlucky players. It was referred to alongside the single-draw double yellow egg feed of another guild member, Sky Flying Witch, as the black and white twin terrors or the Europe-Africa duo. All right, that's enough. The server closes in 3 hours. Want to taste some 20 gold coin wine? Singdo pulled out an exquisitely packaged wine bottle, deliberately shaking it so the tempting liquid glistened on the bottle's wall. A bipedal wyvern also descended beside them, its slender neck nuzzling the knight's body affectionately. Mantu was instantly pumped. Come on, let's drink till we drop. Swashbuckler hooked his arm around Mantu's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Let's go together. Rogue Beast, do you belong here? It's the last day. Don't be so stingy, right? Damn, why is your lizard biting me again? Is he targeting me? In the steel dragon-wing palace, Cassius sat cross-legged on the cold throne, closely watching the panel and keeping an eye on the magic images from all over the kingdom. On the panel, the countdown ticked by second. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, 0. The numbers finally reached 0. With no warning, the tavern's clamor halted. The square's revelry ceased. Whether in the wilderness, mechanical factories, deep mountains, or even in the bloodied maw of a lion scorpion, all players' bodies transformed into minute, shimmering light particles in an instant and vanished as if they had never existed. Despite there being only 1,000 or so players, Northwind Castle felt less lively without them. Many local residents had gotten used to the crazy bunch and found their disappearance unsettling, especially in places like Bartow City and Skur Town, where the players had started out. The tavern owner, who had just finished mixing a fine batch of wine, stood stunned staring at the empty space, unable to speak for a long while before blurting out, "Who will pay for this now? Wait, how do I control the magic circuit's disconnect? And which indicator light should I check?" "You didn't get to say yet." The factory apprentices witnessed their mentor disappear before their eyes and stood bewildered before the vast and complex machines. Roar. Playing with its prey, the lion scorpion, who had just swallowed a human whole, felt its mouth go empty and let out a frustrated and furious low growl, unable to comprehend what was happening with its small brain. In the Steel Palace, Cassius asked the magic mirror, "Any signs of anomalies?" The face of Ramp, appearing on the mirror, responded gravely, "Still nothing. We experimented with 12 players, set up control groups, and monitored over 100 players using spells but found no clues. Logically, such a large-scale teleportation, regardless of the method used, should leave traces in the magic web, even if it were divine intervention. But these Starfallen seemed to vanish into thin air without any magical fluctuation or teleportation spell residue." Cassius remained calm. "Understood. You can set this aside for now." "Yes, Master. I need to help manage the remnants of the mechanical god cult. We still lack truly intelligent spellcasters in the kingdom. I'm worried the personnel sent won't handle it correctly, causing losses." "Go ahead." As Cassius cut the connection, the mirror dimmed and Ramp's image vanished. Still no result. What kind of power lies behind this so-called game system? Maybe only by reaching the domain of deities can we glimpse the secrets behind this fog. Cassius muttered to himself, staring at the server temporarily closed sign on the panel. The Red Dragon had also given considerable attention to the server closure event, mobilizing nearly all spellcasters in the Ashen Kingdom for research, but still came up empty-handed. This only indicated that the power behind it was too high, even beyond Ramp, a high-ranked mage's comprehension. Cassius exhaled a breath of sulphurous smoke, flames emerging from his mouth, turning the palace into a fiery furnace. Fortunately, this was a brand-new palace, or another disaster would have ensued. The ancestral bloodline within me is almost uncontrollable. If not digested soon, there might be a volcanic eruption. I must enter slumber within a month. At this moment, a tiefling guard inconveniently knocked on the door to report. His hand was burnt red by the hot iron door, causing him to cry out in pain, but he endured it and reported. "Your Majesty, Frederick of the Hall of Dragon Oath seeks an audience, bringing with him 12 humans." "Let them in." Cassius responded calmly. He slightly waved his wings, and the strong force of his domain instantly soothed the magic web and calmed the raging fire elements. The surrounding hot air cooled down gradually. Looks like Frederick has chosen the first batch of people. Chapter 233. Chapter 159. Newborn Part 1. Anthony, don't dawdle. This is your first audience with His Majesty. Make sure to seize this rare opportunity and leave a good impression on him. I apologize, Lord Frederick." The boy called Anthony looked somewhat flustered and hurried to catch up with the group. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, with a rather delicate face. His slightly thin figure was clad in plain clothes. Just now, Anthony had been gazing up at the grand palace gates, tens of meters high, and only came to his senses when Frederick personally reminded him. "No matter what, remember well the etiquette I taught you." He paused for a moment. "Also, His Majesty appreciates bravery. Just don't faint in the Grand Hall." Frederick's eyes were clearly fixed on Anthony, making him break out in a cold sweat. Anthony nodded quickly in response, then silently walked along the road. He couldn't contain the anticipation and nervousness welling up in him, and his heart pounded hard. It was a full kilometer from the palace gates to the main hall. In training, this distance was nothing more than a trivial punishment, but to Anthony, it felt interminable, like he would never reach the end. He couldn't help but recall his own tragic past experiences leading up to his time joining the Hall of Dragonoth. From the dark, narrow, filthy basement to the splendid, magnificent palace of the present. The dragon carvings on the door were lifelike, full of majesty, as if scrutinizing every visitor. The doors opened slowly, emitting a heavy sound. It's unbelievable. Anthony couldn't help thinking this. The wyverns stationed on the stone pillars on either side of the road raised their heads in unison, letting out loud hisses, which made him even more anxious about soon meeting His Majesty the King. After all, this magnificent palace already surpassed the imagination of the impoverished Anthony. What kind of imposing presence would the legendary infernal calamity and King of Ashen, the Dragon Lord who single-handedly destroyed tens of thousands of troops, possess? Though he had observed from a distance before, he had never been so close, let alone had an audience. The remaining 11 boys were of similar age, their youthful faces still showing barely concealed nervousness and awe. Together with Anthony, the 12 of them were the first batch of dragon-sworn holy warrior candidates selected by Frederick. They mostly came from innocent backgrounds and had received the kingdom's grace. After rounds of selection and tough training, they were now being brought before the Red Dragon to receive his blessings. As a former Black Lion Knight, Frederick was adept at this kind of work. Walking along the broad road, Frederick turned his head and gave a low directive. Ah. The vast difference made Anthony feel as if he were dreaming a grand, tumultuous dream, but he knew he couldn't have imagined such a scene. Anthony's father was an ordinary peasant, or more precisely, a serf bound to the manor, one of hundreds under Baron Soli's rule. His father was fortunate enough to find a wife, which allowed him to be born in the stables. Anthony originally didn't have a name, just a nickname that meant grain. According to the normal trajectory of life, he too would become the lowest of serfs, rushing through life in toil and hunger, just like his grandfather, who starved to death early at the age of 30. However, as Anthony grew up, the steward managing the manor was astonished to find that he did not look like an ordinary gray beast, gaunt with hunger and filth, but instead showed a rather delicate appearance. Thus, for the cost of 3 bags of beans, the steward bought him from his father. According to that steward, Anthony was to go to the city and enjoy the company of the noble lords. Whether it was for the precious grain, a true hope for a better life for his son, or perhaps there was no option to refuse, his father gladly accepted. At that time, he was only 8 years old. The steward had him sent by carriage to the bustling Northwind Castle, to the luxurious baron's mansion. The young Anthony couldn't understand what it all meant. Thus, the nightmare began. Baron Soli cordially welcomed Anthony, and then took him to the basement, where darkness was everywhere. This was the beginning. At last, the Baron shed his genteel, noble mask, revealing his devilish nature. Anthony was confined in a dark, damp basement, daily praying for the guards of the Baron's mansion to throw him some leftovers. He always yearned for freedom, to escape from this hellish suffering, but it never came true. He often hoped that the deity in the manor church would save him, but there was never any divine response. After all, the deity who protected a devil like Baron Soli would hardly answer the pleas of a victim like him. Baron Soli often wore a clean white clerical robe and chatted merrily with the church's priests, yet the deity never descended any punishment. This situation continued from when Anthony was 8 until he turned 13. Gradually, Anthony grew numb, even used to such a life. Until that day. The ground shook fiercely, and even he, confined to the basement, could hear the sounds of cannon fire. Finally, he was rescued from the basement by the tiefling army of the Ashen Kingdom. In Anthony's eyes, despite their devil-like appearance, they were far better than the Baron with a genteel facade and a devil within. Seeing the sunlight for the first time in 5 years, he was unaccustomed to it and had to shield his eyes with his hand, but the view through his fingers was something he would never forget. A colossal red dragon standing on the city wall, extending its wide wings as if to cover the sky. The dragon slightly raised its head and let out a deafening roar that echoed through the clouds. The sound was like a death knell for the old order, and a beginning for a new one. That scene was deeply etched in his mind, like a divine miracle. It gave him a new life. Later, as someone without any identity or status in the city, He was personally selected by Frederick from the Hall of Draganoth to become a Dragonsworn Holy Warrior candidate. Frederick even named him Anthony, meaning Brave One. Frederick bluntly told them that the Great Red Dragon had changed their destiny, that the old order of the Northern Nobility had no place for them, and that their only option was to join the new order of the Ashen Kingdom, gain the power of the Oath of the Dragon, and become part of the grand scheme. For the first time in his life, when Anthony ate white bread, he swallowed the food with determination in his eyes. Thus, after enduring rigorous training and passing numerous stringent selections, he finally arrived at the royal palace, about to become a dragon-sworn holy warrior of ultimate glory and boundless strength. Chapter 234. Chapter 160. New Life Part 2. Unknowingly, the group had already reached the end of the road, and in front of them stood the steel-forged main hall. This palace was completely different from the usual style of the northern nobility. It lacked the so-called luxury of the nobles, and was instead filled with a simple and straightforward aesthetic of violence, giving a strong sense of visual impact and oppression. It made mere mortals shiver before its doors, deeply feeling their own insignificance. Frederick turned to observe these carefully selected youths, only to find that Anthony seemed to be distracted again. Everyone snap out of it. What you are about to see is the one and only master of this land. He actually had high hopes for this youth called Anthony. Just 7 months ago, under the attack of the Tiefling army, the entire Caven family, led by Earl Brandon, was eradicated. When the Tieflings pursued Soli Caven, the second son of Earl Brandon, this baron was found dead in the basement of the baron's mansion, his clothes in disarray. A sharp wooden spike was deeply lodged in his throat. Discovered alongside the corpse was a 13-year-old boy. He had a bare upper body, gripping a broken stick tightly, his body trembling with extreme tension. His delicate face was covered in blood, and his eyes showed a determination far beyond his years. That was the former Anthony. Frederick had to admit he had some personal feelings, giving extra attention to Anthony. Because the White Lion Knight Tariq, who once treated him like a brother, had also killed the bestial headmaster this way and had taken him from the orphanage. That memory was so deeply engraved that he still remembered it, and Anthony's experience undoubtedly brought back those memories. Fortunately, Anthony did not disappoint him. Through relentless training, he became the best youth in the selection. But what does this have to do with me? It's just completing a task. Frederick smiled faintly and thought this. With a heavy sound, the main hall's doors slowly opened to them. Follow me. Frederick led the way in front while the youths carefully formed an orderly queue behind him. Frederick knelt before the steps and respectfully said, "Master, I have followed your instructions and found candidates who meet the requirements and can accept the great gift. I hope you will be satisfied." As he knelt, the youths behind him followed the prior instructions, kneeling uniformly and lowering their heads. Anthony's breathing was rapid, and he seemed to smell a hint of sulfur. The air inside the hall was much hotter than outside, causing sweat to drip down his forehead, but he maintained his kneeling posture without daring to move an inch. "Not bad, raise your heads." A voice filled with authority rang out from above, echoing in the spacious hall. Kneeling on the ground, Anthony slightly raised his head and carefully looked up, finally seeing again the towering figure deeply engraved in his memory, the massive and strong dragon body lazily coiled on the steel throne, with magma-like patterns flowing on its surface. On that ferocious dragon head, the golden vertical pupils were filled with majesty, and the backward-swept horns resembled a crown. That was an absolute symbol of strength, the entity that shattered the old order of the North and created the kingdom's order, the King of Ashen, Cassius. Anthony's heart pounded wildly. He had never been this close to such a powerful being. When he thought about having great strength and a position of supreme glory to completely overcome his humiliating past, his heart became fervent, filled with ambition and anticipation. The voice from above sounded again. "What is your name?" Seemingly feeling the scrutinizing gaze from above, Anthony's heart started beating frantically, thinking excitedly, "Is he calling me?" The humiliating experiences of the past planted deep seeds of inferiority in his heart, making it hard for him to believe he had caught this monarch's attention. He quickly lowered his head and answered, "Your Majesty, my name is Anthony." "Oh, you are Anthony?" There was a hint of surprise in Cassius's tone. He knew about Anthony's experiences, as this story had been used by the kingdom's cultural propaganda department as a typical case of northern nobility's persecution of commoners and the kingdom's order rescuing the commoners, appearing in the pamphlets distributed to the northern countries, becoming an important tool for public opinion propaganda. But Anthony himself was apparently unaware of this. This youth was extremely overjoyed at the moment, even somewhat flattered. He actually knows me. He never thought that someone as humble and lowly as himself, who was barely considered more than livestock under the old Northern Order, could be remembered by this monarch, and the other youths were even more envious of this. This was the benevolence of the superior to the inferior. When the gap in status and power was too great, every movement of the superior was viewed as the ultimate gift, but Cassius was already quite accustomed to this. If a few words could make his subordinates loyal, why not? After symbolically inquiring and praising a few words, Cassius yawned and ordered Frederick, "Begin the ceremony." "Yes, master." Frederick stepped forward, faced the youths, and calmly recited the oath. "Extinguish the enemy's fire of hope, enforce order with an iron fist, the Dragon Lord above all." The youths loudly recited the oath. Anthony, in the midst of the group, was also overwhelmed, reciting the oath word by word while kneeling as he had rehearsed countless times in his heart. "Extinguish the enemy's fire of hope, enforce order with an iron fist, the Dragon Lord above all." "Very good." Feeling the power of the contract, Cassius said. The magma-like patterns on his body flowed, releasing one by one the glimmering fire seeds. Now owning the ancestral dragon bloodline, he no longer needed to use the primitive method of bloodletting to bestow gifts. He only needed to expend a trivial amount of strength to release the bloodline sparks with a magical essence, which could grant mortals the ferocious red dragon bloodline. Those flickering flames entered the bodies of the youths. They turned the mortals' blood into dragon blood filled with elemental power, coursing through their veins. Even though he was mentally prepared, at the moment of dragon blood transformation, Anthony still gritted his teeth, almost crushing them. He even heard his companions around him screaming in pain. Hot? It was unbearably hot. His body felt like it was submerged in magma, about to burst into flames. Anthony curled up on the ground in pain, rolling back and forth, his skin turning red and emitting scorching white smoke. In an instant, Anthony seemed to be back on that unforgettable afternoon. Before him once again appeared Baron Soli, and that man was reaching out his monstrous hand to his younger self. "But I need this power. Even if I become a monster, even if I become a follower of a giant dragon, at least I won't be treated as livestock to vent desires. I want to be a real person." He roared in his heart. This time, Anthony was not violated as in reality, but spewed blazing fire, burning that despicable man to ashes. Under his skin appeared faint scales, and a series of spiny scales emerged on his back. His originally thin body greedily absorbed the surrounding energy, becoming stronger. When the smoke cleared, Anthony's appearance was still vaguely human, but with features characteristic of the dragon vein. The same happened to the remaining 11 youths. All 12 who received the gift successfully transformed into dragon-sworn holy warriors without exception. However, apart from Anthony, the others' minds could not withstand the impact of this immense power. They were unable to control their newly forged dragon vein bodies and temporarily fainted unconscious. Only Anthony supported his body with a dragon-scaled arm, slowly rising and half kneeling again. His lips moved slightly. "Dragon Lord." At this moment, he was finally reborn, completely bidding farewell to the boy who once curled up in the dark corner. Chapter 235, Chapter 161, Harpist Alliance Part 1. Looking at the 12 newly appointed dragon sanctuary holy knights below, Cassius exhaled a puff of sulfur-smelling smoke and casually praised, "Frederick, you have a good eye." After all, as mortals, to accept the frenzied bloodline of a red dragon without bursting apart, they were undoubtedly among the best of the best, and the complete success of all 12 candidates far exceeded his expectations. Frederick bowed his head and responded calmly, "It is my honor to receive your praise." He was very clear that his only task was to find and nurture the dragon-sworn holy warriors for Cassius. As a former Black Lion Knight who served the enemy and lacked the deep ties of benefit like Mesulash, even with absolute bloodline suppression, Cassius would never trust him with all the power of the Hall of Draganoth to become the direct controller. So Frederick was very sensible, even voluntarily surrendering his power to the kingdom, deliberately downplaying his influence, and focused wholeheartedly on training candidates. Cassius nodded slightly in satisfaction, and then turned his gaze to Anthony. You will become the 12 dragon guards of the Hall of Dragon Oath. Anthony, I appreciate you. Being able to maintain your sanity after transformation is a testament to your courage and willpower. As a reward, you will lead the Dragon Guard Knights, and you can choose your own honorific title. This young man, who had walked out of the basement, had now completely overcome his inner demons and became a staunch supporter of the kingdom's order. Master, I would like to be Judgment. To enforce the kingdom's order with an iron fist, and to burn all enemies who attempt to disrupt it with flames. He knelt on one knee, his expression filled with emotion, his eyes blazing like scorching flames. I permit it. Cassius spoke calmly, then looked at Frederick. Frederick immediately understood. Stepping forward respectfully, he said, Master, I am ready to take them to the Hall of Dragon Oath for their duties. We will not disturb you any further, and will now take our leave. The Red Dragon nodded slightly. Frederick then left with Anthony, each carrying 2 unconscious dragon-sworn holy knights, looking rather comical. Obeying their orders, the tiefling attendants also enter the hall to assist in moving the unconscious. Cassius squinted his eyes, watching their departing backs with some amusement. Judgment. Quite an appetite. These 12 young people, personally granted by Cassius, will become future leaders of the Hall of Dragon Oath, nurturing more dragon-sworn holy knights for the Ashen Kingdom. The seeds of the Red Dragon's bloodline within their bodies could also be used to transform dragon vein descendants, granting mortals gifts proactively. Though the effects were far less potent than those personally bestowed by Cassius, and the bloodline would be relatively thin after transformation. Given a few years, with them as the source, hundreds or thousands of Dragon Sanctuary Holy Knights could be derived, becoming a significant force in the Ashen Kingdom. Compared to the Red Scale Conqueror, who operated primarily with reconnaissance and aerial strikes like scouts in the sky, the Dragon Sanctuary Holy Knights were more like heavy infantry, capable of playing a larger role in frontal warfare. When a legion of Dragon Sanctuary Holy Knights appeared on the battlefield, advancing like indestructible moving fortresses, with countless protective auras and flame auras intertwining, the scene would undoubtedly be a nightmare no enemy wished to face. Cassius studied spells for a while longer, but finally could not resist the sleepiness rising within him. Now I can finally get some good sleep. Notify ramp to ensure the spell protections are in place. It's time for the next slumber. Yawning again, magma-like ripples flowed over his body, the sulfur smell growing stronger. Suddenly, Cassius's expression froze. The scales above his golden eyes furrowed slightly. As a magician capable of impacting reality with his will, the Red Dragon clearly felt a subtle disturbance in the magic web, as if an invisible eye was spying on him. It was an unsettling feeling. Divination spell again. Truly reckless. Cassius laughed in anger, annoyed, with a strong impulse to burn the intruder, disturbing his rest to ashes. Though the spell's influence was almost undetectable, the Kingdom Domain's authority allowed him to clearly perceive everything. He could even faintly trace the source of the spell to the deep mountain forests outside the royal palace, just a few miles away. A sinister smile appeared on the Red Dragon's face as his wings slowly spread open. Then let me personally see who dares to disturb my dream. In the Caleb Forest outside the royal palace. Due to its close proximity to the Steel Dragonwing Palace, and once serving as a gathering place for rebels and a hiding spot for northern nobility fleeing Northwind Castle, this forest had become the royal garden. It was frequently patrolled by wyverns and great goblins, searching for unidentified intruders. At this moment, rustling noises and low whispers could be heard in the forest. A pointed-ear female elf in a green cloak whispered softly, Richard, be careful. Don't use the spell to scry anymore. According to the Alliance's intel, that's a high-tier spellcaster. The man called Richard turned around, patting the elf on the shoulder with a relaxed expression. You could see his ears were unusual, his features somewhat delicate, a clear sign of being a half-elf. ABIs, you're being overly cautious. I know what I'm doing. A magician is just a spellcaster barbarian. This spell scroll was crafted by Master Kavina. Even the evil red robe mages can't detect it. So a muscle-brained red dragon. Needless to say. He then focused on the spell scrying again. His name was Richard Siege, a renowned ranger within the Empire of Fadlon, blessed by a supreme fairy as the Fairy Wanderer, and a veteran member of the Harpist Alliance. He had accepted a mission from the Alliance, labeled extremely dangerous, to investigate the rising evil force of the Ashen Kingdom in the north with the elf assassin ABIs. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Trust me, it's an assassin's intuition. ABIs said this with a serious expression. Wait, Richard turned again, alarm in his eyes. That red dragon seems to have found us. ABIs urged him. Then what are you waiting for? Use your magic to get us out of here. Our mission is to gather intelligence, not dragon slaying. Richard sighed with a wry smile. Sorry, maybe I was wrong. ABIs, don't you see? The magic web here is slowly being locked down. We might not get away. Idiot. ABIs gripped her dagger tightly, cursing in Elvish through gritted teeth. Chapter 236. Chapter 162. Harpist Alliance, Part 2. As a fairy wanderer, confronted with this gradually solidifying magic web, Richard, though unable to cast a spell, could still use the pseudo-spell ability bestowed upon him by the Supreme Fairy. He slowly closed his eyes, using his awareness to feel the surrounding area. Primordial awareness. This ability allowed him to sense strange dragons, elements, fiends, and undead creatures within several miles, making it a precious skill for traversing behind enemy lines. In his awareness, an incredibly massive energy entity was flying towards them at an astonishing speed, like a meteor with a clear target cutting across the horizon. How can it be this fast? Richard slightly parted his lips, murmuring in disbelief. According to common knowledge, red dragons possessed the largest and strongest bodies among the five-color dragons. Yet they were also known to be the most sluggish. Their flight agility was far inferior to that of the skeletal black dragon or the slender green dragon. However, the speed of this red dragon far exceeded his understanding of the dragon species. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If he did not do something soon, that red dragon could descend from the sky and burn them to ashes. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and grabbed Abby's hand. ABIs, come with me. Earthwalker. Under the power of the fairy, green light radiated from the two of them as they swiftly moved through the forest, like spirits of the wild. Branches and thorns instinctively made way for them. However, in Richard's primordial awareness, that energy entity continued to approach at an eye-catching speed. He could even hear the whistling wind in the distant sky. At this rate, we'll definitely be caught. Large beads of sweat rolled down Richard's forehead. He knew this was a trouble he had caused, and he did not want to implicate his companion. There's no other way. ABIs, take the intel back to the Alliance. I will distract the dragon. Concealment spell. Drawing on the fairy's miraculous power once again, Richard fashioned a disguise using fresh mud, soil, plants, and other natural materials. In just a few breaths, he transformed the elf assassin into a sapling. ABIs wanted to refuse, but she knew the importance of the mission. She held a map of the Ashen Kingdom that needed to be taken back to the south. This was the Harpist Alliance. Their mission was to maintain balance in the world and disrupt many evil schemes, willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary. Yet the speed of the enemy's arrival far exceeded their expectations. The air emitted a piercing screech, and a scorching wind roared in. In the sky, a massive shadow enveloped Richard. The powerful pressure made his whole body tremble, and the fierce wind made him unsteady, but the half-elf stubbornly raised his head. Oh my God. Richard suddenly realized that this new evil presence far exceeded the Alliance's expectations. This was simply the embodiment of the Scourge. The red dragon before him, nearly 20 meters long, was covered in gold and red scales flowing like magma, with white-hot embers encircling him. Every time he flapped his wings, the scorching wind carried the smell of sulfur to their faces. Thick smoke gradually spread, obscuring the sky, making the surrounding area seem like purgatory. Cassius looked down at the half-elf on the ground, a slight rage flickering in his golden vertical pupils. Is it you disturbing my rest? The fleeing Richard was horrified to realize that the red dragon said not you, but you all. Ridiculous disguise. The red dragon in midair slowly flapped its wings, and as volcanic ash spread, the kingdom domain suddenly descended. It was as if he had grasped the deity's authority, extinguishing all spell energies around him. The fairy power in Richard was ruthlessly obliterated. The disguise from the Supreme Fairy turned back into ordinary plants and soil, revealing the hidden elf in front of the red dragon. Oberon! Richard shouted anxiously. But it was too late. The massive figure swooped to the ground, and even the agile elf assassin had no time to react before Abir's slender figure was tightly gripped by the dragon's enormous claws. The tall and slender elf, under the gigantic dragon claws, appeared so small. Abir struggled and twisted, stabbing with her dagger fiercely, shouting, "Evil dragon, let me go." Yet, against absolute strength, all struggles were futile. The dagger struck the hard scales of the red dragon, bouncing off without leaving a mark, only a few white spots. Cassius landed heavily, slightly lifting the claw that held the elf, bringing it close to his head, revealing a sinister grin. "Did you know my kin love the taste of elf maidens? This delicacy is even recorded in our traditions. But I don't have such a savage taste. However, I am curious. What could it possibly taste like?" Abir was immediately thrown into panic. Her body shivered as she felt the sulphurous breath of death approaching. She had imagined dying for justice so many times, perhaps struck by arrows from bandits, dying gloriously in battle. But she had never thought she would become food for a red dragon, buried in someone else's stomach. Richard escaped quickly. The past adventures with Richard flashed through Abir's mind like a phantom, and she couldn't help but turn her head to look at her close companion. "Do not grieve for me." Abir and Richard had shared many adventures. Their feelings for each other were mutual, but they had no time to express their love before this dramatic farewell. How cruel this was. "No, Abir." Richard roared in despair. Deprived of the fairy power, he was helpless, watching as his companion was about to be devoured by the dragon. He picked up a rock from the ground and threw it, but it was a complete joke. The red dragon ignored him entirely, raising the claw holding the elf. The rock hit the dragon's scales and fell to the ground, rolling away. No. Richard knelt, muttering to himself. His eyes brimming with despair, tears fell onto the soil. He could no longer bear to witness the impending, gruesome scene. The half-elf ranger had never felt so powerless. Not even when surrounded by fiendish red-robe wizards, or when breaking into a bandit's lair. He always believed he could break through. But now the proud fairy power was gone, and even his closest companion was about to leave him. Yet Richard found himself once again engulfed by the massive shadow. Was he also to be swallowed by the dragon? Fine. He no longer had the will to live. Meeting inside the red dragon's belly, how's that for dark humor? Richard raised his gaze, his eyes hollow, to see the red dragon gripping the unconscious elf, looking down at him with chilling coldness in its golden eyes. "Do you want her to live? Tell me everything, and I might consider delaying this lunch for a moment." Chapter 237. Chapter 163, Harpist Alliance 3. You mean they've already listed the Ashen Kingdom as an enemy force and have begun gathering intelligence, preparing to overthrow the so-called Dark Ruling? In the main hall of the royal palace, the red dragon lay sprawled on the iron throne, unhappily exhaling a breath of sulphurous heat. So it's the Harpist Alliance, with noses as keen as dogs. Truly a troublesome lot. Cassius glanced at Richard on the ground and grinned. "So, what kind of price should I make you pay? My stomach is still quite empty." Under the threat of the dragon's might and his companion's life, Richard's spirit had long collapsed. He knelt on the ground, hair disheveled, completely lacking the high spirits of the ranger, once favored by the highest fairies. "Well, I've already told you everything." His voice had become hoarse from extreme pain. Cassius slowly stood up and walked step by step toward Richard. An invisible, powerful dragon's might swept in, and this half-elf could even smell the sulfur in the air. "Do you think I'm joking with you? The price you've paid isn't even enough to save your pitiful elf lover. If that's all, think about that wonderful scene, the elf wailing in my mouth, being severed, shredded by my sharp teeth." His vertical pupils emitted an invisible glow, breaking through the last mental barrier of the half-elf with dread tremors. Richard's expression was scattered, his mindset nearly collapsed, as if he had already seen that unbearable scene. It was known that the red dragon's liking for elves was no rumor, but documented in detailed records. The Alliance's intelligence specifically highlighted this point in red ink. He repeatedly knocked his head against the hard floor, blood flowing down his cheeks from his forehead. "Please, let her go. I'm willing to pay any price, even if you eat me." Cassius walked back to the throne, saying coldly, "You mean nothing to me." He deliberately paused his tone. "But I do need you to accomplish a few things. This is your only insignificant value to me." Richard's expression suddenly lit up as if grasping at a lifeline, showing a final glimmer of hope. Then what do you need me to do? He was ready to face any greedy demands. Under the threat to his companion's life, Richard's mental defenses were completely shattered, reduced to a puppet who would do anything. Cassius articulated every word. I want you to return to the Harpist Alliance and become a double agent for the kingdom. Richard's expression froze, but then returned to normal. Perhaps he had anticipated this, or perhaps he had no room for resistance, and he could only answer weakly, "Yes, my lord." Cassius nodded in satisfaction, then said, "My spellcasters will provide you with magical communication equipment. At a fixed time each month, you must report back the Alliance's intelligence to us. If we find the information inconsistent with reality, or if you fail to provide intelligence." He paused again. A clear magic image appeared in the hall, showing a tall female elf bound in a cold iron cage, like a golden canary trapped in a birdcage. Her eyes were closed, her brows slightly furrowed, as if still immersed in the overwhelming defeat. You will never see her again. Richard gazed long at that beautiful face, finally lowering his head, his lips trembling slightly. A beer. My lord, I will. Trust me, I will complete the mission. The tiefling guards who had been waiting for some time bound his hands from behind, walking down the kingdom's passage, ready to escort him to Ramp's Mage Tower. He said nothing. From beginning to end, he did not struggle or resist, just weakly compliant. He turned to look far away, as if seeing that familiar face again. A beer, wait for me. I will rescue you. This kind-hearted and uninhibited half-elf ranger, under the threat to his beloved's life, under the cruel oppression of the Red Dragon, had no choice but to become an Ashen Kingdom spy, a person he had once despised, serving an evil force. Yet this was the cold, hard reality. Another intelligence channel. The Harpist Alliance? TSK, meddlesome bunch. One day they'll pay the price. However, that silver dragon seems to have some ties with them as well. Cassius yawned out of sheer boredom, then connected to Ramp's magic mirror. Did you take over that ranger from Harpist? Yes, master. Everything went smoothly. Your wisdom left him with no room for resistance. He could only obediently become the kingdom's puppet. Ramp's tone had a hint of excitement, obviously having just emerged from the lab. Moreover, he has an extraordinary power within him, one that is rumored to be from the highest fairies. These ancient beings hidden in the fairy wilderness hold wondrous powers, and his sect master is at least legendary level or even higher, though it's difficult to directly interfere with the prime material plane. I think we might be able to steal this power. Oh. Cassius showed little interest. These exceptionally powerful sect masters of the highest fairies who had their own domains in the outer planes mostly acknowledged only the good, and their powers often leaned towards natural miracles, which didn't align with him. Even if he obtained it, it would be useless to him. Thus, Cassius only reminded, you can conduct some experiments. Just ensure his survival. I don't want to see the spy sent to the Harpist Alliance turn into something bizarre or a corpse. Of course, my master. Having had a bucket of cold water thrown on him by Cassius, Ramp instantly calmed down, most of the excitement draining from his expression. He then remembered that this half-elf from the Harpist still carried a mission from the Red Dragon, and wasn't like those captives he could experiment on as he wished. Glad you understand. My next slumber is approaching. Ready the protective array as soon as possible. During my sleep, avoid causing trouble and ensure the kingdom's stable development. Cassius instructed. The lava-like ripples on his body had grown more pronounced, a sign of the bloodline seed erupting within, spilling fire elemental energy. Yes, master. Ramp solemnly bowed and severed the magic image link. Cassius yawned again, casually glancing at the still lingering magic image beside him. Elfa. The elves of this era mostly come from the existing elf kingdom. Perhaps I can inquire about an old acquaintance. He recalled the perilous scene when he first entered this world. It felt like a long time ago, yet also as if it had just happened a moment ago. But he had undergone a tremendous transformation, not a young dragon fleeing in all directions, but a being that made the entire North tremble. Chapter 238, Chapter 164, Harpist Alliance 4. Where is this? Abir slowly opened her eyes, feeling utterly exhausted and unable to focus. But she quickly became alert, remembering her last memory, being held tightly in the claws of a terrible dragon and being choked unconscious. Damn it. Abir instinctively reached for her waist, but she couldn't feel the familiar dagger. Even the green cloak she had been wearing had disappeared, leaving only her undergarments. She sat on the ground, warily looking around. The surroundings were an unfamiliar palace, and everything in it seemed to be an enlarged version, so vast it was intimidating. Suddenly, a huge shadow covered her. "Elf, you are awake." She turned her head stiffly, seeing the enormous body and ferocious head of the red dragon. Abir was instantly terrified. The nightmare scene of the red dragon about to devour her was still vivid in her mind. But she still mustered the courage to clench her sweaty fists and stammered, "Evil dragon, what do you want to do?" Cassius grinned slightly, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "What do you think?" Abir's delicate body couldn't stop trembling. She suddenly thought of some rumors collected by the Harpist Alliance. In the descriptions of the northern nobility, this red dragon was both a tyrant and a lustful dragon. He would transform into a terrifying humanoid several meters tall, wantonly humiliating beautiful maidens, and then revert to his original form to swallow them whole. Abir was only in her 30s. For an elf, a long-lived race, she was undoubtedly in her prime. And such humiliation was far more terrifying than death. She had thought of dying heroically, but she absolutely didn't want to become a tool for the dragon's desires. Thinking of this, Abir clenched her silver teeth, speaking word by word, "I will not let you manipulate me." Abir suddenly lunged towards the hard wall, trying to end her life this way. This was her last struggle, and the only way out. However, in the face of overwhelming strength, even death became a luxury, something unattainable. The red dragon merely clenched its claws slightly, and a giant magical field constructed from shimmering mana grasped the elf tightly, imprisoning her in a cage immovable. She didn't even have the space to struggle. "No. Evil dragon, you'll get your retribution." Abir's eyes were filled with despair. She lowered her eyelids, her amber eyes shut tightly, and crystal tears streamed from the corners. The elf girl dared not imagine what would come next, so she closed her eyes tightly, her shoulders trembling. In the darkness, Abir felt the sulfuric breath approaching her face. Could it be? Is this the end of everything? In her final moments, she thought of her grand ambitions when she left the Elf Kingdom, the solemn oath she made when joining the Harpist Alliance, her coincidental first encounter with Richard, their joint infiltration of the Red Robe Mage Tower for intelligence, and even the serene beauty of watching the sunrise in Cadwendel Forest. "I'm so unwilling. I want to experience more," Abir thought. However, she didn't feel the expected pain. "Elf, do you want to live?" The dragon's deep voice came, along with the scorching, sulfuric breath. Abir didn't let out a sigh of relief because she knew that the red dragon probably had other plans for her. Maybe he coveted her body, or perhaps he wanted information on the Alliance. The former was easily attainable for the dragon before her, and the latter seemed more likely. She thought of the oath she made upon joining the Harpists. Expect no return. Act only for justice. The Harpist Alliance was a loosely organized group, yet it still harbored many crucial secrets. She could not let the Red Dragon learn any information about the Harpists, nor could she serve the forces of evil. This was Abir's sole thought, and she was prepared to lay down her life for it. "I won't live a disgraceful life." Hence, the elf girl gritted her teeth, closed her eyes tightly, and shut herself down completely. She was determined not to reveal any information, even if it meant being eaten alive. But the Red Dragon's next words threw her into a panic, breaking down all her defenses. "Don't you want to know Richard's whereabouts?" Abir suddenly opened her eyes, nervously exclaiming, What have you done to him?" "He's doing quite well, better than ever." Cassius sneered coldly and conjured a magic image in front of the elf, revealing the figure of the half-elf ranger. Thank goodness he's still alive. Seeing that familiar face, Abir sighed in relief, feeling much more at ease. Then the dragon's voice echoed in the image. "I want you to return to the Harpist Alliance and become a double agent for the kingdom." Abir's heart immediately sank again. She prayed in her heart, "Richard, you wouldn't agree to this." But the elf began to worry, fearing that the next image would be Richard being brutally killed for refusing the order, which made her emotions extremely conflicted. Before long, Richard's familiar voice resounded again. "Yes, my lord." "Impossible." Abir murmured to herself, her face full of disbelief. "Evil dragon, you must have bewitched him. Or this is all just a deceitful illusion." Abir angrily looked at the red dragon, still unwilling to accept everything, attributing it to the enemy's lies. Richard, her companion, how could he betray the Harpist Alliance without hesitation and become someone who willingly served the dragon she despised most? Cassius looked down at the elf, his face bearing a mocking smile as he slowly approached her. Do you think I need to deceive you, little morsel? I just want you to abandon those meaningless fantasies and step out of the ridiculous fairy tales. This is the stark reality. Your Harpist's so-called beliefs and oaths are fragile. For their own lives, people can easily sacrifice everything. Even behind your glorious elven deities lie countless mortal blood debts. Tell me, have your self-proclaimed just Harpists ever pursued these past deeds? No, it's not like that. Abir shook her head anxiously, hurriedly defending. However, under the repeated playback of the magic image and the dragon's deep voice, her defense seemed so powerless. The red dragon's head drew closer, its scorching breath making the elf break out in a sweat. So, tell me, elf, do you choose to survive or die? Chapter 239, Chapter 165, Harpist Alliance V. Faced with a scorching breath and the threat of death, Abir bit her silver teeth lightly. The declaration she made when joining the Harpist Alliance and Richard's submission flashed repeatedly in her mind. But undoubtedly, she wavered, no longer as resolute as she was just now. Don't worry, I will make you reveal information about the Harpists. Then will you want? The elf trembled as she spoke. She seemed to have anticipated the worst possible outcome. Cassius simply said in a flat tone, the Twilight Blade Rhea, the half-elf paladin from Serenia, do you know her whereabouts? Why are you asking about her? At the mention of this name, Abir's eyebrows slightly furrowed. She never expected that the Twilight Blade, who had stirred such a commotion within the kingdom, would have any connection to the red dragon in front of her. To be honest, Abir didn't have a good impression of this half-elf, although they even shared some kinship. Rhea was at the center of the power struggle between the Elf Queen and the Elder Council, causing significant turmoil in otherwise stable Serenia. Some conservative elf elders even called her a lowly mongrel and a thief trying to steal power. The reason was simple. The Queen wanted to grant this trusted lieutenant, who had human blood, the supreme grace of the elven goddess, making her a powerful blessed by moonlight. This undoubtedly broke the sacred traditions of the High Elves, receiving fierce resistance from the Elder Council and even led to signs of unrest. The elf's hesitation made Cassius a bit impatient. Do you think this is a request? You have no choice. The red dragon grabbed the elf again with its claw, slowly increasing the pressure, making it hard for her to breathe. Wait, I know. Rhea's whereabouts weren't a secret, and Abir had long been dissatisfied with the unrest within Serenia. Under the pressure of survival, she chose to tell the truth. She's in Serenia, now a general under the king's command. That's all I know. Really, I haven't been back to my homeland for a long time, and this information is just hearsay from my fellow tribesmen. Only then did the red dragon let go, carelessly tossing the bruised elf to the ground. This elf was still very young and weak, hard to get in touch with Serenia's secrets, so to him, her utility was not great. However, she might be a bargaining chip to threaten the elf kingdom. After all, after numerous crown wars in the previous era, the once continent-ruling elves had long entered a decline. For their sparse population, every one of their citizens was a valuable asset. Escort her back alive. Cassius ordered casually. I survived. Abir felt a bit incredulous. This red dragon really didn't covet anything. It simply asked for basic information. It seemed the intelligence provided by the northern nobility might not be accurate. At least in the eyes of the elves, this red dragon was not that irredeemably cruel and evil. But thinking of Richard's betrayal, she sighed heavily again, feeling deeply pained and conflicted, with nowhere to vent her complex emotions. The tiefling guards escorted the elf back to the dark and damp cell, where it seemed she would spend a long time. That old acquaintance might have already stepped into the legendary level. Cassius muttered to himself. When they first met, the half-elf paladin had already reached level 20, capable of slaying red dragons solo. At that time, he was just a young dragon, barely escaping under the paladin's scrutinizing gaze, utterly embarrassed. And now he was about to rule the entire north, needing to plot against the south. Cassius still remembered the past humiliation. Although he was not fond of his dragon mother, the red dragon still wanted this half-elf, who had once driven him to flee, to pay a price. More importantly, she had something that the red dragon coveted. According to his memory, Rhea, After traveling through various countries and eradicating evil, gained fame as the Twilight Blade on the continent, then took the final step to become a legendary paladin. Following that, she returned to the Elf Kingdom under the Queen's decree, quelled the Elder Council's rebellion, and received the divine grace, becoming the Shenshin god's favorite. In the future Dark Moon Cataclysm, she would play an even more important role, being amusingly referred to by players as Elf Long Out Yin. Thinking of this, Cassius exhaled a breath of sulfur-scented air. TSK, the strength of the North is still too weak. If we don't successfully unify in 4 years, we'll struggle to withstand Anzita's demon invasion, let alone touch the vast South. Just then, a tiefling guard reported at the door. Your Majesty, Lord Mesulash has arrived. Let him in. Yes. Mesulash walked into the hall familiarly, half kneeling in front of the throne. I have followed your orders and instructed the Nocturne unit to conduct a thorough investigation. We have found 12 Harpist Alliance spies within the territory. After interrogation, their so-called organization seems to take us seriously. More may infiltrate the kingdom for small-scale espionage in the future. What do you want to do with them? Make them spill everything they know and imprison them. There's no need to break off completely with a Harpist yet. Cassius sneered. When the kingdom's rule extends far enough, they will remove me from their so-called evil organization list. They might even actively try to recruit us. These spies can then become bargaining chips for compensation in the future. Understood, Master. Cassius narrowed his eyes and continued. Mesulash, as you know, I'm about to enter a years-long slumber. When I wake again, I hope to see a well-established intelligence network both inside and outside the kingdom, not the current ragtag group. I won't disappoint you. Mesulash replied calmly. Having escaped the desperation of being hunted, and having moved past the blood grudges from his kin, Mesulash now only wanted the burgeoning Ashen Kingdom, this ever-expanding monster, to thrive and to secure more benefits for his kin within it. Tieflings held a special status in the Ashen Kingdom, present in city defense armies across different regions. These were considered decent positions. Among the retainers in the Ashen Nest, their numbers were sufficient, and they were far more composed than the brutal goblins and ogres. However, this advantage also caused many retainers to harbor jealousy toward the tieflings. The chaotic and undisciplined goblins and kobolds could only be stationed in desolate places like the Stormy Ridge, with some unlucky retainers even sent to guard the ice field. They had an intense longing for the lucrative post in the prosperous cities. You may leave. Yes. With that, Mesulash withdrew. Chapter 240. Chapter 166. The final instructions. Finally, everything is arranged. Can I sleep now? What else is there? Cassius yawned again, trying to sort through the complicated matters in his head. But after all, he was a lazy, sleepy red dragon. As he thought more and more, he almost fell asleep again. But for red dragon lords, who usually had a mind full of muscles and magma, Cassius absolutely belonged to the diligent category. Even during the ancient dragon ruler period, he could be considered a wise monarch. Because as a seer of the future, he had a sense of urgency entirely different from other giant dragons. Most giant dragons slept until the skies darkened and years or even decades passed. When they woke up, the ministers around them had been replaced at least once, not several times. After all, their lives were short, and most had died of old age during the long stretches of time. Boom. A puff of black smoke shot out from Cassius's nostrils, and he used his claw to hold up his huge, drooping head, trying to keep his eyes from closing. That's right. I almost forgot about the demons. The red dragon rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered to himself. This was, after all, the main storyline of the previous life's Northern Wind and Cloud version. Winter Rage. Under the leadership of the original Mountain's wrathful flame, Demon Dragon Cassius, tens of thousands of demons surged from the depths of the mountains, launching a large-scale invasion of the Anzita Great Wilderness, wantonly slaughtering all life they encountered. The countries of the north would unite with players to resist the invasion of the abyssal demons. But with Cassius modifications, the current north had already changed drastically. All countries were trembling under the red dragon's wings and vaguely appeared to be uniting. But one thing he was still certain of. The demon invasion was inevitable. That was why he planned to swiftly unify the north in 4 years. Only by uniting the northern kingdom, integrating most of Anzita's strength, could they resist the endless hordes of abyssal demons. Thinking of this, Cassius ordered, Quickly, summon Alger. The red dragon's tone was impatient because now he was obsessed with sleeping early. Even his dragon instincts urged him. A spell expedited the delivery of Cassius' order. Soon, a loud eagle's screech came from outside the royal palace. That was Alger arriving on his dragon vane giant eagle. According to the etiquette set by the kingdom's ministers, they should land outside the royal palace, go through identity verification, reporting, and a series of steps before entering the main gate. They would then walk several miles on a broad road before finally arriving at the main hall where the red dragon resided. But Cassius clearly had no patience for showing authority and directly urged, "Come directly into the royal palace. Don't waste time outside." Hearing the direct order from the red dragon, the tiefling guards on the city wall opened the gates one by one, and the bipedal wyverns on the stone pillars bowed their heads, no longer roaring and howling. And Alger flew into the royal palace without hindrance. In just a few breaths, Alger, riding the giant eagle, landed lightly in front of the main hall gate. Alger dismounted and said to the gate, "Master, I have arrived. Come in." The heavy metal doors adorned with ferocious dragon heads slowly opened. Alger steadily entered the hall, and the dragon vane giant eagle waited obediently outside, understanding his intentions. He kneeled on one knee at the steps and respectfully said, "Forgive me, master. I am a bit late." With the departure of the players, Alger's red scale guard station became much quieter. After all, the requirements to become a red scale conqueror were too high. So even until now, few native inhabitants had achieved it, making Alger almost a lone commander, though he once had nearly 20 players under his command. But after avenging his great enemy, his desire for power lessened, and he was quite content with the peace and quiet. "Alger, how many red scale conquerors are left in the guardhouse after the Starfallen departed?" Alger replied, "Forgive me, master. Including myself, there are 4 of us." Cassius shook his head and said, "Not enough. Far from enough. The development of red scale conquerors cannot rely solely on those Starfallen. You need to nurture more new blood." Alger lowered his head with a wry smile. "Master, the training for such cavalry is measured in years, and the requirements are very high with enormous costs. I will do my best." Cassius said, "I will provide you with sufficient funds, and with the kingdom's current scale, I cannot believe we can't find 100 wyvern knights among hundreds of thousands of people." Alger had to say, "Yes, master." Cassius then asked, "Has your recent patrol discovered anything?" Alger thought for a moment and responded, "Recently, the activity of the Boss Duchy has decreased a lot. Half a year ago, their cavalry was still wandering near our borders. Now they're almost absent. As for the other nations of the north, there's even less to say. It appears your power has intimidated them." "Good. Just as I expected." Cassius's tone paused. "But you still have a tough task. To patrol around the Ansitica Mountains and search for any traces of demons for me." The red dragon's voice carried an unyielding command. Alger hurriedly kneeled, accepting the command. "Yes." After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously reminded, "But the kingdom does not border the Ansitica Mountains. We may have to pass through the Bosk Duchy's territory, and I fear it may trigger unnecessary national disputes." The red dragon answered calmly, "I have already informed Ramp in advance. He will cooperate. I will have him grant you the use of the dimension door. After confirming the exact coordinates, you can use the spell to travel back and forth. Even if the spell cannot work properly, the kingdom can request military passage from the Boss Duchy. They still owe us a lot. We can simply use some debts as collateral. You can rest assured on this point." A fiery light gleamed in Cassius' golden eyes. "But this mission is crucial, concerning the kingdom and the entire North's future. You must complete it successfully. Report any demon-related findings immediately to the kingdom's high command." Hearing this, Alger understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from making unnecessary objections, which would only irritate the red dragon. He straightforwardly answered, "Yes, master. I will accomplish the mission." With a loud eagle's cry, Alger rode the giant eagle and departed. Watching the departing giant eagle knight, Cassius couldn't help but yawn, exhaling a hot breath, and muttered to himself, Finally, I can have a good sleep." Chapter 241. Chapter 167. The slumbering giant dragons. Once everything was taken care of, Cassius dragged his dragon form alone into the cave. The warm cavern that nearly hollowed out the mountain would undoubtedly become his perfect lair. Finally, illuminated by the undying bright flame, the cave, surrounded by countless shimmering gold coins and treasures, saw the red dragon slowly lying on the ground, gradually curling up his massive body, his broad wings loosely folding to his sides. Hot white steam spread everywhere, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. On the surface of his body, there were ripples flowing like magma, radiating an unimaginable high temperature. Once, the red dragon needed to sleep in a magma environment to obtain abundant fire elemental energy. Now, with the ancestral dragon bloodline, the red dragon itself became an inexhaustible energy source, using fire like the dragon statue's literal meaning, so hot that even his basic blood vessels couldn't contain the overflowing heat. All he needed to do was to release the power hidden in the bloodline seed. The light waves were just the energy overflowing from his body. Clink clank. A faint clattering sound was heard. The red dragon's long, thick tail gently swept the ground, pushing away scattered gold coins, clearing out a large open space, allowing him to reserve more room. I hope when I wake up, there will be a surprise. Anticipation glowed in Cassius's golden eyes. He slowly closed his eyes, his breathing becoming longer, and the ripples on his body rhythmically moving with his breaths. Abundant fire elemental energy gradually gathered on the surface of his scales, forming a thick, almost solid light film that wrapped tightly around the red dragon's body. Thus, a rare spectacle appeared within the cave. A giant cocoon nearly 30 meters in diameter emerged. Unlike ordinary cocoons, its surface flowed with magma-like ripples, and what it encased was not a transforming larva but an evolving red dragon. Considering the species, it seemed more appropriate to call it a dragon egg. This was a subconscious self-protection mechanism of Cassius. He wove a spell similar to the egg of sanctuary with the excess energy flowing out. Any creature touching this light film would be incinerated by the extreme heat, protecting the red dragon during his vulnerable period from outside harm. Scalding magma emerged from the ground. Thus, Cassius fell into a deep sleep with no knowledge of when he would awaken. At the cave entrance, within the steel dragon-wing palace. "Hurry up, you lazy fools!" Ramp's impatient shouting echoed. The tall dragon-veined ogre mage was leading dozens of the kingdom's spellcasters, busily arranging the array. Various spells such as explosions, poisonous mist, acid rain, and even earth spikes were stuffed into it, turning the only passage into the cave into a trap-filled hazard, the graveyard that all adventurers avoided. Suddenly, Ramp grabbed a mage in the midst of casting and angrily scolded, "Idiot! Who told you to put an ice cone here?" If someone really did invade, the first thing they'd trigger would be the firewall on the ground. Your damned ice cone would evaporate before it could hurt anyone. The mage, trembling all over, replied with a sobbing tone, "Lord Ramp, it's my mistake." But Duke Leo sneered at these claims. He would never believe that this greedy dragon would stop. Over the past few years, he quietly contacted the northern countries, hoping to form a closer anti-red dragon alliance. However, despite his caution, his small actions were still inevitably discovered by the kingdom's intelligence agency. Mesulash quickly dispatched Nocturne to counteract, sabotage, and disrupt these efforts, ensuring that the so-called alliance never materialized, remaining only a verbal agreement. In reality, the Ashen Kingdom's dormancy had already made many duchies complacent. Not until the final emergency would their short-sighted rulers want to be tied to Bosk's war chariot, provoking this fearsome behemoth. Within the kingdom, people's lives had undergone tremendous changes. The promulgation of the Kingdom Code meant that every aspect of life was governed by law. The gaps in power became increasingly narrow, and those forces that hovered between black and white lost their foothold. People did not know whether this was better or worse, but they had no choice but to adapt to such a constrained life. The reform of the land system brought an end to the old serfdom. The collusion of the northern nobility and large landlords, attempting to rise against the Red Dragon during his slumber, saw this as their last chance. However, they met not with the kingdom's compromise, but with a premeditated and brutal suppression. Under Dolores's command, the lead bullets of the great goblin infantry tore apart the private soldiers nurtured for years, and the nobles' heads rolled, leaving the kingdom with only one voice. This so-called rebellion ended quietly, though it was widely criticized and condemned by the northern nobility, sparking a media frenzy with scholars calling it a bloody massacre and a cruel slaughter. it actually had little impact within the kingdom. That so-called resistance, laughably, was extinguished the moment it sparked. Chapter 243. Chapter 169. The era in larger towns like Northwind Castle and Trollo City, people's lives underwent dramatic changes. Several factories left behind by the mechanical god cult constantly expanded under policy support, and magical steam machinery gradually became known to the people. Tall chimneys rose from the ground, far surpassing the low buildings of the past, emitting thick black smoke so much so that the kingdom's spellcasters often had to use the wind-making spell to disperse the haze above the city. The former serfs, after being liberated, many of them hurried from the countryside to the towns to become the low-level workers in some large factories. They endured the heaviest work and the bad environment of polluted air, but at least they did not have to worry about the most basic issue of hunger, nor worry about dying at home on some snowy night due to a lack of coal. The cheap, plentiful, and filling mixtures made from potatoes, wheat, and other ingredients in the food factories became the first choice for many poor people to fill their stomachs. And those so-called luncheon meats made from leftovers, starch, and additives also let many impoverished people taste meat for the first time. During festivals, families often gathered to open a precious can of luncheon meat and savor its rare, delicious flavor. Due to the magic web's nature, the exhaust gases discharged from these machines were not as deadly as in the Industrial Revolution of the previous world, and they could be regularly cleared with spells. Thus, the workers' conditions were much better than those short-lived wretches in the history of the previous world. Although tiring, they were not entirely used up. Under the kingdom's rule, the thoughts of people from various classes differed greatly. The former northern nobility longed for the good treatment and elegant life of the past. They often gathered in dimly lit taverns to talk eloquently, commenting on current events, denouncing the moral decay of modern society, and venting their dissatisfaction with the kingdom, painting the former Rackman Duchy as a perfect utopia. They often started with "when Duke Rackman was in power," or "back when my family was prosperous," showing the demeanor of relics from a bygone era. Although they talked a big game, as soon as the guard or nocturne arrived, they scattered like birds and beasts. After a few nobles were thrown into prison on charges such as slander and defamation, even such gatherings became rare. The old nobility, while complaining about the hard life now, had to rely on work to barely make ends meet. Ordinary citizens quickly adapted to this lifestyle. Under the kingdom's system, they found it easier to meet their basic needs and had more avenues for upward mobility. Various positions that were once noble privileges now became targets for ordinary people to strive for. In this new era, the biggest hope of a citizen of Northwind Castle was to pass an exam and become a clerk or tax officer, or at least to try to become a manager in a factory. Some people took a different path, relying on good physical condition to participate in the examinations for the Hall of Dragon Oath or Red Scale Guard Station. The liberated serfs were grateful. Although due to inertia, they still did not understand the meaning of freedom and were more used to obeying those so-called noble lords. They had already subtly changed and gradually became loyal supporters of the kingdom's order because they could barely fill their stomachs. Of course, as a power transformed from the Ashen Nest, a significant part of the kingdom's ruling class was monsterkin. They occupied special positions in the kingdom and despised the humans labeled as the conquered. These retainers often followed the old ideas of the Stormy Ridge, believing that the weak only deserved to be humiliated by the strong. Despite the constraints of the kingdom domain, their brutal and violent nature could not be changed. Conflicts and even gruesome bloodshed between humans and monsters were not uncommon. Although these incidents would be settled by the city guard army, it often seemed more like a cover-up. Many residents felt uneasy about this situation, while the monsters were dissatisfied with being on an equal level with these frail humans. The tieflings, positioned between monsters and humans, often acted as mediators. Ramp frequently felt overwhelmed by solving these racial conflicts. He handled several high-profile cases, sentencing many monsters that oppressed and harmed humans to death, but sometimes he deliberately covered the truth or even murdered to silence. For instance, in the Bugbear murder case that resulted in nearly 10 deaths, Ramp enforced the law strictly, making an example by sending the Bugbear to the guillotine without hesitation. In the disappearance case of suburban beggars, suspected to be caused by a chimera, Ramp used a spell to cover up the truth, only giving the chimera a symbolic punishment of house arrest. In his view, whether retainers or humans, they were just tools to make the kingdom stronger, a part of the great blueprint of the Red Dragon. His only standard for balance was the kingdom's highest interest. The concept of identity or empathy was insignificant to an ogre, As an archmage, he had long transcended his original identity. Ramp's policies and guidelines were mostly discussed with players during the beta test, refined and perfected by the kingdom's think tank, and then implemented. Among the thousands of beta testers, there were more than a dozen players with historical research experience and government work experience. Their thinking was notably advanced in the medieval North. Even Ramp valued those players highly. In terms of military, with the departure of the players, the updating of military equipment abruptly stopped. But this also gave the kingdom's army enough time to drill and develop tactics around existing equipment. Tactics involving the joint operations of the Goblin Corps and bipedal wyverns, line soldiers, artillery, and cavalry were developed through exploration. Although most of these were still rudimentary, they already provided a crushing advantage over other contemporary Northlands forces. The book on war, copied and presented by the players before they left, was treasured by the goblin warlord Dolores. He often had human clerks read to him during his free time and asked his top generals to ponder it. He even took the opportunity to learn many common language words from it. Overall, society still maintained basic stability. In these 3 years, regardless of how much hidden darkness or bloody history lay beneath the kingdom's new order, there was no doubt that this emerging country was still thriving. Even in the slumber of the Red Dragon, it had already turned into a behemoth capable of shaking the entire North alone, just waiting for an opportunity to unleash this long-suppressed power completely. Borrowing a line from A Tale of Two Cities, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. The wheels of time rolled on, and anything incompatible with the kingdom's order will be ruthlessly crushed, leaving only ruins. Chapter 244. Chapter 170 Awakening Part 1 finally escaped. Tania shook her frost-white wings, stretched her neck, and let out a joyful howl. Oh. As if remembering something, her vertical pupils flickered, and she gritted her teeth with sharp, cold breaths seeping through the gaps in her teeth. Those hateful humans, they dare to force me to learn etiquette. One day I will freeze them all and eat them. She tilted her head and instinctively looked toward the distant royal palace. But if I do that, Master will definitely be angry. If it's just a beating, that's fine, but if Master locks me in that cage again. Tania couldn't help but shiver, her whole body trembling, immediately dispelling her earlier thoughts. In fact, during these 3 years, this white dragon with a thin ancestral lineage had not caused any trouble. Rather, she obediently learned various spells, etiquette, and even language. Unlike ordinary white dragons with degraded bloodlines, Tania's intelligence was actually comparable to an average human, though she was somewhat duller in certain aspects. Her learning speed amazed the ogre archmage. Ramp just dangled a master favor's educated retainer's incentive, and this white dragon pursued it with a frenzy. By now, Tania had already mastered simple communication in the common tongue, the basic etiquettes of the kingdom, and even learned a shape-shifting spell, making her a bona fide intellectual among the generally dim-witted white dragons. When will Master finally awaken? Thinking of the unprecedentedly powerful red dragon, her true master, Tania's face turned a bit rosy. The white dragon sneaked closer, pressing her body against the outer wall of the royal palace. Because of the red dragon's slumber, the metal walls were often scorchingly hot, even enough to cook raw meat. Even the tiefling guards stationed around dared not touch it easily. As a creature fond of the cold, which only ate frozen food, the white dragon had low heat resistance. The moment she touched the city wall, Tania's sides sizzled with burning sounds, and her pure white scales became charred. Oh. Tania whimpered in pain, but continued to rub against the wall undeterred. She felt the heat transmitted from the metal as if feeling the powerful, sturdy, and scorching body of the red dragon, feeling its frenzied and surging strength. Master. At the thought, Tania's mouth dripped with dragon saliva, and even her tightly covered scales couldn't hide her infatuated and entranced expression. The tiefling guard initially wanted to check the source of the disturbance. As capturing an intruder was richly rewarding, they rushed toward it. However, seeing it was the white dragon, they retreated like they had seen a disaster star. This had happened many times already. In a way, there was no saving this white dragon. Suddenly, a strong gust of hot wind spread from the palace, and the ground trembled violently, creating fissures. Crack, crack. Boom. With a loud roar, Tania snapped out of her daydream. Frightened, she flapped her wings, flying crookedly in the air, letting out panic-stricken howls. Oh. The tiefling guards stationed near the palace were also terror-stricken, quickly retreating and evacuating, fearing to follow in the footsteps of their unfortunate predecessors who had perished in the palace. Gurgle, gurgle. Scalding magma spewed from the ground fissures, turning the surroundings into black lava. No, run. We need to leave here immediately. Ramp, the tiefling captain in charge of the recent palace security, turned pale instantly. The ground cracked, magma gushed, and ash filled the sky. The scene mirrored last year's calamity almost exactly, which he had witnessed from the palace walls as the infernal calamity devoured the unfortunate tieflings within the palace. He had been powerless back then, only able to watch them die. Now the disaster seemed to befall him. To Cassius, this was merely a trifling amount of power inadvertently leaked during his slumber, nothing noteworthy. Yet this dust of immensely powerful individual strength fell on mortals like a complete disaster, effortlessly claiming lives. Run. Cough, cough. Ramp shouted, but the fine dust particles already clogged his nose and mouth, making him gasp for breath. He quickly followed previous training, covering his nose and mouth with his clothes, bending over to walk and trying to leave this infernal place as soon as possible, with the tieflings close behind. However, with another crack, the ground split again, and deep fissures filled with scorching magma blocked their escape routes. Cough, cough. No, I don't want to die. Staring at the sky thick with ash, Ramp murmured in despair. Dying from His Majesty's morning temper? That would be quite a joke. Yet the ash nearly blocked half the sky, rendering sunlight invisible, and the ground flowed with magma, cracking around them, mercilessly cutting off their escape routes. The palace vicinity appeared as if it was the end of the world. Tania also struggled to fly through the volcanic ash and fog. Covered in ash, she almost turned into a black dragon. Luckily, white dragons could fly, and were far more resilient than mortals. Although disheveled, she managed to flee without life-threatening danger. But the tieflings weren't so fortunate. They faced a complete dead end, just as Ramp was about to succumb to total despair. Roar. Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar echoed, long and ancient. With the roar reverberating through the sky, an invisible domain rapidly expanded. As the wave reached, all agitated magical phenomena abruptly subsided. The ash blocking the sky visibly dispersed. The magma returned to the earth or cooled into solid lava. The scorching heat faded, and even the burning ground cooled down. In just a few breaths, the scene, once resembling an infernal calamity, returned to normal. I actually survived. Huff, huff. Ramp patted his chest, breathing heavily to calm his racing heart. He turned to look at the grand palace within the walls. His Majesty has awakened.